In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Katz and Ranty. I'm Katz. Are you there, Ranty?
I am Katz, and thank you for bringing me along on this very interesting show. I do believe we have a guest that some of the audience may be familiar with.
Yeah, our guest today is a little bit of a YouTube celebrity, but we'll talk about his channel in a minute. For now, you know how much I love to bore you with my stories and trivia, so are you ready?
I've always got time for a story from you, Katz.
So if I was to ask you about Anita, what or who do you think Anita is?
Why is that name so familiar? I have no idea. I did a painting job for an Anita a couple of years ago. Maybe. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, it would be a hell of a coincidence if I was, wouldn't it? No, Anita is an acronym. It stands for the Antarctic Impulsive Transient Antenna. Now, dear old Anita has been in the news recently with sensational headlines like, has NASA actually found a parallel universe where time runs backwards? And I'm not going to go deeply into the science behind this at the minute because I really want to do a full podcast on Anita and what it was supposed to have found. But it is curious that we do seem to be getting quite a lot of stories lately from people who feel as if they've been pulled from one universe or one sort of dimension into another. And this is where maybe science meets science fiction or science meets the supernatural. So, Ranty, would it be possible in the future to do a whole podcast just on Anita and how it may have provided evidence for an alternate parallel universe?
Oh, right, okay. Well, yeah, by all means, bring me in on this one. It sounds very intriguing.
Awesome. Well, for now, today's guest has got a story of his own. And as you might have guessed from the introduction, it has got to do with perhaps slipping into some sort of parallel world. But I'm really excited about today's guest. He is an ultra scientifically minded skeptic who runs the very successful YouTube channel, FTFE. Please look him out and you'll see him debunking all sorts of claims on that channel. But he's here now with a claim of his own. And Ranty, I will let you introduce him.
Thanks, Katz. And yes, we are joined by FTFE. How in the world are you doing?
Right, thank you for having me on. I'm really happy to be here. Can I just say that I think you and Ranty might be one of the best duos on the internet, so please don't stop doing what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
When I was younger, I was 14 and I had a few paper rounds. One of them was at 5 o'clock in the morning. And it was just coming, it was probably midsummer, just before school was go for summer, and they just released Mortal Kombat 3. And I stayed up pretty much all night playing Mortal Kombat 3. Fight me as Sub-Zero, you'll lose, trust me. Had about maybe half an hour's kit, my alarm goes off, I got to get up, do my paper round, tired as you like. Walk down to the shop, pick up my papers, doing my normal rounds, and I've been doing this round for about 2 years at this time. You know, it was almost an autopilot thing for me, right? And as I was about 3/4 through the round, I started noticing that the lights, the lampposts that I was going past, the lights would turn off as I got past them. Now, that wasn't necessarily an unusual thing. It was early in the morning. That was the time that the lights usually went off. And it happened every now and then. I didn't really think anything of it. But as I was about to go around this corner, I went past a light and it went off. And I felt pressure over my body. And like static electricity on every part of my body. And it made me feel really nauseous and slightly dizzy. And then when I looked up, I wasn't in the same place anymore. It was still the street that I was on, but everything looked almost like a pastel drawing. Nothing was quite right. It was, there wasn't really any buildings there, but there were shapes that maybe could be buildings. And I kind of blinked my eyes a few times, rubbed my eyes, thought maybe I just felt a bit weird, but no, it was still there. And then there was what appeared to be people or some kind of life forms, and they seemed agitated that I was there and were moving towards me. And I freaked out and I turned around and I ran. And then after about 5 seconds, I had that feeling again, that pressure over my entire body, that feeling of static touching every single part of my body. And I felt dizzy and weird. And when I looked up again, I was back at the same, in the normal street, doing with the buildings around me like normal. Turned around, none of that weirdness that I'd seen was there. And I just carried on doing my paper round. Felt very queasy and nauseated for the whole day, had a headache. I got home and I spoke to my mum, and I was saying to my mum that something weird has happened. And my mum said to me that, well, you're probably just tired. You probably were just sleepwalking or something. And that almost makes sense to me. But it was such a vivid experience, especially the seeing these life forms, these people. It was all kind of washed out and weird, but there was definitely people there, or some kind of life forms, and they seemed very, very irritated that I was near them, that I was there. And they were coming towards me like they were, angry at me. And the only thing that you can do in that situation, I think, is turn around and run. And that's what I did. And everything came back to normal again. And I don't know what happened. I'm a man of science. I think there is multiple universes. And for a second, I might have slipped into an alternate reality, because it was definitely a real place. It was definitely, I was there. That I could see into the distance. It had shape. It had 3D-ness to the world, and it didn't seem like a dream. It felt very, very real, even after trying to rub my eyes and give myself a shake to see if I was hallucinating. It was still there. It was all very, very real, and I can remember the feeling of the pressure of my body and the electric, the static touching my hands and touching my cheeks, and that it's a feeling that I've never had in a dream or anything before. And it's such a vivid thing that I can still feel it now when I think about it, what that feeling was. So, yeah, I was very freaked out by the whole thing. I spent the whole day feeling very, very uneasy. I still carried on doing my paper round, and it never happened again. Lights going off, that's just something that happens at that time in the morning. But for just those few minutes, those maybe 30 seconds or something, I think I went somewhere else. And, I could never say for sure what definitely happened, but it's an experience that's so vivid in my mind that I think there has to be some kind of alternate explanation for it other than I was just sleepwalking.
Wow. Well, one of the things I like most about this story is that I know you, and I know how scientific you are. I know how skeptical you are. You built a YouTube channel with over 40,000 subscribers based on being scientific and skeptical, and yet here you are with a story that you are struggling to find a scientific explanation for, and I think that's fascinating. But before we start to delve into the good stuff, we do have something on this podcast we like to call the housekeeping questions, where we ask the questions that we know the listeners are going to be burning to ask, the obvious questions that they want getting out the way. So for that, Ranty, I'm going to pass over to you. Have you got any housekeeping questions?
Yeah, I think the first one's going to be, had you taken any drugs recently?
No. I was 14, and I was a very good, very, prim and proper, top of the class type boy. I didn't do anything like that at that age. Didn't smoke cigarettes or anything. So no, I think the only drug was the fact that I was low on sleep at that time.
And speaking of sleep, have you ever experienced sleepwalking before or after?
Yeah, I have sleptwalked a few times in my life. I remember going to camp with school, and I tried to sleepwalk out of the tent and out of the place that we were, and the teacher had to come and get me. And I also sleptwalked on the bus when we were coming back from France with the school, and then told my teacher that I needed to have a bath or something. So yeah, there has been instances in my life where I have sleptwalked. My mum caught me peeing in the cupboard once when I was younger. I remember that. So yeah.
I like to use sleepwalking as an excuse, and I'm peeing around the house as well.
Well, when you sleepwalk, is it a memory that you have of your sleepwalking, or is it when somebody else says to you, hey, you were sleepwalking and this is what you did?
Well, every time that I've sleptwalked, I've got no memory of it.
There you go.
Every time someone said to me, you've been sleepwalking, I don't remember anything that's happened.
I'm the same. I've sleptwalked in the past, and maybe one or two instances when I've woken up the next morning, I've maybe confused flashes of it with a dream, but most of the time, absolutely no recollection. But you seem to be very clear that you had these very distinct physical sensations there.
That's the thing that sells it for me in my mind, is that the physical sensations that I remember, that feeling of like squeezing over every point of my body, and the feeling of static that you can feel it if you rub the balloon on your head. You can almost feel that, but I had that on every point of my body, and it got intense and then faded away. and then I was somewhere else. And it's that very vivid physical sensation memory that keeps this so clear in my mind.
So the last housekeeping question for me, have you ever had a fully lucid dream?
So lucid dream is where you know you're dreaming, right?
You know you're dreaming, you are walking around as if the world is real, but you can also maybe manipulate your surroundings a lot of the time. But, you can give yourself superpowers. You can do what you want. It's like you're being like Neo in your own little world.
Yeah, I have. I remember a dream I had when I was younger. In the dream, we were, for some reason, living at the top of a hill, and we had a baby with my family, even though we didn't have a baby, and we were pushing the pram down the hill, and I just thought, wait, this isn't right. Oh, it's a dream. And then I could fly. So... yeah, I've definitely had a lucid dream where I realized I was in a dream. It didn't last very long. Quite soon after realizing that it was a dream, I woke up. But no, I definitely had that.
Okay, well, that's me out of housekeeping questions. Have you got any more, Ranty, before we delve into the good stuff?
Yeah, I kind of want you to just reaffirm what actually happened on that day. Do you remember waking up, going and getting your papers from the shop, then going doing the round, and then coming back and not sleeping? Nothing got in the way from start to finish, from what you recall.
Yeah, I do remember it, because I remember thinking when I got up, oh damn, I shouldn't have stayed up so late playing Mortal Kombat. I remember being like, oh, I don't want to do this today, and going to the shop and being really tired and can't wait till the day's over kind of thing. And I remember picking up the papers and starting my round. And I remember walking past the certain lampposts that were going off and thinking, oh, that's happening again. So even though at that point, after doing the round for 2 years, there was an element of autopilot to the whole thing, I do remember that morning.
Okay. And these feelings that you had, have you ever had them before, this static electricity feeling?
No. Only like when you're playing with balloons and stuff, static electricity, and you can feel your hairs on your arm rising. Only ever like that, or putting your hand on a Van de Graaff generator or something, but never over my whole body or as intense as that, ever.
And the physical pressure you felt, was it like a pressure from above? Was it a pressure from all places, like you were being, squashed, like you were deep underwater? Or?
Yeah, it felt like going to the bottom of a pool, and you can feel that extra pressure on every point of your body.
Can I ask you one other question?
Yeah.
For that 30 seconds or so that you were in this, let's say, alternate reality, this pressure that you had, was it constant throughout the time that you were there as well?
No, it was only as I seemed to transition. The feeling of pressure and the static, it built up to a point and then went away. And that was when I kind of looked up. I was like, oh, what was that? Oh, shit, where am I? And then, even though I felt definitely nauseated and slightly dizzy for the whole time, the feeling of the pressure wasn't there again until I turned around and kind of tried to run away. And then I felt that pressure and static building up again and then going away. And then I was back where I was.
So when you said you went into a different location, was it a case that it was the same location that just looked very weird and different? Or was it just literally a completely different location?
Well, there was definitely like a street with shapes around the edges, very much like you would recognize it as a street, but nothing looked quite right. The colors weren't right. It's almost hard to explain. It was like looking into a pastel crayon drawing or something, But it was still a very physical 3D world, even though it felt flat in itself.
Yeah, it's interesting that you've said this. We had a guest on last week. We still haven't put the podcast out, actually, from a gentleman that believes that he's actually still living in a parallel world. And he explains some similarities with you. One of them being that this pressure, he feels like there's a different pressure. The colours are different as well, doesn't he? He feels like in his old reality, he feels that the colours were a bit brighter there, whereas here it's a bit duller. But he also talks about a difference in pressure. Now, I know obviously you're going through what you're going to describe as some kind of, let's say, doorway. And as you pass through the doorway, that's when you get this pressure. But once you're into that new reality, you didn't feel anything other than just this pastel-like drawing. Like, let's say, a Picasso drawing. So you're looking at a Picasso drawing, and then you came back, yeah? And that's not the only one. We had another one, alternate reality too, and they felt a very similar thing. They felt this very eerie thing. They knew something was up. It's like you've got this, your hackles on your neck are standing up because you're thinking to yourself, the lights have gone off. This is a bit eerie. I know it's my normal round and I know it's happened before, but something's different, and you felt it. And it's the same with this woman. She felt it too when she had this alternate reality thing. There's a lot of similarities that I'm finding in this cast. What do you think?
Yeah, now you are right. Every single story of this type we've had certainly share similar characteristics, which is interesting. And I have got a feeling I know almost what I'm going to say at the end of this podcast about this. You know, I'm sure we'll disagree, but yeah, they do seem to have very, very common characteristics, which I would expect if there was a cause for this type of feeling, for this type of experience, and I would expect them to have things in common. Now, we might differ on what we think that cause is, but I'm quite relieved, if you like, that there's a common thread through them all. I do have a question about the people, though. You said they were very agitated. Yeah. So how could you tell they were? Did you just feel it? Did they have facial features that you could see were disturbed? Or
I couldn't say if they had any definitive features, and I could just kind of tell that they were agitated in the way that they were moving. It kind of seemed like they were turning towards me and away, and in a way it felt like they were having a conversation about me and then coming to confront me, but there's no kind of physical way of getting that across. It was just, when you walk into a room, you can tell people are talking about you, and it kind of felt like that. And then the fact that all of a sudden they all were moving towards me as though they wanted to confront me, to me it felt like they were irritated that I was there and they were trying to figure out what was going on.
What made you decide to walk back, though? I mean, what made you decide to think, hey up, I don't like it here, I need to backtrack and get the hell out of here?
I was scared. I think that's the only way to say it. I would, it was a fight or flight thing, and in my brain I was like, I need to go away from this, and I just turned and ran. And very quickly after turning and going to run again, that feeling came back, that pressure and that static, and then I was just where I was again.
So, I mean, there's a lot of TV programs out that I've been watching recently too about these time traveling things, and they talk about little pockets, little spaces that you could just transition through. Let's call it an entrance to a wormhole or something. So would you say that when you went into this little area and you felt the pressure, it was the same position when you retreated back out of it?
Yeah, I think because I'd gone through and kind of, carried on walking for a bit and then kind of stopped and looked around and then turned around and ran. It was about the same position that I was at. I was definitely the same place before I went and when I came back. So I feel like there was a particular space in both of these places that allowed me to transition between them.
And it's interesting that you told your mum straight away. Yeah, I mean, you just came in, you told your mum, you've thought about it. I imagine you've thought about it quite a lot over the years.
Yeah, I have. And I talk to my mum about it every now and then. I say, do you remember when? She's like, yeah, you were just sleepwalking. But, I was pretty shaken up by the whole thing. And when I got home, my mum could tell that I was like, something was wrong. And I was like, this has just happened. I'm, almost crying, trying to explain. And my mum was like, look, you've just been sleepwalking. You've just had a dream. Don't worry about it. But it just doesn't fit any of the other parameters of the times that I've been sleepwalking before.
Yeah, just didn't feel like sleepwalking whatsoever. No. Felt completely different and realistic. Yeah, no, I get that. Have you ever met anybody else in the real world that's had a similar experience that you can bounce off any sort of common factors?
No, I've never really spoke to anyone about this because I've always felt a bit silly about it. But I've also never spoken to anyone that says that they've had an experience similar. I mean, I've looked up online, well, maybe other people have had a similar experience. And I remember reading a story about a guy going to McDonald's, and when he got to McDonald's, his dog got scared and it wasn't quite the same. And I think, like you were saying about the guy that thinks he's an alternate reality now, I've read a story about a guy doing that, but I've never met anyone in real life that has a similar experience to me.
But it does happen. I mean, we've been at this now, Ranty, how long? About
only a couple of months, yeah.
Yeah, and we've already you're the third person already who's come and given us a story like this, all with similar traits and in fact, so, it is something that does happen. The question is, what is the reason for it? I'm wondering if there's anything else I should ask you, if there's anything that maybe we've missed.
Yeah, the sickness. You said that you felt nausea and sickness after you came out of that. Well, in one of our more recent stories, we had a lady on called Alex, and her friend walked through an area where this woman just disappeared in front of her. This was when they were having this, experience. And she walked through this area and she got incredibly sick afterwards as well. She had to sit down. She had to lay by the side of the road. She felt so nauseated. Would you say that was how you felt?
Yeah, there was definitely a sense of dizziness and like overwhelming kind of, I just feel like drained completely. I didn't sit down or anything, but I remember leaning on the wall and just taking a few seconds to kind of compose myself. And you know that feeling when you're about to be sick and you think, well, if I just take a minute, have a few breaths, it can go away. That's what I felt like that moment just before you're gonna throw up. That feeling of being completely drained and just having nothing in you. But although the feeling kind of stayed a little bit with me all day, I kind of shook off the initial feeling quite quickly. But I did spend like pretty much the rest of the day just feeling a bit uneasy.
And like you said, nothing like this you've ever experienced since?
No, never before or never since, which I think is one of the reasons it stays so vividly in my mind. I can think about it quite often. I think I've never experienced that before. The only other time I think about the pressure is when I was in the Royal Navy training to be a submariner. You do the submarine escape training tank where they put you at the bottom of a massive column of water and they pressurize the area that you're in to match the bottom of the water so the hatch can go up and you can practice escaping from the submarine. And I remember when I was doing that, afterwards, I kind of thought to myself, yeah, that pressure, I remember that feeling of having every single bit of my body feel an extra push on it. So that's the only other time that I've experienced that thing, but it was, natural. It was something that was supposed to happen, but never the electric feeling before.
And listen, this might sound like an odd question now, but when you sort of snapped out of it, if you like, there weren't car alarms going off or anything like that, were there?
No, not that I remember. It just seemed like a normal day. It was quite warm, the sun was coming out quite quickly. I just carried on around. I only had about 5 or 6 more houses to do after that. It was just a normal day. Nothing weird happened apart from that.
Well, one thing I will say is that, this is probably the first time that you've talked about it, which is great for us because it's nice to have you on. But on the other side of the coin, you're not alone here. There are a lot of people that have had these experiences, and we're finding this. Well, I'm finding it for sure, definitely. I know Katz is too. But these people have got these similar things that they talk about, these similar events. I've had one too. My mum, I believe, went into this glitch, and I've spoken about it too. And at the same time, I saw this, let's say, a figure on the bus who didn't look like my mum. It was all just black. It was like a black figure. But I thought it was my mum. It was weird. It was like, I knew that was my mum, but it wasn't. It looked nothing like her, but I presumed it was my mum. It was weird. Now, it's like you've said, you went into this alternate reality and you saw buildings and figures and you assumed that they were humans and you assumed they were annoyed. It was like they were communicating with you saying, hey, I'm coming for you and I'm not happy about this because you felt that. And I felt the same when I saw that object with my mum. I'm telling you, I saw that object. It didn't look like my mum, but I assumed it was my mum. It was like it was kind of communicating. It was weird. And that was at the same time that my mum disappeared for 9 hours. Yeah, it's I definitely think there's more to this, but I know Katz is gonna he's gonna get his teeth into this, I'm sure.
The hairs on my arms are actually like thinking about it all. It's making me kind of have that memory of it, and I've never really gone in depth talking about it before, and it was just such a vivid thing. And like I said, I've sleptwalked before. I've had lucid dreams. But it's never felt like that. And there isn't a way that I can explain it other than I went somewhere else just for a little bit. Something happened and I went somewhere else.
And it's interesting that that's how you feel. It's interesting that's your belief, that you believe this happened to you and you believe you went to a different dimension, let's say. And
yeah,
well, who am I to argue with that?
I don't know what it was or where I went, but something changed just for a little bit. I was in a different place with different feelings, different colors, almost like it was different physics to the world that I was in, because things just didn't quite seem right. And it freaked me out. I ran away. And I'm not ashamed to say that I ran away. I think most people would.
It's been a fascinating story, and especially from someone who's logical and scientific and skeptical as yourself. Like I said at the beginning, for you to come on and still have all these years later that very vivid memory and almost confusion about, what the hell must that have been? is really intriguing to listen to. And I'm sure you've got some of your own ideas of what it may or may not have been. I'm going to go off back to the pit, call it, and see if I can come up with some of my own. Ranty, have you got any last questions you want to ask before we
I don't think I've got any other questions to ask. I'm just happy that you decided to come on the show and tell your story. And yeah, I'm sure you won't get any backlash over this.
Thank you for having me on. It's awesome that there's a place where you can come and tell a story like this. And honestly, the podcast is fantastic, guys. I am loving every single second of it. Please don't stop doing it.
Oh, you're a legend, mate. Thank you so much. Now, me and Ranty are going to descend back into the pit to see what we make of your story. While we're doing that, I would urge anybody listening to check out the links in the description to find FTFT on YouTube, and he's well worth a subscription. But we've said goodbye to him now. And Ranty, I'm going to pass over to you. What did you make of that story?
Well, let me start by saying a massive thank you to FTFE for coming on the show. I know that this was a big risk for FTFE to come on this particular show and talk about the things that he's talked about here today, and to even express a belief that he, for a time at least, dipped into a parallel world. And the reason for that is obviously because of the content that he puts out on his channel and the type of subscriber that would subscribe to his channel. So he's definitely taken a risk, but I have to say, I think the risk was worth it because this story was exceptional. I really enjoyed it. So thank you, FTFE, for coming on and sharing that with us. Now then, let's get into the nitty-gritty. Right, we had the lights turning off in unison, and that would be creepy on any day, I think. I believe one time that happened to me, something similar, where the lights appeared to turn off as I'm walking down the road, you know, almost as I passed them, and that was kind of unnerving, I have to say. But yeah, in this particular case, what follows on from that, maybe an indication of something was going to happen. Maybe it wasn't, who knows. But one thing is for sure, that he definitely did appear to at least go somewhere different for a short time. And the fact that FTFE has remembered this for such a long time and is willing to come on this show and tell us about it, with all the negative connotations that may come along with that for his YouTube channel, that tells me that he has a strong belief that this is something that he needed to share with people. So I've got to take that into account. I've also got to take into account the world that he entered in and how it appeared that these people, he was getting this sense that they were people, and this sense that they were coming towards him, and this sense that they were angry. Now, this ties in a lot with some of the guests we've had on before and some of the podcasts that we still have to release, actually, about people that have experienced something similar, or this kind of telepathic ability, this understanding of how you can communicate without actually having to see someone. And again, something happened to me as well, obviously, with my mum when I saw that entity on the bus, one dressed in all black, that I assumed was my mother, even though it looked nothing like my mother. So I can understand that too. I can also understand this pastel-like drawing. I mean, maybe it was some kind of transition into a different realm that he wasn't fully in. You know, he could have been partially in, and that's why he was only partially able to see what he was able to see, which was a lot of things that were disjointed and pastel-y. I also like the idea that he went through this kind of wormhole, this kind of doorway, let's say, because it appears that as he entered into this, let's say, wormhole, the entrance to that had a different feel to it in a lot of ways. You know, I mean, it was more like things changed in that particular spot. And when he walked through that, he was able to think to himself, hey, I can feel these pins and needles. Hey, I can feel this pressure differential. And then when he passed through that, he then obviously saw what he saw. But when he returned back to that same spot, he got the same feeling again, like he was passing through some kind of doorway, and this doorway was having this effect on him. And also, yeah, and then there's another thing. He also went back and he told his mother. He told his mother that evening, and this story, to me, coming from FTFE anyway, at least, that's the biggest point. The biggest point is for me that the guest, because I know of the guest, I've seen his work, I've actually been on his show, so it's coming from him. You know, this means I'm going to have to say that I think something happened. And I know that, Cats, you're going to probably find something different, which is fine. You know, you're more than capable, I'm sure, of trying to find some kind of scientific explanation for this. But for me, you know, the more that these stories come out, the more that we're seeing this same kind of effect, this same kind of phenomena with the same sort of reasonable people coming on and telling us these things. It all leads to me just thinking to myself, well, there is definitely more to this. There's definitely more to this paranormal world that we all seem to live in. Over to you, Cats.
Well, I will have a go. Whether or not FTFE will accept my answer or not, I've absolutely no idea, because obviously it's definitely a tough one, especially not having been there and experienced it myself. But I do like the idea of parallel worlds in physics, but I haven't ever seen anything, and there might be much better physicists out there than me, of which there are many, who will disagree, but I've never seen anything that suggests it's possible for an entire body and its consciousness to go unharmed from one universe into one of these parallel universes and come back. I've seen theoretical physics talking about particles moving from one place to another, but whole bodies could be a different matter. So I'm not so sure that there is a parallel dimension or a parallel world explanation for this. What's definitely happened is he's definitely had some sort of physical effect. He's definitely felt unwell, and I am going to put this down to lack of sleep, but I'm not saying that he's sleepwalking, and I'm not saying that he's lucid dreaming or anything like that. But what I am saying is there is very strong research that sleep deprivation when you're young, even as little as just one night's sleep deprivation, can be something which can trigger dissociative symptoms. Now, when I say dissociative symptoms, I'm not talking about being mentally unwell. I'm talking about symptoms that the majority of people will experience at some point in their life. Some people experience it episodically and it returns. Some people may just experience it once, but it's a perfectly normal and natural thing to experience. And when you're young, a lack of sleep, being very tired, is certainly a contributing factor to experiencing some of these symptoms. Now, the dissociative symptoms that I believe FTFE might have experienced are symptoms of depersonalization and derealization. Now, when somebody's showing derealization and depersonalization symptoms, it's almost as though they feel that they're looking at everything from a distance, almost like they're watching a movie. Everything seems very foggy and dreamlike around them. Time itself may feel like it's sped up or slowed down, so everything is unreal. Colours and objects may sort of blur into one, and it can actually be very difficult to recognise familiar objects and faces. So to cut a long story short, somebody who's experiencing these symptoms, even just episodically for a short amount of time, will have no sort of familiarity with the surroundings at all. Everything is going to feel alien. And one of the key things about these symptoms is they are hugely stressful to the individual who experiences them. They are massively stressful because it does feel as if you are placed into a different world, a different time. Maybe you're abducted by aliens or whatever. Everything lacks any sort of reasonable explanation, or so it seems. So to me, this has all the hallmarks of a lack of sleep-induced episode of derealization. But of course, who am I to say that? Because I wasn't there and I didn't experience it. It was a great story, and I do just want to thank FTFE for coming on and sharing it. And again, all the links to his channels are in the description.
Well, obviously, you've heard my side of the story, you've heard FTFE's side of the story, and you've also heard Katz's scientific explanation as to what he thinks has happened. But obviously, that's down to you to decide. You've got an opinion, you've got a voice, and we would really love you to leave a comment so that you can tell us whether or not you believe myself, FTFE, whether you believe Katz, or whether you have a different explanation or a different viewpoint of your own. Leave us a comment, leave us a like, and if you're not subscribed, click the subscribe button because it really does help. We're trying to get to that 1,000 subscribers, and we really need every subscription that we can get right now.
Yes, we really would appreciate that. And also, thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, almost unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Kat and Ranty. I'm Kat. Are you there, Ranty?
I am Kat, and I wouldn't be anywhere else. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really, really well today, and I'm really looking forward to today's story. But before we get to that, let's warm up a little bit. No pun intended when you hear about the content. We will warm up with a little bit of a quiz. Are you ready, Ranty?
As always, Kat, with these quizzes, I am definitely ready.
Have you ever heard of a young boy called Sasha K?
I can't say I have, no.
Well, Sasha K came from a small village, which I can't pronounce, in the Ukraine. And a lot of the people who lived in the village around him seemed to be very, very scared of him because lots of strange phenomena were reported to be happening around the boy, including several spontaneous fires. We also had exploding light bulbs. Somebody even claimed that a refrigerator turned itself upside down. But the name Sasha K became quite famous in the area, and it invoked a lot of fear and dread in the local population until he was taken to Moscow to be examined by a physicist. Now, I'm going to use the term physicist a little bit lightly here because the physicist claimed to draw two very specific conclusions. The first one is Sasha K was possessed by a spirit, and the spirit was causing energy to ignite gases in the environment and set things on fire. And the second conclusion the physicist came up with was that he wasn't possessed by a spirit, but he was being followed by a poltergeist, which was deliberately starting fires. Now, the physicist and the story, that's all true, that's legit. Whether the physicist's conclusion is true or legit, I highly doubt it's true. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's interesting that the quote-unquote physicist with science behind him immediately went to two kind of paranormal conclusions as to what the reasons was. I mean, to be possessed, or to have some kind of poltergeist following him around, that says quite a lot. I mean, this young lad must have had a lot of activity around him at that time for a quote-unquote scientist to come up with that kind of conclusion. That's my feeling.
I believe he was really well known. His name was very well known in his local area, and there was a lot of superstition around him at the time. So we don't know the physicist's religious belief. Was he a professional physicist? Was he somebody who was a paranormal researcher who gave himself the tag physicist? Who knows? But it does make an interesting story. But as I've been researching for today's podcast, it turns out that there is a massive link between ghost stories and the startings of fires. The Battersea hauntings, very famous Battersea hauntings of the Hitchens family, most notably as well, 1954, they had a 15-year-old daughter called Shirley, and the haunting seemed to centre around her. One night, her bed caught on fire. On another night, an electric cooker just suddenly turned on and started a fire. And the more and more that you look on the internet, these ghost stories, and these real fires that have occurred, documented fires that have occurred, the amount of times that they seem to be blamed on spirits, poltergeists, possessions is quite startling.
Indeed. I mean, I have heard of spontaneous combustion. That's been something that I was told when I was a very young child, actually. My mother told me a story about that, about some guy that just instantly combusted. Whether or not that's related, I don't know. But the idea that fires and ghosts are linked, that's a new one for me, that I have to say.
Well, today's guest has a story that maybe might link a ghost and a fire, but not a fire starter, maybe the opposite. But I will let you introduce her, Auntie.
Okay, well, today's guest is Kate, and Kate had an event some years ago now that has stayed with her for a very long time, to the point where she decided to reach out and share her story. Today's guest has also provided some wonderful photography, including a blue orb, which I have to say is very impressive, emanating from the leather chair that her mother used to sit in. But that isn't the story. The story is about a fire, and again, we have images of that. But let's not dwell on this. Let's move forward and invite Kate to tell her story. Are you there, Kate? And how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm there. Hi.
Wonderful. Right, okay, so I'm going to go put myself on mute, and we're going to let you tell the story in your own words, and yeah, take it away.
Okay, so this happened quite a few years back when I was in my first flat as a student. Got home quite late one night from the pub, and I did what you're not supposed to do when you're a bit tipsy, which was put a candle on next to my bed to read by, and fell asleep with it on. In fact, the last thing I remember thinking was blow the candle out, and I didn't. So the next morning I woke up, I had someone coming over to the flat, a friend, and I just had my morning rush around trying to get ready to see my friend, and then came back into the bedroom and saw that this damage had been done that you can see on the photo. It's not a very good photo, but the carpet was all burned next to my bed. There was a fist-sized hole in the wooden paneling behind my bed. There was black sort of smoke stuff, or black from the smoke all the way up to the ceiling on the white walls. So there'd clearly been a fire. The first thing I thought was, my landlady's going to kill me. Yeah, obviously there was no smoke left or anything. There was just this fire damage that I'd clearly been sleeping next to. And my friend came a few minutes later, and I asked him what to do, and he said, we'll call the fire brigade, who happened to be in the neighborhood anyway. And they came, and they all traipsed through my room. They saw this cold fire damage. There was clearly no water, no sand, no foam or anything there. Like I said, just the burned carpet, the burned paneling, the black on the walls. And yeah, they said to me, well, how did you put the fire out? Because I explained to them what had happened. And I said, well, I didn't. And he said, well, you can tell us what happened. You can tell us how you put it out. And I said, no, I didn't put it out at all. I just woke up and it was like this. And they asked me a few more times because they didn't want to believe me. And finally left, checking that everything was okay, and called me a week later to say that they'd spoken to some other fire brigades as well and some other experts, and nobody had an explanation for how this fire could go out. They said that they'd seen so many training videos where exactly that sort of thing, that sort of scenario had led to the whole house burning down. He said, usually that sort of thing, within minutes, the whole room should have been on fire. Behind the wooden paneling, it was fairly drafty. There was a bit of crawl space there. So it's not, it wasn't a lack of oxygen or anything like that. I had my bedroom door open. Yeah, and you can see on the photo how very close it was to my bed. So had my blanket shifted a little bit, that would have been on fire immediately too. And this fireman just told me to consider that day, which is on the 29th of February, actually. That was my second birthday, he said, because they said it's a total fluke or miracle.
That's incredible. A lot of times when we hear stories from people, they are things that people have experienced on their own or with a close friend. But to have something that, you talk about the fire brigade, a professional organisation who obviously really, really know the stuff, to be there and confirming how odd this is, it's very, very interesting.
Yeah, they were really stumped.
Now, I've just sent the images to Cats on Skype, so if you check your Cats account, you'll see the two images there. And what's interesting is that you sent us a second image of what appears to be some kind of blue orb above this chair, this leather chair. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, yeah. So this happened a couple of weeks later. I was sitting up in bed, and my bedroom was tiny, and it was right at the end of my flat, so I could see the front door to the flat from where I was lying or from where I was sitting up in bed. And suddenly, it was quite late at night, suddenly I see this blue light on the door. So the door had a glass panel in it. That's where I saw the light. And it was just sort of dancing up and down. My first thought was that somebody was shining their mobile into my flat, trying to look in. The thing was, this house was really old. It was a really rubbishy, cheaply built building. So I could hear literally everything that went on behind that door. I could hear my neighbors opening and closing doors all night or whatever. And I didn't hear a thing. There was no one standing there. But it went on for a good 2 minutes as well. So I very, very slowly and quietly tried to get out of bed. And just as I reached the door handle, just as I went to open the door, the light went out. And I opened the door and there was nobody there. I was a bit freaked out by that because, yeah, it was a bit creepy. And it went on for a really long time. So it was a good, like I said, 2 minutes, which feels like a really long time then. And this photo that I sent you was actually in the new flat, probably 2 years later. I was just taking a few photos of the flat. And that armchair used to belong to my mum, who died quite a long time ago in 2001. And I saw this, well, I didn't see it, I saw it on the photo later, this blue orb that was exactly the same blue as I'd seen on my glass panel. So, yeah, that's what that is.
I have to say, I do feel that's important because the fire brigade told you that, in their opinion, they couldn't believe that the fire went out on its own without you actually putting it out. So I'm going to do some housekeeping questions firstly, right? So, so the first housekeeping question is, how much did you have to drink on that particular night?
Yeah, I wasn't super drunk. I was just, sort of pub quiz, took the bus home sort of tipsy. I wasn't really drunk at all.
Okay, and is it possible that the alcohol that you had was enough that you could have extinguished the fire in a drunken stupor and then fell back to sleep?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I could have been that drunk. I certainly wasn't blackout drunk. I was, sober enough to try and read a book. And even then, I don't think I've ever been that drunk. So... No. Yeah, I wasn't falling over or anything. Everything was dry, so there would have been water. It would have been wet at least, if I'd chucked a bottle of water at it or anything.
I never thought about that, actually.
Another question that I'm sure people listening would want to know, and I'm sure you've asked this yourself, but just to clarify, the parts that did get burnt, that were on fire, were they the same materials as the parts of the house that didn't catch fire? Was it the same type of wood, the same type of wallpaper, or was it all the same?
Well, yeah, there was a part of the carpet that got burned and the part of the wooden paneling, but it didn't burn the whole wooden paneling down, if that's what you're getting at.
The fire brigade, when they come, they were obviously convinced that someone had to have put this fire out because they obviously know how fire behaves and what to expect. That, to me, just is incredible. How surprised did they seem with their body language? Did they seem like almost as if they couldn't believe it?
Yeah, they seemed a little bit annoyed because they thought I was lying. He thought I was, afraid to tell the truth or something. Yeah, they didn't want to believe it at all. And they had a couple of people ask me.
And this orb that you said that you saw a couple of weeks later, that you sent us a picture of it, of the same similar orb that you caught a couple of years later. But do you think that there's some kind of guardian watching over you in some way? I mean, is this the only instance where something weird has happened, where you've had something saved, where you've been saved in some way?
I really, really do believe that, yeah. I mean, without getting into specifics or whatever, there have been a couple of situations where I've sort of thought, wow, that was really lucky, just in the car or whatever, or sort of dangerous situations that you can get yourself into in your 20s, where I've thought, wow, that was close. Yeah.
And have you ever seen the orb at any other time, other than those two instances?
No, not at all. And I've tried to read up on it online. I couldn't find anything really about it, because orbs tend to be sort of, see-through and clear when you look online. That's what orbs tend to be when they're talked about. I've never even seen anything like this.
And it's quite clear. It's definitely blue, isn't it? It's definitely a blue orb, and you can see that it's moving in an upward direction because you've got this streak that follows it. And this is what you said you saw 2 weeks after the fire, right?
Yeah, so like I said, I thought at first that it was a mobile phone or something, someone trying to look into my flat. So it looked a little bit different. It was, dancing up and down. I have no idea what else that could have been either. And I certainly wasn't asleep, because I got up and I could still see it. Yeah, I was wide awake.
Well, what fascinates me is that I actually thought I had a very broad experience of myself. I thought I'd had lots of experiences myself personally that would be able to explain anything. And what's transpiring here is that we're getting guests on that are telling us stories that just I hadn't even thought of. I hadn't even thought about having a guardian angel. We had a guest on yesterday that was talking about a glitch in the Matrix, and it's absolutely fascinating. I have to say, some of these stories that we're coming up with are absolutely fascinating. So I'm suddenly realizing that what I thought was the bigger picture, I'm actually just starting off on my journey in a very small picture, and I've got to go in and explore into a much bigger picture because this crazy amount of stuff that is just coming in, and people's stories, and even things like dogmen and things like this. I've never even heard of them before, and suddenly it's there's a lot of talk about dogmen and things like this, and yeah, it's just It's blowing my mind, I have to say. Is a lot of things are just blowing my mind, and if the fire brigade can't find an explanation for what actually happened on the day, I highly doubt that Katz will be able to from his chair.
No, I'm not looking forward to trying to come up with something for that.
I will add as well that this all happened in Germany, and it was German firemen who are not, superstitious or anything. They would not be happy with the explanation, so it's not something that they'd say immediately, certainly. They don't like the idea of supernatural or paranormal things or guardian angels. They're very rational people. Yeah.
Wow. I know that I'm going to have to go away and do some serious thinking. Right now, I am pretty clueless about what we're going to say here. Is there anything else that we should be aware of for the story? Anything else that we should take away and digest?
No, I think that's it, really. I think that's all there is to it, really.
So I'm just going to ask you one last question, which would be the fire that took place. Do you think it's possible that it was extinguished due to lack of oxygen in the room? Because you mentioned it was quite a small room. Was it possible that the lack of oxygen in there dampened the flames in some way and put it out?
No, not really, because firstly I slept with the door open, and secondly behind the wooden panelling was crawl space, and it was pretty drafty, so until it got repaired it was actually, I could really feel a draft coming through there. So it wasn't lack of oxygen, no.
I see. Okay. Well, it seems to me like you're a very, very lucky person to have got away without being involved in a major fire, for sure. That image that you've sent me just shows how clearly you were seconds away from everything going up, for sure. But guardian angel or not, there was definitely something in your room. A blue orb.
Yes. Definitely, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm very grateful.
Well, thank you very much, Kate, for coming on and telling us your story. We will go away and have a little think about it and have a chat about it. And yeah, your story is fantastic. We'll have it out hopefully within the next month or so.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Well, Kate, what a wonderful story. And we're going to take ourselves away and have a little chat between ourselves to see whether or not we can find some kind of answers. And with that, I'm going to ask Katz for his interpretations of what actually happened. So, Katz, take it away.
Well, first of all, let's just be really, really thankful that the only damage that was done was to the house, and that our guest was safe. I think that's really, really important that we focus on that, because, obviously house fires are no joke whatsoever. So, just thank God, if you believe in one, that the guest was safe. And let's move on to what I think about the story then. So there are two aspects to this. There is the fire, which undoubtedly happened and undoubtedly went out. And then you've got the orb. I'll start with the orb first, because I have experience in making videos. In the past, I've had YouTube channels. I've made educational videos for schools I've worked for. And very, very often when I watch my videos back, there are orb-like things in the video. And they tend to only happen in one room in the house where I make the videos. And that room in the house tends to be, if I'm going to be honest, the room in the house that we dust the least. I've seen plenty of pictures of strange images on photography that looks almost unidentifiable, but really, they've just turned out to be a bit of the camera strap over the lens that's been reflecting some light back, or a fly that's been moving very fast, right in front of the lens as the picture was taken. So an orb itself, I know that it was positioned above the chair, and if you want to see the photograph, please do check out our Patreon. It will be on the Patreon page. You'll be able to see this for yourself. So the orb itself was in a position where it looked like it was on the chair, which it looks like a stunning photograph. But to me, orbs are just too easily recreated by everyday events for me to want to attribute anything paranormal to that. However, we come to the fire, and that's a lot more interesting. You see, I'm not a fire expert, I'm not a fireman, but she's had these experts in her house looking at the cause and the cause of the fire and how the fire might have been put out. And they were scratching their heads. By all accounts, they had no idea what put this fire out. Now, I'm interested in the fact that the wood that set on fire seemed to have some kind of chamber behind it, where maybe hot air could rise and pull a through draft through the wood. Could that possibly, that draft have been strong enough to put the fire out? I don't know. And if the fire brigade have been in there and had looked themselves and they don't know, then it would be just ridiculous of me to pretend that I can explain how that fire got put out. But what I will say is there's not enough evidence for me there that the putting out of the fire was paranormal, just maybe some very, very complex mechanism involving airflow or something to do with the flammability of the materials. And that's all I've really got. But for me, what a great story. I'm glad she's safe. Just not quite enough evidence of paranormal.
And as for me, I'm just going to echo what Kat said there about how lucky and thankful we are that nobody got injured during that event. So I'm going to offer up my perspective on what I actually saw in the images and take away from the story, and that is that the orb to me is interesting because it isn't the first time that Kate actually saw this. So Kate saw a very similar orb, same colour, in the room where this fire took hold. So the fact that she was able to then see it again on a camera still over her mother's chair sometimes later, it adds a little bit of paranormal to that, for me at least anyway. I'm very happy to know that the idea that the orb could have been a guardian angel, it could have been a mother that was protecting her whilst she was sleeping. Now we know that Kate had a little bit to drink, but it wasn't to the point where she was drunk enough to fall asleep and be comatose. That only happens in Blackpool where I live. So anyway, we only get 2 drunk here in Blackpool, but obviously Kate was more reasonable with her alcohol intake and to the point where she was able to read a book. So to me, that says that she didn't put it out in a drunken stupor. The fire brigade weren't able to explain a way that this fire could have been put out. The images show that the fire should have ripped through that place and burnt the place down. And the fact that there was a draft coming up through the back of the wall would suggest that there would have been plenty of oxygen in the room. That's one other thing that I did considered the fact that was the room just that small that there was very little oxygen in there and it burned itself out very quickly. Well, having built lots of bonfires as a kid, I can tell you that the best way to get a bonfire going is to give it oxygen. So having that airflow should have, at least, exasperated that fire. So for me, obviously I'm going to turn around and say, well, I think, or I can at least like to think, that it was a guardian angel protecting Kate, and that guardian angel was a mother, and it was the guardian angel that helped put that fire out and protect Kate to continue her life and become the amazing woman that she actually is right now. So thank you very much, Kate, for the story. Thank you very much, Katz, for your input too. And I guess that's going to do for today, Katz. What do you say?
Absolutely. It's been a great story, and I just can't wait for the next one.
Until the next one, we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You've joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Katz and Ranty. I'm Katz. You there, Ranty?
I am Katz, and how are you doing today?
I'm doing really, really well today. I'm looking forward for another story. Just tell me, Ranty, is this story going to be one that maybe scares me? Is it going to be one that maybe gives me a problem to solve? Is it going to be alien-based? Give us a clue.
Well, today's should give you a problem to solve, but I would also go along and say that it's actually a very terrifying story too. So if you're a little bit scared right now, maybe come back another time and listen to the rest of this, because this one is definitely up there with the scare factor.
Well, let me see if I can give you a little story of my own before we start. One that is a true story, and see what you make of it. We'll see if there is a tenuous link to today's story. Are you ready?
Okay.
Now, we all know that the film The Exorcist caused a massive stir when it came out, and it frightened people in theatres. People couldn't sleep. The number of reported ghost sightings and exorcisms shot through the roof. It had a real massive effect on society. And one place where this effect was severely felt was in West Yorkshire, England. not too far from me at all. I think I can be there in about 20 minutes. And in 1974, there was a certain Mr. Taylor. He was a 31-year-old man, father of 5. Now, Mr. Taylor was a very cheery fellow. He wasn't always cheery. He was prone to small bouts of depression, but generally was a really nice guy, really nice family guy. But he wasn't religious. He had no spiritual side to him whatsoever. However, the rest of his family did, and the Taylor household, they joined a local Christian organization, a church organization called Christian Fellowship Group. Now, Michael started to begin attending the church services. Although he wasn't religious, there was an extremely attractive 21-year-old Mrs. Robinson, or Miss Robinson, who happened to be the preacher. Now, whether that had anything to do with it or not, I have no idea. But it does appear that Miss Robinson and Mr. Taylor started spending a lot of time in each other's company talking about church issues. Now, as this went on, Mr. Robinson's personality, would you believe it or not, changed. He became secretive towards his wife and family. He quite often would forget where he'd been for long periods of time. What's he sounding like at the minute, Ranty?
Well, I know what it's sounding like, but you carry on.
Well, and this all came to a head when he was in utter confusion one day when he happened to be found naked with Miss Robinson. But obviously, he wasn't sure what had happened, and he started to blame his strange behaviour on an evil presence within himself. Now, a local Anglican vicar was called in to perform an exorcism on Mr. Taylor, and this exorcism lasted all night on a chilly October night, 1974. Now, the vicar claimed that he and other ministers apparently drove out over 40 demons from Mr. Taylor. These demons gave the name bestiality, incest, lewdness, blasphemy. However, the clergyman did say that they gave up on the exorcism with 3 demons still left that they couldn't quite get rid of. They were going to come back another time. And those demons were called murder, violence, and insanity. And they were still in Mr. Taylor. So with a return exorcism planned to get rid of those people, they went home. But a few hours later, Mr. Taylor was found covered in blood. Now, he claimed the blood belonged to Satan himself. But the shocking tragedy is that blood actually belonged to his wife, Christine, whose body was later found in the family home. And Mr. Taylor was found not guilty by reasons of insanity. What do you think of that?
Well, what? I don't know. Actually, I'm
Not a great deal to say, is there?
I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean, by all accounts, if you say it the way you've said it, it sounds to me as if this guy just had the perfect excuse to commit something like that. And I don't know. I mean, it's just...
It sounds horrific, doesn't it?
It's horrific. Yes, it is absolutely horrific. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely horrific. I mean, the idea that his poor wife went through that, the fact that he was in some way having some kind of affair with a different lady, and then on the night that he got quote unquote exorcised, he had these demons still in him that, well, if you believe that, allowed him to then just have free reign to go ahead and murder his wife and get away with it in court. It's astonishing, actually.
It really is. It's a shocking story, and I did check on Google the news. This was a real life event that happened. Now, whether I'm certainly not saying that demons were responsible for that at all, but the murder and the exorcism and the characters involved, although the names might be changed, this is a story that happened. So it did get me thinking about people and being possessed or oppressed by demons, or having things that follow you through your life, supernatural entities. Could today's story perhaps be linked in any way to somebody being followed by a supernatural entity?
Well, funnily enough, today's story is going to be something similar. Not quite as dreaded as that, but definitely similar. And today's guest is called Kai, and Kai is going to tell us a story about a man in a hat, or a hat man, whichever way you choose to call it. And she's going to tell us a story from the start. So without further ado, I'm going to say, Kai, are you there?
All right, thank you. So I was raised in Puerto Rico, and my grandma had some past stuff with, I guess, sensory or stuff like that. I don't know if that's the reason why I get to see all these things. But the first time that I ever experienced any sort of paranormal or unexplained phenomena was around this time. I want to say about 7 or 8, and I was playing hide and seek with my friends in my backyard. And we had this little like laundry shed in the back, and it was just a little wood shed. And, you know, it didn't have light or anything because it would just be like, you would open a window and you could see just with the sun and stuff like that. So the shed had like multiple stuff in it, but you could, like, as a kid, you could hide anywhere in it. And I want to say it was like 3 or 4 of us, and we were just going around hiding. And I decided to hide in the shed, and the windows were closed, so it was relatively dark, but not really. And as I'm hiding, I see someone like in the shed with me. And honestly, I don't know why. I thought it was my mom. And I just look, and it's not my mom. It's like 6 feet tall. And it's just this black shadow in the corner. And I started feeling very, very uneasy. You know, as a child, you see a shadow figure, you're scared. And I stared at it for like, I want to say 10 seconds, and I bounced. And I told my friends, like, there's somebody in the shed. And they just come in, and we're all seeing stuff. We don't see like the actual figure. So that was like the first time I got dismissed when I told my mom. And that was the first thing that I remember seeing. Afterwards, just growing up, I started seeing more and more stuff. Again with my friends, but this time I was proven to not be seeing this stuff by myself. I was out literally in the street with my friends. We're playing, and out of nowhere, all of us turn, and we see someone standing in the middle of the road. And you probably, like, you know, have heard of the Hat Man, or, you know, the shadow figure with the hat, or all that stuff. So this shadow figure that we saw in the middle of the road, all of us described it as the same thing. Tall, black, and had like some sort of like trench coat, and it was wearing a hat. So whenever, you know, I realized that all of my friends saw the same thing, and we saw it for like a split second or two. Literally, it was just immediately gone as we saw it. So I was like, oh my God, okay, I'm not seeing this stuff by myself, so I'm not crazy. My friends kind of just like pretended like, oh, well, we did see that, but I guess that was just a fiction over my imagination or something. So that was really hard whenever I told my mother again. And my friends were basically like, I mean, yeah, we did see it, but I don't know, maybe we're kids, you know, type of stuff. And fast forward to, I want to say 2-3 years later, that's when it really starts getting bad. I was already like in my teen years, maybe like I was like 12 or 13 maybe. I was in the living room watching TV, and the living room is relatively dark because everything's like sort of turned off, but the TV is on. So, you know, you have the TV light, and I don't know how to explain it. So the TV is like in front of me, the sofa is in front of the TV, and next to the TV there's a hallway to the left side. And I'm sitting there with my brother and my mom, and all of us see a person coming down the hall and turning into the kitchen. At the moment, it was just my brother and my mom and me living in the house. So we all just kind of looked at each other. And we're like, the hell was that? And my brother immediately freaks out. I'm already seeing stuff. So I literally, the first thing I yell is, aha, you guys saw it. I know you guys saw it. And my mom stands up, turns the lights on, starts walking around. She can't see anything. But all of us actually experienced this shadow figure walking around. After that sighting, it, for some reason, I guess the shadow people or whatever I was seeing stuck to me, and I would be the only one that would experience all this stuff. So in my room, I would be sleeping and I would hear knocking on my window. So I would wake up in the middle of the night and just look out the window. I wouldn't see anything. I'm like, who the hell is knocking on my window at 3 a.m.? Like, what the hell? And I would go ahead to my mom and I'm like, hey, there's someone knocking on my window. Check the patio. Maybe there's someone behind or something. And they would go outside. They would check. Nobody was there. And that's whenever she started taking me to a therapist, because she literally thought that I was insane. Therapists honestly dismissed it as some sort of paranoia. And I kept experiencing that stuff. So my bed started shaking, like in the middle of the night. It would just start shaking, and I would wake up because my bed was shaking. It is not uncommon in Puerto Rico to have earthquakes, but it was every night, and I would check my phone. I even downloaded an app that would track earthquakes, no matter how small they were. It would track earthquakes and would give me a little notification as soon as it happened. And every time my bed would shake, I would check my phone and nothing. And I started not telling my mom about it because she was just gonna dismiss me anyways. So the bed would shake, and for the first times, I would just freak out, sit up, and look around. Nothing. So I was like, okay, whatever. But it was every night, and it was shaking violently. It would wake me up, and I'm a heavy sleeper. So when my bed was shaking one night, I sat up, and there was a figure at the end of my bed. And this has been one of the worst things that I've ever experienced, guys, because it really took the breath out of me. I don't know what it was. It was, again, about 6, actually, I want to say 7 feet tall. It was huge. It was pitch black, and it was standing hunched over at the end of my bed. I froze because I did have the light of the window coming in from outside. So, my room wasn't completely pitch black, but I could still see this figure. And the bed would not stop shaking. And normally I would it would shake. I would wake up and and the bed would stop shaking. This time, as I'm basically, I guess, making eye contact with this figure, the bed's still shaking. So my instinct is to grab the wall to see if the wall is shaking as well, because maybe this time it is an earthquake. The wall wasn't shaking. It was just the bed. But the entire time I'm looking at the figure in front of me. Only thing I could fathom was just straight up to scream. So I'm screaming for my mom, my brother, whoever wants to come into my room to literally bust in the room. And the figure's still there. Immediately as my brother, he's my little brother, he's 2 years younger than me, he busts open the door and he sees the figure. We stare at the figure for a good 5 to 10 seconds. It was a long stare. And my brother is literally just staring at it, eyes about to fall off his face, and he just starts screaming as well. And my mom comes in and she's like, what's going on? And the figure was gone. And the bed stopped shaking. I slept that night with my brother. And by sleep, I mean, I spent a week without sleeping in my brother's room. I would not go into my room because I was so scared of that. And I remember every day I would talk to my brother and I'm like, what did you see? And he's like, I saw this huge ass figure at the end of your bed. And I'm like, okay, but what did it look like? And he's like, it just looked like something that's not human. And I'm like, okay, because that's what I saw. And I even started to draw these things. And my mom would just basically dismiss both of us. She's like, there's nothing, you guys are just crazy, like, stop, go back to sleep, you're just kids, blah blah blah. And oh my god, it was hell. And I just started having sleeping problems because of that. I would not sleep in my room. I tried to change rooms with my brother, but he had seen the same thing, so he was scared. So yeah, imagine me 13, 14, maybe 15 years old, sleeping with my baby brother because I was scared. So anyways, all that stuff is happening. I can't remember if there was anything after that. Probably was, but I guess that was the most dramatic one. Fast forward to a couple of years later, I move over here to the United States. I moved to Texas. And I'm living by myself for the first time. And I'm living alone in an apartment. And I'm reading one day, literally just sitting on the couch, fireplace going, you know, very American of me. And I see, like, as I'm reading my book, this shadow person or shadowy figure standing by the doorway. And I look up from my book, stare at it for, like, I guess 5 seconds. Gone. So I was like, okay, cool, whatever. In that apartment, I would start seeing those type of things every day. And it would just be shadow figures. And I was like, okay, whatever, sure. Like, this is not new to me. I'm just looking at shadow figures. One of those figures would watch me sleep. It would stand over me, and I would just wake up and it was there. It was not like sleep paralysis because I could move. I could, you know, talk or whatever. I was fully awake when I would wake up. So people usually often would dismiss it as sleep paralysis. No, it wasn't. Like, I was awake. I moved. I talked. Or I screamed. But that kept going on, like, a lot. And I would just wake up every night around the same time, around 2, 3 a.m., shadow figure all over me. So this is about the time that I started looking for cleanses. And I was like, okay, grandma, guide me or something. I'm about to do some witchy stuff. And I started cleansing my apartment with sage, like white sage and stuff, and white candles and blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, let's see if this works. I think that just made whatever it was angry, because that's whenever I started hearing them. Doors started opening randomly. Doors started shutting randomly. I would wake up randomly to just noises, and it would just be like my cabinets opening and shutting. What else? I've had stuff like hidden or lost. And I would hear random, like, footsteps. I would hear, like, people calling me. Even though I lived by myself, I would hear someone calling me. And sometimes it would just sound like the voice of my mother or the voice of my best friend. So it was always a voice that, like, I recognized. But it was weird because both of those people were back in Puerto Rico. There's no way that over here in Texas they're calling me. And literally I would just hear that. And that was freaking me out because, you know, I'm just hearing my name being called out of nowhere. And I guess there's 2 other stories-ish that are like the most recent ones. So I just told y'all about, like, how this figure would stand over me as I slept. This was about, we're in January right now. That was like about April of last year. I was sleeping and I woke up, same shadow figure standing over me. I would scream, and, you know, after a few seconds it'd be gone. At this point, I'm living with my fiance. So my fiance would literally wake up every night because I'm screaming. He would try to comfort me. He would never see these things. So he would, again, dismiss me as crazy. One of these figures stood over me, and it wasn't just a shadow figure. This time I could actually see a person. I could see skin. I could see eyes. I could see mouth. And that was freaky because that was like the first time that I was actually seeing like a whole person, not just a figure. And every night it would get closer. And I just started not being able to sleep because I knew that if I woke up in the middle of the night, he was going to be closer to me. And I didn't want that. But, you know, I would eventually fall asleep because I was tired, whatever. And this one night I fell asleep and he was completely on top of me, like face to face. I could see his eyes. I could see his smile because he had a really, really like creepy smile. And he had dirt all over him, which was weird. I didn't know why he had dirt all over him. But I could feel his pressure on me. I could feel him on me. And people were like, my husband was like, oh, that's sleep paralysis. And I'm like, did I not scream? Did I not move? Yes, I did. I literally pushed it off of me and I felt it. Like literally the same way that I push him off of me, I felt that weight. It was a person on top of me. And he's like, there's no way that a person is coming into our apartment in the middle of the night and just laying on top of you, Kai. Like, there's just no way that that's happening. And I became obsessed. I was like, you need to check the locks. You need to check the fucking windows. Like, there's someone coming in here. I did a cleanse and I did not sleep for, I want to say, a good 4 or 5 days because I didn't want to see him. And he would just randomly show up, but I guess with the cleanse, he kind of stayed away. I don't know. Literally a week ago, this happened a week ago. I was showering and my husband was like coming out of the shower, and we have our bathroom in front of our bedroom. So there's like a very small hallway in between those doors. But from the bathroom, there's a mirror that you can see into the room. And I'm talking in the shower, talking to my husband, blah, blah, blah. And he freezes staring at the mirror and he just goes, huh? And I'm like, huh? What do you mean, huh? And he's like, come here. And I'm like, okay. And I step outside and look, and he's like, look in the mirror. And I look, and there is a figure standing in our doorway from our bedroom. And we both just stare at it for like a good 3 to 4 seconds. And it was gone. And I just turned to my husband and I'm like, you saw that? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, you actually saw that? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, oh my God. You just saw a figure. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I was like, you believe me now? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, oh my God, you believe me? So I get excited. I get really, really excited. And I don't know why I did this. I think I was just excited because my husband was seeing it for the first time. And I just literally walk towards where it was. And I start talking to it. And I just go, hey, thank you for proving to my husband that I am not crazy. Now, can you please come back and make another appearance to where, you know, I don't know, just further prove to him that you're real type of thing. And my husband was just like behind me. And honestly, he looked spooked. And that's very hard because my husband, it does not scare easily. So he looked spooked, and I don't know, I guess I just invited whatever it was to stay with us when I did that. But yeah, whatever. I just went into bed and I kept talking to my husband and I'm like, so what did you see? And he's like, the same thing as you did. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but explain it to me. So he does. And he's like, yeah, shadow figure, blah, blah, blah. But then he mentions a hat. And I was like, wait, I didn't see a hat. And he's like, you didn't see the little like hat on top of it? And I'm like, I guess not. I don't know, maybe. I mean, I'm so used to seeing these things that honestly, I guess I missed it. And he's like, yeah, no, it was like about 6 feet tall or taller. And I'm like, yes, dark, yes. It was wearing like a trench coat type of thing. And I'm like, yes, I saw that. And he's like, did you see the eyes? And I'm like, yeah, they were like red or something like that. And he's like, yeah, they were like glowing. And I'm like, yeah, but I didn't see a hat. And he's like, I swear there was a hat. And I was like, okay, well, I've read enough about the freaking Hat Man. And, you know, apparently the Hat Man is a bad entity or whatever. And he usually shows up when something bad is going to happen. We literally about a week ago, we were going through some stressful stuff. And, you know, I want to say that the reason that we both saw that was because of the stress that we were going through. So immediately when I tell that to my husband, he's like, oh, then we just had some shared hallucination. And I'm like, how are we going to have a shared hallucination, dude? Like, we're not doing psychedelics right now. Like, this was raw. There's no way that we can share a hallucination. And he literally started to be like Kat. He was just like, nah, that's not real. I don't know what I saw. I didn't see anything. I'm like, bro, don't do this to me. So literally right after that happened, he turned off emotionally. That entire week, he was not there. It was just like he was just not a person, I guess. Which, I don't know, it was weird, but when I would ask him if he was okay, he's just, I guess I'm just too stressed, I don't know. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure, that happens. One of the nights, he goes to sleep, whatever, and I'm sleeping, but I'm still like sort of awake. And this man starts seizing in his sleep, like a full-on seizure, like eyes rolled up to the back of his head, and he's having a seizure. I had never seen him like that, so I freak out. And I just turn him to his side, and I'm like, oh my God, he's having a seizure. So I just turn him to his side, and I stay there waiting for the seizure to be gone. It takes him like a little bit to come to. And whenever he starts seizing and I just see him normal again, I shake him. And I'm like, hey, are you okay? And he wakes up and he's like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, why? And I'm like, what just happened? And he's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, you were seizing or you were shaking. And he's like, oh, that's weird. And I'm like, oh, that's weird? Okay. And he's like, I was having this dream. And I'm like, you were having a dream? And he's like, yes. In the dream, I was seeing that figure that we saw. And I'm like, oh, yeah? And he's like, yeah. And in the dream, it was like getting really close to me. And I was actually like really scared. And I don't know, like one thing led to another. And you're talking to some like lady to do like an exorcism or a cleanse in the apartment or something like that. And once the cleanse starts, that's when I woke up. But in reality, he didn't wake up. He just started seizing. And I was like, oh my God, that is so weird. And like, what a coincidence that whenever that's happening in the dream, that's when he starts seizing. And he's like, you're looking too much into it or whatever. And I was like, okay, sure. So literally this happened a week ago. And ever since that day, I just find like small stuff moved around. Like the other day I had literally, I have this like little like altar or whatever, and nobody touches that. Literally, my husband knows not to touch that. And one of my like flowers, it's like petals or whatever, it's in a little jar or whatever that is open. And I couldn't find the jar. I'm like, what the fuck? Who touched my jar? And I told him, you touched my jar? And he was like, no. And I'm like, well, I guess maybe one of the cats did. But I couldn't find it on the floor or anything. I was like, what the hell? That's weird. I couldn't find the jar literally anywhere I looked. So I was like, well, I guess I threw it out or something. And literally about 2 hours later, randomly just cleaning, I see the freaking thing right there in the same spot. I'm like, that wasn't there. Like, where did it go, and why is it back in the same spot? Doors randomly open, same thing as always. I hear footsteps, I hear stuff moving. And I guess, the cabinets, sometimes I just hear it in the random of the night, just bang, 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 bang. And I think that's it. Pretty sure.
Wow.
Wow.
I was holding my
Lot
breath
to
for most of
digest.
that. I was taking deep breaths and going, what's she going to come up with next? And then it just seemed to get darker and darker. Wow.
Yeah, I tried to put it like as chronologically as I could. I might be missing some stuff, but like, yeah, that's all of it.
Well, I think we have to just address a couple of questions, a couple of housekeeping questions first. I guess the first one is going to be, you mentioned that your mum wanted to take you to get some kind of treatment done. Do you want to elaborate on what kind of treatment you went for, or what they thought it may have been at that time?
So I did go to like a therapist, psychologist, whatever, and just to address, because she thought I just had some sort of schizophrenia going on, and now I was having hallucinations. And doctor straight up just said, honestly, just sounds like you're paranoid. I don't think that's hallucinations, and doesn't chalk up to hallucinations, especially whenever it's shared with other people. So they didn't diagnose me with anything, and I still to this day go to therapists, and I've never been diagnosed with hallucinations or anything like that.
Okay, and your grandma, you mentioned your grandma in the story. Do you want to tell us a little bit about her?
Yeah, sure. So my grandma she was like what they call a santera or santeria. She was just, I don't know, I saw her always like, doing the whole killing a chicken type of thing, using the blood to do random stuff. She would there was always like some sort of smoke in the house because she was always like cleansing stuff. She was the type of person who would grab some like random plants and just smack someone or some, that type of stuff. She would always dress in like white. She always had candles. I don't know. It's just like the typical Santeria type of thing. That's what she would do. And then,
well, can I ask,
I don't know.
What is a Santeria? Is that like a witch doctor or something?
No, Santeria would be just some sort of, I guess, voodoo, if you want to put it into words. It's very common in the Caribbean or Louisiana type of stuff. Like it's basically voodoo.
Okay, did you say voodoo or voodoo? Sorry.
Yeah, it's voodoo, like VOODOO.
Oh, voodoo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you were young and your bed was shaking, did anybody else in the house feel anything shaking? Did it happen to anyone, or was it literally just you and your bed?
It was always me in my bed. I would always ask my mom and my brother, like, "Hey, did you guys feel that?" And they'd be like, "Nope."
Wow. And they couldn't hear the bed shake. So how violently would we say it was shaking? Was it just a noticeable movement, or was it the legs coming off the floor? What was it like?
No, it was like more like noticeable movement. I don't think it ever made a noise. Maybe it did, but the bed that I had was like a platform bed. Like it didn't have an under part to the bed.
Right.
So it was just like a platform. It was like a wood platform on the bottom, and then the mattress was on top.
Got you.
Yeah.
Is your mum a psychic in any way, shape, or form, or would you say that it passed her schizophrenia kind of thing?
My mom has seen stuff. She just kind of, she's the type of person, if I don't believe it, it's not real type of thing. But she has told me stories of stuff that she has seen before, and I always tell her, like, okay, so you know that I'm not crazy. And she's like, yeah, but if I think about it, then it just makes it more real. So yeah, so she can see stuff as well, she just denies it.
And are you like the firstborn of your mum?
Yes, it was grandma, my mom, and me. Yeah.
And when you speak about this kind of stuff to your brother now, what's his memories of the figure he saw?
Actually, I spoke to him the other day whenever my husband and I saw that shadowy figure, and he just started recalling everything that we saw as kids. And like, because he lives like literally in apartments like right next to me, so I can just walk over there. And I walked over the morning after we saw that Hat Man thing, and I told him, and he's like, oh my god, you remember that one day we saw that shadow figure at the end of your bed? And I'm like, yes. He's like, dude, that was crazy. And I was just like, yes. And then we started talking about everything else, and he still remembers everything. So yeah.
Well, I've never really heard of the words or the story of a hat man, so to speak. But is that some kind of story that you're aware of? Is that a normal story? A hat man, is that normal?
I've
guess,
heard that a lot.
Yeah, in that forum that like you guys posted, that's wherever I found out of the Hat Man. So that's what I call him now. But back then, I just knew that there was a shadow figure that had a hat that I always see, and apparently it's very normal in people. A lot of people look at him, like have seen him, and they refer to him as the Hat Man.
Yeah, it's definitely the name I've heard a lot. I have heard a lot of accounts of him having red eyes, but not always. Did you see red eyes?
Yes.
Yeah. Apologies if you said that and I missed it.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard that. He said they were red eyes. You thought they were red eyes too. This is this is quite a scary story, I have to say. I mean, the fact that when he was in the shower, that incident at the shower happened, and then the seizing happened in the bed. And it's interesting that you say his emotions have switched off since this event, and that could be in some way his body coming to terms with what he actually saw. A lot of people, don't forget, they're not built like they can just go out and see a poltergeist or a shadow man and just the next day forget about it, like it's not going to cause a problem. A lot of people will see that and it'll have a deep, profound effect on them for the next few months, and you might find that whatever's going on with your husband or your fiance, whichever it is likely to dwell on for quite some time, I would think.
Yeah, definitely. I think it definitely took a toll on him. He just, I guess, he's the type of person who doesn't like to admit that something took a toll on him. So yeah, but I'm pretty sure it did, because to the point where he was having nightmares about it, and he literally just shut off emotionally. It was very weird.
Okay, well, I have another housekeeping question, which is basically going to be, you mentioned that whenever you see or you've seen these things and they've had a profound effect on you personally, like a really scary event, your response to that is to not have any sleep for several days. Now, if here in the UK, I know that one of my ex's brothers had a problem. When he didn't sleep for several days, he started to see more things and feel more things and, kind of definitely get paranoid. Do you think that this reaction that you do, this lack of sleep, in some way creates things that maybe aren't there, that you see things that aren't really there? Do you think that's, if you were being logical about it, and Katz may bring this up, do you think that could be an explanation for what you've seen?
That, I guess that would explain after I see the stuff. But usually whenever I do see the stuff, I'm sleeping pretty well. After, if I don't sleep for a couple of days, I guess I do get a little bit irrational, but I don't know, maybe during those days that I'm not sleeping, I don't know if I saw stuff. I'm pretty sure that I did afterwards, but it's always after I'm sleeping. Like, it's like they like to wake me up because they like the way I scream. Like, it literally just sounds like that.
I was going to say, just does a scream now so we can get an idea of what it sounds like. Right. Is there anything else you'd like to add to this, or anything else you'd like to ask Kat?
I don't know. I guess I want to ask Kat like what I would ask my husband, which would be just like, would you think that I'm just like some crazy person that just has weird hallucinations, or do you actually believe that there's something going on?
Oh, you see, that is a heck of a question. You put me on the spot. No, I certainly don't think anybody who comes up with stories like that is crazy. I mean, I was saying to Auntie before, and I think we were talking about people who have experienced astral projection or claim they've experienced astral projection. I think these events, or the perception of these events, is very, very, very real. And if somebody says to me they've seen a shadow man, or someone says to me they think they've been astral projecting, I'm certainly not going to say, oh, I think you're crazy, because it's far too common for people to see this. There is a cause to it, and I might disagree on what that cause is, but I certainly wouldn't call anyone crazy for saying they've seen it, because people, undoubtedly thousands of people do have these experiences, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing with Katz is he really, 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 I was going to say gets off on, but that would be the wrong way of saying it. He really has a passion when people start saying that other people saw the same thing at the same time. So if it's a shared experience and you both see the same thing, that's the thing that makes his ears prick up. And because for a lot of people, if it's an individual thing that's happened, then yes, you can probably find a scientific reason. But 2-3 people all seeing the same thing, 4 people saying the same thing, then that's a lot harder to dismiss scientifically, I think. So you've got a couple of instances there where you say that, well, more than 2 actually. Your friends saw that hat man in the street, and then your brother saw the man at the end of the bed, and then your husband saw a hat man in the doorway. So if I'm going to say anything, I think something's perhaps following you. That's what I would say. Or attached to you,
I've been told that before by some sort of like psychic or medium before, because I have gone to psychics and mediums, and the first time that I ever went, the lady said, no, don't come into my house. I'm going to cleanse you outside because I can see your attachments. And I was like, okay. And she literally cleansed me in the middle of the street so I could come into her house. And other like mediums or psychics have told me like, there's something following you. And then they ask me the common questions, which is like, does your back hurt? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, because you're carrying them. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure.
Well, I don't think there's any questions I want to ask you, anything else, but I would give you some advice, and my advice would be to just search out some ways, unless you actually like this entity following you around. I would definitely look around at trying to find some way to rid yourself of it.
Yeah, I've tried. Like I said, I've done cleanses. I've literally just reached out to people who do exorcisms, people who are witchy, and just find of any way to get rid of them. And I guess I do get rid of them for like a while, but then I feel like they show up the more negative energy that is around me. So
would you be able to tell us what kind of quote-unquote exorcisms you've actually been through, and from what religious background they've actually done these things on you, so that we can get an idea of whether or not these are going to work if somebody else has a hat man?
No, so I wouldn't say, I guess, exorcisms. It would just be like some sort of cleanse. So I've done the sage cleanse, and then I found that sage just tends to piss whatever it is off, and it just becomes more aggressive. So sage is a no-no. Don't do sage. There's like a white candle and like salt rituals that you put like on the window, and then you kind of open the window as you're before you put the salt, you open the window, you basically tell them to F off, and then you put the salt so they can come back in. I don't know if those actually worked. What other ones have I done? There's one with it's like sulfur candles that you put in a circle. You put yourself inside a circle of sulfur candles, and you basically from the inside chant like, oh, I get away from me, like I don't want you, you're not invited here with this circle, I'm protected type of thing. I don't think either of them work, and maybe the fact that I don't think that they work makes them not work. So I don't know. That I've done multiple stuff. I've had people do cleanses for me, Like I've had people just come over to my apartment and just do their witchy thing, and it doesn't work either. So yeah.
Okay, well, if anybody gets in touch with us off the back of this podcast and has an idea of what could help you, I will definitely email you and give you their advice, pass it on at least, and see whether or not it's something you would entertain doing. So I can feel for you, because I've definitely experienced some things myself. Cats hasn't experienced that many things, but I could definitely feel when you were saying these things, I could feel the passion in your voice when you was recounting some of the stories. So yeah, very passionate.
Thanks.
But it was a great story, though. Really, that'll make a brilliant podcast. It was a great story.
Well, I hope you guys, like it.
No, we've been really lucky. The guests we've had have been fantastic. The stories have been brilliant. But this is, for me, one of my favourites, I would say.
Yay! Well, I mean, I'm glad that I gave you some podcast content, and I'm happy that you guys let me share my story with y'all. Definitely, I'll keep in touch with y'all if I ever have any other stuff happen to me, which probably will happen. I'll just email y'all like, hey, I have a new story if you guys want to hear it.
Wonderful. We look forward to it.
Yeah,
we look
definitely.
forward to it.
Yeah.
Right, well, thanks very much for coming on, and yeah, we'll put the podcast together and we'll pass it on to you so you can come back and listen to what we have to say, and we'll speak to you again.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, well, I just want to thank Kai for an absolutely fantastic story then. I really enjoyed that, I have to say, and it's going to be really interesting to see what Katz is going to make of this. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Katz. What do you think of that, Katz?
Well, in all honesty, I am a little bit stumped. We could take things in isolation and we could say, well, why, for example, might a bed shake? And there are lots of natural reasons a house might shake, even if you're in an area that's not prone to tremors. For example, movement of underground water can cause a house to shake. Even strong winds, can cause houses to shake. Nearby explosions at a quarry, or, there's lots of reasons that could cause that to happen. Why a bed only will shake and the house will not is something I cannot explain. Are we really clear in our memory that it was just the bed? Very, very difficult for me to explain that away. Again, we could look at seeing figures, seeing hallucinations out the corner of your eye, and we can look at how the eye works and why our peripheral vision is prone to the pareidolia of making out images that when we focus on it with the fovea, where our cones are more concentrated in our eye, where these images kind of disappear. There are lots of reasons that we might feel that we're seeing, for example, the Hat Man or whatever. But again, that doesn't necessarily explain why several people are seeing the same thing at the same time. I have looked at the causes of mass hallucinations, and the causes of mass hallucinations tend to be shared drugs or poisons or some kind of shared hypnotic event, which obviously there's no evidence of here. So it's very difficult for me to come up with a reason why so many people have seen the same thing, So even though I've got sort of semi ideas about how each fraction of this story is possible, to piece the whole thing together, it's very, very difficult for me. The only thing that I will say is that the shared experience between Kai and her brother when they were much, much younger is susceptible to the malleability of memory that we've talked about on here before, that the more you remember an event, the more you talk about an event, the more you ask each other questions about an event that's happened in the past, the more your memory changes and you allocate significance to things that might not have happened. Dr. Elizabeth Loftus, who again I have mentioned before, successfully managed to plant real memories. She deliberately planted real memories of demonic possession and witnessing an exorcism into adult subjects. They genuinely believed, after the experiment that they had with her, through the way that she was questioning them and manipulating their memory, that they'd been witness to some kind of demonic event. And this is having a massive effect at the minute on the credibility of eyewitnesses in the court of law. If an eyewitness has been questioned over and over and over again, asked to recall lots and lots and lots of detail, even though they fully believe that the memories they have formed in their head were what happened, that actually might not be what happened. So I can't explain it away. I have inklings of what might be the cause for little parts of it, but I'm not going to give a reason that I think can tie that all together. No, I'm going to duck out of this one.
Well, I'm glad that you've backed out of that there, Katz, because to me this is very clear, or at least appears to be a very clear example of some kind of entity tagging along with Kai. And maybe that can stem back from her roots as from a grandma, basically, when her grandma was practicing voodoo. So who's to say that whatever was invited into their family basically tagged itself along to the child, and in that case that would be herself, and obviously her brother too. And there's lots of instances in this story, at least, that are very credible. The fact that she saw a person, she's going to say she saw a person in the garage or the shed the first time that she ever saw somebody, and then obviously all the friends saw this hat man in the street and then disappear. Now that's not easily explained away. Then you've got the moving of the bed, and that was really important because this story, this is where things start to actually become credible now, because this didn't just happen the one time, this happened on many different occasions, to the point where she actually left the room and had to sleep in a different room with her brother because she was too terrified to sleep in that room. It also got more credence when her mum, when she said that she was hearing these noises and things happening to her, took her away to be evaluated, and she was taken away to be quote unquote evaluated. And again, you just don't take a child to go and get these tests done if that child doesn't think something is happening to them. So it clearly must have been a very traumatic event that was happening as a child to her. Then obviously you move on and she moves to a different country, and in this different country she meets another guy. She starts saging the room, which somewhat antagonizes this being, let's say, or this entity to suddenly appear, and not just appear to her, but also appear to her partner. Now, her partner's a skeptic. He didn't believe any of this. And what he describes is seeing a man in a trench coat, tall, red eyes, with a hat on, and standing in the doorway. and that is, to me at least, I mean, that is just undeniable. I mean, this is only very recent too. I mean, if we go back from when we recorded this, this would be less than 2 weeks ago that this actually happened. And apparently the gentleman in question, his demeanor's changed, his personality is somewhat changed from this one event. Now, I don't know how you're going to explain that as being some kind of trick of the eye or something out of the corner of your eye when she explains that he watched this thing. And then obviously when he was in bed, something happened to him when he was in bed. He dreamt of this figure in his dream, and he was convulsing. He was actually convulsing in the bed. And when he woke up, or when she woke him up, it turns out that that's what he was dreaming about, this figure. So all things considered, I have to say that this to me is just a very scary story. There's a lot of bad vibes I get from this, real bad vibes. And I hope that Kai does what I suggested to her and actually goes out and gets some proper help for this, because this is something that I wouldn't want happening to me. It's something that I don't think anyone should have to go through. The fact that it's travelled from country to country, the fact that a grandma practiced voodoo, who knows what she's actually brought with her, because when I was a child I had this African tribal artifact that was brought back, and I know evil when I feel it, and that was evil. I've talked about this before, and definitely can appreciate the evilness that goes along with some of these spirits. So I would definitely recommend that she does more than sage the room. She actually goes ahead and tries to get something to get rid of this entity once and for all. So that's my opinion, and I'm exhausted after that. I think I need to have a lie down. What about you, Kat?
I am exhausted, but I just want to echo. I know you said, you hope she can move on and get all this sorted. Whatever the reasons are, I hope it's sorted as well, because at the end of the day, whether it be supernatural, which you probably lean towards, or not supernatural, which I lean towards, it's something that is going to be playing on Kai's mind. And I just hope that whatever the issues are, they are resolved. And with that, I think I'm going to disappear.
Yep, me too. And we'll see you all in the next one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
In a world where anything is possible, In a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, almost unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Cats and Ranty. I'm Ranty. Are you there, Cat?
I am, and I'm very, very much looking forward to today's show. I've had a little bit of an inkling from you about what the story is going to be about, so I can't wait to hear it.
Well, today's guest is Sam, and Sam is a return guest. In case you haven't noticed, Sam did a story several weeks ago now, and she's back to tell us another story from another property. How about that, Cats? Another ghost one. What do you think?
I can't wait. And Sam's story last time was great. She was such an amazing guest. She was so articulate. She was so clear in what she wanted to say. She was engaging to listen to. The story was great. So if this is going to be half as good as the next one, I really, really, really can't wait. But before we get there, I do have a little story or question for yourself. Are you ready?
Okay.
So have you ever heard of the names Ed and Lorraine Warren?
I can't say I have there, Cats.
So Ed and Lorraine Warren are very famous self-proclaimed demonologists, and the most famous haunting that they've investigated is the famous Amityville house. Are you familiar with the Amityville murders?
Well, I don't think anybody isn't. Everyone's heard of Amityville, surely.
Absolutely, the film was legendary years ago, the remake, perhaps less so. But they've also featured in a lot of films recently, most notably the Annabelle series about the haunted doll, and they've also featured in the remake of the Enfield Haunting, which is a very famous haunting, of course, that occurred right here in the UK. Is that one you've heard of?
It is, yeah.
Well, one you might not have heard of is a murder that happened in a place called Brooklyn in Connecticut. Now, this isn't the big Brooklyn. It's actually spelt Brookline. And if you're from that area, it might be pronounced Brookline. But Brookline was a small town that had never, ever, ever had a murder until 1981. And that was the first murder in the 193 years of that town, when a certain Mr. Johnson stabbed a Mr. Bono and killed him after a heated argument. What do you think so far? True or false?
What, the town had never actually had a murder in its entire history? I'm going to call rubbish on that. But, okay, but if it's a story that you know is true, then fire away.
Yeah, it turns out, though, I just thought that was remarkable. Every now and then you get something that's just a remarkable statistic, whether it's from sport or politics or whatever. And to me, that was remarkable. Or at least there's not been one reported murder in 193 years of that town. Anyway.
What was it? Population of 2?
Which went down to 1 after the murder. But essentially, the Mr. Johnson, who was the murderer, he claimed demonic possession. Now, he wasn't somebody who had at all been interested in the paranormal or horror films or anything like that. But 12 years prior to the murder, he woke up in the middle of the night and he was screaming and shouting that he was somehow being oppressed or attacked by a demon. He started to show signs of, read this however you want, either bruises that have been inflicted by a demon or from self-harm. Either way, he was not in a particularly good place at all. But he got treatment. He was visited by a priest. He was exorcised, etc., to get rid of this demon that was around him. And he was found guilty, although he was given a much more lenient sentence based on mental health grounds. He was found guilty. But after the exorcism, it does seem that his mental health seemed to correct itself, or he seemed to get a lot better. And he was actually released after less than 5 years in prison, with the record of being a totally exemplary inmate with amazing behavior, which reflects the kind of character he was before he started having these visualizations at night and attacks, etc. So, I mean, I don't know what you think about that, whether you think that's somebody going through some sort of mental episode, or whether you think there might be something more sinister to it. But Ed and Lorraine Warren, the reason I mentioned them is that they worked with him to help rid him of these demons. That's why I brought them into it.
Well, it's interesting how that differs from the story that you told me on Kai's, I believe it was Kai's introduction. And, you know, in that particular time, the gentleman that was quote unquote exorcised there had been engaged in an extramarital affair, etc. So And obviously this is a different one. This is a different type of exorcism that was performed, and the gentleman returned back to his normal state pre the possession sort of thing. So this, to me, I'm more likely to believe this one as a way of some kind of paranormal influence on the gentleman than the other story. I can't remember what that story was called, but if you want to listen to the podcast from Kai, I think it was it Hatman? Yes, it was the Hatman story.
Hatman.
Yeah, so if you want to go back and listen to that, anybody, and listen to that introduction there, you'll understand the parallels that I'm trying to get here. And yeah, I mean, this to me makes more sense that you could have some kind of possession that was linked in this way, because the guy prior to this had an exemplary record.
And I think either way, whichever way you look at it, whether you look at it as these people have been genuinely possessed or these people have had some sort of genuine mental illness, there's no one-size-fits-all treatment, is there? If somebody has a mental illness and somehow an exorcism is almost like the mental placebo that they need to then feel confident and be in a better state of mind, which is going to help them recover, then so be it. It's not something I'd recommend for people, but maybe there are circumstances out there where somebody's beliefs are so deeply rooted in religion or demonology that an exorcism is what they need to get over that mental hurdle to get back to full health. I am absolutely not giving any medical advice here, because I'm the last person to ask for that, by the way. Don't go around exercising your next door neighbours because, they poo on your garden or something. Please contact the relevant authorities. But anyway, that's my little story. I'm really interested to hear Sam's story. So would you mind giving a bit of a recap of Sam's first story, just so people can maybe place her, because I'm sure they'll listen to her podcast?
Well, I'm not going to spoil it for everybody. If anyone wants to go and check out Sam's other podcast, I will link it in the description. All I will say is that it was a haunted house story, and she's definitely back. She's back with another haunted house, this time a house that her mother bought. So I'm looking forward to this story.
So here we have our first returning guest on the podcast, and I'm really excited. The last story was so entertaining, we just had to have Sam back. Here she is again with the second story. I'm not too sure what it's about, but I know if it's half as good as the last one, then I'm going to be absolutely riveted. So Sam, thank you so much for coming back, and I will put myself on mute and pass myself over to you.
All right. So a few years ago, I accompanied my mom while she did this whole search to purchase a house in New Jersey. It's like a lifelong dream to have a beach house. And we arrived at this one property, and I kind of just knew instantly that she was going to buy it. It was gorgeous, it had loads of curb appeal, and there was a pool. But the house had been in foreclosure for a while. And the former family that occupied it had kind of just left without taking a lot of their belongings. There were like children's pool toys, home decor, and like just random items that kind of just were still in the house. And they, as my mother understood, would not be removed prior to sale. So it's kind of like, take it as it is. So she did end up buying the house, and she kind of had to set apart all this time to clean the house. It was absolutely disgusting, like really grimy. And repair, like every electrical appliance was in disrepair, like none of it worked. But anyway, so she put a ton of work into this beach house, and now it's kind of like the vacation house that all of our friends and family kind of frequent during warmer months. But unfortunately, the house is definitely occupied by something. Like numerous guests have reported like seeing things or sensing things or kind of paranormal events happen while staying there. Like every time my dad stays there, and it's a beach house, so we don't stay there all the time, but every time my dad stays there, he gets screaming nightmares. And I feel so bad. My trash truck just came by. So if you can hear that, I'm sorry. It's not part of the story. It's added audio. But anyway, so, just a lot of people have reported some strange things. And something just kind of feels off about the house, even since the first time I saw it with my mom, with all of those, the previous owner's stuff in the house. Just, there was a weird feeling about the house. And maybe, I just chalked it up to it hasn't been lived in a while. It doesn't have like people energy inside of it. So the only room I ever felt even somewhat safe in is in one of the downstairs living rooms. So when there are too many guests for bedrooms, I always volunteer to sleep in this living room on the couch. But my first time sleeping in an upstairs bedroom, I had a boyfriend with me, and we were given this, queen size bed to share. And one thing that's really prominent in the house is there's a ton of mirrors. All of the closets have like mirrored closeted doors, which is just spooky. They're full length. It's in every room. And so I feel like you're always kind of catching yourself in a mirror at some point in this house. And a lot of the beds are kind of set up so that if you were to wake up in the middle of the night and look over, like, you would see yourself, which I think is bad feng shui. But anyway, so I'm in this queen size bed with my boyfriend, and we are trying in vain to sleep. And we're both hearing clicking noises, and we just felt so uneasy. And we're up really late, and we had come in from out of state, so we were really exhausted. There was no reason we shouldn't be able to sleep. And so my father had this screaming nightmare at 1 a.m. And of course we just couldn't sleep after that. And, we kind of gave up. We went downstairs in the middle of the night, I think it was 2 or 3 a.m., and went to sleep in that living room that I like to sleep in, on the couches. Next day, my boyfriend leaves for the airport, and I stay back with my mom, and we're swimming in the pool out back. And I kind of just said to her, like, are you aware of the house? Like, are you aware that people kind of feel uncomfortable here? And she was a bit amused, and she was like, well, tell me more. And I was like, the house makes people feel uneasy at night. And I asked her if, like, she had gotten rid of everything from the previous owners, if she had kept some of it. And she told me then that she had kept some of it. Like, she kept some of the beachy decor. She left it on the walls, or she moved it, but she kept some of the stuff. And I just felt this, like, overwhelming seriousness come over me. And I was like, you've got to get rid of that stuff. Like, I feel like there's an energy attached to it. Like, you kind of need to get rid of it. And, she seemed interested enough, and she didn't really immediately discredit what I was saying. So I think it's possible that maybe she had kind of noticed some things on her own, and maybe just sort of ignored it, as you do. So she ended up saying, well, what should we do? And I said, I don't really know. Maybe we'll go get some sage and, light some sage and wave it around the house. And we also put bowls of salt in all of the bedrooms. So that was during the day. The next night, I tried to sleep in that same bedroom that I had been in the night before with my boyfriend. And everything in the bedroom's clicking, all of the electronics. And I'm just exhausted at this point. And I kind of muttered, like, shut up, leave me alone, like, to no one in particular. And all of the clicking stopped. I mean, it was like dead silent. And I saw something in the mirrored closet doors move, like the reflection of something move. And I just was stiff with fear. Like, I couldn't have moved if I tried. I couldn't have run out of the room if I tried. I was just laying there absolutely stricken with fear. And this is the part that, like, I have a hard time retelling because it's so strange, but I, like, felt something enter me, like when you walk through a fog, but instead of the fog, like, moving around me, like, it moved into me. And I don't remember the rest of the night. Like, I think I fainted or fell asleep. But when I woke up in the morning, I felt awful. I mean, I felt horrible. Like, I dragged myself to the bathroom, and I threw up a couple of times. Even my eyesight was bleary. Like, I felt so strange. My whole body was sore. Everything ached. My back was really sore, actually, like, kind of like where my kidneys are. And I mean, I could barely get myself down the steps. I just felt like I had to get out of the house. And I only made it to the back enclosed porch before I just felt too weak to continue. And I lay there, like, on one of the chairs, sort of in and out of, like almost in and out of consciousness for several hours. And I was just waiting for my mom to get back. You know, she had been at work, and I think I got up because I needed to throw up again, and I went into the kitchen, and which is on the way to the toilet, and this, I don't know how to explain it, but like something came out of me, like a mist, or it came out like sort of near like my chest, like down to my stomach, like it just felt like something like walked out of me. And I immediately was, you know, I threw up on the kitchen floor, and that's where my mom found me when she got home from work. Like I fainted on the kitchen floor. And, you know, it was all very weird. And I know that all sounds very medical, like, oh, you know, food poisoning or something. But I physically felt something enter me, and I physically felt something like leave. But the illness I felt after it left me, and after, you know, my mom found me on the kitchen floor, didn't end. Like I continued to feel very unwell. And we were supposed to receive guests that night. My aunt and my uncle and my cousins were coming. And I'm a really agreeable person, and I really don't like to make waves. But I told my mom we had to go. Like, we received our guests that afternoon, and she begrudgingly packed the car, and we went to our other house in Pennsylvania. And it was crazy. Like 10 minutes into the drive, I felt relief. You know, after an hour, I was bright. I felt like color come back into me. I was hungry as a donkey. I was so hungry. I felt like I could speak again. I was laughing by the time we got to Pennsylvania. Like, the further I got from the house, the better I felt. And I really, truly believe to this day that whatever occupies the house was angry that I told my mom that it was there. Like I think it felt like attacked or something by me saying, like, you know, there's something here and we should address it. And I think it took offense to the fact that I put bowls of salt in all of the bedrooms, and that I saged the house. But anyway, since then, I'm really careful every time I'm at this beach house. And personally, I hate going there. I refuse to sleep in a bedroom unless I drug myself. I take Tylenol PM and I just knock myself out. And that's kind of my personal experience with the house. Other people have reported seeing things. The night that I left, you know, when I felt really, really unwell, I got a text from my cousin, late in the night, you know, 1 a.m. And she said, what she said, like, just my blood kind of ran cold. And she's a young girl. She was like, I think 15 at the time. And she said, do you ever see something? Like, do you ever see something when you're trying to sleep at the beach house? And I'm like, oh no. And she's like, yeah, like there's these like weird clicking sounds. And she was in a different bedroom than I had been in. She's like, I saw something. Like, I saw something move, like a black mass, like a person move. And she was just so afraid. And she's not the only one that has seen the black mass. I personally haven't seen the black mass, like a fully fledged person. The only people that have seen this like this shadow person, I suppose, are my younger cousins. They've all seen it. And a lot of them refuse to go to the beach house to this day. Like they'll get dragged there by my aunts and uncles, and they hate it. They feel like preyed upon by it. And there's been other things that have happened too. Like my mom has reported things as well. Like she's not a very superstitious person, but like lights being turned on by themselves. Or another weird one is that anytime she starts getting herself ready to leave the house for an extended period of time, because it's only a beach house, she's not there all the time, the alarm system will arm itself. Like right before she's leaving, it'll arm itself as though, you know, the codes you might put in as if you were going to go to sleep. So you're arming the house against intruders. But I mean, essentially you can't get out either without setting off the alarm. And that's so strange to me. Like, it's almost like the house doesn't want my mom to leave. So there's a lot there. I'm sure that you guys are going to have lots to say. So I will leave it at that and see what your feedback is.
Wowzers. I knew it would be a good story.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, these aren't going to necessarily be specific to the story, just a couple of general questions. Just two things I want to know, and I'll tell you why later. You said at the beginning that, you know, the house, when it be bought, there'd been like lots of old possessions left in the house. Is there a feeling that whatever's going on in the house was linked to the house or linked to the possessions that was left in there?
So I kind of thought it was the possessions. I thought it was their stuff that they left behind. I actually used to feel very sympathetic towards the house. I thought maybe the house had maybe an abandonment issue. You know, there was a bustling family that lived there full time. And a lot of those beach houses don't have that. You know, they have people coming in and out, or, you know, people renting here and there. But this house had a bustling family, and suddenly they were gone. So I just assumed maybe the house itself felt maybe insecure about, you know, when is the other shoe going to drop? When am I going to lose this family here that's, you know, bustling about and making the house nice again? I thought it was attached to the possessions, but my mom got rid of all the stuff, and stuff still keeps happening.
And just the second, you mentioned that you felt safer in was it the bedroom downstairs or the living room downstairs for sleeping in? It was one of the rooms downstairs, you said, was the only room you felt safe in. Why do you think that was? Because obviously it's in the house. Why do you think you had that one area that was just more comfortable to be in?
I actually don't know. Here's why it's also weird. I just have a really sensitive sense of smell, and so a bad smell like will really affect me, make me feel quite queasy. What's strange is that living room, we can tell that the former occupants locked their dogs in there, like with a baby gate or something, because they obviously had accidents on the hardwood, which is very hard to remove the scent even with sanding. But there still retains a bit of like a, you know, urine odor in there. And I still prefer that room. Like, part of me almost thinks that the dogs took refuge in that room as well. There's something about it that feels, I'm not sure, like base when you're a kid and you're playing tag. Like, it felt like if I could squeeze myself into one of the corners in that room, I would be safe.
So I know these questions sound irrelevant now, but are all the rooms hardwood floored?
Everything but the tiled kitchen. Yeah, everything's hardwood.
Yeah, that wasn't the answer I was hoping for. That's made my life harder. I'm going to pass you over to Ranty for a bit.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned the activity seemed to pick up once you'd saged the house. We had a guest that we were talking to yesterday, and she said the same thing. She said that when she got the sage out and she started using this, whatever was happening in the house, the activity seemed to pick up too. So you're not alone there when you said that. That stuck out to me.
Yeah, I was deep in a hole, I think, on Reddit, reading some things about someone who seemingly invited some stuff into their house, and they had planned to use sage. And some people, you know, of greater wisdom, deeper in that faith system, said, do not use sage. You know, it can actually, it almost stirs up things, which is funny because it's something that everyone says to use, but it was immediate. The retaliation was just so strong.
And this illness that you felt, how would you describe it? Have you experienced anything like it? Was this the only time that you felt that kind of sickness?
It felt like a glaze. It's so hard to explain it, but it felt like there was, when I moved, whatever was, I guess, what I felt like was almost taking up residence inside of me, didn't move exactly with me. It felt like there was like an edge outside of it. Like if I moved too quickly, it would have to almost follow me. Like there was a tail of it. It's so hard to explain. like almost like an aura, like there's parts outside of you. It didn't move fluidly with me. And no, I've never felt that kind of illness before. I just, it was so strange. And I felt, I don't know, like I felt that it didn't feel medical, if that makes sense. It didn't feel like I needed to go to the hospital. I didn't think the hospital could help me. It felt like I had ingested or taken in something that didn't belong in a body.
I guess your sixth sense kind of kicks in. Everyone has it. Everyone knows, in themselves whether or not something's wrong or something's right, and nobody can tell them any different. And quite often, your body and your own mind is the best cure, because you'll know if there's something wrong with you. And like you said, if you didn't feel the need to go to the hospital for it, well, that's probably your body telling you that. One thing I would say, obviously, you've been back. I don't know why you've been back, but you've been back, and the activity has it calmed down?
No, not necessarily. I think it's continued pretty regularly. For me, I still experience lots of clicking. Anytime I seem to bring a significant other with me, I seem to be up all night, sort of almost watching over them. I just cannot sleep. Like I feel like I have to protect them in a way. But there have been other people that have reported things happening at the house to them or around them, mysterious injuries like welts on my aunt. After sleeping one night, she had welts all over her. Then they weren't bug bites; they were like welts. And my cousins have reported still seeing things.
I think Katz is probably going to want to delve in a little bit more about this clicking noise and what you tend to hear. I mean, does it sound like electric? Is it something to do with the makeup of the house? Or how would you explain it when you just say clicking noises? Where do you feel they're coming from, and what do they sound like?
It's like electrical almost. It's like when you turn on one of those old fluorescent bulbs, and before it gets to its full luminescence, it's sort of like the repeated like nee nee nee, like yeah, it's almost like if you have a fan on, one of those ceiling fans, and the cord is sort of tapping against one of the lights, almost like that. Yeah.
Can I ask the room downstairs that you felt more comfortable in? Could you hear that clicking noise as well in that room?
No, I've never experienced anything unnatural in there, except that I feel like when I'm in the room, there's nothing in there with me, but I do feel like there's things watching me from vantage points in the kitchen or in the living room. But that room seems to be like I don't know, like it doesn't seem to be a place that it can occupy very easily.
Is it slightly extended from the rest of the house, that room, somehow? Is it, what's the geography of that, if that's the right word, of the house?
That room is right below the stairs, I guess. It's below the bedrooms. Yeah, it's kind of a weird. I'm actually thinking about the way it's situated right now. I guess it is apart from the house. Yeah, because the stairs go right to the kitchen. Yeah, it is set apart from the house, and there's a laundry room and a garage right off of it.
Well, my question then, leading on from that, would be: is it kind of like an extension? Do you think? Do you think it's a newer build as opposed to the house?
It very well could be. Honestly, it very well could be, because you could have a complete house without that room and without that laundry room and bathroom addition. And the garage could be standalone without those components, and it could have been added later.
So you mentioned the sound that you were hearing reminded you of, like, an old fan or something like that. Does the main part of the house, does it share some sort of air conditioning or some sort of ventilation system, something maybe even with an old fan, or so? Even if there's no fan, does it share some kind of network of tubing like that?
It does, yeah. There's forced air throughout the house. And there's also a huge forced air vent, like larger than the rest of the house, in the what I'll call the safe room. There's a huge vent right there, so you can always hear when it comes on.
And does that run through the? You said the safe room downstairs. That runs through there as well.
Yeah.
But you can't hear the clicking noise down there.
No, and the clicking noise is not. It's not. It doesn't seem to be connected to anything. Like it only happens at certain times in certain rooms. Like you'll hear it in one room, and it's almost like where there's a bunch of activity, you'll sort of feel and hear different things, but in another room you won't feel it at the same time or hear it.
And just last question, sorry. The room downstairs you're talking about, the safe room, with it being slightly separated from the house, would it be fair to say it's more enclosed than the rest of the house, so the airflow through that room won't be as free as the rest of the house?
It's kind of open floor into the kitchen, so it's pretty open.
Okay, right.
Well, that'll give us some food for thought to chew on.
Certainly have. It's a great story. Again, I knew it would be. Our first returning guest smashes it out the park again. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, well done. Thank you for coming.
Sam, that really was an amazing story. It's so good to have had you back, and I'd love to have you back again. So any more spooky events, any more spooky goings on, please get in touch. We will love to have you back at any time. But for now, it is that time that me and Ranty have to retreat into the pit and see what we make of your story. So we will bid you a fond farewell. And Ranty, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm a little bit torn on this one. I was hoping for a little bit more that I could get my teeth into, something that I could say, yeah, definitely paranormal. But, I mean, there's just too many other, perhaps, things that could be going in the house that are just making it impossible to tie it into something paranormal. I don't know. I mean, obviously, we've got Sam feeling unwell when she felt that something entered into her body. Now, that to me is really unexplained, and to her as well, it also seems that she's correlating these two instances with being something paranormal. I can't definitively agree with that because it was just essentially a one-off event. And okay, sure, the feelings that she was going through, she seemed to get better the further away she went from the house. But again, time does that anyway. If you were feeling a little bit unwell for a short time with some kind of short illness, if you're driving for an hour, you're driving for an hour, and that's an hour's worth of healing that you're going through. So it could be correlated in that way, that just time made her feel better, and it wasn't the fact that she was just getting further away from the house. Okay, yeah, sure, there is a lot of activity in the house. Is it paranormal? I don't know. I'm struggling with this one, Katz. I have to say, I am struggling to tag it with a paranormal. I really am. What about you?
Well, first of all, it was a great story. Love listening to it. For me, obviously, I am the more skeptical of the two of us. Now, although I find it difficult to really believe that something can haunt a house, for me, I find it even harder to believe that something will haunt just part of a house, but not a particular room. Now, we did talk in depth about the safe room, and I did mention in the podcast the effect of infrasound and looking at the paper Ghost in the Machine that came out of Coventry University, where maybe somehow old vents or air currents are producing some sort of constant infrasound, which is heightening the feelings of anxiety, which is causing hallucinations. But I think if you're spending time somewhere where you are anxious constantly, and you're spending day after day after day after day there, then you can develop something called chronic anxiety. Now, it might not be something that you notice as a huge change in your behavior, or you might not notice it as some sort of sudden change, but the buildup of these hormones that are causing that anxiety can create some incredibly intense effects. So if we have a look at some of the symptoms of chronic anxiety, we have headaches, we have muscle aches, we have stomach aches, excessive sweating, we have abdominal distress and sharp abdominal pains, we have nausea, diarrhea, sweaty, clammy hands, we have difficulty in concentrating, people find it extremely difficult to swallow and go to sleep. So real world physical symptoms of constantly feeling on edge. Now, If I'm going to guess, I would say possibly it's a combination of the two. I'd say that maybe there is some sort of infrasound in that house which is amplifying her emotions, making her feel a little bit on stress. We know that infrasound can cause hallucinations. We know that infrasound can cause us to also have other physical sensations like pains, etc. And if that's going to get you scared, get you a little bit anxious, she said she felt uneasy in almost all the parts of the house apart from one room. If you're constantly feeling uneasy, then is that going to build itself to chronic anxiety where you get these even bigger symptoms? And she did talk about having those physical sensations, didn't she?
She did, yes. And I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not. But let me just say one thing. I want to just jump in here and say the saging of the house, that seems to me that it triggers, from what I'm hearing anyway, if there is some kind of activity going on in a particular house, and there has been in other stories that we've talked about, where they've had these activities happening in the house and then they've saged the house, it seems to aggravate and make things worse. Now, I know that I said that I didn't find any paranormal activity here, but the idea that she saged the house and things seem to pick up, that's a kind of correlation that I can maybe tag back into some kind of paranormal activity. So that's the best I've got, Cats.
Well, at the end of the day, stories like this are fascinating. And for those people who are staunch believers in the paranormal, I'm sure you will find lots and lots and lots of reasons to believe there's a paranormal event for this. For those who are complete skeptics, I'm sure you'll find reasons to think that it's not paranormal. Does the truth lie somewhere in between the two? Well, I think this story is all about where you're perceiving it from. I'm sure if Sam was here with us now, I know she's just left, but if she was here with us now, she'd have her own take on what we've said. And I'd love to hear it because her story was great, and we'd love to have her back on and hear what she's got to say about our conclusions.
Well, I'm just going to echo what Kat said there, and that Sam is welcome back absolutely any time. And if she does ever return to the property and she does happen to capture something inside the house, maybe some kind of movement or some kind of noise, and she wants to send it over, I really hope that she does. And I would be looking for something paranormal from this story, because currently, although I can't actually label it with paranormal, I'm definitely going to say that it is, as of yet, unexplained.
Yeah, well said, Ranty. Well, it is time for us to go now, but anyone who's listening, if you want to come on and be a guest, please check out the links in the description. That'll be where you can find us. It's also where you can find all our social media, including our Patreon, where we place images and videos that previous guests have sent to us. So if you want to check out some footage of ghosts or orbs or whatever, that is the place to go. But for now, I am going to go, and I'll see you later.
We'll see you later. Take care.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Cats and Ranty. I'm Cats. Hey there, Ranty.
I am Cats. How are you doing?
I'm doing extremely good. I'm looking forward to the podcast, as always. And should I give you my little bit of trivia now?
Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. On this particular one, I would prefer it if I gave you the trivia this time.
Ah, okay. So the first story from Ranty. Okay, I will put myself on mute. I will sit back and I will listen.
Okay, well, as I'm doing this, I'm going to sort of like just feel my way across it and ask you a couple of questions, basically. Have you heard of the Mandela effect?
I have heard of the Mandela effect, yes.
And how would you explain the Mandela effect?
Do you mean explain it as in what the reason or the cause is, or how do I describe it?
Yeah, how would you describe it?
So I would describe the Mandela effect as when something that you've always thought was true, or something you always thought happened in a particular way, something you got very vivid memories of, turns out not to be quite as you remembered it.
Yeah, essentially, Cats, you've got it right there. I'll give you that. Now then, have you heard of the Mingle effect?
I have never heard of the Mingle effect.
So in 1970, in Ohio, a huge amount of the population remember a guy called Joseph Mingle being apprehended for a crime. Now, Since this time, it's now turned out that there was no guy called Joseph Mingle who was arrested in Ohio in 1970, and they've called this the Mingle effect. Do you think that's a true story?
Ooh, so it's like a version of the Mandela effect, but about a particular individual. I know there are examples out there of the Mandela effect, so I'm going to say yes. I do believe that is a true story.
Well, yes, in an alternate universe, it was a true story. So on the X-Files, season 11, episode 4, we had a guy called Reggie who came back and bumped into Mulder and Scully and told him of the Mingle effect. So whilst they were talking about the Mandela effect, he was calling it the Mingle effect. And it was kind of like a semi-banter way of bringing in the same results for the same effect, but they just called it slightly differently. And I think that theme is exactly what we're trying to say when we're talking about the Mandela effect. Would you agree?
Yeah, I quite like the irony of that, actually. That's quite good.
Okay, so now I'm going to test you. I'm going to send you some images on Skype for you to look at now. I've not sent you these before, have I? You haven't got anything in your inbox in Skype, have you, right now?
No, because I've got no friends, Ranty, nobody ever sends me anything, so this will be a first. Let me get my phone open.
Okay, right. So this is obviously we have a YouTube channel. So when we release the podcast on YouTube, I will include these images in the podcast on YouTube. So if you're listening on Spotify or Google Podcasts or things like that, if you want to check us out on YouTube, we have a YouTube channel. It's just called Almost Unbelievable. Very sexy name there. Anyway, you can go and check it out, and the images will be up there. But in the meantime, we are going to test Kat with his own Mandela effect and see whether or not any of these events have happened to him. Okay, so, Kat, you can confirm that you've now been sent some images, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the first image that you have on screen, is it the Flintstones?
It is. It's a picture of, I forget what the main character's name was now, but yeah, it's the Flintstones.
And which of these two spellings would you say is the correct spelling for the Flintstones?
I would say it's the one on the left, the Flins, like Flynn Stones.
And you would be correct. So, in my case, I remember it being the Flintstones, and you remember it being the Flintstones. So, I suppose I'll give you that one. There's no Mandela effect for you personally in this particular image. Right, what's the next one you've got?
But there will be some listeners who remember it your way. Then I assume from what you're saying, is this quite a well-known Mandela effect?
Yeah, this is one of many that I've just had a quick research for before. And when I saw that one, I was like, hey, come on. It was the Flintstones. Wow. I remember it as being the Flintstones, not the Flintstones. But that's why there's a Mandela effect, because some people remember things being different, I guess. Right, next image. Have you got the Monopoly Man?
I'm looking at the Monopoly Man now, yeah.
And which one would you say is the correct one?
So for those listening, there's a Monopoly Man. The difference between the two pictures is a Monopoly Man has a monocle in one picture and none in the other. And I'm going to say it's the one with the monocle is the correct one.
It's the correct one, which I remember, but apparently no, there was no monocle with the Monopoly Man. In fact, Monopoly Man never had a monocle.
Are you kidding? That is quite striking. I was more confident with that one than I was the other one.
That's blown you away, and this is what the Mandela effect does, because this is, as I say, a very well-known image that everyone seems to remember from being a kid, and they seem to remember it with the Monopoly Man having a monocle, but apparently not. Okay, let's go on to the next image. We have, is it C-3PO?
That is C-3PO.
And which one do you recall being the correct C-3PO?
So, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for this, I don't know, I am a massive Star Wars geek. And I know that when he was given a red arm in The Force Awakens, it was kind of a nod to the fact that he had a different coloured leg in the original film. So I'm going to say it's the one with the silver leg.
And you would be right. Apparently, C-3PO always had a silver leg. Again, I don't recall that, and I watched the Star Wars films when I was a kid, and I don't recall him having a different leg. I always seem to remember him being gold essentially all over, but it's what they tell us. They tell us that he had a silver leg. Is that how you actually recall it, or is it just because you were a geek?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I do not recall him I don't have a memory of him having the silver leg. In fact, I only found out he had a silver leg a couple of years ago when The Force Awakens came out, and I learnt about that little Easter egg. So when did that come out? Force Awakens, 2015, something like that. So I was well into my late 30s before I even found out, and I've been a Star Wars fan all my life. So I guess really that I did suffer from the Mandela effect, and I did think he was gold all over.
Okay, let's go to the next image. Have you got a book in front of you?
I have Sex and the City book, yeah.
So which one would you recall it being the correct name? Sex in the City or Sex and the City?
I always thought it was Sex and the City.
And you would be correct. Apparently it was Sex and the City. However, I always remember it being Sex in the City, and so do a lot of other people too, who also recall it just being Sex in the City. But we're going to have it 2-2 now. It's definitely 2-2. You have 2 Mandela effects, and you've got 2 of them correct. Okay.
Oof.
Let's go to the next one. The Kit Kat. One of them has a hyphen between the kit and the cat, and one of them doesn't have a hyphen. Do you recall the hyphen?
I don't recall a hyphen, no.
Okay, well, you would be correct again. The
Yes.
The non-hyphen is apparently how it's always been spelt. However, a lot of people remember it with a hyphen. Let's go to the next one. We have Wabbit, a Wabbit on screen. Can you tell us which is the correct spelling for Looney Tunes?
Now, so we've got Looney Tunes as in cartoons and Looney Tunes. Now, I'm going to be honest, I always remembered it as Looney Tunes. But now I look at it like that. It wouldn't surprise me if I was wrong because Tunes fits in with cartoons. But if I'm honest, I remember it as Looney Tunes, as in Tunes.
And again, you would be correct. That is,
I would be correct.
Apparently, that is the true spelling of how it was always as a child. But I have to say, now I specifically remember this one as it being Toons, Toons. So I don't know. I'm maybe experiencing more Mandela effect than you are.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, like a couple of those there, I definitely. I sort of guessed on the Flintstones one a little bit, if I'm honest. I could have gone the other way. I was totally fooled by the Monopoly one. The C3PO one, I did misremember until I just happened to learn it a couple of years ago. So I don't know. That's pretty interesting. That was certainly not easy.
Well, there's just a very small segment of what is supposedly a very large batch of Mandela effects that people have said has been true or they've experienced it. So if anybody wants to check that out, the Mandela effect, or if you want to call it the Mingle effect, that's entirely up to you. Go and check it out and see whether or not you have been affected yourself. However, today's guest is a gentleman called Seth, and he has an incredible story because he actually believes that he's living in an alternate reality. He believes that he's actually transitioned from one realm into another, and although the people he knows and people he lives with and the people that are in his life know him, he barely has any recollection of them. How interesting. What do you think, Cass? Are you ready for this?
So here we have the man himself, it's Seth, and we're going to hear a little bit about him and why he thinks he might not be where he's supposed to be. Seth, take it away.
So, obviously, like you said, my name is Seth, and I'm 24. And 2 months ago, or roughly 2 months ago, I was almost in a car accident. And I think that in my memory, the accident didn't happen. It just almost happened. But I'm starting to think that an accident may have actually happened. So I'll just explain. I was going to turn onto a road, and I stopped to make sure no other vehicles were coming, to make sure it was safe to turn. And there were no other vehicles coming my way. So I go to turn onto the road, and all of a sudden, a car, which was exactly like mine, just a different color, appeared out of nowhere and almost hit me. And so they had to swerve to miss me, and it looked like they were kind of losing control of their car. So I stopped to make sure that they didn't actually wreck. And when I stopped, the car was nowhere to be seen. It was like it just came out of nowhere and disappeared just as fast as it appeared. And I just went about my day like normal after that. And then about a week later, I started noticing like weird things not adding up. So I feel like I'm lighter, and I don't know exactly how to explain that. It just feels like my body is lighter, but it also feels like this entire world or universe or whatever that I'm in now is much dimmer, much gloomier, not as bright, even on the sunniest days. And then I noticed that basically from the beginning, basically from the next day. But then weird things started happening and not adding up. Like, I specifically remember my friend Nicole getting married to this guy. And I always thought it was such a weird relationship, and I never pictured them getting married, but they did. And I know they did because I met her for lunch one day, and she invited me to the wedding, but I couldn't get off work, and I felt bad about it because I couldn't be there because we were really good friends. And I remember her showing me her wedding dress, telling me where she was going to get married. I remember what the cake looks like. I remember seeing pictures on like Facebook and Instagram. And so then I noticed recently on Facebook that she had changed her name back to her original last name. So I asked another friend, I was like, hey, what happened with Nicole? Like, why did she get divorced? And she was like, Nicole was never married. And I was like, what do you mean Nicole was never married? Like, I specifically remember her inviting me to the wedding. I remember the wedding photos. I remember it all. What do you mean? And she was like, no, Nicole never married the guy. They lived together. They were together for a long time, but they were never married. And so that was the first thing where I was like, whoa, that doesn't make sense. Like, why do I remember this happening, but it hasn't happened? And then, let's see, my little sister has a boyfriend, and I don't remember meeting him until they were dating. However, my entire family and my sister's boyfriend knew each other before that. And he has memories of me from when we were like younger, like 13, 14 years old. And he has like tons of memories, not just like one or two. He has like tons of memories with me, but I have none. I don't remember him at all whatsoever. And even my family is a little confused on why I don't remember it, because they do, and they know that I was there for it, but I have no recollection of it at all. Like, I didn't meet him until probably, I don't know, maybe almost 2 months ago as well. And so after that, I was talking to my friend Cheyenne. So I have these two really good friends. One is Cheyenne, one is Ashley. And they are different social circles, different social groups. So they never would have hung out in like high school or anything like that. So the only reason they know each other is because of me. And Cheyenne was telling me about this time that me, her, and Ashley had hung out, and how we had like made cheesecake and just like watched all these like dumb shows and like sang karaoke and just like basically spent like an entire day and entire night together. But I have no memory of it whatsoever. And I thought, honestly, that she was joking. Like, I didn't think she was being serious at all. And so I called Ashley, and I was like, hey, this is what Cheyenne is telling me. Is this true? Did this happen? Because if it did, I don't remember it. And she was like, yeah, that did happen. It's absolutely true. And I don't understand why you don't remember it. Because there was something that happened that day. Like, I think she locked herself out of her house, and we basically had to break into her own house to get back into it because she lived alone. And she was like, I don't know how you don't remember that. And I was like, I have no memory whatsoever. And so she has pictures, and she doesn't live near me anymore, but she's supposed to mail me some pictures from that day to see if I will remember. But I have no memory of it, and I don't know how I would have forgotten that. And then my relationship with my boyfriend from the beginning, we've been together almost 5 years, and it's always been so good. It's like we have issues like every other couple, like small arguments or whatever, but nothing serious. It's always been a really good relationship. He's always been very nice, very sweet, very affectionate. And literally, I go to bed with everything normal in this relationship. And then I wake up the next morning to him being very cold, very distant, very hateful, very rude. And I've even asked him, like, like, what's wrong? Is there something going on? You know, and it's like he's confused. It's almost like he doesn't understand why I'm asking, because to him, this is normal. This is how it's always been. But to me, this is like a complete opposite of how things used to be. And so I have no answer for that either. And then just like small little inconsistencies in like song lyrics. Like I remember specific songs going a specific way, and then now they're completely different when it's songs that I've listened to tons of times, more than any person should, and I know the song by heart, but now all of a sudden I'm singing along to it, and I'm singing the lyrics I remember, but the lyrics I'm hearing are completely different. And that about sums up where I'm at now.
Wow. So did all these changes, I'm getting the impression they all sort of like happened instantly, you know, or did they seem to change over, like what was the time period involved?
So it's over the time period of 2 months. So over the time period of when I almost got into the car accident until now. The very next day was when I noticed things seemed to be more dim and I felt lighter. And then it was just like one thing after another, kind of leading up to my Reddit post, because at that point I was like, small things or one or two things I could shrug off, but because it keeps happening, it's like, it's very concerning at this point. But it all happened within the time frame of the last 2 months.
All right. So almost on a daily basis, you're saying things are just slowly becoming more different.
Yeah.
So go back to the wedding. You said you remember being invited to the wedding. You remember seeing the photographs, etc. Did you accept that wedding invite?
I wanted to, but I could not get off of work, so I had to miss it. But they did do like a live stream on Facebook, and I remember sitting at work watching the live stream happen.
And have you tried to go on to Facebook and see if that post, I'm assuming it doesn't exist now, but like, have you gone on and tried to have a look to see if you can find that?
Oh yeah, I've scrolled through all of her pictures. I've scrolled all the way back to when I remember it happening. I've looked on her Instagram, and there's no history of it whatsoever.
Wow, fascinating. And if we talk about the wider world, if you like, so you've told me a lot of things that are close to home that have changed for you, but on like a worldwide scale in terms of like politics or, you know, the news or something, you know, is there anything like that that's just become different for you?
Where I am now, like in this universe or whatever you'd like to call it, things seem to be a bit more calm. Like obviously coronavirus is still happening. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. Like there's still tons of things going on with the presidency and things like that. But in my previous world, things were a lot more hectic. People were taking coronavirus a lot more seriously. Things were just more violent and more hateful, and it just seems to be so much more calm here. Like there's still problems, but it doesn't seem to be as serious of an issue.
When you say more calm, do you mean that you remember, I don't know, riots or just more aggression in the way people were dealing with each other?
Both.
Right. Okay. So the Capitol Hill riot, for example, did you experience that in your own reality or your old reality?
I'm pretty sure I experienced that in this new reality.
Right. Okay. So I'd be interested to compare sort of the two. So have you got an example of a real world event that did play out differently? You know, like any details you can give us, or is it all just sort of the interpretation of the body language and the anger? Is there anything specific you can say? Well, you know, this Black Lives Matter march, for example, you know, somebody was murdered or whatever.
Not that I have noticed. So far, I haven't really looked at like past events or even things that are currently happening, other than things that I catch from scrolling on social media. It's mostly the things that I'm noticing, like in my personal day-to-day life, because when I started realizing this and started realizing that something wasn't right, it honestly freaked me out. Like it's very scary. So as much as I want to look for other things that are different, I'm also kind of scared to find other things that are different.
Okay, so let's do some housekeeping. So you've started by saying that you thought in the other reality you were about to be involved in a car accident. can you tell me what your car is like currently in this reality?
No, in this reality, my car is completely fine.
Okay, so you've also explained how in the other reality, let's say, you were absolutely sure that you were going to get hit by this car. Can you just run us through what actually happened again? Just tell us that story just one more time, please.
Yes. Like I said, when I went to turn, I didn't see a car coming at all. But then when I was turning and noticed the car was so close to me that I literally braced myself for it to hit me, because I was like, there's no way this car is going to miss me. It was just way too close.
Okay, so moving on a little bit, we're going to ask about the relationship that you have with your friends and your family. Okay, so I believe that you think that things are different from your perspective. But would you say that there was things that your friends and family aren't happy with about you? Have things changed to a point where they don't seem to recognize you? What's the story there?
I've not had anybody say there's something happening that they're not happy about, but I have had my two really good friends that I talk to daily tell me that something seems different, but they're not quite sure what. They say that something feels off, something's just like weird or strange, and that they get like a weird vibe or like energy from me that they've never felt before, but they can't quite figure out why or what it is.
Okay, so if we were going to ask for a rational explanation here, if you were going to put yourself in Katz's position and pretend that you're the scientist in all of this, do you have any explanation as to what you feel is going on?
I don't have one. I'm so confused. It's so confusing to the point to where I've sat down and not questioned, did I go to another universe, or am I just losing my mind? And I am convinced that I did go to another universe. Like, I don't think that I'm crazy. I don't think I'm losing my mind, but I have no answers for what's happening or how it's happening or why it's happening. It's just so confusing. Like, every time I think about it, my brain just feels like it's fried.
So your relationship with your boyfriend, is it possible that you could tell us a little bit more about that? Could you perhaps go into a little bit of detail about what you think is different about him and what's different about your relationship?
So we've always been very, very close. Since the beginning, since we met, we've always been very close. We clicked instantly, and it's just been that way since. And here we are almost 5 years later. He's always very, like, when we're in the car, holding my hand. When we go to sleep, we sleep like very close, just like very affectionate, constantly saying, I love you, things like that. And now, I couldn't tell you the last time he held my hand. I couldn't tell you the last time he told me he loved me. When we go to sleep, there's like a ton of space in between us. There's no affection at all. Sometimes we will be in the same room, and we used to talk like constantly all the time, just like constantly talking. And now we'll sit in the same room for hours and he won't even say a word. It's like, I know that he's my boyfriend. I know who he is and his energy, and he just feels so familiar. But I feel like something with him is off in the same way that people feel like something with me is off.
So, in the pre-show, before we started this recording, you told me that you had a tattoo on your arm. In actual fact, you're pretty much of a music buff, let's say. And there was songs and lyrics and things like that that you seem to recall differently in this reality from the reality that you came from. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so there's the song, it's called Forever is a Long Time, and it's by Halsey. And I remember the lyric being, because I could never hold a perfect thing and not destroy it. But now the lyric is, because I could never hold a perfect thing and not demolish it. And I know those words can kind of be interchangeable, and it is just one word difference, but I really remember it being that way. And I was singing along to the song in the car one day, and it got to that part, and I said destroy, but she said demolish, and I was like, wait, hold on a second, what? And then I kept skipping it back and kept skipping it back, like literally 30 times, because I was so confused. And my boyfriend was like, what are you doing? And I was like, this song is different. And he is convinced that it was always demolish instead of destroy, but I know that it for sure was destroy.
I'm interested, if you're noticing differences in people around you, have the people around you started to say that you are different?
Yeah. Other than my two friends saying that my vibe and my energy is off, even my parents are starting to be like, they're constantly asking me if I'm okay, or they're constantly asking me if something is wrong, because they just feel like something's off, and they're also not understanding what it is or why. And I have no answer for them, and I haven't really told them my theory about what happened. And also my brother and my sister, they have both at different times said to me, you just seem different. Like, are you okay? Is something wrong? You just seem different. And they can't really explain how or like what's different. It's just a feeling they have.
So I have a feeling that this almost car accident, let's say, has a profound effect of what's gone on since. Now, whether or not we can nail it down to an event that maybe had some kind of psychological effect on you, or whether or not, which I may look into later, is something to do with obviously having perhaps died in one reality and been shifted into another. I mean, that's possible, because, you know, what you're telling me here, it sounds quite bizarre. I mean, it is bizarre. I mean, the recollection of a car coming towards you and for sure was about to impact you, and then when you brake, it's no longer there. It's like waking up from a bad dream. You're just about to have an accident in a bad dream, and you wake up, you shake yourself out of that reality, because in your sleep you are in a different reality to all intents and purposes. So I'm wondering if that has some bearing on this, whether or not it was some physical jump or whether it was some psychological jump.
That is very, very interesting. And a lot of people on Reddit, the car thing has stuck in my mind, and I didn't know why it was like sticking in my head as something so important, because I'm sure we've all had like almost car accidents before, you know, like it happens. But it was something that just stayed in my mind all the time, and I didn't really know why until I posted on Reddit. And a lot of people are theorizing that if you die in one dimension, your consciousness just moves to the next closest one. And I was like, oh, that would make sense. Maybe I did actually get into an accident. Maybe I died, and that's how I'm here.
Reminds me of the film Dead End. I don't know if you've ever seen Dead End. That's a very good film. But I can't tell you too much about it because I'll spoil the ending. But it reminds me of that. So what I was going to ask before was, if you're generally now thinking, yeah, this isn't where I belong, I'm somewhere else, that must mean that all the people around you aren't the original people, that, you know, your family aren't your original family, etc. How much does that play on your mind?
A lot. Because it's like, I know that they're my family. Like, I know my parents are my parents and my siblings are my siblings, but, you know, everybody around me feels off. And so while they're still here and I know who they are, it feels like at the same time I don't know them. It feels like they're not who I'm used to. So while it's comforting that they're still here and they're familiar, it's also sad, and I miss my actual family and my actual friends and the people that I actually know, instead of this new version of them.
So when you look at some of these pictures, let's say on Facebook, are you looking at yourself in these Facebook pictures and thinking to yourself, yes, yeah, that's definitely me? And are you also thinking, yeah, I can recall that, I can recall being in that place at that time, and I can recall that happening?
Not really. But I have looked at them and been like, that kind of doesn't look like me. Like, it's me, and I can tell that it's me. But there's something slightly off there's something about my face that seems slightly off, and I can't really figure out what it is.
Well, I'm sort of out of questions now. It's going to be a stumper.
It sure is, Cats. It sure is going to be a stumper. So do you have any thoughts about being able to go back? Do you think it's possible for you to go back?
I was very hopeful that was possible, or that it could happen, but the people on Reddit are just telling me that it's just not going to happen. I'm stuck here.
Yeah, I think the best advice I can give you, which is non-story related basically, is just to go away and enjoy your life, and whatever that entails, make the best of it. You know, just accept that you're here, wherever that is, and accept that the chances of you going back are probably slim to none. And just get on with things. Just put the past behind you and move on and try and live the best life that you possibly can.
Yeah, I'm slowly coming to terms with the fact that I'm going to just have to accept things for how they are and just go with it, because I mean, really, what can I do? There's nothing that I can do about it. I'm here, so if I'm stuck here, then I have to make it work somehow.
Well, I think making it work is going to be the hardest part. That's going to take a lot to get over from what you've told me. But, I mean, the only way to do it is to just go out and try. That's the only advice I can give you.
That's a good point, and I do need to look at it that way instead of being stuck on my old reality. I think I need to not forget it, but just move past it, because at least for the time being, I'm not going to be able to get back to it.
Yeah, certainly. Good luck with all of that. I hope you get some resolution with it. And thanks for sharing the story with us.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share it.
It's been our pleasure.
Anytime. You're always welcome back on. Always welcome back on. If you've got any other stories, you're always welcome back on.
Well, thank you so much.
When do you think this podcast will be out, Auntie?
Well, I hope to have it out within the next 2 weeks. That's my hope.
Okay, well, I'll definitely be looking for it. I'm excited to hear it.
Brilliant.
You all enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for listening.
You too, mate, and thank you for coming on. See you later, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you very much, Seth. Thank you for that astonishing story. We're going to take a little break away now and discuss it between ourselves and see whether or not we can figure out what's going on and see whether or not Katz can science his way out of this. But before we get there, there's 2 more images that I want you to look at, Katz.
All right, cool. Let's have a look.
You thought you'd got away with that, but I sent you 2 additional images that I want you to look at. So can you tell me if you're looking at Forrest Gump?
Yep, got that right in front of me.
Okay, so what would you say about the saying that actually says, life is like a box of chocolates?
So the following line, life is like a box of chocolates, you never quite know what you're going to get?
Correct. Is that how you recall it?
It is, yeah. I've only seen the film once, though, so I may very well be wrong.
Well, apparently the film is known to have said life was like a box of chocolates. Was like a box of chocolates. Not is like a box of chocolates.
Now, that see, I've never heard anybody repeat it like that. I'd have been sure that it was life is like a box of chocolates. Yeah, got me on that one, 100%.
Okay, and the very last image I want you to look at. Tell me, have you got Snow White up?
I certainly have.
And can you tell me, do you recall the saying, mirror, mirror on the wall?
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?
Correct. Is that how you recall the saying is going?
No, that is how I recall it, but only because I don't know much about these, but we did go to a Christmas pantomime, obviously not last Christmas, but the Christmas before, and it was a Snow White one, and I must have heard that line about 50 times in that pantomime. So I'm remembering the pantomime rather than the cartoon.
So what would you do if I was to turn around and tell you that the actual saying that's always been said in every Snow White film is magic mirror on the wall?
No way! My God, yeah. No, I that's got me 100%. Yeah, 100% that's got me. I never would have thought that was the bit that was wrong. Never.
Well, there you go. That's the Mandela effect.
Awesome.
Right, moving on. Right, let's get into this. Let's have a little chat about what we actually thought about this particular story and Seth's change of reality. How did you feel his story was? Have you got anything to add scientifically about what you actually think went on here?
Well, first of all, I think Seth was a fantastic bloke, and I really wish him all the well, because it sounds as though he's going through quite a tough period, doesn't it? It sounds as though he's he's finding things quite stressful and difficult, and I hope his relationship sorts itself out, etc. For me, I think therein lies the problem and the answer to the story. I think that whatever has triggered a stressful period in his life that seems to be snowballing has caused some sort of chronic stress effect. And, if you just even Google, I think some of the questions you ask yourself if you're suffering from chronic stress. One of them is, does it always feel as if you're worrying about something? Does it feel as if you're disconnected from people around you? Does it feel as if everything suddenly feels, or does it seem as if everything suddenly feels different to how it used to, etc.? And I know that Seth, he mentioned his partner quite a number of times and how upsetting it was that things weren't perhaps as they used to be in his relationship with his partner. And I'm just wondering whether worrying about this day in, day out has caused some kind of chronic stress that maybe he's interpreting as being something else. So I hope I'm wrong, and I do wish him all the best, but that's what I'm going to say.
I am so torn with this one. I really am so torn, because it seems to me that there are so many different issues in this that just couldn't be explained away with some kind of stress forgetfulness. I mean, particularly the fact that his friend got married and he remembers seeing. I mean, this is different, you see. If you're going to forget something, you're going to forget it completely. You're not going to replace it with other memories. Now, he's been replacing the forgetfulness with other memories, as in he remembered his friend getting married. He remembers seeing the wedding on Facebook, the pictures. He remembers the cake, that the dress that the lady wore. This is not forgetting things. This is having different memories from a different time. And this is why I'm leaning more to maybe something's happened to him, because this isn't the only case of somebody coming on the show and telling us that things have changed in their reality. There are other guests that have come in and spoken about things being changed and having stepped into what they consider being a different parallel universe or a different world. And Seth is no different, except his seems to be more prolonged, for sure. I mean, this has been going on for several months now. And, everything he seems to recollect, everything from the relationship with his boyfriend, being one way, he recalls it being one way. And then since this event, and I'm going to go back to the original event, the triggering event, where he pulled out of a lay-by, let's say, or a side road to go onto a main road, and he saw a car coming towards it. There was no way he could avoid the car, and he braced for an impact, and then nothing happened. Next thing, he looks around, there's no car to be seen. So did something happen? Was he actually impacted with a car? Did the car actually strike him? Did he actually perhaps die in one universe and get pushed into another? Who knows? I mean, this is total out there thinking out of the box. But something, I believe, happened at that time. And we don't have all the explanations here. We don't know half the stuff. We don't even know where we go after death. We don't even know if there is a life after death. Nobody knows any of this stuff. So the limits of where this could go could be astronomical. There could be so many different things that we haven't even thought about in the physical world, that we've never even thought about what happens to our spirit. And is it possible that he jumped from one realm into another? Quite possibly. I mean, to recall that the car was going to impact him and then suddenly it didn't, and suddenly it's nowhere to be seen, and then his life from that moment, everything seems to have changed. Knowing a friend of his from school all the way up to being the age he is now, apparently he's known this guy his entire life. He doesn't remember him, though. The other guys remember him. His sister says that he remembers him. His family say he remember him, but he doesn't remember him. This is all very strange, this selective memory loss, let's say. And it is definitely selective, but it would be more indicative of definitely been jumped into a different reality, because in that case, you might have experienced things slightly different. You might have taken a left road instead of a right, which meant that you never actually met that person to have this friendship and relationship with. But in that reality, you did. And when you swap bodies, the rest of everything that you've known, the people you know in your life, the job that you had, the car that you drove, all of that stays the same. But the person that you would have met had you turned left instead of right, you never got to meet that person. And I feel there's something to this. Can I prove it? No, of course we can't. But I will definitely double down with what you said there, Katz, and hope that he now addresses the fact that he is in this situation. He can't change it, and there's nothing that he can do about it. There's no point stressing over it. There's no point getting all irate about it. He's got to just move on, accept that he is where he is now, and make the best of it. Instead of turning it into a negative and wishing that he could always go back to the reality that he came from, or where he believes he came from, he can now just essentially say to himself, look, I am here, I've got to deal with it, I'm going to make the best of this now. This might be something good for me to actually do. So that's all I can say about that. And I know I've seemed to have waffled a lot about it, but it was a great story that needed quite a long response from me, I believe.
No, that's great. And you did remind me of a brilliant film with the comment about did he actually die and that moved him somewhere else. If anybody, I quite like to shout out random horror films and supernatural films here, but if anyone's seen the film Dead End, that's a very good film where I don't want to say too much more because I don't want to spoil it, but it did resonate what you said there with my memory of that film Dead End. It's well worth a watch for those who've not seen it.
Perfect. Right. Okay. Well, that's another one wrapped up, Kat. I'm going to make sure that I definitely get all those images loaded up onto the YouTube podcast that we have going here as well. So, as I say, if you have not subscribed to us on YouTube, I highly recommend you doing that. And conversely, if you're on YouTube but you prefer to use Spotify or any kind of podcast addict or Google Podcasts or Apple Podcasts or anything like that, go and search us out on there. You will find us, and we really would appreciate you to follow us on those places and subscribe to us. And you show us that you're enjoying the content, and we'll keep putting the content out.
Absolutely. But for now, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, almost unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Kat and Ranty. I'm Kat. Are you there, Ranty?
I am. How are you doing today, Kat?
I'm doing really, really well today. I'm looking forward to today's story. And as always, I've got a little bit of a quiz for you. Are you ready for it, or is there something you want to tell us?
I'm absolutely ready for it, Kat. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, regular listeners to our podcast will also know the answer to this question, and I'm so hoping, Ranty, you still remember it. But can you now tell me what a little bastard is?
Yeah, of course I can. Yeah, it was James Dean's car.
And if you remember from that podcast, James Dean's car was the center of the most unlikely sequence of tragic events that led many people to believing it was cursed, and eventually the car was destroyed. Are you familiar of any other cars that are considered to be cursed?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of cars that have been cursed, absolutely. But I've never told anybody about it. But I'm sure you have a very good story to tell us.
I certainly do. Now, I'm looking at a picture of a car here that has the license plate A111118. Why is that license plate significant, do you think? 111118. Why is that number significant?
I have absolutely no idea.
Well, if you turn that into a date, 111118, that is the 11th of the 11th, 18 or 1918, which was Armistice Day, the day that World War I ended. Now, whose license plate could that possibly be? Well, that is the license plate of the brand new car driven by Franz Ferdinand, whose assassination directly led to the beginning of World War I, almost as if the car itself was trying to predict what was going to happen in the future. Now, how did his assassination come about? Well, he was driving his brand new car, which suddenly stalled outside a cafe, where the person who assassinated him took the opportunity, that perfect timing, to walk outside the cafe and shoot him dead. Which, to me, those are two quite strong coincidences. What do you think?
Definitely, and I'm blown away by the fact that that registration number was the day of the armistice, but all right, okay, carry on.
So out of that mess, obviously, we had an assassination. It's led to the World War. It was horrendous. The car survived the assassination attempt completely unscathed. So it obviously went on to new owners. Now, the first person to acquire the car was an Austrian general named Potiorek, and I'm sure I've pronounced that wrong. Now, he apparently became insane while he was driving the car and ended up having to live out his years in a mental asylum. Was that the end of the story?
Well, I'm getting a strange deja vu here, so I'm going to say no.
Well, it wasn't the end of the story. The car survived, and it was passed to another German military officer who drove the car down a country road and encountered two peasants who walked out in front of him. So he swerved not to kill the peasants. Unfortunately, he didn't swerve well enough, and he did kill the peasants, but he swerved just enough to then crash the car into a tree, killing himself.
Ouch.
Yeah, not the end of it, though, because then the car...
You're telling me it survived?
The car was repaired, and after that it was passed to the governor of Yugoslavia, who apparently just had no end of bad luck with it. He was involved in 4 separate accidents, losing an arm in one of them. And the governor would often be heard to publicly say that his car was cursed. I don't know how much of the past he knew about it, but he decided at one point to get rid of it. The only person he could then get rid of it from was someone who dealt in... Nobody wanted it, so he managed to get it to an automobile share shop that just traded any old junk. And the next owner there flipped over the car and was crushed to death underneath it. Before it was bought by a Swiss... I can't believe this is still going on. Before it was bought by a Swiss race car driver, who also killed himself by flipping... I don't know why I'm laughing. Killed himself by flipping the car and ended up being crushed underneath it. Now, listen, anyone can Google this. This car is still on show today, and the story doesn't end there. But I feel I'm in danger if I keep talking about the history of this car, of people thinking I'm just making this up. So, can cars be cursed? I don't know, but that is one hell of a coincidence.
Well, this kind of story reminds me of why you don't like flying, because it's quite possible that these contraptions can definitely be cursed. I mean, James Dean and then this. I mean, this is just too much.
It was incredible. Now, the reason I brought that up is because today's guest did bring 2 stories to the show, but obviously our shows we don't have them too long. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the first story that our guest brought, which was about a car that was under the influence of some sort of demonic spirit, a car and a bike. We're going to take that, we're going to play that in a separate podcast, and we're going to play her second story today, which I think you know more about than I do, Ranty, so I'll let you begin.
Yes, so our guest today is called Trucky. Trucky. She likes to be called Trucky or Truck. And she has, as I say, she had 2 stories. Cass has already told you what we're going to do with the first one. But the second one is something to do with some kind of astral projection, so I believe. But I'm going to let Trucky tell you this story. I'm going to sit back. And are you there, Trucky? How are you doing, Trucky?
Yes, everybody, good evening, and hello to you, Cats and Ranty, right?
Yep.
Now, this one is I would not say recent, but it's around 2014 or 2015, and I bet you can actually search the building that I will be talking about. And this happened actually in a bustling city in the Philippines, in Makati. There is this particular building that I'm not really sure, but probably you can leap it or not. But the building is called Insular Life Building. It was built in 1962. And that time I was working in a call center. I was in a BPO center and was training to do calls for the graveyard. And the Insular Building is actually where we held our trainings. And the company actually's production area is in a different building, in a more modernized building. Now, when we were doing our trainings, it's mostly around 8 p.m. up until 5 in the morning, because we're trying to adjust ourselves to the American time. And what happened was, probably on the second day of our training, most of us were still adjusting to the schedule. So we decided to take a nap inside the training room. It's like around 4 people, and we were like taking each of us took one corner of the room. Now, I'm not sure how it happened, but what happened was that I took a nap and then I dreamt of myself sleeping in that particular training room. So I was dreaming of myself sleeping inside that training room. Then I saw my four colleagues in different corners of the room. And this particular girl who was just on the opposite corner of me, there was this shadow that was hovering over her rather. This shadow, it's definitely a man's shadow because there's this physique that it's a man, the way how big it was. So I was like, okay, there's a shadow, and I know for myself that I'm sleeping because I can see myself in that on the other corner that I was sleeping. But what happened? The next thing that happened was that we were abruptly woken by a friend of ours because the girl who was sleeping on the opposite corner of me was having a nightmare. One of our friends who came from a smoking break came up, and he saw that this girl was like having an asthma attack. So he started like shaking her and tried shouting her name to forcibly wake her up, but instead it woke us up, the other people inside the room. So when they were able to successfully woke her up, she said that in her dream there was this particular man who was wearing something that wasn't part, probably on a different timeline, because she said that it's wearing a coat, it's wearing a brim hat, who was standing over her. I overheard about her story, and I told her that I had the same dream and I saw that particular man hovering over you. And afterwards, she was like, dude, let's not try to sleep again in the training room anymore. I was like, yeah, agreed. Never to sleep again. And from that on, from that time until our end of training, we didn't sleep, and we tried to go on groups every time we go out of the building, and or even stay at the building. We never stay at the building or in the training room alone.
Right. So just to clarify with that, you both were dreaming, and
Yep.
in your dream you saw a shadow above her. In her dream, she saw the same shadow.
Yes.
Huh.
These shared dream experiences are things that I am really interested in because I know people in real life who claim to have had things like that. You know, it's not something I've often given a great deal of thought to because I can't figure out an answer for it. So I've tended to just not try and bother. But it is something that I do find fascinating.
It's kind of weird because for myself, I know that there are instances, especially when I'm tired or stressed, that I can't control, but I do lucid dreaming, that I know for myself I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
I can control my sleep and I can control myself to wake up. But on her end, I'm not really sure what happened, and I'm not sure how come we're seeing things at the same time and what's happening at the same time, which is like, I don't know, parallel words or something. I don't know.
Okay, so my housekeeping question on that would be, how on earth did you both start talking about it to each other?
When my friend was being woken up by this guy who came from the smoking break, he was like shaking and waking her up. And that time, we were also still taking a nap, and we just woke up because of the commotion that was happening. Then she started telling this guy friend of ours who woke her up that she was having this dream. This particular man was somehow strangling her in a sense. That's why she was having hard time breathing. And then this guy told her that he went to her because she looked like she was having some asthma attack, and she looks like she was grasping for air. How she described it, she felt like she was drowning. I kind of overheard what they were talking, so I decided to share my input. That particular girl was not really a close friend of mine, was not really something, someone I usually talk to. So when I just overheard of the story, I told her that, you know what, I almost had the same dream, but in my dream, I'm seeing you and that particular shadow hovering above you.
See, now that's interesting because you've put an extra layer on it there, which was what I was kind of after, really, some kind of additional information. And with you going over it again and explaining that the reason the guy tried to wake the lady up was because he thought she was struggling to breathe, and then she, in her dream, was being strangled by this thing, and then you saw it. See, that's 3 layers of of the same story. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. I was interested in you talking about lucid dreaming. We talked about lucid dreaming as a possibility for astral projection experiences on a podcast a while ago, or I suggested it as a possibility for astral projection experiences. And I've had lucid dreams in the past, and they are quite amazing. Unless you've actually had a fully lucid dream, it's very difficult to explain to somebody just how crazy it is.
Well, how would you explain, if you were in this circumstance? Obviously, this is completely different, because what you have is you have somebody that's awake and clearly able to see some person in distress who tells of a dream where she's being strangled by some man in her dream, and at the same time you've also got a kind of witness in effect. Now, whether that was a lucid dream witness, I mean, it's possible that you were lucid dreaming and seeing this entity, let's say, because a lot of people do tend to see these things when they are lucid dreaming. So maybe in that state, that altered reality, you were able to see something you wouldn't normally see, and perhaps that's what you actually saw, and perhaps all 3 were connected.
That is the question I have for myself as well, because it's kind of weird that it's not normal to hear a story that 2 people would be sharing almost the same experience, in a sense, and it's in a dream state. It's kind of hard to explain, but if you think about it, how can you be sharing one kind of a somewhat dream?
It's true. Well, my housekeeping question again for this would be, did you, in your lucid dream state or awake or whatever dream state that you were in, did you see the other gentleman come in and try to wake the woman? In other words, were you mistaken in your lucid dream state the guy trying to wake her up and shake her as being the entity that was hovering above her, or was that something different?
Actually, I haven't seen him in my dream. All I can remember in that particular dream was that I was standing in the corner. I'm not moving at all. I can see myself slump over the table. Then I saw her on a chair leaning back. Then there's this particular shadow on the corner, just like on her side. Then that's about it. I didn't see our guy friend who came in to wake her up. I didn't see that. I can't even see the specific, like, the colors. I can see the color of the walls and stuff, but other than that, the people who were sleeping, I can see them, but other people who were awake that time, no.
Right, so there's another layer that's just been added on that maybe I just didn't hear when you first said your original thing, which was that it seems to me like you weren't lucid dreaming. It seems to me like you were astral projecting, and you'd left the body and you were actually in the room. Now, I've done that many a time in the past, so I understand what you were seeing at that time. And you've also explained that you were able to identify individual people in the room, but when you talk about this thing hovering over her, you don't attach any kind of name to that. So it's not like you recognize this thing that was hovering over her. Now, that's very interesting. It's, you've got a whole bunch of things going on there. This astral projection type. Wow, this is a very fascinating story, I have to say.
You're telling me that I was astral projecting? Because
yes,
I know for sure that I haven't done that, or probably I didn't know. I don't know.
Well, if you're seeing yourself in the bed and you're floating in the room, looking down on yourself and able to see other people, that tells me that the spirit has left the body. Now, when I was a child, I was able to do that quite a lot, and I would often be leaving my body and floating around my own bedroom, to the point where I was able actually to train myself to actually leave the room and fly out of the window, and then obviously that led on to other kind of things. But the original first steps of doing that was actually just in the room. You would leave the body but still be in the room, and that's exactly, to me, what it sounds like. It sounds like that you are astral projecting, and in that astral projection realm, you're able to see a lot of different things. You're able to see other entities, other spirit things, and reality, humans in reality, your body, her body, etc. So it makes absolute sense now that this is why you were able to see what she was seeing in her quote-unquote dream or attack or whatever it was that was going on. It's maybe that's the reason you astral projected. Maybe you psychically needed to leave your body because something was going on at that time, because some entity came into the room, and maybe your, I don't know, sixth sense, let's say, allowed you to astral project at that time to see what was going on.
I see. Because I really thought when that happened, I was just lucid dreaming. I don't have enough information regarding astral projection that time. I was just thinking, I'm dreaming, and since I'm seeing this kind of stuff and I can still feel myself and probably control myself or force myself to wake up, I was just lucid dreaming. That was what I was thinking that time.
What did it feel like when you decided to wake up? Did anything special happen?
Actually, there's none. That's the weird part. I was like, when I woke up, it's just like I was walking up from that's it.
Did you feel that you needed to return to the body at any point?
None that not really, no, I'm not really sure. I don't remember.
Okay, and one last thing, you didn't feel like you were being pulled back to your body at all?
No, I am not really sure. I can't even remember if that's how I felt. All I can remember is that when I woke up, it's like me having this deep sleep. And when I heard them talking, it's just that it triggered the dream that I had. And that's just about it.
Okay, anything you want to add to this, Kat?
There's a lot that I want to talk about in terms of dreams and how dreams are remembered and stuff, but I need to make sure that I'm getting my facts right before I do that. So I'm not gonna ask anything else at this point, but I'm gonna put a lot of research into this story when we are done, because I've got some inklings of ideas, but I don't want to say anything in case I end up being totally wrong just yet.
Okay, and for me, I'm just going to clarify before we wrap this up. I'm just going to clarify from what you've told me. So I just want you to tell me if there's anything wrong that we've got wrong with this story. Just let me know. But you were looking down at your body as well as other people's bodies inside this room where you were sleeping during a break, and you saw your friend struggling to breathe or something like that with an entity, what you could say, or a shadow above her. And then you woke up because you heard something, or you just woke up and your friend then told you that she was dreaming about being strangled, and this guy that tried to wake her up said that he saw her struggling in her sleep, and that's why he was shouting to wake her up, which obviously woke you up. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Actually, the commotion that they were doing is the one that triggered me to wake up.
Okay. Right, okay, well, thank you for the story again. What a wonderful story. Thank you for appearing today on the podcast. Obviously, we'll need to do a little bit of research on this and figure things out. But for now, thank you very much, and we look forward to speaking to you again soon.
You have a good night, or rather, good day.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Truckee, thank you so much for coming on. That was another fantastic story. I am really enjoying this podcast at the minute. The variety of stories we're getting, the problems they're causing me trying to think of some sort of scientific explanation for what might be going on. But it's great fun. I need a bit of time to go and recover and think of what I'm going to say about that. So I'm going to pass you to Ranty for his views. Ranty, off you go, buddy.
Okay, well, this is a story that's very close to my heart, at least anyway, because as a child, and I've told this before on some of the other podcasts, I could absolutely astral project. And what Truckee is describing here is typical early onset astral projection. And that would be where you leave the body, you're not sure what you're doing, the body floats around for a little bit, looks down on things. You're unaware of, you're actually in control of the situation. You're actually there in the real world, but also in spirit at the same time. And it's a very weird and very surreal feeling if you've never actually experienced it. And I think Truckee was a little bit shocked that I attributed the idea that it could have been astral projection as opposed to some kind of lucid dreaming. So there's obviously two distinctions there with what is a lucid dream and what is astral projection, but it sounds to me for sure that she was definitely explaining something that you would definitely attribute astral projection to. Moving on from that, what she saw and the fact that the person who was being quote unquote attacked by this entity, let's say, also had a dream that she was also being attacked by something. So this to me is a very, very weird one. And what I'm going to say is that I have a feeling that Truckee is more in tune with her psychic abilities than she actually knows. And something within her at that time enabled her to leave her body. And she had to witness something that was going on in order for this following events, which would be that they never actually slept again in that room, in that during the breaks and stuff, to stop that actually happening again. Well, if she hadn't have left her body and was able to see this thing attacking her work colleague, she would never have told them about it. And it's quite possible that this lady, if she was being singled out for some kind of poltergeist activity or attack, then she quite likely may have fallen asleep in the room at another date. But Truckee was there as some kind of guardian angel. The fact that she was able to leave the body, witness the attack on her work colleague, and also the fact that her other work colleague came in and felt the need to suddenly wake the colleague up that was being attacked, who he describes as being choked or suffering some kind of seizure or something like that. Everything to me, it taken on a whole at least, is very clear indication of something paranormal and something very dangerous, actually. I mean, I wouldn't want to be hanging around in that place. And who knows, maybe it was just a one-off, maybe this thing never returned, maybe it was passing through, I don't know. But whatever happened, to have three people all telling us part of a story that all links to one story and one attack is just too much of a coincidence for me. I cannot believe that science is going to find an answer for this, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what you're going to say about this, Kat.
So this is a very, very interesting one because of the timescale that the story all happened across. The fact that they both woke up, if you like, and then talked to each other and immediately shared that information that, you know, I've just seen you being attacked, and I felt like I've just been attacked. That's all across a very short timescale like that. That makes it very, very interesting, very, very difficult. I wonder if, in retrospect, the timescale was just a little bit further apart, and you know, it gave Truckee the chance to have maybe an extremely vivid dream or lucid dream where she's incorporating the memories of a conversation she's had with her friend. That would seem like a likely explanation for me, but it's very difficult for me to even become near to explaining why they'd have that shared experience while they're both asleep, unless if they are sleeping in the same environment, there is some sort of external stimulus, external noise, or so we all know that, you know, when we're asleep, if we hear noises in the room, that can influence our dream. Have they heard, if we are in a hospital, you know, the screams of patients who are in pain? Have they heard crying people outside who are upset? Have they heard some sort of traumatic thing that has affected both of their dreams and, you know, made it a traumatic experience for both of them? And then over time, as the conversations between them has occurred, they've attributed a certain significance that maybe wasn't there in the first place. And it's very, very difficult for me to explain what might have gone on there. I wish I'd have been in the room at the time, is all I can say. I wish I could have seen the real timescale in which that had all unfolded. But to take it as we were told it, I can't find an explanation.
Woohoo! We have something that cats can't find an explanation for. This is becoming more and more of a habit, I think.
Well, you know what? I'll always try and be honest. And I think when you look at these stories, you've got 2 or 3 options. You've got the option that it happened exactly as we were told. You've got the option that the person telling the story genuinely believes that it happened in the exact way they're telling us, but there's some sort of recall issue or some sort of malleable memory effect that's gone on. And in extremely rare cases, we're going to have the situation where things just haven't happened in the way that we were told. And I'm certainly not saying that was the situation in this podcast, so please don't think that. But it is going to be the case that I will try and do my best to bring some sort of science that will explain maybe one aspect of a story. But I think I'll be caught out quite a lot. I think there'll be plenty of times when I just cannot explain a story start to finish. And maybe, who knows, maybe one day someone will drop a story at my door with the photographs and the evidence that will really make me stop and think and change my opinion on some things. Who knows?
Yeah, and just following on from what Kat says there, is that if you want to try and change his belief system, if you want to try and convince him that there is something out there, that something's happened to you, maybe you have experienced something yourself that you just want to tell somebody. Maybe it's a story that you've told a lot of people. Maybe it's a story that you've never told. And maybe you want to get it off your chest and contact us and be a guest here, because there's one person that believes in the paranormal and there's one that's still a skeptic. So we're going to leave all the links of how you can contact us in the description. And please, listen, if you are listening on Spotify, just click that follow button. Please, just follow us. And if you're on YouTube, again, just click the subscribe button. It takes but a second, but it really helps us so that you get notifications every time we put a new podcast out, and it really helps feed the algorithms so that we feel confident that we're actually doing a good job and giving you great content. It gives us the encouragement to carry on.
Well said. And I think with that, I want to thank Chucky for coming on today. Thank you, Ranty, for putting up with me. And I'll see you all again.
Yeah, we'll see you all in the next one. Take care for now.
Bye.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, almost unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable Paranormal Podcast with Cats. I'm Ranty. Are you there, Cats?
I am here and I'm looking forward to today's show. As always, tell me a little bit about it.
Well, Zach has an incredible story to tell us. Him and his wife, believe it or not, now, I don't know whether it's true or not, but they believe that they can meditate to the point where they can actually visualize other beings in different universes, in different worlds, and go there, converse with them, be sometimes even fed information that should help advance our technological abilities. How astonishing is that?
That is pretty astonishing, yeah. And I do believe he's brought a technical innovation that he was given for us to look at today, which I'm extremely looking forward to looking at. But before we do that, I do have a little story of my own about magical beings that seem to appear out of nowhere. Would you like to hear it?
I certainly would, and I'm all ears. Go ahead, Kaz.
Well, it's a true or false story. Have you heard the story of Emily Sagi? And if I pronounced that wrong, which I probably have, I apologise.
I can't say I have, Kaz.
So the story of Emily Sagi is actually quite well known.
Well, not that well known, is it? I didn't remember it.
Well, true. It does date back to the mid to late 1860s. But essentially, it's a story of somebody who was a school teacher. Apparently, she was a very happy, bubbly, popular school teacher. Kids really liked her. All the staff at the schools really liked her. But there was a problem. In a period of 16 years, she was employed in 18 different schools. Now, I am, for those who don't know, who are listening, I am a teacher. And how can I put it? If another teacher arrives at your school and in the past 4 or 5 years has been in 4 or 5 schools, there is perhaps a question about why have they been in 4 or 5 schools over the past 4 or 5 years? Why haven't they been kept on by any of the schools? What is wrong with them? You know, it's a little bit unfair perhaps, but there's an expectation on those teachers to sort of prove themselves and show why they've been moving on so quickly. But yeah, 18 schools in 16 different years. But it turns out that Emily was actually an extremely good teacher. Do you want to take a wild guess at why she might have moved schools so often?
I'm gonna say maybe she was Mary Poppins.
But very possibly. The truth could be even more strange than that. Apparently, she had a doppelganger, and this is all Googleable. She was a real character. It was some sort of ghostly twin that would just appear at random moments, either while she was teaching a class and she had her back to the kids, or when she was meeting with other teachers in the staff room, etc. And it would mock and mimic Emily's actions, which would really obviously freak out anybody that was stood talking to her and watching her. And it was for that reason that she was moved on from, well, 18 different schools in 16 years, wasn't it? So incredible. Now that apparently is a true story. So whether her doppelganger was a real person, or whether she was being stalked maybe by somebody, or whether it was an actual ghost, who knows? What do you think?
Well, you know me, I've got stories about doppelgangers myself. My sister had a doppelganger of her own that essentially walked into the room where my auntie was serving up a cup of tea, and my auntie talked to her and this, that, and the other, but my sister was never there. So, and of course, there's my mum as well, you know, with what happened to her. I mean, these stories are on the podcast if you want to take a chance and listen back to them. That's all great. But yeah, do I believe in doppelgangers? Absolutely. And I can imagine that was quite scary back in the 1800s, though.
I imagine it was, and there were very few explanations because it was such a weird story. However, funnily enough, we did speak to FTFE, the big YouTuber, on a previous podcast about parallel worlds, and one of the theories about Emily Seggi comes from the world of physics, and that is, could this doppelganger actually have been Emily in a parallel universe as different choices were being made, you know, different worlds split off when different choices made? Could it have been a glimpse of a ghostly figure of herself as that was happening? So who knows? There you go.
And just leading on from that as well, if you remember, we had a lady on called Alex. And if you remember when she was telling her story about the scene of this ghostly like figure with a woman and a walking a dog and disappeared right in front of them. But she recalls that her friend turned around and said, hey, do you know what? That spirit, let's say, or that person that we saw with the dog looked like you and the dog. So, you know, I mean, maybe there is something to that. Maybe there are these parallel worlds where people are just repeating the same things at the same time in the same locations, doing the same manual job, and they just happen to just bump into each other. Maybe this Alex was just walking a dog at a similar time that she walks a dog in a different universe. Who knows? And like you say, maybe with this teacher as well, maybe that's a part of that too. How very interesting.
Oh yeah, very interesting actually. I'm going to have to look into the physics of that. Maybe we could do a podcast all about it at some point in the future. But for now, I will let you introduce the guest.
Yes, so today's guest is called Zach. And as I've already told you in the introduction, Zach believes that he can communicate with outer-worldly beings from different universes, different star systems. So, without a moment to waste, let's introduce today's guest. Hello, Zach. Are you there?
I am here.
Awesome. Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to pop myself on mute and I'm going to let you tell us the story from start to finish. Go ahead.
All right. So it started roughly about probably like 10 years ago is when I first really had my first experience with UFOs. I used to sit out on my bed and look out over the valley. I lived up in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, up in Washington State. And I would sometimes see these red balls of light fall through the clouds and end up dropping into the forest. And I know it's not flares, because a lot of people have said it's flares. Flares float down. They're slow moving. And I know it wasn't a shooting star because those things are really fast. This fell into the forest and just disappeared. So that really kind of got my interest in like the whole UFOs, like extraterrestrial stuff. And about, I'd say probably, I think it was like 2018, I was working at like a wood mill type thing that makes moldings for like houses, whatever. And one of my buddies there, one of my coworkers, was also pretty into the UFO stuff. And so I had shown him some pictures that I had taken from when I was living there in my house. I was playing around on Snapchat and I was taking some photos outside of the window. And, I'd draw like funny pictures and whatnot, make it look weird, whatever. But I had noticed a little weird, shiny, almost like a little oval. I wouldn't say like a tic tac, but it was like small and like ovalish. And there's a second one just above it. And I thought, that's pretty cool. And of course, there's a bird in the picture, so I know it's not like a bird. I know it's not an airplane. There's no wings. It's just this little tic tac shaped thing. There's two of them. And I had went to work the next night, and I had shown my buddy this, and he freaked out because the previous evening, his buddy had taken a photo of these same objects, but they were lit up. And you can see like almost like a disc shape to like the image, and it was like pinkish bluish. So that was pretty interesting. And that kind of really solidified my beliefs in UFOs. So fast forward to roughly 3 months ago, my wife and I, we started doing meditations because we're both pretty spiritual people. We're both Wiccan, pagan. And so we do a lot of meditations. We do a lot of different kinds of spell work, all different kinds of stuff. And we had heard about this thing called CE5. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it.
CE5? No, that's new to me. What is it?
And it's new to me as well, I have to say.
So, a man named Stephen Greer. I'm not sure if you've heard of him.
Oh, Stephen Greer, the big, bulky doctor who's always on the UFO programs.
Yeah, he started, kind of coined that CE5 thing. I know a lot of people talk down on him because I guess he's charges like a shit ton of money for like these whole excursions or projects, or take people out in the desert, see some UFOs. I'm not too sure about it. A lot of people don't like him. I don't know why, because my wife and I, we have tried this stuff, and I'm telling you, it works. So what we did was we put on some like EDM chill step music, like instrumental stuff, kind of like get into like that ethereal mood. We lit some candles and we set up this crystal grid. We used high vibrational crystals such as like celestite, selenite, amethyst, or some others, blue kyanite, like a bunch of aura crystals, angel aura, rose quartz. We had some moldavite. Anyways, lots of high vibrational crystals, and we set it up in like a crystal grid antenna. And so what we did is I had meditated to the point of becoming one with my surroundings, and I could literally see like the roots of my being bleed through into the earth, and it was like this bluish white magnetic flowing like fluid electricity like web. I could see it like connecting to all other living things around me. I could see through the walls. I could see like their beings, not their physical, like their skin, their clothes, like their actual like energy, like their silhouette of like their energy being. And at that point, I had taken everything that I had found and brought it up and pushed it out through my third eye, and I basically invited any benevolent being to come meet me. Now, at that point, I saw a white hole of energy open up in front of me. It had like this golden aura around it, and inside I saw these three beings. They were very tall, they had very long necks, they almost had like a praying mantis's shaped head. It was very rounded, bulbous around like where the head, like the cranial area is, like towards the back. They had large almond-shaped black eyes, very pointed small chins. They were wearing these like long flowing robes, like silver, like white and gold, and they had like these weird shoulder things, like at the ends, like little like silvery balls. I'm not sure what they were wearing. It was very weird, but they were standing behind like this, or they were standing in front of this craft. It almost it almost looked like a Pringles chip. You know how it kind of has the flared sides, but it was very flat and it had like the center like bulbed area, kind of like a half raised oval. You just plop it right in the middle of a Pringles chip. It was like silvery, metallic. It was very shiny, very reflective. And at one point, I wanted to go into this hole. I wanted to go to where they were at. I was just in awe. I wanted to go there. And I think they heard me because at that point, I could feel their arms and hands around me, pulling me out of my own body. Like they separated my spiritual self from my physical self and brought me into this place. They shared with me a lot of information, a lot about what people call God. What we know as God is the absolute source of all energy and all consciousness in the universe. Every living being is a part of this source, and it is living throughout all of these bodies, all humans, extraterrestrials, animals, plants. They're living simultaneously throughout space and time. And the sole purpose of this is to experience life itself. Anyways, they told me a lot about like who we are, what our place is in the universe. And they've been here a long time. They did not create us, but they helped get the ball rolling, so to speak. How I like to put it is they knocked over the first domino, but they did not create the domino, if that makes sense. So my next experience was I had gone into this meditation to try to connect with these other beings, or like these beings that I met, but at one point I had gotten to the point where I was sending out like my exact location, who I was, my memories of this place. I sent out the images of like where our planet was in our solar system, what landmass I was on, by what body of water I was on, what city I lived in, almost pinpointing my exact location. And I sent that out into the universe, and I got a response back. I was brought to a very, I guess you could call it astral projection, but this felt different. I could see the planets of this other star system. This other star had a very dense cloud. It was very small. It was a very small, dim star. I could see 4 inner planets. I saw a larger ringed planet, and then I saw 2 smaller outer planets. And it brought me to this 4th planet, and it had a purple atmosphere, very thin. I could see it had a very sandy, orangish, greenish land. I saw large bodies of water, like one big ocean, just huge. And then next, I was brought to like this little valley. I was in between these mountain ranges, and I saw all of these small, like domed houses, I guess, like dwellings. Think of like a bee's honeycomb, except made out of domes. And I saw like this family of beings. They were purple skin, very pale white purple. And they all dressed almost identically. Very simplistic, very almost fine, bluish, purplish, like, I don't even know how to describe the fabric they were wearing. They had very blocky, angular heads, very square, almost like kind of like crunched in. Their facial features were really shrunk, but they looked like normal. They had normal, like almost like what eyes that we have. Same noses, very blocky mouths, very blocky chins. But their mouths looked the same. I saw the star in the sky, it was very dim. I saw what looked like a moon or a small planet in the sky as well, behind like, it was off to my left, right above one of the mountain ranges. Yeah, they just shared basically what I had shared with them. I didn't get to ask any questions. They didn't ask any questions. I just shared where I'm from, and they shared where they're from. And when the meditation was over, I was just left with like this huge sense of awe. I wanted to go back. I wanted to see more.
And did you eventually get to see more? Was that the only contact you had?
With that one, yeah, that's it. That was it.
Yeah, so I have a question. So you
Yeah.
say that you wanted to go back on this particular occasion, but does that happen on every single time that you go to these places? It was just this place that meant something special.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then fast forward to my next experience, we were actually visited. It was just a normal night. Just my wife and I, we just got done watching some Family Guy. We were going to bed. I'd say it was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. She comes into the bedroom. She gets ready to lay down. I'm going to go grab my drink from the kitchen real quick. And where our living room is, it's connected straight off from the kitchen. It goes through like a small little doorway, opens up into the dining room, and then off to the right is the kitchen. Keep going straight. There's our sliding glass door. We're on the second floor of our apartment. There's a balcony, just kind of like painting the picture for you. The dining room table is off to the left, and that's where my drink was. So the lights were off. I go in, and I just, you know how you can just walk into any room, you just know where the light switch is. You just automatically go to flip it. I do that, and I'm going to reach for my water bottle or juice or whatever it was. And I see something standing in the doorway of the sliding glass door because the curtains were drawn back, I'd say probably about like 6 inches, maybe 6 to 8 inches. So you can kind of see out through the glass. And it happened very quickly. All I was able to see, at least me, I was able to see was its leg and the hip. All I saw was like its legs coming up to about its hip because it had darted off. The hip was well above where the door handle was. And if you know like any size door, it's about probably like 6-7 feet. Maybe no, I'd say probably like 7 feet. Door handle is probably midway up. So this thing was tall. It had like a pale white skin, and it was very, very thin. You can clearly see the muscles in its leg, and I was able to see the tendon behind its knee. And you know, you can see if you look at your behind your knee, you can see like the small little tendons behind there. These ones stuck out a lot more. They came probably halfway to its calf, all the way up to like halfway up its thigh. The tendon, it was huge, and darted off to the left. And there's nothing out there except for our barbecue and a very thin railing. There's no other way to get down, and it got onto our roof, and it was able to get to our balcony to our roof in under 2 seconds. There's just no way it was someone. I've had people tell me it's some crackhead, some meth head trying to climb on our roof, get in our garbage, do whatever. It's like, no, there's just no way. No crackhead's gonna come up to our second floor balcony and climb up on our roof in the middle of winter. Like that does not happen. So I run in to tell my wife what happened. And she gets a little freaked out, as am I. She told me I looked like I had just seen a ghost. I mean, I was shaking. I did not expect to see that. And so after kind of like being a little paranoid, looking out the window, seeing like, are they still here? Where are they? Where'd this fucker go? Right? So night goes on, and I'm getting kind of settled down, starting to get tired, and I go to bed. My wife wakes up in the middle of the night to turn the fan on in our room. She comes back around, get back into bed, and she turns around and she says that she saw this extraterrestrial, this ET being in our room, crouching down right in front of our dresser, staring at us. She said it had white skin, it was crouching down, and it was very skinny, and it had a very small, white, egg-shaped head. And she had gone to grab her phone to turn the light on and like shine it at it. And she said as soon as she did that, it disappeared. Just gone.
That must have seemed really, really freaky. How did you react to that?
Dude, my adrenaline was like off the charts, man. I was shaking. Because usually going into those meditations, trying to make contact, I'm conscious of what I'm doing. I know what I'm going to get myself. Well, not really know, but I know the gist of what I'm getting myself into. It just happening like out of the blue like that, it was freaky. It was pretty scary.
So while you're doing these meditations and you're having this contact,
Mm-hmm.
are these aliens you see, how physical are they? Are they mental, or do they appear physically in front of you?
It's hard to explain because it's kind of both. Physically, I am here, but mentally, I am somewhere else, and they are physically there. If that makes sense.
Yeah, so you're seeing what their physicality is like through.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But they're not
But
here in front of me. I'm in front of them.
yeah, so you couldn't like reach out and touch them,
No.
that kind of thing.
No.
Yeah, so it's a perception of what they look like
Mhm.
from where you are, right? Okay, because I was essentially going to go on to ask, like, would they be leaving footprints on the carpet, that kind of thing.
That's what I was, because unfortunately it had snowed just after this had happened, and I wish it had snowed so I can go out and see some kind of footprints in the snow on our balcony.
I'll let you carry on. I'll put myself back on mute, but I'll stop interrupting and let you carry on.
No, okay, yeah. So this is probably my most recent one. It had begun with another one of these meditations. My wife and I had found some pretty cool like meditation guides and whatnot, and we had settled in on our little yoga mats. We got the incense lit. We got some crystals, and we're getting in the mood. And we sat down. We got in our positions, and we were just doing our thing. And at one point, I'd gotten in the mood. I was in total Zen mode. I was feeling very grounded. I could see myself becoming one with everything again. And then I pushed myself out to try to make contact. And I was brought to this hillside, almost like it looked like a large lake within a mountain range. And in the side of this hillside was this large temple. For lack of a better word, I mean, this thing looked immaculate. It had large spires everywhere. It was sandy gold colored. It looked like it was made of gold, but it wasn't exactly gold. I don't know how to explain it, but it had large spires everywhere, large columns, huge, just square doorways, windows. I mean, this place was just absolutely beautiful. I felt like I was not worthy to be there. And I was brought to this large doorway. I mean, this thing was at least 300 feet tall. This thing was massive. And this large being came out of this doorway in like a flash of light. I mean, this being was huge. It was probably almost 200 feet, 300 feet tall. And it had it was just wearing all gold, silver, just decked out in jewels. I mean, this thing, it looked like a king. Like an alien king. I don't know. I know that sounds crazy, but it had, all I saw was its head, because it was just, everything was just covered by this large robe and everything. All I saw was its head, and it had a very large, elongated skull with a very pointy chin, and it had the large black eyes, the gray skin, and it had like this weird, large, like semicircular collar behind its head, and it like rose up like to over its head. It was almost like a hood collar. I don't know, but it like shrunk down. It like became my size, and it brought me to this like floating barge, like boat craft type thing, and it took me out over the water. And I asked, who are you? And it told me its name. It told me its name was Saria. And I asked, what do you want? Like, why am I here? And it gave me this box. It gave me this small golden box. And it was decked out in all kinds of different jewels. And it had like this weird aura around it. It was like this light source. It was like blossoming and like circling in back on itself infinitely. And it was just really hard to look at. I don't know how else to explain it. It was like coming out and then going around back into itself. That's probably the best I can explain it. And I opened it up, and I was able to take this large staff out of this small box. It was like almost like a shepherd's staff, if you know, like the long stick with like the curved end on the top. And it was made out of like a wooden metal. That's the best I can explain it. A wooden metal. And it had like all kinds of jewels on the top. The top curved part was made out of this like greenish crystal. And it had like this ball of light at the end. And when I asked Saria, like, what do you want me to do? And it told me, go forth and love all. And at that point, I was brought back to my living room. I was brought back to me. And like when it was over, it was just left. I was dumbfounded. I didn't know. I didn't know what any of it meant.
Okay. Well, it seems to me like you're having quite a lot of these episodes when you actually go into some kind of trance or some kind of, well, I say trance meditation.
Mm.
Do you feel that, this is going to happen again? You've got the ability to do this again?
I don't want to say I do, because it doesn't happen every time. I don't want to say I can do this. I just say I know how to do it.
Okay. And this was your last story?
Yeah, my most recent one.
Okay. So, as you're going to appreciate, the more we do these podcasts, the more questions we get asked, and we get some of the more skeptical people asking questions that we wouldn't have actually thought to ask you. So, in a way, we're going to try and tag these in with some kind of housekeeping questions. And I suppose some of them might sound a little bit strange or insulting in a way, but it's mainly because we know what our audience is going to ask. So
What I like to say, it's okay to be a skeptic. It's just not okay to be a dick.
That's fair enough. Yeah. So, right, well, let me just ask a few of these questions, get these out of the way so that we can lay these to rest. Right, okay. So, are you in any kind of medication for any kind of medical condition?
No.
And do you smoke any weed or take any drugs or recreational drugs or anything like
that? No.
So this is a good start. This is a good start because it's guaranteed that a lot of the comments, especially on the YouTube channel, will be
Reddit
along those lines. Yes. So.
Well, I've got a question. Bit of a house. Well, is it a housekeeping question? I guess I'll let you decide. In any of these sort of conversations, these dialogues you had with these beings, these aliens, were you ever given some information that you were not aware of at the time? About the world or about a forthcoming event or about, I don't know, any sort of information that was verified post the event that kind of like adds weight?
So I wouldn't say like asking about like the future, but I was given an idea to build a perpetual motion machine using electromagnets, regulated electromagnetic pulses, photovoltaic cells, and zero gravity. Now, I am not a scientist in any way, so I have no idea how to put my information to play.
And was that information given kind of like verbally, mentally, written instructions, or like how was that information presented to you?
It was just, bam, implanted in my mind. It's just given.
And is it something that you can recall details of now, or over time does it like memory fade? Or...
I mean, I have like a small diagram that I've built, like I drew. I could probably send it to you.
That would be amazing, yeah. I mean, I'm no engineer.
Trust me, neither am I, and I'm no artist either.
that would actually be amazing, yeah. If you could do that,
absolutely.
I'd love to see it.
And have you got the images that you sent to your friend, or you showed your friend?
Yeah,
of the orbs?
Absolutely. I have both mine and his.
Oh, right. Okay. Could you send us them as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want me to email them to you?
Yeah, not right now, but yeah, sure. After the podcast, yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay, so how long do you think when you're doing these trances, let's say, how long do you think you're in these for? Is there a time scale?
So when I went to, one of my first experience when I went through that little quote unquote portal, that white hole of energy with the golden aura that saw the three beings, whatnot, I had no sense of time. It was like I was in a room like deep underground with no clocks, no telling if it was day or night. I didn't know what time it was. Like you just don't know anything about time. It's like there was no sense of it.
Okay. And do you watch any Star Trek or Star Wars, or are you often looking on the internet at lots of different galaxies and things like this?
Who doesn't do that? Who doesn't watch Star Wars? Come on, Ranty. What kind of a question is that? Well, everybody watches Star Wars.
Well, I guess my question, obviously, that's going to lead into that is, some of these places that you've seen on your travels, let's say, Are any of those something that you may have seen on the internet, let's say?
Actually, yeah. After what my wife had kind of described the being that visited us, think of those tall white aliens that from the ones that created the clones.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Clone Wars and Star Wars.
Yeah, in the Clone Wars, the tall ones where Obi-Wan fights Boba Fett or whatever his name was, Jango.
Yeah, I know who you mean.
Yeah, those tall, identical-looking ones. That's kind of what they look like, but more. This had the same body structure.
I know what you mean, but I can't think of the names.
Yeah, I can't think of it either.
So, do you think that some of these aliens that you've perhaps seen, have you seen them on any kind of films or anything like this? Is there anything that may link into that?
No, nothing really like that. But I remember there's a story, well, like probably a few years ago, I was going around on YouTube looking at like the top 10 mysterious paranormal stuff like that. And I remember seeing it's like this letter that someone left behind and it drew like 3 aliens on it. I'm not sure if you've seen that. I can probably find you an image of it, but the head shape, that mantis head shape, it was the same. It's exactly what I saw.
Okay, and you say you do this with your wife, so
Yes.
you go into these meditation states. Does she see the same thing as you?
Yeah.
So when you go to these different places, let's say, they're all decked out in all these gold and silver and stuff like this, are you saying that she goes with you? She travels with you at the same time?
No, so she has her own separate experiences, but like with the same beings.
Huh.
I remember she told me during the first one she saw the same 3 beings, but she was seeing like a bunch of like runes, letters, like blue letters. She couldn't really make it out, but like she asked them the name or something along those lines. I can't remember, but it just simplified the runes into the letter H. I did not see this. That was her experience, but with the same beings.
So when you come back from these experiences and you talk to your wife about what you've seen, often things match up. Then obviously,
yeah,
like the stories aren't contradicting each other.
No, they're similar, but not the same.
Yeah, and you're not being fed contradictory information,
No.
or anything like that. It all sounds incredibly fun. And does this happen at the same time?
Yeah. We do it at the same time.
This does remind me of a story I heard on Coast to Coast AM of somebody who claimed that they were astral projected and visiting aliens. I think they said they were aliens based not from Mars, but who were basing themselves on Mars or something. It's not the first time I've heard a story like this, which is interesting because I'm going to assume that you've probably not heard that particular Coast to Coast AM episode.
Not that specific one, but I do remember hearing like some kind of like CIA astral projection stuff with something like remote viewing a base on Mars from like 10 million years ago in the past or something like that. I'm not sure if you've heard that.
The Major Ed Dames episode. Well, one of the Major Ed Dames episodes.
Maybe, I don't know. I used to listen to Coast AM, but I haven't listened to it in a while.
I used to have it on all the time. In fact, to be honest, it was one of the inspirations for this, or one of the inspirations for me wanting to do a podcast like this. I love that show. I thought it was brilliant. But if you are listening to this podcast, listen to this one first before you go over. Yeah. I don't know what to say. What about you, Ranty? Have you got any more questions?
Yeah, I've got more questions. Can you tell us the setup of how you actually go about going into this meditation? Tell us the process that you go through. Is there any music playing in the background that's you're both listening to? Is there any kind of smells that are drafting around the same room at the same time?
Yeah, so we put on some like EDM chill step instrumentals, so it's not like you're hearing lyrics, because when you listen to music, you're trying to do other stuff. You kind of focus on the lyrics while you're doing it. The instrumentals kind of eliminate that distraction and allows us to have better concentration of the meditation. We have some incense that we light, like your typical like amber, your lavender, like rainforest. Let's just standard incenses. Yeah, we get our yoga mats out. We sit in like that crisscrossed applesauce position, back straight. Doesn't have to be completely straight, just comfortable. Just close your eyes, push out any kind of thought and distraction that's happening outside of the room that I am in. Everything does not matter outside of the room that I am in, kind of mentality. It eliminates a lot of thoughts outside thoughts. It allows me to connect with myself and kind of puts a barrier of things on the outside influencing the things on the inside. And that's pretty much the goal of meditation, at least in my opinion. Grounding myself, I try to envision myself as a tree and my roots bleeding out into the earth, becoming one with the earth. And that kind of helps me get into the mood that I am becoming one with everything. Because these extraterrestrials, these interdimensional, they're spiritual. They're spiritual beings. They understand that we are all connected. So when you're able to get into that mentality, it helps bridge the gap between our two existences.
So, if somebody else was in the room with you, watching you while you were doing the meditation, I'm assuming all they would see is you doing the meditation. This is all something that is like a mental link, is it?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Except for the one that came into your room.
Yes. Yeah, that was that. Yeah.
Now, I'm struggling to try and think of reasons why that would have been a hallucination.
There's just no way.
You know, this alien that walked into your room, is it something that you'd seen before in your mind?
No, completely new.
Okay.
It's a fascinating story for me, this one. It's very, very difficult because the way that it's taken place with being the mental link through the astral projection, then you're not going to get the physical sort of like hard, you're not going to bring back a piece of the spaceship, you know what I mean? You're not going to get that kind of physical hard evidence. But then you've got to accept that if aliens do exist, and there is, like I said before, there's absolutely the chance that they do, they are going to be far, far more developed than us, and the whole kind of psychic link could be something that they possibly have developed. It's
Yeah, I mean, these beings are telepathic. It's the best way to communicate because there is no language barrier. It's an absolute transfer of meaning.
See, and the thing is, in human history, we've all talked about the afterlife. We've all talked about our beings just being a meat suit. That doesn't mean that the person inside of us,
Funny you bring that up. I don't mean to interrupt you. They've actually told me a little bit about the afterlife.
Okay, I'm all ears.
It's basically, simply put, it's reincarnation. When we die, our energy that creates our consciousness, the electrical impulses in our brain, what makes our heart beat, it's all energy. And we all know that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transformed. So when we die, our physical body dies, our energy source leaves and rejoins this absolute source, this oneness, this quote unquote God. And at that point, based on the vibrational state of our being, like whether we were good or not, it allows us to either ascend or descend into the dimensional planes, going up to the fourth dimension or going down to the second dimension, which throughout human history has then been called heaven or hell. And the quote unquote limbo or purgatory is just our same dimension, just on a parallel plane.
So what sort of sense did you get of exactly how far away these beings are and how likely they are ever to properly physically visit the Earth?
Oh, I mean, they've always been here. They're not far away at all.
Sorry, when I say how far away they are, what I meant was the origin.
Like where their home planet is?
Yeah, how far they had to travel.
That I was not allowed to know.
Right, okay. Do you know how long, when you say they've always been here, they always been here like through the history of mankind or just for like ages?
No, like they found us. They told me that all life in the universe is accidental and therefore sacred. So when they find life, they help it evolve to the point whether they can judge whether or not they can join their ranks or will become too hostile and too violent to be allowed to leave.
Right.
To leave what?
Their planet.
So whether humans should be allowed to venture into space, develop that technology to find other worlds.
Both us and other species.
Yeah.
See, it's interesting when he talks about the astral planes and he talks about ascension and descension and all that sort of stuff. My mum told me that 30 years ago. She literally said, almost verbatim, word for word, what you just told me.
Really?
Yes. And it wasn't long after she had a disappearance that I've talked about. She disappeared for 9 hours, and when she returned, she thought she'd only been gone for 30 minutes. And when she came back, she seemed to be a different person. You know, she seemed to, everything about her just seemed to be different and off. But yeah, she told me exactly word for word what you just said. The
Wow.
ascensions, the descensions, the going, the four planes, these levels, all this, everything you said, word for word, is exactly what she told me.
Wow.
It was like listening to me mum back. I had shivers up my back when you told.
Wow. I'm speechless. Wow.
Well, that is interesting because, like I said, I've heard similar stories to yourself before when I was talking about the Coast to Coast AM episode, and it's. I mean, I'm sure you've never spoke to Ranty about Ranty's mum, and never, you've not said that because you knew Ranty's mum had said it. I'm sure you've never listened to that one particular Coast to Coast AM episode that I happen to have listened to, and yet we're bringing out the same story. So it is interesting that you clearly are not the first person to be saying these things, which certainly adds weight to what you're saying, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I am speechless that his mom says the exact same thing almost verbatim. Like that blows my mind.
She did. She literally, almost word for word, told me this at least 30 years ago, I would say. And, this was her belief system, which she believed, the ascension, the descension, the astral planes, everything, what you just said. I was just open mouthed when you were telling me. Because it's the first time I've ever heard anyone else say it.
Wow.
So there we go. Yeah, interesting. So going forward, are your plans to continue to try to do this? Are your plans to, get information to? Well, what are your plans? I'm rather than me put words in your mouth.
Honestly, I just want to understand. I'm not looking for fame. I'm not looking to turn around knowledge and build it and make millions of dollars. I just want to understand my place and their place in our universe. I just want to understand who they are.
Okay, well, it's interesting that you said that they sent you some kind of plan or diagram how to make a perpetual motion.
I didn't even ask for it.
Yeah, but why would they give it you? That's what I mean. There must be a reason why they have given this to you. And Kat's here is a science teacher. Funnily enough.
Honestly, why they gave it to me, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I fix phones. That's what I do. That's the extent of my engineering technological know-how.
This image, this diagram that you say that you're going to pass on that you can draw, is it like a circuit diagram? Is it the physical outside structure of a machine?
No, it is nowhere near any kind of artist's description. I can kind of describe it for you. It's got like a central rotary shaft, and it's got the positive polarity on the ends of the magnets that are going around this central shaft, kind of like a fan blade type situation with a counterbalance weight on the other end. And like inside this like little cylindrical cone shaped casing, it'll have little panels of positively charged electrical magnetic pulses that when it pulses, there's going to be some kind of like timed sensor. So when it passes over the panel, it pulses and it sends the magnet forward, and the rotation of the magnet in zero gravity can kind of, at least in my mind, I'm not sure, I'm not a scientist, but it'll create the force necessary to get energy from the rotation.
Listen, I have a couple of questions. I don't want Cats to interrupt. Sorry about this, Cat. I just need to take the lead on this set of questions.
Yeah.
Just bear with me. There is a reason for this. So, when you was at school, were you any good at science?
No.
Okay. When you've left school, have you done any kind of job that's involved any of those components that you drew?
No.
Okay. And would you say that you're the type of person that likes to invent anything?
No.
Okay, right. So that's me. There's a reason for this. There's a reason for that because nobody just out of the mind just suddenly starts writing things down and drawing things down with this type of language that you're coming up with. And if you're not skilled in any of those, it makes no sense that you would suddenly start drawing them.
Right. I kind of want to that's what I've kind of been thinking. Like, why? Like, out of all the things I could have been given, like, why this? This is not my forte.
And would you be able to, if you ever went back into one of these trances, do you think you would have the wherewithal within your mind to actually ask any of these beings, hey, I was given this map, I was given this diagram, I was given this invention, can you explain it to me a little bit better? You know, do you have that within you to do that when you're on these travels? Or is that sort of like questioning just led down a path that you don't have a conscious thought to ask the question, you're just given the information?
So yeah, that's kind of hard because like when I'm at this place, I'm just so caught up in the moment of being there that I just like kind of like lose all thought process. It's just I'm focused on the then and now, not anything that I previously brought with me. Because I mean, I've had lines of questions to ask. I've thought about like how, like, what kind of ships do you have? Like, how do you guys like? Do you guys like music? Like, do you guys like have all these different kind of like questions? Like, figure out who they are. But it's like when I'm there, it's like, who are you? What do you want? Like, where am I?
Anything to add, Cats?
I think you brought up an excellent point when you mentioned the level of technical language, etc., that was brought up, because obviously, you know, when we see this diagram, if it's something that's of a really high technical engineering scientific level, then you've got to wonder where that information has come from. So I'm looking forward to seeing that picture. And I think, to be honest, that's going to weigh very, very heavily on what I think about this, if that makes sense. And I'm really hoping, because I love UFO stories, I love aliens, I'm hoping I see something that I think, bloody hell, that's really high level. You know, that's way more than I can understand. And then I can be sold, you know what I mean? So, yeah, looking forward to it.
And can I just say as well, I want you to come back. I want you to come back in 6 months or 8 months. And I want you to tell us any updates. I want you to perhaps record yourself when you're doing these meditations. You know, set a camera up and record yourself. See what happens. There may be something that goes on in the room that you're unaware of. And, you know, return. And if you do get the opportunity, like I say, to go and do any more of these travels, as soon as you come back, start writing them down. You know, write down exactly what happened.
That's exactly what I do. I have all of my notes from every single encounter. That's what I do.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I would love to come back. I can definitely say that I will be doing more of this stuff soon throughout the next couple of months. I will definitely have more experiences to talk about.
Okay, wonderful. We'll stay in touch. And I think we're going to wrap this one up for now. We need to go and have a little bit of a think about this, don't we, Cats?
Absolutely. And it's been a brilliant story. I love it. I love UFO stories. Thank you so much for coming on. And I really do hope you come back again. It's been brilliant.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, I would love to come back anytime.
Zach, for now, me and Ranty are going to disappear into the pit so we can see what we make of your story. And I think I'm going to let Ranty go first because I need some time.
Okay, well, thank you, Cats. You're putting me on the spot here, but I don't mind. I don't mind at all. So let's get into this. So, right, I can't say and put my hat on this and say that I can believe everything that was said. Now, I do believe that for whatever reason, they are definitely connecting somehow, and maybe that is possible. Maybe that is possible through meditation. I've never personally done meditation, so, you know, I don't know if that's possible or anything like that. But tangibility wise, is there anything that I can get my teeth into and say, you know, I can definitely believe this, I can definitely look into this and say this is real, I've got proof of this? Well, unfortunately not. Now, we do have some images that he sent us, though, which is very interesting, and it's totally out of my league because I am not a scientist in any way, shape or form. And in fact, I flunked science at school, so no surprise there when he sent that image that I have absolutely no idea whether or not this is a viable working machine or not. But I'm also going to now go back and say, well, he does have a story about a being being in his room, and also the fact that his wife saw it at the same time. Now, that's good. That's something that we can work with. You know, I mean, that is a possibility that maybe they are being visited in some way. Maybe they are having all these things happen to them. I just don't know. I don't know. But he's going to record on a camera. He's going to record the next time or the next few times that he does this. And I'm so looking forward to seeing what happens when he actually does these meditation sessions. Because to me, I feel that I need to see this in action. I need to see this meditation, see what he draws when he comes out of this meditation, see what happens when he goes through this, because it is such an incredible story. The idea that there are different worlds that you can just mind your, go into your mind and just go there and interact with these beings. It is such an incredibly, and I'm going to say it, crazy story. But if there's the slimmest chance that it's true, I want to be the person that lauds this guy and say, hey, look at this guy. He's interacting with these different beings and he can communicate with them and they can send us this technology. I really want that to be true. Absolutely, 100% I want that to be true. And I hope he isn't disappointed with me saying that currently I need more information from that. I need more tangible things to work with. As a story, though, it's a fantastic story. And I am absolutely blown away by it because, honestly, if I feel that I could jump into my own mind and go somewhere and be somewhere and interact with distant beings somewhere, and I had the ability to do that, I would be doing it all the time. I wouldn't be sat at home doing these podcasts. I'd be off traveling the universe. I'd be off traveling the universe and getting all this technology and bringing it back and making everyone's life so much better. So that's all I can say about it. I can't add anything more to that other than I just look forward to him coming back, showing us the video evidence of when he's actually doing these meditations with his wife. And then we've got something to work on. Then I can actually see this in motion. I can obviously can't see what is going on in his mind, but I can definitely see other things that maybe I'm missing. Maybe I'm not getting it. I don't know. What do you think, Kat?
Oh, God, well, what a story. I don't know, it's difficult. I will first of all say that I do believe that he has seen what he said he's seen while he's meditating. I don't necessarily believe that it's an alien that he's talking to, but I do believe that he's having these conversations. I was watching a documentary recently about meditation. It's a fantastic series of documentaries on Netflix. And until recently, I'd never really thought about meditation, looked into meditation, didn't know anything about meditation. And it hit me really hard just how effective meditation is at changing the way the brain not only functions, but it can also change the physical structure of some parts of the brain. Some parts of the brain are active at a level that during meditation, that they are never going to be active in at any other point in your life. So the fact that you may have visions, or time may appear to travel at a different rate, or very odd things may seem to happen when you're meditating, doesn't surprise me at all because of these incredible effects it has on the brain. There's all sorts of scientific papers that I've been looking at since that documentary that talk about the amazing things that go on inside the brain when meditation happens. It's something I need to learn a lot more about. So yeah, I do believe he had those visions. I do believe he had those images, but what I believe that they were, in all honesty, were results of the fact that he's obviously very good at meditating. And a lot of the science around meditation shows that it is a skill you develop. It's not something that anyone can just sit down and do. It is a skill you can develop. You can get better at it. You can get better, and your brain will change the way it functions. And like I said, even the size of some parts of the brain will physically change the better you get at meditation. So I would say that both him and his wife are probably superb at meditation, and they are kind of reaping the rewards with this almost like Matrix style world that maybe they could create. What do you think?
Well, I remember as a child, my mum always telling me that, your brain, you only use like 10% of your brain or 30% of your brain or something, and the rest of it's dormant. And if you had the ability to suddenly activate the rest of your brain, then anything's possible. You can do these things. Maybe it's because I haven't actually looked into meditation and what it can actually do for the brain or for your senses or things like this. Maybe I just don't get it. Maybe I haven't put enough research into it myself because, well, essentially I haven't put as much research into it. So I am kind of flying by my seat here and being honest and open and just saying, look, I just don't get it currently. But I am sure, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that do meditate. A lot of people are going to leave comments about how silly I was to actually make comment on something that I have done very little research on. What can I say?
Well, we can't be experts on everything. And I literally only just started looking into meditation myself, not doing meditation, but looking in the science around it since I watched that documentary because of this podcast. But yeah, I was surprised just how seriously it was taken in mainstream science. And yeah, but it certainly dispelled a lot of the myths I had about meditation, where I just imagined somebody just sat in a room being quiet, taking some time for themselves. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot more about it. And I'm sure we'll get feedback from people who know far more than us and will be able to educate us on it. Maybe we could get one of them on the podcast. What do you think?
I think that's what we need. We need an expert to come on, tell us about what happens with meditation. The story's great, don't get me wrong. The story is absolutely fantastic, but we heard 90% about the story and only about 10% about the meditation. So maybe if there's a guest out there that does a lot of meditation, that wants to come on the show and educate myself, especially, and maybe not as much Kat, but definitely myself about what you can do with meditation, then please get in touch with us. All the links are in the description.
Fantastic. Sounds like a great idea for a podcast. And I think it's time to go. What do you think?
I think it is. And hopefully we'll see you in the next one. Take care.
Bye-bye.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Katz and Ranty. I'm Ranty. Are you there, Katz?
I am here, and as always, and I think you're beginning to expect this by now, I've got a little pop quiz for you. Are you ready?
I'm always ready, and I absolutely love these quizzes, so I'm all ears.
Well, let's go. Have you heard of John Titor?
I haven't, no.
Well, John Titor, or John Titor, I've heard his name pronounced a couple of different ways, is an internet legend. He was a supposed time traveller who made his presence known on Art Bell's chat forum, which is linked to the old Coast to Coast AM podcast, which is another excellent paranormal podcast. And he claimed that he'd come back in time from the future to collect some parts from an old IBM computer because that technology had been lost in the future and they needed it for something. How does that sound to you at the minute? Realistic?
Going back to get an IBM PC, right? Okay. I'm going to say, I don't know. I don't believe it. I just don't think that's real.
Well, the posts are out there. You can still access the forum and you can still read his posts. So there was a poster called John Titor who claimed that. And he decided to make some predictions about the future, a lot of which didn't come true. He predicted a devastating nuclear war in 2015. He predicted that the Olympics would be cancelled in 2004. He predicted a lot of things that didn't come true. However, he did make a prediction in the year 2000 that did come true. Now, he predicted, and again, this is 20 years ago, he predicted that the bulk of people's viewing time and entertainment time around about now would be spent not watching mainstream TV, but watching entertainment broadcast by individuals, normal people, filmed in their own houses and put on some kind of service that everybody could access. What does that sound like to you?
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it sounds like YouTube.
It does, doesn't it? And he's been credited with sort of predicting the rise of YouTube, despite the fact that many of his other predictions become wrong. But he's got an answer for why his other predictions were wrong. And it all lies in how he refutes the grandfather paradox. Is that something you're familiar with?
Ooh, grandfather, no. Can't say I am.
So if I'm a time traveller and I hop in a spaceship or a time travel ship and I go back in time and kill my own grandfather, then I will never be born. And if I'm never born, then I cannot go back and kill my own grandfather. So the whole thing becomes impossible. Make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Seems absolutely fine to me, that.
So this was put to John Titor in the forums. You know, how can you come back in time, change events for the future, and you might not then end up coming back in time to change those events? And he cited something called the many worlds theory. When people at school learn about the double slit experiment, it's very famous. It's often cited there. And the many worlds interpretation says that every time a decision is made, every time something happens, every single possibility of that event actually happens. So if I toss a coin, it doesn't just land on heads, it lands on tails, and it lands on its side, and it bounces off the desk, and it goes down the drain. All the possibilities happen, and a new world is created for each of those possibilities. So an infinite number of realities where all possibilities are catered for. And what John Titor says was when he time travels, what he actually does is he doesn't go back in time in his own timeline with his own world. He actually slips into one of these alternate realities where things are just ever so slightly different. And every time he time travels, he gets further and further away from his own world and his own reality. But if he then alters the past in one of the other realities, he's not affecting his own future.
Well, that's very clever, I have to say. And to be fair, I mean, this kind of makes sense in some way. You can imagine you've got a tree and you've got lots of different branches. You go up one branch, if that branch breaks on its way up and you've already moved on to a separate branch, then whatever happened in the broken branch's reality doesn't affect the other one. So, yeah, sounds good to me.
Well, it is. Everyone who's listening is interested in this. If you look up Many Worlds' interpretation of the double slit experiment, there's loads out there on the internet. It's really fascinating. But ultimately, the idea of having separate realities is fascinating. And I do believe today's guest has a story that may or may not be linked to what I've just said.
Oh, today's guest. I have to say, this is the most interesting story I've heard to date. And we have recorded a lot of backstories too. We've got a lot of podcasts ready to go. And I have to say, like I say, this one really knocked my socks off. So I cannot wait to introduce today's guest. And today's guest is going to tell us a glitch in the matrix style type event, kind of parallel worldy kind of event. And she has some evidence to go along with that too. So I just cannot wait for you to hear this story. Our guest today is called Alex. Are you there, Alex?
I am here.
So take your time. Just tell us the story from the start to the end, and we will try not to interrupt. Off you go.
Wonderful. You got it. All right. So, and I think this was, I looked up my friend's original post about these events, and it was exactly a year ago. So that's bizarre. But I live in a little beachside town, downtown area, right by the water. This was a Saturday night. My best friend came over. We were sitting out on my roof, we ate dinner, nothing. Everything seemed fine. People were out, neighbors were out. You can see, into a few people's yard from my roof. And there was, of course, like activity. And we realized it's like 11 o'clock at night and it sounded so quiet. You didn't hear music. This is a Saturday night. You usually hear all different kinds of music. And also I live so close to downtown, people park here and are coming back from the bars, but there was no sign of life, nothing. And at this time I had just purchased my car. And, it's a 2016, so it's not a brand new car, but the joke that I had with the sales associate when I was buying the car was, who drove this thing? Because on the big plastic key, that has the Honda emblem and all of the black plastic, there were so many scratches on it, all of these inclusions that you just had to say something about it because it was so funny. How did all of those scratches get on this key? Like, what was the story? We had a funny banter about it, myself and the guy who sold me my car. But so when we're realizing that it's quiet and eerie, my friend and I both started to get just very anxious and decided we should just take a walk and just we'll feel better when we see sign of life somewhere. It's just going to be better. So we got my dog on the leash, and I always take my car key off of my car ring, like my key ring, so that I just have my house keys because it fits in this very specific bag that I have for the doggy bags. So the key is left here, the key with all of these scratches on it, scratches that have been acknowledged with my best friend earlier that day. We leave, start walking towards downtown. There is nothing. No one is on the street. No cars, no people. And in my neighbor's yard, where there had been a very tattered Jack doll, like the Nightmare Before Christmas character Jack. I mean, it had been there since I had moved into my apartment. It was completely tethered and torn, like brown, but obviously it was just something that they liked up in the yard. And as we're passing their yard, the Jack doll is there, but it is a brand new Jack doll. It's like, okay, maybe they replaced the Jack doll. I did ask them later if they did, and no, they didn't. They assumed that maybe it was a friend of theirs, since it is like an inside joke that maybe someone did replace it. So I can give myself something of an excuse there. But behind my house, like I live in a little cottage that's upstairs, so you can be on my roof and you see the yards on this side, and then there's an alley behind where my front door faces, and there's neighbors back there that have a dog that's always in the yard that just always barks at my dog and jumps up to this part of their fence that was broken. They're right there in my front yard. So I had walked my dog around like at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock before she had come over. And now we're walking, it's like 11. We've been on the roof and really in my kitchen most of the night. So had anyone worked on that fence, we would have heard or seen it. There would have been no way, even no matter how fast someone worked, for us to have not seen that. So there were all of these things that seemed strange. It was as if, yes, it was my street. I mean, everything looked the same, except they were all brand new items that just didn't make sense. So we get very close to the one downtown street here, and whipping around the corner, there is like a massive truck that has like police sirens, but isn't really marked with anything. And it's chasing this, what I see as this tiny blue car, but it looks like super round and looks like a car that does not exist, or like a car that you would dream about because it looks like a variation of a car, but it seemed like a toy. And they were going so fast and it came at us so suddenly. The only people on the road, and Stephanie, like she said that she only saw the truck. Like she only saw the truck and was terrified, but I very clearly saw this tiny blue car in front of the truck. And we couldn't figure out how we had seen very different things because it was, all of our focus was on it. It was the first sign of life that we had seen. But this was the one time that we saw two different things of this evening. So the high-speed chase passes us. And we're like, all right, we're not feeling better about being outside. We need to just go back to my house because we're in the wrong world or something. We turn around, and there on that cross street right downtown, we both feel like a sigh of relief because we see a girl walking with her dog, which she later pointed out, and it is true, the girl's stature and the stature of her dog, like my dog is a boxer, it did look like it could have been. Like her theory is that maybe that was me in like another reality, or what I was supposed to be doing, something, because it was a girl walking with her dog, and we both were relieved. Kind of, you prepare yourself to make an acquaintance with someone that you're passing on the street, and I knew that my dog was going to want to be friendly with her dog, so we're like preparing. We look at each other, we're acknowledge that we're relieved to see another person, and as soon as we do, this girl thin air disappears, and we just kept walking towards and saying, what was that? Where did she go? There was nowhere, there was no apartment there. The building there was so recessed that even if she did run into that building, there would have been no way she would have been able to get to a door of one of the units before we got to where we had both seen this girl. I mean, it didn't look like a ghost. I mean, it looked like it was a person. She was in the shadows, and there isn't a street light there, so you couldn't make out any specific features, but it was a solid person, or what appeared to be, and disappeared. And as we walk up to the spot trying to figure out what happened, my dog pulls me across the street in a way that I have never felt him do before, and she got so sick that she had to sit down and felt like she could not breathe. I had almost forgotten about that part. And then I read her original post about that and remembered how she started truly gasping for air and just feeling that this horrible dread. I was more alarmed because of my dog. So I think that, I couldn't really focus in the same way, but it was an absolutely baffling experience. And so now we're in the hurried walk back to my house, hoping to see something else, some sign of life, something that makes sense. And there is still no one on the street, and we thought maybe we'll go see, some of the bars might be open, but we were just both so aware that whatever we were in, we were in the wrong place. It just felt wrong, and could not get back inside my house fast enough. And we walk inside, I look at my table, and my car key, I mean, I wish I would have known to take pictures of it with all of the scratches, but this car key doesn't have a single scratch on it. It was as if it had just been out of the factory, not a scratch on it. It looked like it had never even been inserted into a car door to open it. The general scratches that come with keys. It is a brand new key. And we both, like, you know, cried a little bit because it was a truly bizarre experience that I, to this day, cannot make sense of. We searched like crazy for high-speed chase, because usually things like that are reported, you know, on the Ring app for the neighborhood that they have, or just a little write-up. You would hear about an incredible high-speed chase that came across Lucerne, like, and we just wanted to make some sort of sense of it, and still none of it. I mean, the fence, maybe somehow we missed that the people who lived behind me put up a brand new fence, and we didn't hear a single nail. And the neighbors who don't know how the new Jack doll got there, like it, and mostly this car key. The most terrifying thing was when I went into the Honda dealership to pick up, there were some, the warranty papers, and I was picking up the spare key because they didn't have a spare key for the vehicle when I first purchased it. So I don't know how it happened, but I had to go there a few weeks later to get the spare key. And I was so freaked out about it that, I don't know, maybe there's a thing where keys magically fix themselves, but I had to share it with the sales guy that had sold me the car because it was just so insane. And I go in there and I'm like, hey, Mr. Ryan, how you doing? Look at this. What happened? Because my joke was like, who drove this car? A bear? Because there's just all these scratches only on one side of the door and all over the key. I was like, look at this key. Don't you remember we joked about all of the scratches on the key? And he was like, well, yeah, well, that's the spare probably. So it's a brand new one. I was like, no, I'm here for the spare. Like, it's not in my possession yet. Like, I don't have a spare key. And he was just baffled by it as well. So it's such a, you know, I don't feel like anything stuck with me or anything. It doesn't feel like paranormal or like that there was anything intended specifically for us or what we were experiencing, but whatever happened within that chunk of time at night is a complete mystery to me, and still makes me really uncomfortable to this day to think about it. I mean, we became obsessed with it for a while and couldn't stop talking about it. And then I think we both even had to take a break from like each other. I mean, we're best friends and still are, but it was, will always be. We've had very other odd experiences, but this was by far just the most baffling, and that the material proof of it is, to me, terrifying.
I can actually hear in your voice just how terrified you are about this.
It was, yeah, the feeling of, I mean, that my dog was so terrified, and that my best friend, who is not, she's very like in tune, much more so than I am, you know, but she really is, you know, so very aware of things, and she doesn't frighten easy. Like, so for them both to have reacted so strongly at that spot where that image disappeared, and all of it, the feeling in the air, I can't like explain it other than like, it just felt like we were not supposed to be here, even though it was my home. It was not.
I think most people will agree that there are times in their lives that they've been walking down the street and the hairs on the back of the neck have stood up for no reason. And then they may have turned around and there might be somebody walking behind them. You get that feeling that there's somebody there, or it's like a sixth sense that just tells you that there's something wrong or something off. Now, as you've explained, that feeling was there from before you even left the house. This feeling started and built up whilst you were in the home, and all these other events, these physical things that you came into possession of or was able to detect, those happened after you already got that feeling.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll echo what Ranty said before. It's very obvious when you're talking about this that, you know, it gets you quite emotional, that the feelings are still very, very raw for you now. You know, it's obviously something that really affected you.
It absolutely did, because God, there was just no way to, you know, I want to I can rationalize most things, and there was just no way to make sense of what was happening, and the absolute absence of life. No, you hear all of these animals right now, and you couldn't hear animals, people, nothing. And that silence was, I mean, thank God that my friend was here, because the fear, and maybe it was that we weren't supposed to leave the house, because it certainly didn't, there was nothing reassuring out there waiting for us.
There was a film that was based on experiences like this. I don't know whether it was deliberately written based on people having it, but it sounds so similar. I don't know if you've seen it, but if not, I'd highly recommend it. It's called Coherence. It's got one of the actors from Buffy. What's he called? Nicholas Brandon, is it? The guy who was in Buffy. Let me just see.
Oh.
Brandon Nicholas, or whatever he's called. I can't remember who he played now. But Nicholas Brendan, that's it. Nicholas Brendan. It's one of my favorite films of all time. It's so intelligent. It's so intelligent, and I don't want to spoil any of it for you. But if you look it up, it's called Coherence, and you watch it, I think it will. I think it will remind you a lot of what you've talked about tonight. I think it will hit. It'll be quite eerie.
Oh, that's fantastic. Honestly, what is most terrifying to me is like that I can't relate it to anything else or make sense of what it was.
Well, it's such an out of the normal kind of story that you would tend to hear. The closest I can relate to that personally was an instance that happened with my mother many years ago, when she went to go and get some potatoes from the shop and thought she'd only been gone for 30 minutes, but she hadn't. She'd been gone for 9 hours. And yeah. And also I saw something at the same time, a figure on the bus, a black figure that was waving at me, and then no figure got off the bus. There was nobody on the bus. I've said it on the podcast before. I've told this story. So that's the only similar thing that I can relate to, as like a glitch in the matrix, kind of like lost time and things. But everything you're saying sounds...
Did she feel like she had just gone to the store and that she never was not like with herself? Wow.
Yeah, she said she went into the store. She bought the potatoes, came out. She said the only thing that she thought was odd was that when she went in the store, it was light, and when she left the store, it was dark. But she said she didn't think anything of it until we told her she'd been gone for 9 hours. And the woman that came back was a totally different woman to the woman that left.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Like for that, like for that day, and like what came back into like...
Prior to that, she was uneducated, didn't really have any get up and go, didn't want to do anything with her life, kind of thing. When she returned, she suddenly got a thirst for knowledge, took on GCSEs, passed them all with A's, took on her A-levels, passed 4 A-levels with A's, went on to university, took 2 degrees on at the same time, passed them both with 2 1s. Then she ended up getting a really good job at the civil service, and she got promoted all the way through that. Then she got she became a hypnotherapy specialist, a Reiki master. She did animal therapy. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And that's also very different, because a lot of times you're sort of horrific, but it's almost like an abduction, and you're going to be kind of gifted with this new wow, that's an incredible story.
Well, it sounds to me like you got this feeling that the woman that you saw walking towards you may have been yourself in a parallel universe.
What's strange is that I would have never thought of that, but I just remember I felt very happy that we were about to see another girl with her dog. I was going to feel better about the state of everything. But later, when my friend brought up, what was weird is you couldn't really make out details, but she looked just like you, like she walked like you. Her dog was the same size as yours. Like, I just keep thinking of that, like, was that you walking had I not come over? And I was like, oh, I don't know, man. I have no idea. But it's all so jarring, especially because whatever that vision was so clear to both of us. We both vocalized a relief to see another person and a dog. I'm preparing. The dog is getting excited because he likes seeing other dogs. And then it completely disappears into thin air.
I see.
It's terrifying.
Well, let's do some housekeeping. So the fence outside that was repaired, When do you
Yes.
think was the last time that you saw it broken?
It had been every time I walk my dog, which is always in the loop around my house, so the front, then around the street to the alley behind me, and then that fence of theirs is to their yard in that alley right behind my house. It's it and the 7 planks that are kind of busted and a little jutted out is always where their dog comes and tries to get at my dog when I'm walking. It had been the case since I had moved in. I had lived here for over a year, and it had been in that same state, where it wasn't fully broken, but it needed to be repaired. And the planks were bent, and the planks that are there are new. And so the old planks would have had to be torn out. Hammering would have had to take place. I just can't fathom, even if we were on the roof maybe and didn't notice, we were coming in and out and I mean, I can send you a picture of how you can see the fence from my front door. And there would be no way to do it without that. We wouldn't have noticed that.
So you're saying that when you last took your dog for a walk on the same day?
Yes, I had walked him at like 6 o'clock, like before she was coming over.
6 o'clock it's all busted, and 11
Yes.
o'clock it's all repaired.
11 o'clock it is brand new.
Okay.
And there's no sign of scraps from anything. Also, the alley was cleaner than usual. Like, it's a gravel alley. They've since updated it and paved. I mean, my friend was trying to justify a lot of what was happening. She was like, well, they're doing so much construction around here. They changed the name of the town. They put beach on it. They're trying to, build it up. And yes, there is a lot of construction. They are paving roads that they haven't before, but they're not doing construction that is putting new jackdaws in yards or repairing fences only in one spot. And just the other things just didn't add up. Like, yes, there is construction. There is a lot of, updates around here, but you hear and see them happening. It's not like just a magic thing that occurs. And there was just no way. Like, I was like, she doesn't know the fence, but my other friends who have come over, like one who had watched Zeppelin, was like, well, they must have fixed it and you guys just didn't hear. You could do that really fast. Maybe you were just on the roof. Like, okay, I can try to, rationalize, I guess, some of it. The car key, no, I have nothing. I have no.
I think that's the main piece of evidence, isn't it? I mean, I don't understand this object that you saw in somebody's garden. What is it? Is it a doll, or is it actually a toy or something? I don't understand what it was.
So it's like a. I assume that it was a Halloween decoration. Like there's like the Nightmare Before Christmas, the Tim Burton animated film. There's a character, Jack, and he really just looks like a ghost, really. But that it's Jack just by like the caricature. And I mean, I believe the doll is still there, so I can take a photograph of it for you. It just kind of looks like a ghost, but that it's Jack from Nightmare Before Christmas. And there was still, they just have it like sitting up in the tree, kind of looking like he's sitting in the tree. And it had just been a very old doll. Again, it was a doll that was in there from when I had moved in. It had been outside for over a year. It was, basically brown and not white anymore. And of course, on this night, there's a brand new Jack doll in that yard that wasn't there when I walked my dog earlier. I feel like I would have noticed it because it was suddenly stark white, and that doll
the owners, they admitted they did put it there.
No, they don't. Well, everyone laughs about it, and they do always have like people hanging out there. But honestly, to me, they don't seem like the kind of people that would be like that would invest in finding a Halloween decoration. I don't know. I mean, that's what they said. Like, well, it was probably one of our friends trying to surprise us, but
I don't buy that. Not on that day.
I mean, it doesn't seem like a great surprise either. And if you do it, then you say, hey, did you like the new Jack doll? Or whatever, like you let the people know. But, it's like a few people living there and they're all roommates. So it was like I really turned into a little neighborhood detective for a little bit, just trying to make sense of that evening. And I was like, oh man, this is just getting worse, because it's like roommates and, they all talk to one another, but also kind of lead separate lives. One of them is in EMT and the other goes away from work. So, they all also were like, oh, well, maybe it was Joey's friend. Like, they all kind of said, well, maybe it was, something with the other guy. But the fact that none of them knew for sure either how that happened, and I don't know, the people with the fence are never outside, and I feel like a crazy person knocking on their door and asking about the fence repair, especially since their dog is super aggressive.
What do you think, Katz, about this car chase? I mean, is there anything you want to ask about that to Alex?
It's very difficult to process, isn't it? It's very difficult to think of any sort of logical explanation for that. In fact, I was more thinking about the car key and the ghost figure, but
that I had almost forgotten about the car chase myself until she reminded me that was the only thing that we saw, was that high-speed chase. And how odd that was, because that was the only time that we saw different things. We both saw a white truck with police sirens, but no police markings. But I saw a blue car. And, well, I'm going to put car in heavy quotes there. Whatever it was nothing that looked familiar to me as a normal vehicle. But she didn't see that blue car. She just felt the weight of how fast the truck was moving. And that, to me, is also just so odd. And that's the only time that we really saw different things, or that I saw something that she did not see.
How fast would you say the car was moving?
Oh, they had turned up Lucerne. I feel like they had to have gotten to like 70 miles an hour by the time that they hit the corner. Luckily, because this car turned, not really luckily, but at least the speed was broken there, because that car had to turn to get, I guess, was taking like the side route. So we truly had to jump out of the road. The speed at which I saw this little blue car, of course, she sees the truck, but we got over to the sidewalk, and they were already down the street. Like, it was also that the speed escalated again so quickly after both cars had turned that it seemed to like defy what is actually physically possible. Like, how fast then, like, that we turned and we basically like couldn't even see the taillights of the chase, which we should have been able to. It's a straight street. Like, yes, we could hear them, but it was like the cars were going faster than cars can go. Like, especially after a stop when you have to accelerate again. It was baffling.
I'm loving this story. I have to say.
Listen, it's taken me a year just to be able to talk about it. So I just cannot. It was, I'm really curious what anyone has to say about it, and I'm very happy. Thank you for this recommendation for coherence, because even if it is real, I would feel comforted, I think, just to know that. I don't know.
At least other people have thought of that kind of experience.
Yes.
It is an amazing film, though. You will love it. It's very, very clever, very, very clever, and it really, 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 really reminds me of the story that you've just told. It's brilliant. It's very, very good. But I don't want to spoil it for you, so do watch it and let us know what you think.
No, of course, no. I have it written down. I'm excited about it.
At this point, I'm pretty clueless, so I need to go away and do a bit of thinking, do a bit of research. Because we normally, at the end of the show, we have a little bit of a discussion and come up with different possibilities, that may have or may not have been the reason for the experience.
Listen, I told you, it's a doozy, because also it's just kind of so, like, there's no rhyme or reason to it. I'm sure that, somehow there has to be, but I can't find it.
Well, the only thing I perhaps think about is maybe it was some kind of alternate universe, parallel world jump kind of thing that you slipped into and then slipped out of, for a time.
Yes, but that fence stayed repaired. This car key stayed brand new without scratches on it. Finally it has a few little things on it now. Like, that's so jarring to have to keep being faced with these physical realities that, you could come up with maybe rationalizations, but like, really, the chances of all of those things just happening is even just as terrifying.
Yeah, and you said how emotional you were as well when you both got back, and how you both felt the need to actually go onto Reddit and leave a trail of this story individually.
I couldn't even believe that she was able to, because she wrote that right up a year ago. I haven't even been able to speak about it. So, somehow she, came to terms with it like a lot quicker than I did. I feel like I've experienced things that have been scarier, like a bizarre experience where electricity went out, and then also a battery powered FM radio went out, and there was a cluster of children's laughter at a ranch in High Springs, Florida, where we then found out a grandfather had murdered his 6 grandchildren and daughter. So that was terrifying, but it was like a moment. It was a terrifying moment that went away. This was just so jarring because it was over the course of a few hours, and the feeling like in our guts, it was like we felt like we had invaded a place that we weren't supposed to go. It was like an indescribable feeling. And that to me is what's so jarring about it, is that like it was easier to have just a scary experience where the powers go out and some, spirits need to let themselves be heard, and it's just kids laughing, like, all right, and it goes away. This I can't make any sense of. And the feeling was terrible. The absence of sound, the absence of life, and how terrified they both were when we passed that spot where the disappearing girl stood. And that just, made my heart sink. And like, we're tough broads. The fact that we got back to this house and like, we didn't sob, but we both sat and like cried a little bit, because it was, as she frantically searched for news reports about a high-speed chase, because we were just grasping for some kind of understanding. And, it's interesting, like her write-up, of course, is interesting for me to read now, because you experience like different aspects. I mean, I forgot how close that she had been to that truck and how terrifying that part was for her, or how sick she felt when we walked by that spot where the girl had disappeared. I was pulled away from that spot by Zeppelin, so I didn't pass over that same, but the fact that both of them had that feeling, and that the whole that walk had been predicated by just an impending doom was like the feeling. And neither of us wanted to say that. We're trying to have like, she lives 45 minutes south of me now, and we see each other, every few weeks, sometimes every few months. We're just trying to have like a nice night. Both of us are trying to not admit that we just have this horrible feeling, like an atomic bomb is about to go off, just like impending doom. That was the feeling. And then on a quest to go feel better about things. And it's Saturday night. We're going to see some sort of life out here. And absolutely not. Only apparitions of it, and a different vision of an incredibly high-speed chase that made no sense for the speed, for the car to have accelerated and the truck to have accelerated that fast from having turned off of Lucerne. It just wouldn't have been possible, or for them to have disappeared so quickly, for the taillights to be gone so quickly down a street that is a straight shot. And no matter how fast you were going, at least for a moment, a pedestrian would still be able to see those lights. For a moment, you would. There would be no way not to, but we couldn't. And I saw a blue vehicle that she definitely did not see.
Well, this is the wildest story we've had up to date, I believe.
I think so. Absolutely.
Well, thank you guys very much for letting me share it with you.
Anytime. And maybe if your friend wants to come on and share her story too. I mean, it would be interesting to get both of your input on this.
Absolutely.
One thing I wanted to ask, did you notice anything else change in the vicinity afterward? I mean, how long did the atmosphere stay?
Honestly, the way that it also seemed as if like the sidewalks had been pressure washed. They were like super clean. They stayed clean. They're like dirty and normal, like usual again now. But so many things, like the side of the apartment building that like you walk up, that's between 2nd and 3rd, right from my house. The side of that building always had it's like yellow, and it always had this sort of discolored patch, which I assume is mold, since all of these cottages by the beach have some degree of it. Since that night, it's all yellow. Now the paint is faded, but there isn't that patch. The patch isn't, which maybe someone fixed the patch that night too. But the amount of new material, and even I would actually be, I think that she would like to be able to to tell her side of things too, because she's also familiar with the area and maybe not as many details, but even she was like, doesn't it feel like a movie set out here? Like there was mulch in yards that didn't have mulch. Sidewalks were swept that, aren't usually swept. I mean, I don't live in a bad neighborhood, but it's not like a great neighborhood. Like people aren't really sweeping the sidewalks, or pressure cleaning that, but everything was so clean and new. And it wasn't like, we just kept thinking like, oh, we're going to walk out like tomorrow and everything is going to be how it was. It's going to be the tattered jack doll. The fence is going to be busted in those 7 planks again. But no, stuff stayed brand new, like a manufactured reality to mimic your own, but nothing really changed. And I didn't, a sense of dread didn't follow me or anything like that. It didn't feel like there was a focus on it. It was just somehow something mixed, and we ended up in an alternate reality of our own that somehow merged with my own, leaving physical remnants of replacements that even my neighbors don't understand. I mean, I guess a lot of it could be explained, but I struggle to understand it, especially just because we both had such gut feelings of terror before any of the physical replacements of reality were witnessed. Just the feeling in the air and the absence of sound, we were already really both frightened and not wanting to admit how much so. And yeah, it got worse. But it's gone back to normal. Nothing like that has happened since, but I still cannot fathom exactly what it was. It's a total mystery to me.
Well, what a crazy story. Katz, is there anything you want to ask before we round this one up?
No, I think I'm going to go and practice my Google foo now and see what I can come up with, because my brain is empty. I have no idea what I'm going to say in this outro, but I will go away and certainly do some practice. I just want to thank you, Alex, for coming on and telling us that story. It was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, fantastic story. And you're welcome anytime. And if your friend wants to hop on too, she's more than welcome to tell her story too.
Oh, I think that she would love that, and I would too. I think it would be great just to have, because I'm sure maybe we saw other things differently. You can only really talk about it. So I think that would be great. Absolutely, I will let her know.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for having me on. You've been such wonderful hosts.
Well, thank you very much, Alex, for being an excellent guest, giving us plenty to talk about, and we'll have a chat with you in a bit. For now, though, take care.
Thanks so much. Have a beautiful one. Bye-bye.
Well, that really was a brilliant story. I know Ranty said he'd heard that before you came on to tell it. I'd not heard it personally. That's my first time, and I loved it. So thank you so much for coming on. But now is the time when me and Ranty retire back into the pit and we have a think about what we can make of your story. So Ranty, I need a bit of time to piece this together. I'm going to start with you. What do you think?
Well, what do I think? I've already exuberated enthusiasm throughout this podcast because it's such a great story. The fact that everything to me is so convincing. The fact that Alex has a witness to this, somebody that was there with her who experienced the same thing, the same feelings of unease, the same need to get out of the house and go for a walk. The fact that the area that she lives in is just very well populated, very active on a night, and yet on this particular night it was deathly silent. There was no noise coming from anywhere, no animals, nothing like that. The eeriness of this made both of the witnesses so terrified that they just needed to go for a walk. And then everything that they saw on this walk was just different. The fence panels, the Halloween toy, the car chase with cars going at incredible speeds that you just wouldn't expect to have that kind of technology here today. The fact that they saw a woman disappear with a dog, and then the lady walked through that area that the woman disappeared from and then felt incredibly sick immediately afterwards. The fact that everything that changed on that night stayed changed. And more importantly, the car key the car key that she was given, the battered old car key with the backstory of having been sold the car from a car dealer who had remarked, and both of them had remarked, about how battered the car key was, to suddenly return home and find a brand spanking new car key that she could actually hold and touch, something that it just couldn't happen. This story to me is just incredible. And she's also kindly sent me images. She sent me images of the fence panel. She sent me images of her car key. And I have to say, you can definitely see where these things have been replaced. You know, it's as simple as that. You can see that there is a new car key. You can see that there is a new fence panel. Now, I suppose at the end of the day, it all comes down to the credibility of the guest. And if you listen to the story and you listen to how she tells the story, you can feel the fear in her voice. You can feel that she's experiencing this. To me, this is the most compelling story I've heard up to date, with evidence backed up. And I have to say, this has blown my mind, because I never really thought about the idea of parallel universes or glitch in the matrix style events. But this, to me, it has paranormal written all over it.
And, you know, I'll echo what you said there about the emotion in her voice when she was speaking. It was obviously something that had, you know, really, really stuck with her, and, you know, really sort of not affected her perhaps negative way, but something that she carried with her, you know, on a day-to-day basis. It was definitely something that she's never going to forget, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And what's more interesting is that I am really hopeful that we are going to get her friend on as a guest too. I have been in contact with Alex, and she has kindly given me the email address of her friend. So it's just a case of as and when. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we can get her friend to come on and give her own independent recollection of what actually went down on that particular night. I'm so excited, I have to say.
I'll be honest, that would be a podcast that I'd love for us to get on, to get her friend as well. Would be brilliant. So, I mean, I've been racking my brain about, you know, if I'm going to take that story word for word for word, what kind of scientific areas I could put on that might explain some of them. And it's very, very difficult for me to come up with anything that's going to scientifically explain everything start to finish. But certainly aspects of it can be explained away by something called derealization. So derealization is a psychological thing which affects over 50% of people at some point in their life. So to say that somebody's experienced derealization is not saying, oh, you're crazy or you're nuts or this, you know, it's something that everybody gets. And there are various reasons for it, but here are some of the characteristic symptoms that you're going through a period of derealization. The first one is that you feel as if you're in some sort of dream or fog. The second one is that the world around you just seems fake. You know, you can't put your finger on it, but everything just seems a bit muted and lifeless and fake. A key one for me is the third one, and that's that objects look wrong. Objects do not look how they are supposed to look. So I'm thinking about the car key here, for example. You know, you're looking at something, even though it's physically not changed, you are absolutely 100% convinced that this object isn't the object you remember it being. There's also effect on how you hear sounds and time as well. Time, you'll either feel like time is speeding up, time is slowing down. Everything is incredibly surreal. Now, these periods of derealization can last hours, weeks, or months, and then disappear, and you can never have them again. Some people, about 1 in 50, just under 1 in 50, will have recurring bouts through their life. But that's the closest I can come to maybe explaining some of the things that were experienced in this story. And it doesn't really explain how both people at the time would be going through the same thing. I understand that. But that's the closest I've been able to find at any of my research, I think.
And just to add more to my part, because I do feel like I need to come back and in some way just kind of counter that with the evidence that Alex went to the house just a few doors away and asked the owners whether or not they'd replaced the Halloween toy that she saw in the garden that had been changed. And they said no. They said that they thought it was perhaps just one of their friends had perhaps done it as a running joke kind of thing because they'd left this in the garden. And I find that highly unlikely. I also find it highly unlikely that all these things seem to happen on the same evening. Now, Alex had been for a walk at 6 p.m. with the dog, and everything had been normal. And by the time that she went for the walk at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, then, of course, all these things had changed. And to me, I don't think some psychological episode could account for that. But that's, I guess, up to the audience to decide. Did cats have a very good explanation for what actually happened, or was it some kind of parallel event? You tell us.
Yep, all the links that you need to follow us to our social media are in the description. We'd love to hear from you. And if you've had a similar story like this, we would love to get you on. But right now, I think it's time for me to go.
It's time for us both to go. Until the next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, almost unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Cats and Ranty. I am Ranty. Are you there, Cats?
I am here, Ranty, and as always, I've got a little bit of a question for you. You ready?
I am. Fire away.
So, if I was to ask you what the difference between a demon and a ghost was, what would you say?
A demon would be something that was sent up from the realms of hell, and a ghost would be a lingering spirit that was perhaps from somebody that passed away in the past.
Now, I think almost everybody would agree with you on what a ghost is, but it turns out that defining a demon is a little bit harder, and it does depend on where you come from in the world and what your religious beliefs are. For example, Christians in the West believe that demons were angels that went bad, whereas Hindus in the East believe that demons are beings called asuras, which means any supernatural being at all that was good or bad. And there's a whole range of different definitions historically as well. The Greeks defined demons in a different way to modern day people, etc. It all becomes very interesting and complex. But I do believe that today's guest might have a little bit of experience in this area and can shed some light onto it, because don't they have experience with demons, Ranty?
Yes, so today's guest has apparently seen a demon, and we are going to hear it right now. So today's guest is Caden, and Caden has a YouTube channel called Dark Thoughts. You can find him there. Let's introduce you. Caden, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Now, you have a story to tell us. I believe it's a demon story. Is that right?
Yeah, at least I believe so.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll let you take it away and tell us all about it.
When this took place was about 2 summers ago. My mom, my sister, and myself were traveling on the west coast of the United States. And the night prior to when this had happened, we were in Los Angeles, California, and we were traveling north towards San Francisco, which was going to be our next stop. And we were traveling along the Pacific Coastal Highway, which is a long highway that goes all the way up the Pacific Ocean. And it was starting to get dark, and we stopped in this town called Gilroy, California, which is about an hour and a half south of San Francisco. And we stopped at this fast food chain that is popular on the West Coast called Jack in the Box. We stopped there, and there was one other family in the restaurant. And when we had gotten there, they were just leaving. So within 3 minutes of us getting there, my mom, my sister, and myself were the only 3 customers in the restaurant. And it didn't take long after this, maybe 10 minutes or so after this other family had left, when we hear the door ring to the restaurant and we see that another customer has come in. And I turn around and I look at this person who had entered. And as soon as I saw her, I just felt this very negative presence emanating from her. She had very long brown hair and it didn't look very well kept. It looked like it probably hadn't been washed in months, probably. And her skin, she was a white female, but her skin was dark and looked like it might have been rotting in some places. And her clothes didn't fit her. She was very skinny, but her sweatpants were almost falling off of her. And the first thought that came to my head when I saw it was I felt like she had maybe taken these sweatpants from somebody else. And this whole series of thoughts and feelings that came over me was very, very, very strong and very not typical for me. I'm usually a very rational, logical person, but this was all just fight or flight, basically. And I was very terrified. And I want to preface this by saying that I'm sort of empathic, where, like, when I get a vibe or an emotion feeling about somebody a specific way, most of the people in my family tend to listen to me because 95% of the time I'm right when I make a prediction about somebody. And so when I felt this, I got very scared because I don't usually feel this way about people, and I just felt like I was instantly in a very dangerous situation. And she didn't meet my eyes, which I felt very lucky for because I felt like if we had locked eyes, that might have been a very dangerous situation, perhaps. But I honestly, like, as soon as I saw her, I felt like she was an otherworldly presence and she was dangerous. So I turned around very quickly and I kind of shot glares to my mom and my sister that told them, like, don't talk about it, don't look at her. And I was very worried very quickly, and I could kind of feel her looking at me. Even though my back was turned, I could feel her looking at me, and it felt like she was boring holes in my back with her eyes. And her behavior was really, really strange. Like, she had come in and she walked around the lobby for 3 minutes or so, and then she left without ordering anything. And then she walked back in and she would leave again, and she did this maybe 3 or 4 times before she finally left. And every time she left, I would breathe this huge sigh of relief, but then when she came back, it was like my fear had gotten even worse because of that false sense of security that I felt with her leaving. And I was terrified. When we ended up finally leaving, my mom and my sister and I actually checked under the car to make sure she wasn't underneath the car, and I wouldn't talk about it with either of them until we had gotten maybe a half an hour down the road or so, because something just intuitively told me that if I talked about it when I was still too close to her, it would somehow, like, summon her or alert her to the fact that I was talking about her. And so we were driving, and when I finally started talking to my mom and my sister about it, my sister was pretty oblivious to all of this. My mom knew that something wasn't right, but she wasn't entirely sure what. So I started telling them, and I just started breaking down and crying and shaking, and I had never felt so uncomfortable in my entire life. It was just a really awful experience, and it doesn't quite end there, unfortunately. So when we got to this hotel, my mom walked in and checked us in, and my sister and I both went in with her. I did because I was very paranoid, and I made my sister come with us because I felt like if I took my eyes off of her, she'd disappear or something bad would happen. I just was very, very on edge. And so we walked in, we got checked in, and then we went to the room, and I fell asleep without much problem because I was so emotionally exhausted from all of this that I couldn't stay awake any longer. I just needed to pass out. So I fell asleep, and I didn't wake up at all during the night until about 4 in the morning. And I woke up and I didn't hear anything, which was sort of weird because my mom snores really loudly. And so most of the time, if I wake up in the middle of the night when we're on a vacation together, it's because she's snoring so loudly that it wakes me up. But I woke up and there was no snoring, there was no sound at all. And I just laid there and I felt kind of trapped, trapped within my own body. Like I didn't feel like I could move. I was completely lucid, but I didn't feel like I could move. And I know that sounds pretty similar to sleep paralysis, and I suppose it could have been, but I don't have a history of that. And the only other time that I've ever experienced anything like sleep paralysis was when I had another very negative experience with a supernatural entity. But I woke up and I didn't see anything. Like the entire room was dark until I saw some movement over in the corner of the room. And like I saw this outline of a shadow and I saw two eyes just kind of peering out of the darkness. And then this presence walks out from the shadows. And like I felt the same energy with this presence that I felt with the lady in the restaurant where I saw her. And I could tell that it was the same entity, but it was very dark. It had the same long, unkempt hair, and it had glowing red eyes, and I thought I could see some horns like protruding from her skull, and she kind of floated over to the foot of my bed. Floated isn't quite the right word. She glided. Like, she didn't take any steps, but she moved over to the foot of my bed, and I could feel her looking right at me. I still didn't meet her eyes. I could see that they were glowing because it was dark, and I could see the light emanating from them, but I didn't meet her eyes, and I just closed my eyes and I I prayed that this would all be okay. And then thankfully when I opened my eyes, I could move again and she was gone. And that was the last I ever saw of her. But then I just pulled the covers over my head and put a pillow over my head and just kind of quivered there until sunrise. And thankfully, I never saw her again, and I never had any more experiences with her. But I've always been kind of scared talking about this because I've been worried that it might somehow summon her. But I don't think so because nothing bad has happened yet. And that's about it.
Wow. That's a bit of a
What a
creepy one.
story.
That
Wow,
is a
yeah.
creepy one, yeah.
Absolutely.
So we're going to have a few questions for you. Let me have a think of what the first one's going to be because that was a little bit scary, that one. So, did your mum or your sister see the woman in the diner?
Oh yeah, they both saw her. My sister thought she was just like a weird lady, you know, and my mom could tell that she was a bit more than that, but she couldn't tell exactly what. I personally, I have a lot of encounters with people who are just quote end quote strange people. I work at a fast food restaurant myself and I have a lot of strange encounters with people. So if it was just a regular weird person, I feel like I would have been able to tell, but it felt like a whole lot more than that to me. But yeah, we all saw her.
Now, you mentioned that the skin of the lady seemed to be rotting and falling off. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so her skin was white. Like I could see from her facial features and from the skin that seemed normal that she was white, but there were large patches of her skin that were either brown or black and almost seemed to be kind of flaking off. And to me, at least, it looked like it was rotting. Like there weren't huge chunks falling off of her body or anything, but the skin definitely looked like it was not healthy and not normal.
So when you say not normal, I mean, are we talking snake-like, not normal? Are we talking like it looked artificial, like it could be makeup, prosthetic? What do you mean?
So the large patches that were brown, what I mean by not normal is like they looked kind of flaky, and it looked like dead flesh, like something that should be amputated because it's no longer alive. Like there were large patches of muscle all up and down her legs and then on her forearms that were either black or brown. And it's a color of skin that I've never seen before. Like I've got plenty of experience with people from many different backgrounds, but this skin just looked different and it looked dead. Like, I don't really know a better way to describe it other than it looked like dead flesh.
Okay, so here in the UK, if we look up sweatpants, they go from waist all the way down to the ankle. So is it different in America? You say she was wearing sweatpants, but you could see her leg. Did she have the leggings pulled up or anything like that?
Like, if you remember during my story, these pants weren't fitting her well. I don't think they were actually hers. So they'd be falling down, and when they got down too far, like she'd pull them up. And I would only watch her when her back was turned to me because I was scared to look into her eyes or to like have her see that I was looking at her. But like when they got down too far, then she'd pull them up to her mid stomach because she was very skinny. So she'd pull them up, and then I could see like her calf from her knee down to her foot before they would start falling down again.
Yeah, I get you. So the people working in the restaurant, did they say anything to her? I mean, she came in and out, she came in and out. Is there any time there that they actually stopped her and said, "Hey, what are you doing here? Do you want to order some food?"
I don't think so. We were sitting pretty close to the counter, and I never heard them say anything to her. I think they probably just all assumed that she would figure it out and leave eventually or order something. Most of the time, when we have someone who's acting really strange, we just ignore them until they leave because we don't want to put ourselves in a potentially dangerous situation if it is someone who's on some sort of drug that might make them aggressive or something. We usually ignore them. So I think they were probably doing the same thing.
Was there any indication that they actually saw the woman?
Yeah, I saw them look at her a couple of times, but they just kind of ignored her because she wasn't by the counter where she would order. So I saw them look at her and obviously acknowledge her presence, but they just kind of looked at her and then looked away because she didn't look like she was going to order.
And what was her sort of mannerisms? Sometimes when you look at somebody's body language or you look at somebody's face, even if they're not speaking to you, you can tell if they're in a good mood, a bad mood, if they're trying to be intimidating or pleasant. What kind of mannerisms did you pick up from her?
I didn't really look at her face too much because, like I said, I was scared for her to acknowledge that I was looking at her. But the couple of times that I did see her move in the restaurant, at least her body movements were very jerky, and uncoordinated, and it just felt very unnatural.
You obviously you obviously think that you saw the lady again in your room. What do you want to tell us about that? I mean, is there anything that you would like to add to that part, or tell us more about it, or do you think you've covered it all? I mean, when you say she glided across to the bed, did nobody else wake up? Did nobody else see that?
Yeah, that was all me. I am probably the lightest sleeper in my family, and as I've mentioned, I'm kind of empathic, and so I wouldn't be surprised if it was just the presence of something negative that ended up waking me up. And yeah, she was kind of concealed over in the corner of the room, and I'm confident that it was the same entity, but I'm not sure it was in the same form. Obviously, when she was in the restaurant, she didn't have glowing eyes or horns or anything like that, but it was the exact same energy that I felt. I'm not sure if there's a better way to describe it, but I felt the exact same way, and I felt like it was something that I had already come into contact with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. It's very freaky, isn't it?
It
Very,
is.
yes.
I want to ask you another question. So, you feel like you were awake, but it was sleep paralysis. Well, could have been sleep paralysis, perhaps. But what made you so sure that you were absolutely awake and that you were seeing this?
Probably just the fact that I don't have a history of sleep paralysis. I don't even remember my dreams most of the time or even have dreams. I know everybody dreams technically, but I can't remember the last time I remembered a dream, so I don't understand why this would be any different, especially when I don't have any sort of history of sleep paralysis. There's only been one other time in my entire life where I've experienced sleep paralysis, and it was in another similar situation where I had an experience with a negative supernatural entity shortly before.
And what about since then? Have you ever seen anything like it, or any other sort of supernatural or paranormal thing that you might think will be linked to this event?
Not anything that I think would be linked. I do enjoy going to graveyards and stuff like that, and I've had many things happen that are paranormal, and I've had a couple of things happen in my house that are paranormal in nature. My house is well over 100 years old, and at least one person has died there, so definitely the kind of thing that could have paranormal activity within, but not anything that I think would be linked to her specifically.
Okay, I just want to ask another question. I'm sorry. You did mention in your summing up about the entity was in perhaps a different form because it had. Did you mention horns? Did you say that the entity that you saw in the hotel that you stayed at had horns?
I think so. It definitely looked like it from the silhouette that I could see. Like I said, it was very dark, and this was just a hotel room, so it could have been a shadow or something that mixed with this entity that I was seeing that made it look like that. But I did feel confident at the time that it was horns, and it definitely looked like that.
Obviously, for me, I mean, I experienced a lot of things too. I don't think I've experienced things quite as terrifying as that. But the entity that you saw, are you sure it was a solid form and not just a shadow? Because I noticed you just said, it's possible that there was maybe a shadow on the wall. Is it possible that you saw a shadow, or did you actually see a solid thing glide across to you?
In the room, I am confident that it was a solid form because over in the corner of the room where I first kind of saw movement or felt something there was a closet and the doors were open, and it was just pitch black inside the closet. but then I saw two glowing eyes peering out, and then I saw this entity, like it was a shadowy form, but it was a solid thing. But it was kind of like a shadow figure, but it looked feminine, and that's what came out and then came over to the foot of the bed.
Cats, do you have any more questions? I guess not. Okay, right. Well, thank you for the story. We really do appreciate you coming on and telling us the story. We will release it on Spotify, obviously, and then we'll release it onto YouTube, and we will link you up there where people can find you at Dark Thoughts. So if you want to look up Dark Thoughts on YouTube, there is a link in the description too, so people can go and find you there. So thank you very much for coming on, Caden. Is there anything you want to say before you go?
No, that just about does it. Thank you very much for having me on, guys.
Cats, do you want to say goodbye as well?
Yeah, I just had myself muted. So I've ruined it now. Bye-bye, Caden. Thank you so much for coming on. Okay, so thank you, Caden, for that. Very, very interesting stuff. I really, really enjoyed listening to that story. But now it's time to see what my co-host made of it. Ranty, give us your thoughts.
Well, Cats, there are definitely things that I could say I cannot explain those things, and there are other things that I could turn around and say that maybe they could be explained. It's a really difficult one, this, for me personally. Caden explains that he's an empath, and I myself feel that I am an empath too. So when he talks about having this fear come over him as soon as he saw this person, that resonates with me because I can also attest that I can judge people when I first meet them. So I don't know whether that's a skill that everybody has, but for me personally, it's never failed me, and he says that it's never failed him either. And who am I to argue with that? Now, he goes on to explain about the lady having rotting flesh. That is really hard for me to explain away if I was to turn around and say, okay, it was just a lady that came in who was a little bit unkempt, maybe didn't look after herself, maybe was on some kind of drugs or something like that, who had lost weight. Maybe she was in her own clothes, but she had lost weight due to an unfortunate circumstance. Now, it's possible that this was a real lady, but the detail he goes into with the rotting flesh to me is hard to explain. Let's put it that way. It's hard to explain. On the other side of the coin, the fact that his sister didn't get the same feeling from this lady, in fact, barely paid any attention to her, as did the customer service. They didn't address this lady when she came in. They didn't fear or phone the police or anything like that. They didn't run for the hills when this lady came in. That to me is evidence that maybe it was a real person as opposed to being some kind of demon entity. However, when you also then go on to the other side of the coin and say, well, this supposed entity traveled with him or followed him back to his hotel room and slid across the floor to him when he was in his bed and terrified him, and he explains and he goes into the description of this person, and he got the same feeling from this shape, this feature that he saw at the end of the bed. Now, that to me is more evidence that maybe something other was going on. Maybe something was tagged along with a real person. Maybe the real person who walked into the store was a little bit unkempt, but maybe they were unkempt because maybe they were possessed in some way. Maybe they had some entity attached to the real person that was allowing Caden to see the entity, and the entity knew that Caden had seen the entity and followed him back to the hotel room. That's a possibility, and I think that to me makes more sense. A real entity, but a real person too, that only he could see the entity and other people could not.
And I think I would echo that. It would be amazing to truly believe that he's seen a demon, he's seen some sort of evidence of an afterlife or a wider spiritual realm. That would be amazing to believe. If I'm going to start from the point that he believes he saw what he saw, then I'm going to question whether confirmation bias or confirmatory memory somehow has played a role in him selecting and over time reinforcing his own memory and somehow changing it ever so slightly into something that really, to him, feels very, very real. Elizabeth Loftus has an amazing TED Talk. She's a psychologist, and the TED Talk deals with memory and how malleable it is. In fact, one of the phrases that she gave in the TED Talk that stuck out to me was this. She said, when you feed somebody misinformation about an experience they have had, you can manipulate their memory, because you have to treat your memory like a Wikipedia page. It can be edited by you, but also by other people. And she went on to talk about psychological studies where memories have been dropped into people. False memories by psychologists have been dropped into people to make them believe that they'd witnessed demonic possession, they'd been attacked by a dog, they'd been rescued by a lifeguard when they were a child on a beach. Real memories or false memories placed into people to make them believe that they were real. So the idea of somebody remembering something fantastical and it feeling very real to them is totally believable. But is that memory actually a genuine memory, or has it been distorted over time? I would have to say in this case that it's certainly been distorted over time. So the cause of that, for me, I'm going to have to say is totally unbelievable.
But let me finish with this. That Caden goes into the empath side of things and how he's in tune with this side of his personality. And when he talks about this encounter, he mentions just one other time when he also had a similar feeling. And I personally have experienced things too. So I would say I am also an empath. So I can definitely see that maybe I was a little bit harsh when I said that it's only ever slightly demon. I'm going to retract that. I'm going to say that it was almost believable. I'm not going to go full way and say believable. I would say almost believable.
And who am I to argue? But you don't have to sit on the fence like I've just done with that. If you want to check out the links in the description to this podcast, you can find where you can see us on social media. You can get in touch with us. You can let us know what you think about this story. And more importantly, if you've got a story of your own, why don't you come on? Me and Ranty would absolutely love to hear it. Isn't that, Ranty?
It is.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You've joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Ranty and Katz. I'm Katz. Are you there, Ranty?
I am Katz. How are you doing today?
I'm doing exceptionally well, my friend, and as always, I've got a little bit of a question for you. Can you tell me what a little bastard is?
Well, I've had several encounters with little bastards in my time, but as for saying where they came from, I really couldn't tell you, Katz. You're going to have to tell me. Go ahead.
Well, Little Bastard was a nickname given to James Dean's car, a Porsche. Are you familiar with the story surrounding James Dean's death? It's quite a spooky one, full of coincidence.
I'm not actually, but are you telling me that it's a car and not a person?
I certainly am. Yeah, Little Bastard doesn't refer to a person, so anyone at home, please don't be offended. Little Bastard is a nickname given to James Dean's Porsche, which he died in, and the story is quite fascinating. Shall we begin with the story?
I'm all ears, Katz.
So the story begins when James Dean buys his car and he shows it to his good friend, actor Alec Guinness from the Star Wars films. And Alec Guinness, upon taking a look at the car, said, if you're going to drive that, you better be careful because you'll be dead within a week. And within a week, obviously, Ranty, what do we think had happened?
Well, saying it like that, I would assume that he's probably dead.
Dead in a car crash, indeed. And the sad story doesn't stop there. George Barris was the name of the man who customised the car for James Dean. And after the crash, he was responsible for putting it onto the trailer and removing it and stripping it for parts. But unfortunately, he slipped off the trailer that the car was on, landing on a mechanic and shattering the leg of the mechanic. Quite the coincidence, wouldn't you say?
Definitely.
But it doesn't stop there. Because once he had stripped the car for the parts, he sold some of those parts to two gentlemen going by the name of Troy McHenry and William Eschrid. Both of these gentlemen placed some of those car parts into their own cars, and within just a matter of a few weeks, both had a car crash. One which unfortunately killed Troy McHenry, and the other one which put William Eschrid in a very serious state in hospital. Do we think that's the end of the coincidences?
Well, I think at this point, we're getting to the realms of this is spooky. Go ahead. I think this sounds like there's more cats.
There is. Another gentleman bought two of the tyres, and while he was driving the car, both of the tyres at exactly the same time burst, causing yet another car crash. Two thieves also tried to steal parts of the car while it was on display somewhere, and one of the thieves tore up all the muscles in his own arm, trying and failing to steal the steering wheel. If that wasn't enough, the car was then put on show by the California Highway Patrol in a garage, and the garage itself set on fire, where almost everything in the garage was destroyed apart from the car itself, which was then used as a display tool. And while the car was being used on display in a school, it fell off its display stand and crushed the hip of a child. Do you want to know how this story ends?
Well, I hope they blew it up.
The car was destroyed to prevent it doing any more damage to any other people. So legendary was the curse of that car. Do you believe in curses, Ranty? I think this is the point I'm trying to get to with this story. Do you believe objects can be cursed?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think from the original podcast we did, podcast number 1, The Shadow Demon, I think I go into a little bit of a story there about what happened with the totem pole. So for me personally, having experienced something like that, I can attest personally to objects being possessed in some way.
Well, I don't think I'm ready yet to admit that a car could perhaps be cursed. I really enjoy listening to these stories that have fantastic coincidences. Obviously, some of these are quite tragic. But today's guest may just try and convince us otherwise, because he's going to tell us a story about some cursed human bones. And Ranty, I'm going to pass back to you so you can introduce him.
We are joined by Sven. How are you doing, Sven?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. And you?
Yeah, not doing too bad at all. Now, we spoke on Reddit, and you have a ghost story, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so in your own words, would you like to take it away? Would you like to tell us the story, what happened?
Yeah, so back then, it's a very long time back, 14 years, 13 years. And I was working for a company we were renewing the water connection pipes and such things at whole villages and big buildings, small buildings. We did everything related to water and gas supplyment. And we had to change the water piping of a big church of our city. It was a pretty larger project of the ones I was taking part in. And because we had to remove very, very large parts of the floor of the whole church, because below the ground, without any ways to go in, there were big rooms where I'm not sure which one, but a bishop was buried there and high-ranked church officials, even though it's not a really big, well-known church around in Germany. It's a more or less little town here. So we had to remove the old pipings and install the new ones. It was a pretty creepy thing, as they unearthed really these big rooms. You've been there to this church like 100 times and you've never seen anything like this. The anything that somehow told it was there was in a very old carving on the ground, like here, Bishop Anno Domini 1500 or something. But you don't really think much of it as long as you're just staying there and reading it.
1500, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's not all the time ago. The city and many of these buildings, it's dating back to 1100, but it burned down in 1500, so all the buildings, all the churches, whatever is standing there is from 1500, as a complete city got leveled down in a big fire. The normal population back then, they got buried on a large cemetery outside of the city, but everyone, a little bit, the higher people, the people with money, the politician, whatever, as long as they lived, they reserved like graves around the big churches, where we had many of them in our town. And they got buried on the church yard, while the high-ranked church officials got buried inside the church, like 1800 or something like this. There was the last burial on these fields, and then afterwards it just got leveled. So these graveyards were removed from around the churches, and it's only a green lawn now. But the thing is, it's very clayey, this ground. The archaeologists who showed up on the site taught me this. Clay, as long as a dead corpse is buried in a very clayey ground, it decomposes, but the skeleton won't. So the bones will take on a pretty dark color, but they won't dissolve. And so it was that as soon as we started digging outside with our big excavator, it was like 1 meter or so we had normal earth. And as it went deeper, we started to unearth masses of bones and skeletons and everything around. There was a huge pile of earth next to the hole. And it was a pretty creepy experience where the whole skull rolled down this earth pile, and everyone around there was just standing there like, what is going on here?
Can I just ask, at that moment in time, when you're digging up these bones and you see everything, are you feeling a little bit uneasy with everything? Are you starting to feel a little bit scared in any way, shape or form, or you weren't concerned with it?
Really scared? I won't tell it scared. It was at first like, yeah, what's going on? It wasn't something special. You didn't expect it to happen. The moment the excavator got to work, you did this every time, and you thought, yeah, what could go wrong? The thing is, these bodies aren't like we now do it 2 meters under, or I don't know, in Britain it's 6 feet. Are you measuring in feet?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we go down to 6 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, and this time it was almost immediately. So the excavator went. It wasn't only 1 meter deep, and it started to unearth skeleton after skeleton. That was something very unexpected, I would say. The creepy factor wasn't that big on that day because it wasn't a dark moonlit night or something, but it was a summer day around 1 p.m. in blistering heat. So there wasn't any ghostly atmosphere or something like that. It was just friggin' hot.
I get you.
And yeah, it unearthed the bones, and we were standing there like, yeah, no, what we do? Hopefully nobody sees it. And afterwards, as we stand there, my colleagues, my co-workers told me that there will be a team of archaeologists would be arriving on the site later. So as we had nothing to do, we were the guys laying the pipes, not the one operating the excavator. So I, as a trainee, as the youngest one, had the not that pleasant task to do, to pick the bones from the earth piles and cleaning them a little bit, so the most of the mud would go off. And afterwards, because we didn't know what to do, we had large cardboard sheets where we lined them up, and just I was standing there down in the hole after the excavator was done on that part and went a little bit beyond, and I was just standing there in this like 2 meter deep hole picking up whatever I could get and cleaning it and putting it to the side of the hole. At first it was pretty creepy, and I was not too sure about what to do and if I should touch it or not, but I had this working gloves on, so it was okay. And afterwards we just sorted them on these cardboard sheets, and my co-workers standing just on the side of the hole looking at me, and as I gave them something, here, take this to no, I'm fine.
It's funny how they gave you the bad job.
Yeah.
Being the more experienced ones, they said, no, you're the rookie. You get inside that pit and you touch those bones. We're not touching it.
Yeah, right. In Germany, we have the saying, I'm not, where you say, Lehrjahre sind keine Herrenjahre. So as long as you are the lowest in the food chain, you have to do all the jobs other ones don't want to do.
Yeah, it's the same here. It's definitely the same here. You're the dog's body. That's what we would call it over here. So if you are the lowest of the low, you're the dog's body. You're the last one in. You're the first one out, and you're the last one in. You're also the one that does all the mucky stuff or dirty jobs that they don't want to do.
Yeah. But one time I had to go in here, cut that pipe open, and they knew there would be water coming out, lots of water. And so I went in. I was pretty uneasy that day. I cut the pipe open. the whole pit flooded with water. Only like 10 seconds, and the whole pit collapsed.
Sounds like they pranked you.
And no, it's not. It had to be cut open, but it was really. I wasn't expecting it to blow up so violently in that case. There are many of these stories where you're just the underdog and you have to do something which won't end that pleasant for you.
So you're in the pit. You've handed out these bones that have been found, and nobody really wants to touch them. You're a little bit uneasy at that moment in time. And what happened after that?
Yeah, after that, the very moment where we unearthed the real skeletons and I was standing there, I felt watched. It was like somebody standing out there. I wasn't sure. I was looking around, but I didn't see anybody. But I had the very uneasy feeling that somebody else, except my colleagues, was watching me. I felt a little bit cold suddenly. At the moment, it was blistering heat, and it was very hot in this pit and everywhere else. But the moment I really entered this realm, I would say, I got cold from the inside a little bit. And it was like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be so disrespectful with the people lying here or whatever. It could backfire. This was my first thought. Maybe you shouldn't do any fun or something with this now. Just do your thing, do it as much as you like you would be treated. And don't try any funny stuff down there.
I see. So no pranking with the bones. No
Yeah. No, to be or not to be.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, afterwards, this archaeologist showed up and I was running around at the side. They were taking photos from the bones and told us afterwards, just throw them back in. We don't care. As somebody on Reddit pointed out, that isn't the normal behavior of such guys. They had to document it. They had to relay them where they came from. But it was cheap labor or money, I don't know. So these guys just didn't care. They went around, made photos, looked at it, and took off again. And the times I was standing there, I noticed something was off. I wasn't really 100% seeing anything, but on the corner of my eyes, I always noticed two guys standing right next to the pit. But the moment I tried to look at them, wherever they were, there was nothing there. It was clearly visible when I turned my head around, because one of these figures wore a bright red dress, and you would really recognize that in front of this white, green, brown houses in the background. So I always tried to turn my head and figure out what this red thing behind me was. But as soon as I really looked at it, it was gone. So this very much fueled my impression of being watched by somebody. And that was the time where I really started to feel uneasy, as I thought to make out that there was a woman and a man standing next to the pit and really watching at me. Also, you could see them moving, and like they were talking to each other and gesticulating in the air. But as soon as I really tried to figure it out, tried to look at it, there was just nothing there. I was just able to see them through my eyes. As long as it was at the situation was going on, the clearer these things will be. The clearer I was, the more convinced I was that somebody was standing next to the pit, right next to the other workers, watching me and really watching my fingers. What is he doing in this pit with these bones? It's not really a cool feeling.
I can imagine it was quite scary, actually.
Yeah. The scary part is I've been visiting many dark places at this work. We had to do many jobs in very dark medieval cellars, in the basement of where you normally can't go in, and this is where the really creepy stuff happens. But as long as it's in the blistering heat and you have all your colleagues around, it takes a little bit of this creepy feeling away, actually. It would be a completely other story if it was the darkest night and there was nobody else around. I would have run away.
Yeah, I would have thought the same, to be fair. But didn't you say that you had an issue in the car as well on the way home or something?
Yeah, right. This phenomenon, I don't really know. It went away after like half an hour, and after we were done, we're sitting back in the car, back to our yard, to our tool shop, and I noticed this phenomenon reappeared again, and it was in the back of the car. This was really creepy stuff, as I was sitting next to the driver, and all the time I looked around, I saw this bright red dress on the back seat on the left, and the other one in a much less bright color, but it was clearly visible as well in front of the dark car seats that there were two guys sitting behind us in the car. And well, I asked my colleague if he didn't see that, if he didn't see anything at all, but he was just asking back like, what did I see? I don't know what you're talking about. And the thing is, if you keep talking too much about subjects like this, yeah, I saw a ghost back there, you're just a crazy one. So I try to ignore it.
So how long would you say that you saw the ghost in the back of the car? Did you have a length of time that you actually saw it for, or was it here one second, gone the next?
It wasn't a very large journey back to our... we were driving across the city, and I had it all the time. It was the whole time, and afterwards, as I went back home, I didn't see him really anymore, but I still had this uneasy feeling, and so I tried to look up what to do, whatever. And most of the people say, try praying, try this or whatever. And so I did. I was just sitting there in my room and trying to make the best prayer I could imagine at that time. It wasn't somebody on the internet told me, like, go this, or call an exorcist, or whatever. I just tried to figure it out with my own words, and finally, it actually worked. So the uneasy feeling got away, and I didn't see it again. So I guess it was a success then.
So, did you see the ghost after you got out of the car, or was it just the uneasy feeling after that?
I'm not 100% sure. It's like 13 years ago, yeah. It was 13 years ago, so I'm not too sure. But I think I saw them afterwards as well, but it wasn't that clear anymore.
Can you just run us over again what the ghost actually looked like? Just describe in real detail what it looked like when you saw it.
Well, it was just from the corner of my eye, but I can tell one was wearing more grayish green clothes, where they looked strangely out of time. And the other one, I think if I recall correctly, had blonde hair and a very bright red dress.
So if you had to place those ghosts in a time zone, what time would you give them?
Well, it's a pretty tricky question, actually. I'm not an expert in things like this. So late medieval ages, I think. It wasn't the high medieval ages, but the late 1600.
Okay. Did you see any faces on them?
Actually, yes, but I wasn't really able to see it and get all the details of it.
Do you think that they were aware that you were there?
Actually, yes. Yes, they watched me the whole time. That's what I really saw. That these two guys were standing next to this construction pit with their heads clearly tilted in my direction. So I'm really aware of that. They were directly watching me. It wasn't like, yeah, we are here, but what do we do? But it had to do with my work, I guess.
And then nothing all the years that have passed since?
No. I mean, I'm sensitive in these things, and I've had more than one such an encounter, but this thing ended on that day. So they didn't come back. I didn't see them anymore.
So, right, okay. So, would you say that you're normally scared of things? Is this something that would have freaked you out normally?
It's all part of context, I guess. Normally, of course, I think it would have freaked me out if the setting was different. If there's nobody there and it was dark outside, yeah, you can imagine. I think I've just run away. Screw the water pipes. I'm out of here.
I see. So, did any of the other diggers see anything? Any of your work colleagues see anything? And if not, why do you think that was? Is it because that they weren't touching the bones, but you were?
That's one possible explanation, yeah. I'm not too sure, but some of them I didn't really talk about it, but the ones I talked about it, they didn't see anything at all. But some of the time I was alone with the workers from the excavator, so they did other things. I don't know what they actually did. Maybe coffee. We had to wait for the excavator to finish before we could really start to work, and I wasn't too familiar with the guys from this excavator company to talk about this more sensitive thematics.
And what do your friends think about it now? When you speak about it, do they offer any sort of alternative explanation for what you might have seen, or do they understand and believe everything you've said? What's their reaction?
Well, the thing is that the people around me pretty much do believe in such thing as well. So they find, if I'm talking about it, they say it's probably, at least. Nobody can tell what it really was, neither can I, but it seems probable to do so, that it was like this. And I just met people that were from themselves also on this job talking about it, about other things like this. Like I've heard things in these old structures, and they were pretty badly freaked out. So I guess it is really plausible for it to be real.
Okay, now I think the last question I want to ask you at least is, this obviously happened a very long time ago, and yet you've done a lot of work in the past, and you've also done a lot of work since then as well. But this stays in your mind, this one event was enough for you to actually go ahead on Reddit and post it there. So what made you do that? I mean, what was the reason that you went ahead and decided to talk about it now?
Well, that's a pretty tricky question, actually. It isn't the first time I talked about it on the internet. I posted about it in the German hemisphere of paranormal things, not on Reddit, but on other websites. But it's something you don't really forget. It is something that happens once in this lifetime. You don't have to change water connections from a church every day. Neither do you have to dig up the graveyard. So yes, pretty much it stays in the mind for a very long time. And on other internet sites, you can pretty much talk about these subjects. But let's say that at least on the smaller sites, as long as you post about regular things and about things, how you see it and whatever, it can pretty fast go south with these different beliefs. I believe in reincarnation, I believe in this, I believe in that. And then things go haywire. So I pretty much stopped talking about it at all on the net. And in private, you don't have so many people who you really can tell things like that without them thinking you're crazy or making things up.
Katz, is there anything you want to ask?
I'm just trying to think, really. I think no, we've got quite a big story though. What do you think, Ranty?
Yeah, I'm happy with everything that's been told. Sven, I'd like to thank you for coming on and telling us your story there. It was pretty creepy, I have to say, especially the ghost sitting in the back of the car the whole journey home. I think I'd have got out of the car. I wouldn't have sat in that car the journey.
Yeah, it was pretty creepy actually. It's like you turn the head and you see it's there. Okay, you can't really look at it as it goes away then, and then you turn your head as well. Is it gone yet? No, it's still there. It's nothing you want to have every day in your car.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah, I just want to say, Sven, thank you so much for your time. I've really, really appreciated that. Me and Ranty are going to have a little bit of a chat now about what we thought about your story. But for now, can I, again, thank you for your time and have a great weekend.
Yep, you're welcome.
So thank you very much, Sven, and yeah, we'll speak to you soon. Cheers, mate.
Yep, cheers.
Wonderful. And now we're going to ask Katz, put him in the hot seat, and ask him, what did he think of that story?
I think it's a fascinating story, and I think when somebody hears a story about ghosts, you've really only got three options to go with. One of them is that the story's made up. The person hasn't seen ghosts, and I don't like to go down that route, and I'll tell you in a second why I don't like to go down that route. The second option is that it happened and the ghosts were real. I also don't feel ready to go down that route yet. The third one is that Sven has seen these ghosts, he has had these experiences, but they're explainable in a non-supernatural way. Let me explain. Science is really moving forward, and the area of psychology is really moving forward in understanding what causes people to have experiences where they see apparitions or feel the presence of ghosts. We're starting to understand how brain chemistry, stress, monotonous stimulation, a change in hormones can all have these effects on the brain to give us these experiences. And quite an exciting bit of new research, a group led by somebody called Olaf Blanke has developed a tool, call it a robot if you like, which can provide a subject with stimulus which makes them genuinely believe that they're in the presence of some sort of supernatural being. So these visions are certainly facilitated by normal brain chemistry. They are 100% possible and plausible, in my opinion. One of the evolutionary explanations for why we may feel we're seeing ghosts is something called the agency detection mechanism. Now, most people tend to see ghosts when they're in surroundings that are unfamiliar and eerie and sinister. And one of the theories is that our brain is wired so when we're in a place where we sense danger, if we hear something like a rustling or we see a light out the corner of our eye, our brain makes more of it than there is to make us more alert and to make us more ready to get out of danger. So there is an idea that it is part of an evolutionary protection mechanism. But plenty of famous people in high stressful situations have seen or claim to have seen ghosts. For example, Joshua Slocum, the first person to circumnavigate the world single-handed, claims to have been visited by the pilot of the Pinta, which was one of Christopher Columbus' ships, when he was ill and stressed with food poisoning. And he claims to have extremely vivid memories of the pilot of the Pinta actually sailing the ship for him. Something that when he recovered and come back to land, he said was obviously not real. And it was crazy, but the memory to him was very, very, very real. So I totally believe that these apparitions feel real to Sven. I totally believe he's seen these apparitions, but I think it's more to do with brain chemistry than it is with the supernatural. So that's my stance. Ranty, what about yourself? What are your thoughts on this story?
Well, I believe that science can recreate what people experience. So they are able to recreate terror, or they are able to recreate seeing something that might not really be there. Do I believe that that's the catch-all for all of these things? Absolutely not. No. I do believe that, sure, yeah, there are times that science may be able to explain something. But in this particular case, I don't believe that to be the case, personally. Now, the reason for that is the extended amount of time that Sven saw the apparitions slash ghosts in the back of the car. If it had just been a fleeting moment, if it had just been something that was in the blink of an eye, there 1 minute, gone the next, yes, okay, then maybe that would be the case. But the fact that he was sitting in the front seat as a passenger and was able to see these apparitions in the back of the car for the entire length of the journey back to his drop-off point, whilst the driver was driving and whilst he was asking the driver whether he could see these apparitions in the back, tells me that there was absolutely something there. The driver turned around and said that he couldn't see what he was seeing, and Sven, being the young new apprentice on the job, decided to not ask the same question again for fear of having any kind of ridicule thrown his way. And that's very understandable, to be fair. But that didn't stop the apparitions from being there. He still saw the apparitions, even if he wasn't saying it to the driver. As for the bones and touching the bones and things like that, and actually getting down into the pit, well, we're in a pit here, cats, but in his pit, he was actually touching these bones of very ancient, possible church figures, and it's possible that something was guarding them. Maybe their spirit shouldn't have been disturbed, or maybe their bones shouldn't have been disturbed to disturb the spirit. And clearly, Sven has had this story for a very long time because he still talks about it now. So clearly, for Sven, this is a memory that he's remembered for a very long time. And it's a memory that he decided to reach out to us to tell his story about. Now, for somebody like Sven, who in his own words has turned around and said that he isn't really that scared of things or isn't really one for taking flights of fancy or things like this, for him to actually reach out, talk to us about this, and document what actually happened to him back at that time tells me that it's still a very, very vivid memory. Now, for me personally, I don't think science can explain away the car. I don't think science can explain away that. And I don't think that this falls into the category of being scientifically proven. That's just my personal opinion, obviously. Katz clearly has a different opinion on this, but we're not going to argue. We're going to leave that up to the audience to decide whether or not they actually felt that the story was in any way, shape, or form believable, unbelievable, almost believable, or almost unbelievable. So, for all of those on Spotify who have downloaded the podcast, you can also find us on YouTube. Just look up Almost Unbelievable and you will find us there. And if you so wish, you could also leave a comment with your own thoughts on the story. Alternatively, if you want to get additional information, including videos or photographs that may go along with the story, and you wish to support the show, we also have a Patreon. Again, you can find us Almost Unbelievable on Patreon. And with that, we will round up this particular show. And Kat, anything you would like to say before we go?
Well, actually, yeah, I'd just like to say, if you have enjoyed what you've listened to today, please don't forget to subscribe to us on YouTube, where every now and then you might even catch us live.
Take care for now, and we'll see you in the next one. In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit. You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Katz and Ranty. I am Ranty, which means my co-host today is Katz. How are you doing there?
I'm doing very well, and I am massively, massively looking forward to this story. Is it going to be a spooky one? Is it going to be a UFO-based one? Give me a clue.
Well, today's guest is called Heidi, and Heidi has the most tremendous story. In fact, we have photographic images along with a video. And what's interesting is that the photographic images are from one CCTV camera, and the video is from another. So on two separate days too. And it's very interesting, very clear. These images appear to show a ghost. And that sounds really weird to say, but this ghost also has humanoid proportions with arms, legs, head, and body. And it's walking, and yet it's walking on snow, and it doesn't leave any footprints. It's also walking, but it's see-through. And we definitely have those images. So I can't wait to introduce today's guest, but I have a feeling today, Katz, that you've got a bit of a trivia question for me before we start. Is that right?
Well, it's more of a story, but before I tell it, I just want to remind everybody that if anybody wants to see the images that we're talking about today, please just check out the Patreon. It's linked in the description, and you'll be able to get access to any kind of photographs or media or videos or whatever that people send in. But I have got a little bit of a spooky story for you, full of names I can't pronounce and places I can't pronounce. So if you're willing to put up with me mispronouncing things, are you ready to hear the story?
If it's going to be funny and you're misrepresenting things or not being able to say the correct wording, then absolutely, I am all ears.
Okay, well, there was a 1895 book all about the churches of a town called Exjo. Okay, I think I pronounced that wrong. And it tells a story about a mysterious and spooky lock, not a Scottish lock, but a physical lock, as in a lock and key, which is found in the door to the crypt of the Horrida Church. Again, pronounced that wrong. Here's an extract from it. Just south of the eastern wing of the church is a square crypt, probably from the latter half of the 18th century, in which several members of the noble family Duse of Thorsjo lie buried. Many more or less terrifying ghost stories associated with this final resting place. The strangest thing about this ancient grave, according to old tales, is that its door never remains closed, but is always ajar. All attempts to close it are said to be fruitless. After having many times locked the door and thrown away the key, it is said that the church wardens went into the drastic measure of nailing the mysterious door shut with giant nails. The result, however, was the same as ever. The very next day, the door stood half open. Now, hopefully, as this story progresses, we will see that there is a link between what I've said there and the story that we're about to hear. Can you spot that link, Ranty?
Almost immediately, yes, definitely.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get on with introducing the guest, and we shall see what that link is.
Well, Heidi today is going to tell us a story of something that happened to her cousin, and it's her cousin's property, and she's going to tell us of the events that happened a few years ago at that spot. Now, as I say, Heidi's already provided the video footage and the images of this, and I also know that her cousin is, a little bit scared of what's going on right now. She was terrified to even come on herself, so that's why Heidi's reached out. So with that, I'm going to introduce Heidi. How are you doing, Heidi?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. Right, I'm going to sit back, put myself on mute, and let you tell the story.
Right, so this story occurred around Christmas 2017, so it was about 4 years ago now, and it relates around my cousin. So I'm telling this from from an outsider's perspective, admittedly, but nonetheless, it is a very good story. So my cousin owns a large property, which includes a sort of like a dirt track from her house down to a yard, which is probably about, I'd say about 10 meters long. And then down that track, you then have a yard, which has 2 buildings and a stable block. She rents one of the buildings, which is sort of like a yard building, out to a mechanic who uses it as a garage, or used it as a garage. And so this chap, this mechanic, he would come in the morning, do his work, and then leave for the night. I mentioned the stables because my cousin kept her horses obviously in the stables, and the whole yard in itself was locked with a big gate. Once both my cousin and the mechanic had finished their work for the day, the gate would get locked up with a heavy padlock, shut for the night. And around this period, my cousin would go down in the morning to do the horses. I noticed the padlock was unlocked and just sitting, because it was wrapped around with a chain. So the chain was just sitting loosely, and the padlock was just unlocked. Not broken, not forced or bent, just unlocked. And so she assumed that her mechanic just wasn't locking the gate at night. So she contacted the mechanic and said, please make sure you lock up properly. Mechanic says, I'm sure I did, but I'll try again. I'll make sure. This repeated itself for 4 or 5 days. I can't remember if they were consecutive days, but they were pretty close together. I think it was in the same week. And by the 5th or 6th day, my cousin, upon finding the gate unlocked, said to the mechanic, right, you can't do this anymore. put a stop to this. I'm going to check security cameras. And so she checks the security cameras, and the mechanic would lock up and leave his garage around 6 o'clock every evening. Bear in mind this is in November, December, so it's dark by then. And from the footage, you could see the mechanic lock up the garage door, get in his vehicle, drive across the yard, exit the yard, and padlock the gate. And then, not even 5 minutes later, a figure walks across the screen. So to put it in perspective, the CCTV camera is mounted on top of the garage door that the mechanic walks out. So from the CCTV camera, you can see a figure that follows the mechanic's tracks diagonally across the yard to the exit gate. And this happens 4 or 5 times, matching the times when my cousin's gone down to the gate to find the padlock unlocked. So she shows the footage to the mechanic and says, "Well, it's your friend who's following you out of the garage isn't locking it after you. You know, you need to tell your friend to lock it." Whereupon the mechanic, and quote, turned white and said to my cousin, "I work alone. I do not know who that is." So this is where my cousin goes, right, there's something wrong here. And then upon closer inspection to the pictures, you can see the figure is actually transparent in a lot of them. And in one of the pictures, it's snowing. And this is where it gets quite spooky. The bottom half of the figure is quite clearly transparent. You can see that from the contrast against the snow and the tyre tracks. But he's also casting a shadow. And then about the waist upwards, he sort of phases out into sort of like a white blur. Now, my cousin isn't exactly a skeptist, but normally wavers these paranormal experiences. And this one, she just couldn't. Bear in mind, this figure was captured 4 or 5 times. She just couldn't put any explanation to it at all. There were experiences that my cousin experienced in her house. Things like, your classic doors opening, doors closing, lights going. Once the bathroom taps turned on full blast while she was in her bathroom. When she's sitting downstairs in her living room, she'll hear footsteps upstairs walking around between walls. Well, where walls are, but the footsteps are walking around in one large big circle and technically walking through all 4 bedroom walls. There was also a flood in my cousin's garage. She went out to her garage one day, not the one in the yard, but her personal garage. And it was a couple of inches underwater. Couldn't find any reason how the water got in there. Couldn't find any leaks or any burst pipes. So she started clearing it up. Things obviously got damaged. Boxes on the floor were all wet. But then 24 hours later, when she went back out the next day to continue working on it, it was completely dry and like it never happened. There's also been, this is really strange, animals keep appearing in her house. Things like magpies and birds generally keep appearing in her house, even though she never, or very rarely, has the windows open because she has a young toddler around. And one of the birds was a magpie, and she really couldn't figure out how it got into the house because it was just in a room with the window closed. So that was quite strange. Things keep appearing in her house and her front driveway. Really random objects like bottles or some of her jewellery or some of her watches will just appear in the middle of the floor. And bear in mind, my cousin lives alone, except with her toddler. Something like the milk bottle, which is definitely out of the toddler's reach, and then she'll find it one day in the middle of the day. We'll just find it in the middle of the driveway or in the middle of the kitchen. And so it's my cousin's house and her yard are very paranormal heavy areas. It's really, even myself, I normally try and rule out any science explanation, but and this, out of everything I've seen on the internet, all the stories she's told me and especially the pictures that she's managed to capture of this strange transparent figure walking across the yard, it's just it really just sends chills through your spine. That's really the whole story narrowed down. after my cousin spotted this figure on her CCTV, it stopped as soon as it started, and she's never seen it again. So the paranormal stuff in her house continued, but the paranormal, to be fair actually, paranormal occurrences did happen in her yard. She would find stable doors open, and hay nets were on the floor, and things that she knows she hasn't moved that have been moved. But in terms of this mysterious figure appearing on the CCTV, he or she never appeared again. Oh, my cousin did actually do some digging on this, trying to find an explanation, and the yard was built on top of an entrance to a a quarry. The quarry was closed in the early 90s, and two teenagers, after it had closed, went into the quarry, and there was a horrible accident happened, and they both died. Well, one of them died on site, and one of them died later in hospital. Where she found this information, I don't know, but she did tell me this. And then obviously 20 years later, her property's not that old. I think her property was built in the early noughties. So about 10 years later, her yard was then built on top of the access to this quarry. So we've sort of come to a family conclusion. This strange figure walking across the yard is perhaps this one of the I think they were both 19, the boys that had died in the quarry. Well, one died in the quarry, one died in hospital, and we sort of come to the conclusion that this figure might be an apparition of the boy who sadly died in the quarry, just trying to walk home, maybe. It's a very sad story, but nonetheless, it does make a very good paranormal experience telling.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Yeah, that's it really.
Wow, those pictures, I've just been looking at those while you've been talking, and they certainly are spooking. You're right, I didn't notice the shadow until you specifically said the person is casting a shadow. I didn't notice that, but you're right, there is a definite shadow being cast, isn't there?
You can see it very clearly in one of the pictures. Again, I have so many screenshots of them. I'll try and get the rest of them over to you. This was sort of a bit of a panic send. I'll have to dig the rest of them out. But there's a lot of the reason why I sent you the ones in the snow that you guys can see, I think are all the same day. In fact, you can see, I'm flicking through them too. They're literally a nanosecond apart, aren't they? Where you can see him walking across.
Yeah,
So,
there's only seconds apart.
Yes. One of the pictures, there's no snow, but you can see a figure at the back of the car. There's more pictures without snow. I only sent you ones with snow because they're the best ones. You can really see the apparition really clearly. But there's loads of others from the other days that I mentioned where he's just a white blob going. I mean, you can still tell it's human shaped, but it's like a phasey and blurry. Can you see in the one that says 23rd of November, Thursday, 2036, can you see that figure at the back of the car? It's the back right.
Let's have a look, see whether I've sent
I
you.
don't think I have that one.
Let me just have a quick look.
I think Ranty's kept that secret one to himself.
I have to admit, that one's not very clear, but if you look at the sequence of pictures together, it starts right at the bottom of camera where it says camera 4 and dots across the screen. Something else I actually forgot to say, this is camera 4, this is 1 of 4. This figure was not caught on any of the other cameras. The other cameras are, so basically her yard, my cousin's yard is a square, and you've literally got camera 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the respective sides of the square. Wasn't caught on any other of the cameras. So that's a bit weird. I'll have to dig out the other pictures of the figure moving across without the snow. And in one of the pictures, you can actually see the mechanic locking up the gate. You can see the headlights of his car, and you can see him as a figure, the mechanic's figure, locking up the gate, and the figure's walking across the yard while the mechanic is still locking the gate, which is really scary. Again, I'll have to dig it out for you.
And did anybody, and apologise if you've already said this, but did anybody sort of go out after these were taken to look for any sort of obvious footprints that matched with the the movement?
No, because my cousin, it was only after she found the open gate 5 or 6 times she decided to look at the security camera. And so this was, I think the snow occasion was, had already melted and gone by then, unfortunately.
There is no footprints.
Yeah, that's another thing I noticed. And the figure's not leaving any footprints. So when my boyfriend's saying, "Oh, someone's just broken into your yard," like, you can immediately debunk that with the other cameras and the fact it's leaving no footprints.
Yeah, there is no footprints in. I've just gone back and forth over the couple of frames where he walks directly on a fresh patch of snow, and there is no sinking. There's no footprint. Nothing.
I think I found the video, guys. It's a really bad copy of the video, but it's and you'll have to maybe mute it because you can. My cousin showed this to us when we went round to hers for Christmas. So she said, "Guys, I found this in my CCTV. It's really weird." She put it on her TV, and I recorded it, and you can hear all the family's reaction as this weird white figure goes across. I think I have actually found it. I'm going to email that to you now, Ranty.
Okay. Well, can we get some housekeeping done? Okay, so there's a couple of questions I need to ask, obviously. First one is going to be the lock on the padlock. Was there anybody else that had a key for that other than the mechanic?
Only the mechanic and my cousin had a key.
Okay, so the next question would be, in that case, has anything taken out of the garage? Was anything missing, stolen, anything like that?
No, nothing was missing or stolen.
Okay, and I have another question, obviously. The house that she lives in, has she ever noticed anything actually missing, like somebody's been in and stolen something?
So there was one occasion where she was missing. You know, I mentioned a watch earlier. She had a very expensive watch. I think she inherited it. It was very dear. It was very emotionally, not emotionally. It was a very important watch to her, emotionally attached. That's what I'm trying to say. And that went missing. She always leaves it in exactly the same place, and it went missing. It went missing for days. And then my cousin's mum came into the house, and she. This is at the point where we knew that there was a lot of paranormal activity going on. And her mum said out loud, "Stop messing around. Put it back now. My daughter wants her watch back." And the next day, it reappeared on the windowsill. Not in the same place, but on a windowsill. And my cousin said, I checked the windowsill. It's my favourite watch. Obviously, I checked all the windowsills, and it just appeared on the living room windowsill. She swore she checked it before. So
that's crazy. The reason I'm asking that, obviously, is because the most, your immediate thoughts are, okay, if it's not paranormal, then there must be somebody trying to break in or somebody trying to cause some kind of harm there, let's say. And by all accounts, this isn't what's happening.
Yeah, no, nothing's ever been stolen. Nothing's ever been, because this is what my partner always said. Someone's breaking into the house, and but then my cousin turned around and said, "Well, nothing's ever been stolen. Things have moved around, but nothing's ever been stolen." But then, when I say things moved around, I mean wine bottles. It seems to be bottles, actually. Milk bottles and wine bottles are things that are mostly moved around the house. So you put your milk in the fridge, and it would appear just in the middle of the kitchen floor or on the driveway on one occasion, as I mentioned. So why would someone break into a house and then move wine bottles and move milk bottles?
Yeah, strange behaviour, that, isn't it? I still keep coming back to this photograph, though, because when you started talking, the initial thing I thought was, is it some kind of exposure issue? Was it somebody walking along that area? And then the way that the image was taken, it's it's caused by some sort of exposure image. I've been doing a bit of a quick Google, and that does seem possible, but that wouldn't explain the complete lack of footprints, which has kind of really thrown me.
Yeah, and I've actually found the video, guys, but I've got it on WhatsApp, and I can't seem to send it via email. So I'm happy to take a phone number, and then I can ping it over by WhatsApp.
No worries. We'll sort that out in a minute. Okay, so obviously I want to talk about the birds flying in the house, because I have never ever in my entire life, and I've lived in a lot of houses, had a bird in the house. Have you, Kat?
Oh, I'm married. If I had a bird in the house, the missus would go nuts, mate. She would go nuts. Sorry, what was that? What were we talking about? No, I haven't ever had a bird trapped in the house now.
And have you, Heidi? Have you ever had a bird in your house?
In the summer, I used to live in France in the middle of nowhere, and quite often we would have the windows open, so we get the odd swallow or swift come in, but the windows were wide open. So, and they were big old farm windows. But other than that, no.
See, that's another thing. I find it odd that birds would just find a way in there.
Yeah. One time she found some eggs in. I think she found them like in the vent in her washing machine or her tumble dryer, and she could not figure out how they got there. Oh no, I think they weren't eggs. They were actually hatched. They were alive. They were little chicks. And she found them like in a vent of her washing machine or something. And her washing machine's in a utility room off to the kitchen. It's not outside or anything. And again, she could not figure out how they got in. There's no vents in the wall in that room or anywhere that a bird could have fit through. And then the chicks, I can't remember what the chicks turned into, but that was really weird.
And what about this room? You say, I want to go back to that room where you said that there was a bird found in there that was just completely closed. The windows were closed, the door was closed. Was there any access? Was there any floorboards or anything loose that they could have gone through the cavities or anything like that?
No, it's quite a modern house. It's I believe it was built in 2004. Because that was one of my questions to my cousin. You know, it's just come through I don't know, the wall or the floor. No, the house is fairly new. And I mean, I've been in all the rooms myself. You know, it's double glazing, but it wasn't just one magpie. I think it was two magpies, and she was downstairs doing whatever, and then she heard sort of like thumping coming from the bedrooms, and that's when she went upstairs, because it happened in the middle of the day, and then went into the bedroom, just saw two magpies there, and there was like no struggle either. There was no struggle or any bird mess, because normally when there's a struggle with birds, there's feathers or somewhere, but there was two of them.
I'm looking at the images of this apparition, let's just call it an apparition, and it looks to me like it's got like a parka hoodie on or something like that.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
And that would be something that you would expect, a young teenager, early 20s to wear?
Yes. Guys, I think I can actually send you the video. I think I figured it out. Sorry doing this while we're recording. But if you look at the video, he actually, I call it he because it really doesn't look like a him. He walks with his hands in his pocket. I've just sent that video to you.
Okay.
Hopefully it's worked. It's only a couple of seconds long, but in the video you can actually see the apparition walking across, and he's sort of waddling with his hand in a big puffer jacket, which you can see a lot more clearly than you can in the pictures.
Okay, I will get that up.
I strongly advise you to mute it, because you can hear my dad screaming in the background, "Oh my god!" My dad's very strong. My dad believes everything in paranormal. I'm more of a skeptic. I don't believe half the stories I hear on the internet.
Okay. I'll send that to you, Cats, now.
Sorry, I've been waffling away there for ages, and I've had myself on mute. So, I was just saying that I'm quite similar to you. I'm very skeptical about all this stuff, so it's always interesting to me when I speak to someone else who says, no, they are quite skeptical. They want the scientific explanations, they're looking for them, but then still that's something that they can't really explain. Those are the best kind of stories for me.
That actually puts my perspective on paranormal perfectly. I find the paranormal absolutely fascinating, but I will always try and rule out all scientific possibilities. Like me and my dad will watch like Most Haunted. He loves Most Haunted. I don't believe most of it, but we'll watch Most Haunted, and I'll just sit there and go, well, that's not real, that's fake, that's clearly just wind. But my cousin's a very she's a very direct person. She owns her own company and stuff. She's a very serious woman. When she tells me the stories in her house, I've never witnessed anything myself. I don't like her house. I get a really horrible feeling when I go in there, but that's probably just psychological. It's not. I don't think there's me actually sensing anything. But my cousin's not one to over exaggerate on these experiences.
And I've just watched the video as well, and it's kind of stumped, because what I was maybe going to suggest was to look at the frame rate of the video, and but this looks very, very smooth, and the whole sort of like frame rate and exposure idea was going for would have been something that could have potentially led to that transparent look of the man, but that looks like he's walking very, very smoothly, and it's not jumpy at all, is it?
And again, if you look in the video, there's actually a shadow. It's casting a shadow as he's walking past the car. He's actually casting a slight shadow on the floor. I mean, it almost looks real. It almost looks like a real person who's just. But if you screenshot it and zoom in, which I have got pictures of, and zoom right in, it's a solid white figure. Unlike the car that the figures just walk past, where you can see the number plate and headlights and things, you can't distinguish a gap between trouser or jacket or hood. It's just one solid white figure.
Can I ask, is there any other reason that anybody else would have been down that particular lane? Is the houses at the bottom? Is there a field at the back where it's got a gate that people can let themselves in and out? Is there an access there or anything like that?
There is absolutely no access point at all. So to give you a bit of a geographic view, you've got my cousin lives down, essentially as a farm track, literally a farm track. Then you turn left off the farm track into her driveway, and then off her driveway is another track which leads to her yard. Behind the yard, there's a thick woodland which is overgrown with brambles and completely inaccessible, because we went and had a look, because that's what we thought, someone's coming in through the woods, and it's completely inaccessible. I'll actually need to take a picture at some point, because when I say brambles, you get the whole 10-foot, 12-foot high brambles thick as your arm. That's how thick it is along the entire perimeter of where the woodland's not being managed at all. It runs along the back of her perimeter. There is, however, a track. The track that my cousin's house is off, that does keep going down, and I think that does lead to a couple of houses. So something my partner did say was that this figure was just walking, but instead of walking from the road, he was walking through the overgrown woodland, through all those brambles, through my cousin's yard, through the locked gate to go back to the main track, which isn't, and not only once, but 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, that makes no sense. And looking at, I don't think you've thought about this. I did, though, when I watched the video. Now, it snowed here recently, and we don't often get snow up in Blackpool, but we did have a bit of snow, and it was only maybe an inch deep, if that. But it looks like it was at least an inch deep where you were. Now, I know when I was walking, and, other people were walking around where I live, and you could see them walking on this snow. It took time. You had to be careful with your foot placements. You had to make sure where you were going that you weren't going to rush or take big steps and fall over or slip. And it seems to me on that video, if you look at it, that apparition or whatever it is moving fast and gliding. He doesn't seem to bounce. He seems to just go very, very smoothly and very quickly over this treacherous, and I'm going to say it's treacherous ground, because it would be slippy, wouldn't it?
I never even thought of that, and you're right. They're walking when it's icy and snowy. You sort of look down and you take your time, but this apparition, its head's not even bent.
Nope.
It's walking really confidently. I didn't notice that. That was a really good observation.
Well, we've got plenty to talk about with this then, Katz. Is there anything you want to add or ask Heidi before we say goodbye to her?
I do, and there's no reason for me asking this, just because it just may become relevant later on. I've absolutely no idea. But when you look at the picture of the car, there does seem to be what I'm just going to guess is like the branch of a tree, kind of covering the lens a little bit. Is that what it was? Is there like a tree in front of that camera, or is it frost on the lens? What is it?
It's a cobweb. I went down to the yard and I had a look, and it's a very thick cobweb across it. So the skeptic's going to love that. But
no, I just wonder what it was. That's all, and I don't know why, because I don't know anything about photography. I just wonder whether that might help. But I'm not. I've asked the question for the sake of it. I have no idea whether that's relevant or not. I'm completely bamboozled at this point.
Yeah, it is definitely a cobweb. It's one of those really thick, heavy, dusty coloured ones that's just probably caught up with snow actually in that picture. But it is there for all the other pictures as well. And it is, if you look at the other pictures, it's moved slightly where the wind's caught it. But it is a cobweb.
Yeah. Okay, fascinating. That's a brilliant story. Thing is, if it was just the photograph on its own, but it isn't, is it? You've got the other cameras, you've got the gate being unlocked. It seems a perfect storm of lots of different little events, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's. I have to admit, it makes a good icebreaker. I started a new job recently, and found out that one of my colleagues was big in paranormal, and I said, "Well, sit back, because the pictures I sent you, Ranty, are my quick access ones, because I always find they're a really good icebreaker." And I've had 2 jobs since 2017, and each job that I started, when you're in a staff room, there's stone cold silence, and then I sort of picture saying, "Anyone believe in ghosts?" Because I got some pretty good pictures here that no one's been able to debunk, and it's always been a really good icebreaker. And whether you believe it or not, it always starts up a really good talking session.
Well, I know all about that. If you ever get a chance to listen to some of the other podcasts, some of the longer ones, I think they're about an hour and a half long each, and they're the one Katz and I did live, just between ourselves, basically. And I recount some of the things that have happened to me, and I think you'll find them quite interesting, because every time I tell those stories, I think people leave with the impression that I might be quite insane, but but those things definitely, I remember them very well. So it might be interesting for you to have a listen to them.
I will certainly have a listen. I've been looking for a decent paranormal podcast for a while, actually. So I'm really glad that I caught wind of this. I believe it was on Reddit that managed to catch it, and then you kindly sent me a link. And I have had a flick through some of the episodes, and they look really interesting. They look just like the kind of stories, experiences that I like listening to.
Oh, wonderful. Well, don't forget to follow us on Spotify too. It always helps if you click that little follow link as well.
I'll certainly do that right now.
Awesome. Right, well, thank you very much, Heidi. Thanks for coming on the show, and we will speak to you later.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Heidi, that really was an absolutely brilliant story, and thank you so much for bringing the footage. It's great to hear about these ghost stories, but then to actually have somebody bring the footage for us to look at and be happy for everybody else to look at it. Remember, if you just check out the Patreon link in the description, you'll be able to find it yourself and check it out for yourself. It really is quite interesting. So thank you so much for bringing that, but it's time for me and Ranty to retreat into the pit and see what we can make of the story. I will defer you to Ranty for first dibs. Off you go, mate.
First dibs, I like that. Right, okay, so my first dibs on this is just wow. Just wow. Having looked at the images myself and seen the video, I have no explanation. I mean, I've enhanced the video, I've tried to slow it down, and there's just no denying that what you're looking at there is something. There is something there. It is definitely humanoid, and it is walking through the frame, and you see it for a good 3 or 4 seconds. And the fact that we've got it from 2 different camera angles too is just amazing. I've never seen anything like it. I've never been able to process the idea that you can actually film something and see through it. Now, not unless it's not really there. But this thing was definitely picked up. Maybe it wanted to be seen. I'm going to go back through the story and pick up a few things. I'm going to go back to the idea that the lady that lives in the house, she has a lot of paranormal activity that's going on inside of the house. Things moving around, things being placed in different locations, unexplained things that just, being on her own, you wouldn't expect her to misplace these things or put them in place, like the driveway. Who would put something in the middle of the driveway? It just makes no sense to me. So perhaps it's some kind of playful activity that's going on. Doesn't sound like it's any kind of bad what do you call it? Bad
shit.
Bad shit. Doesn't sound to be any bad shit going on. So that's the best thing I can come up with, is that I don't think the ghost is there to hurt anybody. But then the backstory about, obviously, you've got the young lad that died inside the quarry at the back of the house. and that his friend also later died inside the hospital. And to me, that, I mean, it's very sad. Obviously, it's a very sad episode that happened there. But you see this ghost-like figure walk through the grounds of the property, leaving no footprints. And it was snowing. Now, anybody knows that if you 12, 14 stone and you walk across some snow, you are going to leave a footprint in the snow. This doesn't leave any footprints in the snow. And that to me is highly good evidence to assume that this wasn't a physical person that was walking through the shot. Also, the ghost appears to have what you would call some kind of hoodie type parka jacket on. And again, that's more to be associated with teenagers, early 20s, that kind of age group, I would say. So a lot of things make a lot of sense on this to me. And if you've not seen the footage, I just can't highly just tell you to go and watch it. Watch it. Definitely go and watch it. And obviously, who has access to the garage? There's only one guy that has access to the garage, and obviously the lady that owns the house herself, but he works on his own. Nobody else could have got in that garage. It was totally sealed off. The area was enclosed. There was no way that anybody else should have been in that location. There's just no way. There's no way that anybody could have got into that spot for this humanoid person, if it was a real person, to actually have been there in the first place, let alone get into the garage and open the garage with the key. So, I mean, just the padlock unlocked, everything like that. This going on for a period of 5 days. The fact that it's caught on CCTV, I have no doubts whatsoever that what we saw was definitely paranormal. And I know that, Katz, you've been racking your brains to try and come up with an explanation yourself. I'd be very interested to see if you can find any kind of scientific reason that could explain these events.
Well, let's split the story into two sections. Let's talk about the video, and then let's talk about the garage. When we talk about the video, we have what appears to be a young man dressed, like you said, in a hoodie, walking through somewhere covered in snow, very, very cold. We can't see the footprints on the floor, but we can, and the figure of the man does look transparenty. Very, very weird image, isn't it? But he does appear to be dressed in clothes that are suitable for that weather. So how could it possibly be that he's not leaving footprints and that he looks very much like a transparent ghost walking through the snow, again, without leaving footprints? Well, the closest I can come to explaining this is to talk about something that I'm recently been made aware of, and that is how data is compressed when digital recordings are made. Now, it turns out to save the size of a file, when something is recording digital images, rather than every second or however often it updates, every 10th of a second, however often a new frame is taken, rather than collect information for every single part of the picture, what it does is it collects information for the parts of the picture that have changed, and the parts of the picture that have stayed the same, it doesn't create new information for, so therefore it can make the files smaller. Now, one of the problems of that is, in certain circumstances, you can get effects where the background, if you like, doesn't change, but you capture the thing that's moving. Now, this would explain the lack of footprints. If it's to do with this compression, it would explain that actually in the real world, footprints would have been formed, but not picked up. It wasn't a significant enough change in the background to be picked up by the camera, or it was lost in the compression. Also, compression has been known, or this kind of data compression has been known to make objects that are moving to be much less clear than they should be. And the transparency will come from the fact that the camera is retaining the information from the background. So I'm going to be the first to hold my hand up and say this is something that's only very new to me, and I need to look into it a lot more. I'm certainly not an expert when it comes to this, but from what I've been researching the past couple of days, it does really appear to be a very genuine explanation for why you get this type of footage. Now, does that mean that that is what the cause of this particular footage was? No, of course it doesn't. But it does mean that this type of footage can be created through that. But then we look at the garage, and this is where I really have no explanation. If nobody is obviously living in the garage, frogging there, I think is a term these days, or squatting, we might call in the UK. If nobody's stealing things or taking things, then it's very difficult to wonder why somebody will continually be breaking in there. And then we've got to ask ourselves, how are they breaking in there? Because the lock is being opened, not being cracked or broken or vandalized. Maybe somebody with excellent lock picking skills playing a joke, but it seems a very odd joke to be playing. So it's very difficult to me to explain why that would happen. I mean, is it difficult to pick into a lock and open a gate? Probably not. But why would they be doing that? At the same time, you're getting these images which may or may not be due to, data compression. It just seems an awful lot to be happening at the same time. So I'm not going to come down either way and say exactly what I think, but, hopefully at least I've given some half-rational explanation for what might be causing the video.
Well, Cats, we can agree to disagree on this, obviously, and, we're not really falling out over this. But it's nice that you've actually come up with some kind of explanation, something I hadn't actually thought of, actually, digital compression. Well, I'm going to leave it up to the audience to decide, was it digital compression, or was the whole story taken as a whole added more to the fact that it could have been a ghost? What do you think, Cats?
At this point in time, I really don't know. I'm just glad I was able to contribute something vaguely scientific. It was a hell of a story, and I can't wait for the next one.
Yep, so this'll do for now, guys. See you all in the next one. Take care.
Bye.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Cats and Ranty. I'm Ranty. Are you there, Cats?
I am here, and where else would I be?
Exactly. Where else would you be? And one day, who knows, maybe I'll ask that question and you won't be there. But anyway, before we go down that route, obviously, before we start the show, before we get our guest on, you normally have some kind of trivia or quiz for me to take part in. What have you got for me today, Cats?
Oh, well, today I've got a little memory test for you. I'm going to read out one of the most famous interviews that anybody involved in the paranormal world will have heard. I don't want to see if you can recognize it. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm all ears.
Okay, let's go. Here we are. The interview sounded a little bit like this. The armchair came off the floor by merely half an inch, I should say, and I saw it slide off to the right about 3.5 to 4 feet before it came to rest. I checked to see whether or not it could possibly have slid along the floor. I even placed a marble on the floor to see whether the marble would go in the same direction as the chair, and it didn't. I didn't know what could have been the cause, and I checked for wires, I checked for anything under the cushions of the chair, and I just couldn't find any explanation at all. Where have I got that from?
Well, when I was a child, we were told a story, or at least I think my mother told me a story. I think I was a child anyway, I have to have been quite young. And that sounds to me very reminiscent of a story that I heard a long time ago, like I said, from the Enfield haunting. Would I be correct there?
Well, you'd be right on one of those accounts, but I've got to say, Ranty, on this podcast so far, we've heard some far-fetched stories, but the story that you were ever young has to be the most far-fetched of all of them.
Hey, listen, I still feel like I'm 5 years old. What can I say?
Anyway, so moving, yes, it is the Enfield haunting. And the most striking thing about this interview is that it was given by a policewoman, not somebody in the house that was trying to create some sort of story to get in the press and get some kind of local celebrity or fame. This was by a career policewoman who had turned up to investigate the possibility that some of these disturbances might have been due to somebody who'd broken into the house. And for her to say that she'd seen this chair on national TV levitate was a huge risk for her to take if it wasn't something she thoroughly believed she'd seen. So that interview really sticks in my mind for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, it would be kind of career suicide, I believe, if you was to say something that, well, A, wasn't correct, but B, made you look a bit loony. So, I mean, for this police officer to say that, she definitely took a big risk.
Absolutely. And we've had a little story there about a haunted house and a chair moving. I just wonder if, by the biggest of coincidences, does today's story have anything to do with a possibly haunted house and moving chairs?
It could well do, but in order to find out, we better bring our guest in. And our guest today is Sam, and she's going to tell us a story about something that happened to her some years ago, but has stayed with her. And without further ado, let's bring her on to ask her.
So when I was in my early 20s, I rented this top floor apartment in this building that, it had been this really big brownstone, but at some point, developers came in and gutted it and turned it into apartments. And the building itself was really old, but the place inside looked really new because of what they did. I got this apartment at a steal. The current tenant was still paying rent, like for 6 months or something, but she didn't actually live there. And I experienced a lot of weird things in this place. And because I got it at a steal and I was very young, I stayed through all of it because, where else was I going to find a great place like that? And some of it was really harmless, like every evening at 10:30 at night, one of my kitchen chairs would pull themselves out and you could hear someone sitting down in it. And every morning I would just push the chair back in and sort of remark to no one in particular that, they could have the courtesy of pushing the chair back in. And, I never had any witnesses to it until I began dating this guy. And he stayed with me for a week over Christmas. And one night as we're laying in bed, the chair, as it always did, pulled itself out. And you could hear the creaking of someone sitting down in it. And he was absolutely spooked. I mean, I had to reassure him that, this is normal for my place. It's all right. Everything's good. And, for him, it was not okay. He was very frightened. So I began kind of a nightly routine, which was I would start playing this film, Pride and Prejudice. It's just kind of calming, really easy. Nothing frightening happens in it that would wake me up. And so I always played it at night because I had no other means of kind of finding peaceful sleep since I moved into the apartment. So that night, after he was very afraid of this chair, I started the movie on a very low volume and we tried to sleep. And not long after, I found myself being woken up by him from, sleep paralysis, which is something that I experience regularly. But he was absolutely stricken with terror. And he goes, "There's something in here with us. Please wake up. There's something in here." And coming out of sleep paralysis is really disorienting. But, I started to hear these familiar sounds that sort of precede oddness in that apartment, which was all of the electronics would start to click. My bedside lamp would click, the television would click. It's hard to explain it, but it's almost like when you turn on one of those old fluorescent bulbs and sort of, the electrical pulse sound as it's turning on. I tried to stay awake with him. He was so afraid, but I kind of got pulled back into sleep paralysis. It had this like hold on me that night, and I fell back into it. And the night kind of continued on by this cycle of him waking me up frantically saying, "There's something in here. I keep seeing this massive shadow that's, keeps coming closer and closer to your side of the bed, to you, every time you fall in sleep paralysis." And yeah, I mean, the night ended and, nothing big happened afterwards. But I'd say for me, the experience was a huge relief because I'd never had someone wake me up from sleep paralysis, so he was a bit of a white knight in my opinion. But he was also an absolute skeptic. Before that experience, he had never believed anything paranormal. And after, he was absolutely shaken, and it had a really profound effect on how he viewed the paranormal. And I mean, I think when you experience paranormal things like this in your house all the time, you kind of become immune to them. Like your blood doesn't quite run cold every time something small happens. You kind of get accustomed to the strangeness of your situation, I think. But there was one experience in that very apartment that did make my blood run cold. And still to this day, I don't know what was going on. And I'm glad I don't live there anymore. But I was studying for an anatomy exam the next day. And I was in bed, just like one of those late night study sessions. And I heard some noise coming from the kitchen and living room area. And I just dismissed it because I have 2 male cats. And, sometimes they have a bit of a rough and tumble play. But in the moment that I dismissed it, I sort of looked up from my text, and both my cats were on the bed with me. And they were both alert, staring at the door with their hackles raised. And I've never jumped out of bed so fast. I slammed myself against my bedroom door to close it. And the noises were so loud. I mean, I thought I was getting robbed. Like, I had no idea what it could be. I was really terrified, so I called my super and I was like, could you come and unlock my front door to see if something's going on? Like, which doesn't really make sense for me to ask that, because if I thought I was being robbed, why would the front door be locked? But the noise was so loud, there was no way it could come from another apartment. I was the top floor, and everything around me was just, trees and, the stairs down. But my super wasn't in the area, but on the phone call, he said, I've been a little concerned because, sometimes when I'm, cleaning up or whatever, I'll notice that your front door is wide open. And the past few weeks, I've just kind of closed it thinking, she's in a rush. Maybe she didn't latch the door properly. He just thought I'd been forgetful or something. And my blood really did run cold right then, because just before settling in that night for my study session, I'd come out of the shower and my previously locked front door was wide open without any explanation. So that night with the studying, the noises continued for many, many hours. And then all was silent. I kind of gathered my courage. I was sleep deprived. I was really exhausted. And I went out and, things were moved in my apartment, and a few things were kind of strewn about. And I looked and my front door was locked and the chain was still connected. And I have no explanation other than the paranormal for that particular experience. So those are my little stories.
Bloody hell. Sorry. And was this in the same? Was this the same place?
It was the same apartment, yeah.
Okay, well, just what a fantastic story. Let me first say that was just.
Yeah.
I mean, I was listening to that and I didn't know where the story was going to go, but it ended up going into a place that kind of scared me as well, I have to say, because it sounded to me like there was something definitely happening there. But I think we'll get to that in a minute. But my first question is going to be you just mentioned at the very end about there being a chain on the door. Was the chain on the door all the times that you were in the house and you were hearing these noises and bangs and things moved around and the doors being opened, or did you sometimes forget to put the chain on? I'm just wondering. The only reason I'm saying that is because, do you know who owned the apartment before? Was it possible that they still had a key to let themselves in or anything like that?
That's a great question. So, first of all, I think the locks are important. The person that lived there, not before me, but before her, all females, had put a lot of locks on the door. I don't think she felt safe just in her own life. So I only used the deadbolt and the chain. And I did always put the chain on. After the first couple, I think, weeks of living there, my parents actually got me one of those poles that you stick under the door handle. And it means that, like, someone with a key can't get in, and I would use that at night as well. And it was all in place. Those things weren't moved.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean about it's like a broomstick. So you'll get a broomstick, you'll wedge it underneath the handle, and that means that they can't push the handle down on the outside to uncatch it.
Yeah, and it's like rubberized at the bottom so it won't slide on like a hardwood floor if it's tried to, be pried open.
I'm going to sit back and I'm going to let Katz ask a few of these questions, because I have a feeling this is one of these stories that he's going to struggle to answer.
It's a brilliant story, really good story. The first thing that screamed out to me when you said it, almost to the point where I wanted to interrupt you when you were talking about it, because I was desperate when you said that the old tenant had moved out and was still paying rent on the place, even though they didn't live there. I'm desperate to know, have you got back in touch with that tenant to find out why they moved out? Were they experiencing similar things?
So it's a bit of a weird situation. So that tenant was actually a lawyer, a female lawyer, and the man that owned this brownstone was also an attorney lawyer, and they were friends. So he got her, he gave her the sort of top floor apartment at a bit of a steal anyways, because they were good friends. But she had left, 6 months prior and was still paying it. I think that something was happening to her in the apartment, and she was afraid to tell her friend. I think that she felt like, if I say something about this, it may affect future tenancies, or she just didn't want to approach it with him and she wanted to be nice. So it's very possible something was happening to her.
Because it is incredibly odd, isn't it? You get a nice top floor room in a newly furbished build, and then you leave and carry on paying the rent after just a short amount of time.
That's what's even weirder. When I viewed the apartment, I mean, she had an L sectional couch. She had, her bed was still there. There were still even clothes in, some of the closets. There was still a good amount of stuff there, but he had indicated that, she doesn't live here. She hasn't been here in about 6 months, which I just thought was so bizarre.
I'm not trying to freak you out when I say this or anything like that. On the show, what we try and do is we try and come up with as many different explanations for the story as possible. I just want to ask, have you ever heard of the term frogging?
I have, yes. It's where someone will live in your apartment or house without you knowing, and they come down in the nighttime or when you're not around, and they use your appliances. They may have a shower, maybe they eat your food, and then they go back into hiding in your house.
And I'm just wondering, because obviously this is a newly refurbished build. I'm assuming there's, going to be new plasterboard up, gaps behind plasterboard. And if you're on the top floor as well, without having an actual apartment above you, is it possible, knowing the geography of your building, if geography is the right word when we're talking about a building, is it possible that something like that might have been going on?
I'd say I have a hard time thinking there was, because the new build wasn't in the last 10 years. It was like a renovation that had been done in maybe the last 30 years, but they put down new flooring and repainted and all of that. But the walls of the apartment were very true, if you will. Like, there were no unusual sort of placements. There was nothing to there wasn't even like a one of those things that you push up and then you can get to the attic or anything like that. All of those accesses were out in the hallway by the steps.
10:30 at night, every night on the dot, the chair would be pulled out and then somebody would sit down on it. This is what you heard. Did you ever see it? When you first heard that, did you walk straight into the kitchen or what have you to have a look and see what was going on?
No, so I was actually in the living room, which was attached to the kitchen, watching a show or something, and it happened behind me. And I turned, and the chair was pulled out. This was the first time I noticed it, I guess. But the chair was pulled out, and I just sort of stared at it, and I could almost not really see any pressure because it was a good chair, but I could hear like the sound of it being pushed down. And I was very frightened. I didn't want to go over and try and push the chair back in. I was afraid I would feel weight or something from trying to push it in. So I kind of just left it. And it kind of became this sort of odd routine of hearing it being pulled out and someone sitting down. But I did see it happen a few times. As I said, you just get used to these weird things happening when you live in a place like that. You kind of just dismiss it. I never got a bad feeling from it. I think maybe it just really liked my great furniture.
See, this to me is really good indication of some kind of poltergeist activity, because Katz is trying to say maybe there was some frogging going on with somebody being able to come in and sit on the chair and pull out the chair and things like this. But what you're telling us here is that you were in basically the same room and you never ever once saw any human, real person living there that actually moved the chair or anything like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was very weird. I guess just because I'm a bit empathic, I didn't feel anything too bad about it, that I didn't try and engage with it, or I just didn't feel anything too negatively from that particular reoccurring incident. But I did feel a lot of negativity from the bumping and noises from that night, where I thought, something is really going on here. I'm being robbed, or someone's in my apartment with me. I'm terrified.
And was it the chair? I know Ranty said 10:30 every night. Was it on the button 10:30 every night? Could you set your clock by it?
No. I would intentionally make sure both chairs were pushed in before I would start my night routine or whatever, almost as an experiment. And I would go and, use the toilet or have a shower or whatever, what have you, change for bed. I'd come back out and the chair would be out. So I think sometimes it happened when I was present, almost intentionally or unintentionally, or it just happened when I was out of the room and I'd come back to find it.
You seem quite accepting of it, and it's something you could live with. Your boyfriend obviously had a completely different reaction. Would he ever go back to the apartment?
Well, he was stuck with me for that week. He had no, he just was there from out of town. He did not like staying at my apartment, no. And the first night, it was a very, very new relationship. He was actually sleeping on the couch out in the living room. And he sort of came to the bedroom several hours later and said, like, God, I really can't sleep out there. I'm not trying anything right now, but please, can I sleep in here with you? So I don't know. The living room and the kitchen were all sort of attached. And I think that was sort of the central area where the energy sort of collected.
So I have another question, which would be, have you ever noticed anything missing from the house? Did it feel like you ever were robbed? Did you miss things? Was anything taken at any time?
No. And I wasn't really careful. At the time, I worked a job where I made mainly just cash. So, I wasn't careful about where I put it. I would leave it on the table. I had some fine gold jewelry as well that was not locked up. And nothing ever went missing.
That's the interesting part, isn't it? Nothing's gone.
Did you have any food go missing? Did you notice any food missing or anything like that? That somebody was eating food from you?
Not at all, really. I did notice that food tended to go bad a lot faster in the house. Like if fruit was left on the table, it seemed to go bad very quickly. But that could have been just an oddity. I'm not sure if that's really paranormal.
The night when the worst thing happened, how long did you stay in after that? And did the boyfriend speak to you regularly about this after the event?
He did. He was in the military. He lived in San Diego. I was in, Pennsylvania at the time. That's where the apartment was. And, we made many long distance phone calls. And one night, I won't want to take up all your time, of course, but I had called him because I just had a really terrifying sleep paralysis experience in the apartment. And because he was a few hours behind, I could call and he would still be awake. So I called late one night and said, God, I'm really terrified. I had this awful experience. And as I'm speaking to him, all the things are clicking in my room. My TV, the lamp next to me, they're all clicking. And he says, he's there, he's chatting to me. And I get a call from him not 20 minutes later saying that he's had the most terrifying experience in his own barracks of clicking things. It's a whole nother story, but I think he was sort of getting checked out almost by this thing. And I transferred it to him via a call somehow. I'm not really sure. But he did speak about it later on, and he was absolutely terrified of it, and he wanted nothing to do with it.
I can imagine. What about this sleep paralysis? Did you experience this in other places, in other locations?
I did, but very rarely. Only maybe once every 6 months. While living in that apartment, I had sleep paralysis 4 or more times a week.
Wow.
So much so that I tried to get into sleep study, and they very politely declined me because I would skew their results because I was having it far too often.
Now that's interesting there, Katz. I have to say that this sleep paralysis only happened at this apartment predominantly. Wow. And how long did you live there, may I ask?
Just under a year.
And did you leave before your tenancy was up?
I did. I did, yeah.
I thought you would have done.
Yeah, even someone like me can reach a point where it's too much.
Have you ever been tempted to go back and, I know it might freak out the person who's living there now, but just introduce yourself and see if you can get a feel for if they're going through something similar?
If I lived in the area, I think I would consider it. I moved very, very far away. I've always sort of felt this like dark draw back there. Like I want to understand what happened to me there. Yeah, there's actually no way to like knock on that person's door without a key, because you actually need a key to get in to where their front door would be.
Well, you could always mail them, perhaps. Send a mail there, letter.
Can you imagine getting a letter like that?
Well, I don't. Maybe it would be comforting if it arrived and somebody was looking into it and they were saying, "Hey, I had experiences like this. Have you?" And then you wouldn't feel alone. Then maybe you would be helping the person out.
It might be cathartic. Yeah, I did a lot of digging about past people that lived there. I experienced some very strange things, and I was like, "What in the world is happening? And why is it happening now?" And yeah, I was like, "Did someone die here?" Or I wasn't really sure.
Sam, that was absolutely brilliant. Really, really appreciate you coming on. It was a great story, and we will definitely have to have you back on again because I know you've got lots more. So look out for that one. For now, I'm going to retreat back into the pit and see if I can process all that information and see what I can make of it. And while I'm doing that, I'll hand you over to Ranty. What do you think, buddy?
Well, my thoughts on this are going to be pretty clear. I absolutely believe that she was haunted in some way, or the house was at least haunted, and there's plenty of evidence to back that up this time. So first of all, we had the ex-tenant who had left the property having paid up in advance and was still paying for rental on the property, even though she wasn't living there. So that tells a story in itself. I mean, who is going to do that? Certainly I wouldn't do that. Not unless there was a damn good reason why you wouldn't want to stay in that property. And, well, having listened to a story, it just kind of makes sense to me that that's the reason why that particular tenant left. We've also got all the other instances of things going missing and then returning, but nothing ever being stolen, kind of thing. It's just being moved around like the ghost was playing games with her. We also have the most compelling evidence, which would be the chair continually moving, essentially every night at roughly the same time, where to the point where it was moved so much that it was visible at times. That we had Sam actually see the chair being pulled out, and then she would get up and push it back in again and administer the ghost, telling it off for playing these games with her. So, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of evidence to back this up. And of course, also we have the boyfriend that stayed over, and he experienced things too. He saw the chair, etc., and it just seems that whatever was going on in that property, it was very active and a lot of people saw it. Also, you have the door being left open as well. I mean, who goes out and leaves the door open? I certainly don't. And as far as Sam could recall, she'd never left the door open. So the fact that the door had been left open several times, even when she was out of the property, that's kind of indicative of another story that we heard recently as well, about this ghost opening a garage. Funnily enough, I don't know if the podcast has been out yet, but we've definitely heard that story. So it seems that whatever's going on, these ghosts definitely like to play around and maybe open doors. So all in all, I'm going to say I'm a believer in this one. I think there's enough in this to push it away from the realms of being explainable in science. Now, of course, I'm not the science expert here. That's Katz. So with that, and I'm going to drop it on you now, Katz. What can you offer in a scientific way with this?
Right, you're going to drop it on me. Right, what knowledge bombs can I come up with here? This is a tough one, and I'll tell you why it's a tough one. Because in isolation, you might come up with a cause for all of these things. But the fact that they're all happening at the same time and they've been witnessed by more than one people makes it really difficult for me to believe that what I'm about to say is the actual cause. But I'm going to say it anyway. Here we go. It's really intriguing to me that the previous tenant moved out before Sam moved in. It does sound, certainly, they paid up way in advance, months in advance, and then to throw all that money away, either they've got themselves a fantastic opportunity, a job somewhere that they just can't turn down, or they just didn't want to live in the house anymore. And the fact that Sam also left early, with some weeks' rent paid in advance, is, it's pretty telling. But Where do I start? Okay, let's start with things moving around the house. The only thing I can think of, and I did mention this in the podcast, the only thing I can think of is there was something odd going on in that house, but it was more natural in its cause. Maybe, and I hate to think about this because this is more scary than even a ghost to me, maybe it was an instance of frogging where somebody had taken the opportunity that it was a new building with false walls, etc. They could literally live for free in somebody's apartment, and the doors kept opening and closing because that was somebody just coming in and out at will. Maybe that would be absolutely horrendous. Maybe it was some sort of animal that was not deliberately picking things up and moving around, but maybe knocking things into different places, perhaps. Now, that would be my tenuous kind of attempt at explaining why things are moving around the house. The chair really gets me. Why would a chair continue to slide along the floor? I've got no idea. I remember being sat in a pub once, having a pint of beer, and a little bit of the beer had spilt down the side of the glass, and it got underneath the glass. And I remember sitting and watching as that glass hydroplaned across the table. It just moved all on its own. And then I picked it up and I moved it back to the start, and that pint glass full of beer just moved all across the table. But of course, that was because the bottom of the glass was wet, and when I dried it, it wouldn't move anymore. I cannot possibly for the life of me say that a chair is moving night after night after night because the floor is wet and she hasn't noticed. But that's the only thing I can think of that will cause an object to repeatedly move when put back in a certain position. In terms of the seeing things, again, there's many reasons we can think of that will cause somebody to hallucinate, but to have two people hallucinating and seeing the same thing is very hard. So, I have to take the events of the story at face value, and that means I'm stumped on what the cause could be. I think. Damn it.
And I think because Sam as well, I mean, she was such a enjoyable guest who retold the story very eloquently and was very clear about what she actually experienced. So, to me at least, I mean, it was very believable, I have to say. I mean, everything seemed legitimate to me. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to Sam quite a bit after the podcast as well, didn't we? And she did seem an extremely down-to-earth person. She was looking for a rational explanation. She was, I think she'd have been very happy if somebody could have come to her and said, oh, actually, this is what's happened. She's not the type of person that is looking for some kind of paranormal reason for something to happen. So that in itself says to me that her story should be taken more seriously than perhaps I might take others. So, yeah, I've no idea, but it was a great story. And I know she's got more. And I know she's agreed to come back on, which is great.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna round this up by saying that I found the story believable.
I found the story believable, as in I believe that what she experienced. I would say that I think individually the parts of the story may have separate causes that are not paranormal in nature, but it will be one hell of a coincidence for me to claim that they were all happening at the same time. I'm going to have to put my thinking hat on this one and get back to you.
So you're not gonna make a prediction. You're not gonna almost believable it.
Okay, I will go that far then. For my first time, I will go that far. I will say almost believable. How about that? You broke me. That's the first time I've said it.
Right, and with that, we are going to end today's show, but not before asking the audience. If you are listening on Spotify, please hit the follow button. It really does help us to know that you are interacting with the show and enjoying our content. And the next time we put a podcast out, you get first dibs on it. You get a recommendation in your little recommendation box. And if you're listening on YouTube, again, if you would kindly hit the subscribe button, it really does help because it tells us that you are enjoying the content. Thank you very much, and we'll see you on the next one.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Cats and Ranty. I'm Ranty. Are you there, Cats?
I certainly am, and I'm glad you are too, because I'm really looking forward to today's show.
Cool. Me too. And as normal, I am sure you've got a little bit of a trivia thing to discuss with us before we start the show. So with that, I better take a back seat and let you get on with it.
Yeah, you know I like my little silly questions and quizzes. Today I've got a true or false for you. I'm going to tell you a scary story, and all I want you to do is answer, do you believe it happened or not? Are you ready?
I'm ready. Hit me with it.
So, in 2014, a 12-year-old girl, unfortunately, was held down and stabbed 19 times in Wisconsin in the USA. The girl survived, and her attackers, who were unbelievably actually the same age as her, said that they had to do the attack because they were in such fear for their own lives, and they believed that if they didn't do the attack, somebody called the Slender Man would come and kill not just them, but their entire families as well. After these two girls were arrested and they were interviewed and assessed, it also became clear that it wasn't just the Slender Man that they were scared of, that they'd also been talking to Lord Voldemort from Harry Potter and one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. True or false?
Sorry. Well, you had me right up until the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle part. Wow. Do you know something? I have a feeling that there's a streak of truth in this, for sure. I don't know about 19 times, though. 19 times to be stabbed and still alive seems like an awful lot of brutality there. But do you know what? It's one of these that I'm just going to go with my gut on this and say, okay, I actually feel that this is probably a true story.
And you would be right, the girl did survive, and the two girls who attacked her did stand trial as adults when they were 15 years old, but obviously received lenient sentences due to very, very clear and obvious mental health problems. But this isn't the first time that the Slender Man has been cited as the reason that a violent attack has happened. As recently as 2014, a 13-year-old girl attacked her mother in Cincinnati, Ohio, with a knife, and again the reason given was that the Slender Man was watching and would come and kill her and her family if she didn't do the attack. In 2015, on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, a Sioux tribe noted that many Native Americans were unfortunately committing suicide. They believed in a suicide spirit that they described as the Big Man, which had very similar and transferable characteristics to the Slender Man, a very similar figure. And so much so that this incident became so notorious that it inspired a film called Beware the Slender Man, a documentary that was released in 2016. So the Slender Man, although he's quite new to the scene in terms of demons or characters or paranormal personalities, does seem to be the cause of some real-world problems.
Well, you know what they say, when you've got a problem, you need to call somebody. Who do you think we could call?
Well, who is the first person you always need to tell when you have a problem?
Well, if you were on Apollo 13, I believe it would have been Houston. And funnily enough, today's guest is called Houston. Houston, are you there?
I am here. I am ready.
Awesome. Now, I have to say, you actually have a podcast of your own. Do you want to give a quick shout out to that and tell us what it's about?
I do. So I also have a paranormal podcast. It's a bit lighter. It's a bit more centered around comedy. But we do. I have two co-hosts, Sam and Kevin. It's a show called Phantasmagoria. We just take stories from listeners, very similar to this format. But if you're trying to get scared, it is not probably the show for you. It is completely on the other end of the spectrum, where we try to make things as unscary as we can. Try to give people a little bit of peace of mind. But yeah, we have a lot of fun. We've been doing it for about a year and a half now. It's a good time. We're on Spotify, Apple, everything.
Well, we will make sure that we've got all the links in the description for sure. So if anybody wants to go and check those guys out, the link will be on Spotify and YouTube. Right. With that, take it away, Houston.
So when I was at university, about, I want to say 2 years ago, I'm a single male. I'm living the single life. So I'm swiping around on all the dating apps that you can find, trying to keep myself busy while I'm not hitting the books, and I get this connection with this girl about 20 30 minutes north. And I had nothing going on that weekend, so I thought, you know what, let's make this happen. I mean, we all fall into that trap, right, of swiping on a dating app and then maybe never doing anything with it. Like, so this was I was like, you know what, I'll take this girl out, let's see what's going on. So I picked this girl up, like I said, about 20 minutes north, and we get in my car, and, like, we didn't really have a set plan, so we just drove around for a little bit. We chatted, we went and got some ice cream and talk. And when I should mention, when I pulled up to her place, I noticed that it was a really suburban area, but her particular house was in this cul-de-sac with a huge field of wheat next to it, right? Just this massive field of wheat, and there was no street lights on it. So even though this was a very, very suburban area, like just nothing but houses, you turn this corner and all of a sudden it's like you're in like farm country. Like that's it hits you like a brick wall. And because of that, there's like no light. It's incredibly dark over there, like other than what's coming from the houses. Just because I don't know why they didn't install power lines there, but it was a little eerie looking to begin with. But we pick her up, we drive around for a bit, and while we're driving around and we're chatting, she starts bringing up horror movies, how much she loves horror movies, and we start chatting about that. And I mean, I don't want to rag on this girl at all, but the stories got progressively like darker. I was like, yeah, I can enjoy horror movies. Like, let's have a conversation about this. But me giving a positive reaction to that gave her the green light of like, oh, okay, I can talk about the weird stuff. And she starts talking about like ghosts that have affected her family, and like how it's been years now, but I distinctly remember her talking about how her dad needed to be exorcised when he was young. And I'm driving around and I'm like, all right, sounds good, love it. I'm gonna drop you off pretty soon here, I think. So we're cruising around town, and it's been like an hour or two, and she was fine. It wasn't like that. It wasn't the end of the world. So I go to drop her off, and we pull back up into the cul-de-sac over by her place, and I pull up across the street from her house because we're still like mid-conversation. So I'm like, let's finish this up. I'll just park over by this wheat field, and we'll go from there. I'll figure out. I'll drop her off. I'll walk her to the door. And while we're talking, I'm like looking at her, and she is telling me this story, and she just freezes mid-sentence, and her eyes are like trained out like through the windshield. So I look where she's looking, and there's a dude standing like at the end of the cul-de-sac, like just kind of like between two houses, and he's just super tall. Super tall, and he's like tilted at like a weird angle, and he's got just like these kind of like this lanky, really skinny figure. And so I'm staring, and neither of us are talking. So we stare for about like, I want to say like 15-20 seconds. We're staring at this dude, just like neither of us saying a word. And then he starts kind of like limping towards us, like in like a very like, he's like dragging one foot behind him. Like it's weird. Like it's just really unsettling to look at. And so like we're still just kind of staring. And then as he gets closer, I turn on my brights to get a better look at him. And it's still like a good distance, but I up the light. And this dude, I mean, he's still at a good ways away, but he freezes. And in that moment that he froze, this dude is bald. He's super pale, like just white, and he's in a hospital gown. And he's like abnormal. Like it is like the proportions were not normal. Like it was. It sounds like I'm describing a dream I had every time I tell this story. It was the freakiest thing I've ever seen. So he freezes in the lights, and he sits there for about 5 seconds, and we're still not saying anything. And then he like doubles his speed and is like urgently limping towards us. It looked like a zombie from a movie. Like he is cooking. He is trying to get to our car. And so I just back up and I drove off. And so And we seriously were in silence for like another like 30 seconds as I'm driving away from the street, and we're like, okay. And I just looked at her. I'm like, I'm gonna drive you around for like another hour, and then we'll go back and see if I can drop you off. And she's like, okay, that sounds good. Like, we were both like, and that's something that like makes it even scarier for me to a degree, is like a piece of me like years later is thinking like, okay, maybe I worked up what I saw, maybe I didn't actually see what I thought I saw. Like, I don't know, but the fact that she's the one who saw it as well, and it shook us both so badly, gives like some weight to it in my memory of like, okay, no, I'm not crazy. I'm not misimagining it. Like, someone else had just as scary of an experience as I did. But so we're driving around for about another hour. It's like 1:30 to 2 a.m. at this point, something like that. And we go back and we don't see him. And there's a new car in the parking in the cul-de-sac just parked on the street. So we're looking around and we're like, okay, is this, I don't know. So I park and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna walk you to your door. And she's like, okay. She's like, but I'm gonna stand in the window and I'm gonna watch you walk back to your car. I'm like, okay. I wasn't gonna ask you to do that, but I'm very glad you offered, because I'm just still on edge. I walk her to the door and she watches me from the window and she watches me walk back, and that was it. That was the end of that. There was not a second date.
I was gonna say, did you not marry the girl?
No. We figured we were cursed at that point. There was no way. But it was wild, and I gotta say, like, I had some real anxiety in like the coming weeks after, because a piece of me worried like maybe that was someone who really needed help, just because of the nature of what we saw. But it was wild, man. It was something like I've never experienced anything like that. But I did hear a fun fact I learned later was up in that area, it was like another 30 minutes away, but up in that area where we were, there is an insane asylum. So I don't know if that was I don't know if he went back. I don't know if they found him. I don't know if he came from there. I don't know if he was waiting in the wheat field for one of us to be alone. Like, I have no idea. It was like truly one of the most terrifying things that ever happened to me. And I don't consider myself to be a skeptic a skeptic into these kinds of things. Like, I just don't give any thought to the paranormal being real ever. But that is something that I have truly just no answer for. Like there's no kind of logical conclusion that comes to my brain of the what I saw, because this dude was tall. This dude was massive and just lanky and like abnormally long limbs. Like, it was freaky. It was like if Slenderman was a chemo patient, is how I would describe it. Like, that's what it's like, the best like physical description I feel like I can give in terms of comparison.
See, what interests me is that you've just explained that there's a mental asylum around the corner, and then you say that actually no, it's more paranormal. So it's like you still kind of like, you're looking for a logical answer, and you've got a logical answer in your hands,
and it's not enough.
But to you, whatever it was still isn't the answer, you know.
No, yeah, like if I would love for someone to come forward and be like, oh, this was this, or this was someone from the insane asylum, or maybe this was just a sick boy who lived on this street. I don't know, but I there's nothing. I've literally heard nothing that has like made me think. I've heard people be like, give me answers of like, well, he obviously seemed like out of his mind to a degree. So even if it was someone who was maybe like not all there and maybe needed a little help, like maybe it wasn't a safe situation anyway, so maybe don't stress about that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. But either way, man, it was just completely unsettling.
So I guess, I mean, my question is going to be something along the lines of, do you think that talking about this ghosty stories in the past with this woman pre to you actually turning up at the house had any effect on what you actually saw afterwards? So she's telling you that, well, she's saying that her dad's been exercised and all this, so you've already got these tingles going You know,
Yes,
they're already going.
exactly.
And
And
then
there
it's-
wasn't any kind of like, and I've thought about that a lot too, because there wasn't anything in that drive, in that conversation where I was getting like major red flags. The red flag was from me as a single male thinking, okay, I'm not super interested in someone who believes in this kind of thing. And she was like past the point of believing, which I'm fine with skepticism. I think natural curiosities, even in this kind of category, isn't anything bad. But it was to the point of like excitement. Like she seemed like very excited that her dad had been possessed. She seemed very like, oh, this is interesting. My life is interesting. Like we've had so many ghosts, and it's like it didn't affect her. And I will say, to watch that bravado go out the door for her when we saw this figure I got a kick out of that later. I was thinking about that, but no, there was nothing in the drive that was this major red flag of like, I feel weird. I feel scared. This doesn't feel like a good conversation. I hope she's not like maybe inviting some kind of darkness. I don't know. Like there was nothing like that, because like there's vibes like that. Sometimes you feel some like if someone's talking a lot about ghosts or exorcism or things like that, sometimes there can be a situation where you maybe don't feel great and you're like, I feel a little uncomfortable. And then there was nothing like that at all. So it has crossed my mind that it was on my mind because of the conversation, but even then, this was an abnormal enough sight that I was completely floored, like completely shocked. I almost wish that we hadn't had that kind of conversation, because I truly believe I would have been like just blown away by what I saw.
And how long did you have your eyes on him? Like, how long were you actually looking at him for?
I just short of a full minute, I would say, before I like threw the brights up on him. And then after that, when he started like cooking towards us, I mean, I was wordless. She didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I just backed up and we drove away, like wordlessly, like just complete shock. But I will say, him moving that much faster from when he was limping before was like one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen in my entire life. There's something about that in like movies and stuff. Something that doesn't look like it should move fast, when it gets cooking, oh my gosh, I'm not there for it. I don't like it.
What about, I know it sounds like an odd question, but the skin tone, did the skin tone look all human, or did it look
it was human, but it was so pale, just so white. Like it was like barely any color to it at all. But he was at like a good distance. I did have my brights on him, but even then, like I've seen other people in my brights before, and they didn't like glow like that when my lights hit them. So I don't know, man.
And I suppose the obvious question I've got to ask is, after the event, I think you might have touched on this, so apologies if you did, but anybody else in the area sort of like report seeing anything like that? Was it any kind of papers or anything?
I didn't look too into it, honestly. Like it didn't cross my mind at the time. I mean, I just went home, told my coworkers about it the next morning, thought it was crazy, and like just didn't really think about it much until like well, I shouldn't say didn't think about it much. I've told the story on my podcast like a decent number of times, but it's just like, because that's my only one, right? Like this is my only kind of experience, so it's something that I mean, I'm not like up at night years later thinking about it, but if someone's like, has anyone had a scary experience, like this is my one. So at the time, I was still just kind of in shock. Like I just was like, I just didn't think to check the local news for Slenderman waltzing about trying to check into the hospital. Like I just wasn't. It didn't hit me at the time.
Right. Okay. So I got a question. So everybody says if somebody says that they've seen something big, well, big to one person could be not quite so big to another person, right? So when you say he was big, I mean, can you give us a feet and inches size there?
So to be fair, I'm just an average lad. I'm 5'10", so like I'm not the tallest guy in the world. But oh man, if I'm judging on memory alone, I want to say he was at least at least 6.5 feet, like 6'5", 6'6", somewhere around there. Like he wasn't little. He was big. And actually, for reference, one of my podcast hosts is 6'7". Like he's a tall dude. So like I have like a decent reference of like someone I spend a lot of time with to like compare that size to, and that's like he was up there. He was like up around the same height as my buddy.
And
So
if you could give us sort of like a weight, just because he said he's skinny, I
Yeah.
want some kind of proportions here.
literally like 100 to 115 pounds, I would say.
Is that all?
Max. Oh yeah, dude. It was like it was skinny. It was skinny to like the bone, like the legs, his arms. Like I mean, he had a hospital gown on, so like I couldn't get like a full like look at like. I mean, I wasn't like scoping out his bod very much, but I could very clearly see his legs and arms, and they were just sticks, man. They were just tiny and just abnormally long too. Like it looked like his arms had like gone like past his waist, not to like he wasn't dragging his knuckles across the pavement, but like definitely longer proportion arms specifically than normal. Like it was just the most unsettling thing I've ever seen.
If we're going to assume that, looking at it from one way, we're going to assume that he's escaped from the asylum. How were they treating him in the asylum for this guy who's 6'5" to only weigh 110 pound?
Right. Yeah. If he was from there.
Is
I
that
don't
how they
know.
treat people over there? Did they starve them like that?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, if we want to get scientific, there are like psychological problems where that will stop you from eating. But this is like, I guess if I'm being honest, I've never stopped to consider how the insane asylum might have treated this poor guy.
I mean, is it possible he was coming to try and get some help, and he was going to help me, feed me?
If this story has kept me up at night, it's because of that. Like, did I leave this poor guy out in a field of wheat to die? Did I just leave him? No, but like I said before, the other witness is what kind of concretes this mind is like, no, it's okay. I saw something wild, and that's okay. Because someone else saw something just as preposterous as I did, and is probably telling this story on another podcast somewhere.
Yeah, imagine if we come across that. If we come across somebody saying, I was just out for a stroll, and this car would be amazing. That, and they left me trapped in a field of wheat.
Yeah, I hadn't eaten for 3 days, and I finally found the first person, and he flashed his brights at me, blinded me, and drove away. Which was awesome.
I mean, that guy could have been spending years planning his escape from the asylum, and he's finally broke free.
I will say in Utah, we have some pretty good institutions, I would say. Like it's a very I mean, I love where I live. It's a really nice place to live. I couldn't imagine that something like that, like it's a state with, I would say, a lot of community service, a lot of community outreach. There's a lot of that. I would imagine that there wouldn't be any kind of major mistreatment at something at like an asylum. Like I really don't think that would be. I would be shocked if there was something on that level.
Okay, so if we're not going to assume that the guy got out from an asylum, what did you see? Who was it? Where did he come from?
You're asking the right person the wrong questions, because I just it's been years and I have no idea. I have filed it away in my brain as things I can joke about, and that's what lets me just kind of write this off as something I can laugh about. But I mean, like I said, the only reason that this is still paranormal to me in my mind, even though like I have racked my brain trying to come up with what kind of solution it might be, I don't know, because that's the other thing, right? If it was an asylum, that's like another 30 to 40 minutes away from this location. Like that's a long way for a guy to get, like, and that's by driving. So for someone to get from there to this random cul-de-sac in X amount of time, like that's a lot of ground to cover on foot, let alone with a limp. And on top of that, there was like no immediate hospital nearby. So like anything with like a hospital gown it's just I don't know. I just have no idea.
I have one more random thought.
Yeah.
You met this girl, she lived in the cul-de-sac, and she
Mhm.
obviously met guys online. You know, you swipe and she meets up
Right.
with them. And then it turns out that she's into all these kind of occult things and spooky stuff like that. I mean, is it possible that in some way she'd maybe met some tall guy in the past and convinced him to come home with her and then locked him away and starved him? And she looked so terrified because ultimately he'd got out of the house and you were the next victim.
So maybe this wasn't a paranormal experience you're suggesting, but in fact butting antlers with another lover is what you
Well, maybe she could. Maybe she was some kind of Venus flytrap where
okay.
she would bring the guy back and drug them and starve them, and she might have been a little bit insane. And yeah, I mean, you could have been the next victim. And when she was looking at this dude down the road, she might have realized who she was looking at, and he might have been coming to try and warn you or to try and kill her because of what he'd done. She'd done.
Okay.
We are entering the world of wild speculation here, by the way.
I know.
Of course.
You guys want to sit down and write a script after this? Like, frick. Are you
This is great.
kidding
We've
me?
got a
That's
film.
amazing.
Well, I mean, you just don't know. I mean, started to tell you some weird stories. You got a little bit of a vibe about her. You was a bit unsure, and she was wanting you to drive her back home. And then before she had the opportunity to say, "Hey, do you want to come in and have a nightcap?" Dude that she had 6 months before finally got out of the house and escaped.
Yeah.
Well, I'm convinced.
I don't love that. You know what? Bullet dodged. You know what? I might just stick with that one. That makes me feel like I got out of a situation and not like I feel like I'm dude in a hospital gown's tracking my whereabouts. So.
Well, maybe you could go around to her house and see if she wants to come on the podcast.
I've moved since, and if I would not be able to have tracked her down. I would not be able to track her down now if I put in like hours of effort. It was a one-time thing like 2.5 years ago. She is long gone. I don't remember her. I'll be real with you boys. I didn't remember her name probably a week later. I mean, this is maybe your audience's first exposure to me as a person, and I hope that doesn't reflect on me poorly, but I truly I was telling coworkers like, "Oh, what was her name?" And I'm like, I don't know. All I can think of is chemo, dude. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh, brilliant.
So, what's this dragging the leg thing? I mean, come on, tell us about this. I mean, give us one last. Tell us one more time. Why was it so scary?
It was the most unsettling part about it. I don't know. That's something for me in horror movies, something that I've never enjoyed. Like I can watch horror. It's not really that big of a deal. I really enjoy film production and things like that. So a lot of the time when I watch these things, I can't help but think of like how the project rather than the final film, you know what I mean? Like thinking how they filmed this, what kind of effects they used, how much fun the actors had while they were doing it. So it's kind of hard for me to like really get there for horror. But there's something about those movies where when something is like disfigured or frail and is like moving quickly, like abnormally fast is abnormally dangerous, things like that. That is something that even then, with watching those movies through that lens that I have, is just so unsettling, so disturbing to me. Something that I just makes my stomach turn and it freaks me out. Something about that kind of movement, that sharp, jerky, twitchy movement of something that shouldn't be able to do that. And that's what this guy did. Like it was like it was and when I say that he was like limping, when he doubled his speed, when he was like booking it towards the car, it was still like a full limp when he was doing it, but it made him like do this like gallop. And that paired with his lanky frame, his like arms kind of flailing while he did it, his head bobbing around, and just the pale bald figure, like it was just terrifying. Like I was staring in fascination and like a little bit of like, what am I looking at in the first couple moments? And when he started doing that, it was like, nope, I'm gone. I'm out of here. no, not even putting up with this at all. Like, it wasn't like, should we go? It was like, I'm driving away and I hope you're cool with that. And she was. So,
you know, based upon everything that you've racked your brain over, how much would you say this is a paranormal thing? And if it was a paranormal thing, what brought it there at that time? Why did it suddenly appear there at that moment?
I mean, if it really truly was paranormal, I mean, because it really does, like, I mean, I don't believe in this kind of stuff. Like, it really, like, doesn't, like, I love hearing people's stories. I love talking about it, but it's not something that I spend a lot of time and thought in. But I would land it on like a 50-50. Like, I don't know what I saw that night. And so if it wasn't paranormal, I really hope it was. I really truly hope it was, because if it wasn't, I did a bad thing that night by not helping this guy out and maybe sticking around a little bit longer. I really did. Like, and I mean, given the situation, like, I don't think that there would be any blame assigned. I don't think I'm a bad person for doing what I did. I just reacted out of fear. But if it is paranormal, man, I hate saying, because it probably wasn't paranormal, if I'm being logistic. And so I guess that makes me a bad dude. But if it was, which I really don't, like, there's a piece of me even now that is like, it might have been. But if it was, I don't know, like, it seemed, with the way he was moving towards our car, if it was paranormal, the way he was moving was malicious. If it wasn't paranormal, it could have been a number of things. But if it was truly something paranormal, that was absolutely movement with intent to harm. And so, like, I'm glad I got out of there. But I don't know any stories. I mean, I know that Slenderman's a creepypasta, and that's like the closest type of figure I can, like, accustom to this guy. Except he did have facial features. Like, I mean, there wasn't anything like crazy distinct. But he did, like, I could see an eyes, I could see a mouth, I could see a nose. So it wasn't Slenderman, but I mean, it was the closest thing I could compare to it. And I don't know what that means in terms of where he might have come from or what the origins might be. Like that, I have no idea. And maybe that's maybe I'm missing out on some big cash, not starting some kind of local rumor in that city of the chemo guy who hunts you down. I don't know.
Okay, Houston, that was an absolutely incredible story. It was curious. I'm scratching my head thinking what it might be. You know, it was creepy, but it was funny as well. And I'm guessing that that's the kind of tone of story you get on your Phantasmagoria podcast. Again, linked in the description. Am I right? Are all the stories over there like that?
So a lot of them are personal that people send to us. A lot of listeners will, like, we usually read like 2 or 3 a week that listeners send in. A lot of the time, though, we scour the internet and find the more outlandish ones. Like, for instance, last week, someone had asked a question on what was their grand supposed to do after David Attenborough had passed. Like, how could they still commune with them? How could they still interact with them? They really were curious on how they could keep in contact with David Attenborough's ghost. So we gave advice on that. Things like that. But I mean, they get creepier. They scale all over the place, but we try to keep things more or less pretty light over there. But like I said, we believe that life is only going to be as scary as you allow it to be. So we try to find some of the scariest stuff we can without getting too dark or too psychological or personal with people. We try to keep things out of that territory. We try to show people to look on the lighter side of things, even in the face of paranormal activity. So we have a blast with it.
Well, I thought that was excellent, and that is Phantasmagoria. It is linked in the description, and I highly recommend checking that out. Thank you. Well, I'm just blown away. I had a great time. Ranty, I'll pass it back to you.
Well, I had such fun in that. I really did. It was such an enjoyable story. I mean, to come up with something that he'd never have actually thought of before. The idea that maybe the lady, was in some way leading him back to some kind of trap, and this was a guy that was, had been around to the house and had managed to escape while she was out. Maybe that was why she was so terrified. And who knows? I mean, just who knows? There are a lot of weird people around, believe you me, and it's not all men. I mean, there can be women too. So that is clearly a possibility, as is the fact that it could have been some kind of mental patient that got away from the mental asylum that was local to them. But obviously, for the reasons because I am a believer in all these kind of things, I'm going to look into the more paranormal side of this and say that Houston was quite definitive when he turned around and said that this entity, this thing that he saw, was not of a human form. I mean, the arms didn't match in length, the fact that the gentleman was very large and very thin as well. I mean, you just wouldn't expect that somebody could actually live and exist with that kind of build. You know, it just doesn't make sense that somebody could actually be like that. And the way he walked and everything about it, you know, I mean, okay, yes, sure, maybe he was already triggered in some way because he had a little bit of a scare feeling because of this girl that he'd just met, and she was telling him some kind of really weird stories, and maybe that set his little hairs on the back of his neck standing up, and maybe when he saw this thing, he included more things than was actually there. But again, the fact that you know this has stayed with him for such a long time tells me that this was certainly something very out of the normal. Now, could I definitively say it's paranormal? No, of course not. Could I say it could be a human? Absolutely, of course it could. But to me, it's more paranormal than normal simply because of all of the characteristics of the event. You know, the way the man walked, the way it sped up walking towards him very quickly, and finally, obviously, the fact that the proportions of everything were wrong on this humanoid body type of thing. So I'm going to say slightly paranormal. Do I say it's believable? No. Would I say it's almost believable? No. I would say I would actually go back on the other side of things and say it's actually almost unbelievable. But something was there, something was weird, something was out of place, and it stayed with him for such a very long time. So that's my feelings on it, Cats. What's your feeling?
Well, I think my feelings are more driven by Houston's reaction himself. I think as we talked to him, he was obviously trying to come up with rational explanations for what he saw, and he didn't seem convinced that he'd seen something paranormal or supernatural. He seemed of the opinion that there was a rational explanation out there, although he couldn't quite put his finger on it. But it was an amazing story, and of course, when you see something like that, it's going to stick with you forever. The second thing that sort of strikes me is that the Slender Man himself doesn't have a long-rooted history in mythology. He's not a character that you would expect to pop out of nowhere. The Slender Man's history is very, very recent. 2009, the character was created, and I think based on a Stephen King book, The Mist, I do believe. So he's a very, very recently created character, and as far as I can tell, he wasn't created based on old legends or old stories of existing entities, as you might say. However, one thing I am a little bit curious about is the timing of this incident, and it may be an absolute coincidence, but I do seem to remember around about the time that this incident took place, there was a massive rush in incidents in America and the UK of people going out and dressing as Pennywise the Clown from It, dressing as scary figures, deliberately trying to freak people out, deliberately trying to menace people and scare them. And you know, it wouldn't surprise me if this creature, this being, was moving in an unnatural way. Maybe that's because the center of gravity was thrown off, because it was some kind of constructed suit, for example, and actually, you know, he wasn't as tall as that, and his arms and legs weren't as long as that. Maybe, you know, I have no idea, but I would put it down to a sinister prank on a dark night. Especially with it happening by a cornfield as well. I mean, how more cliched do you want to be when it comes to horror? That would be my opinion. So I would say, fantastic story, and I'm sure it happened. But in terms of any paranormal, I would say unbelievable.
Okay, well, prank or not, it was certainly a good story, and I don't know. I've still got this funny suspicion that maybe this lady has more to answer for than what she's been letting on. Maybe Houston had a very lucky escape there. We just don't know. Anyway, the story itself was strong enough to stay in the mind of Houston for such a long time and to get in touch with us, which is what we are looking for. We are looking for guests to turn up on the podcast and tell us their story. You don't get ridiculed, you get listened to, and we just give our opinion on what we actually think happened there. Now then, if you want to have an opinion on this, if you want to leave a comment, you can find us on YouTube. We do have a YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel is called Almost Unbelievable. And if you haven't already, you could subscribe over there and find us, give a like as well, and leave a comment. Also, if you're listening to this on the Spotify app, it really, really is going to help us if you follow us. So really, 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 if you enjoyed it and you want to listen to the next show that we put out, please, please, please follow us, because it really does help us going forward. So with that, that's been today's show. Was it Slenderman? Who knows? We hope that we're going to get some comments from you guys. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you all in the next one.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, almost unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit. You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Cats and Ranty. I am Ranty. Are you there, Cats?
I absolutely am here, Ranty. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, and I'm really looking forward to the guests that we've got on today and the story that they've got to tell us. How are you doing, Ranty?
I'm feeling warm. I'm feeling warm in this pit, but it sure is going to get hotter. We have a guest standing by who's going to tell us a poltergeist / shadow demon story that's going to make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up.
Certainly does sound scary, Ranty. But before we start, I do want to point out to anyone who's new to the podcast, if you want to check out the links in the description to this podcast, you'll be able to find all the places in which you can get in touch with us. And we would love to hear from you if you've got a story of your own and you want to come on and share it. But before we get to introducing the guest, Ranty, I want to start with some statistics. What percentage of Americans do you think they've seen a ghost?
70%.
70%, a little higher though, Ranty. The 18% of Americans believe that they've seen a ghost. But interestingly enough, 29% of Americans believe that they've somehow been in contact with the dead without seeing a ghost, for example, through a psychic or a medium or something like that. What about the demographics? Who do you think is more likely to believe they've seen a ghost, a male or a female?
I would say male.
And you would be right. Out of all the people who claim to have seen a ghost, 56% of them were male. So there you go.
Well, that was some interesting statistics there, Cats, and a very interesting statistic about male and female. However, today's guest is a female, and we are joined by Yalon. Yalon, are you there?
Good morning.
Hello, Ray. You have a very interesting tale to tell us. Would you like to take it away?
Sure, no worries. Okay, so this happened, it was probably the beginning of June, the instance that I wanted to share, and that was it actually happened to my daughter. She's 16. She's coming into our room. It was probably 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. She was shaking. She crawled into the bed between her dad and I, and we were just like, well, what is going on? And she said, there was something in my room. And I was like, can you, what do you mean? Like, as a human being, like, what is going on? We need to, dad needs to clear the house then. And she was too afraid to tell us, but we were prodding her insistently, and she knew she was not going to get back to sleep. So she decided to tell us. She said that she was in her room, she was asleep, and she woke up. She said, I was able to move. She said, I know it's not sleep paralysis, Mom, because I could move. And I said, okay, well, what? And she said, well, I looked over in the corner of my room and I saw this black looking almost like a female figure with these black spikes coming off the top of her head and a very long snake-like tongue coming from her mouth, almost hissing at me, as she was saying. And she said, at first I wasn't really afraid, but then she walked toward me and she put her one hand on the top of my jaw and the one on another on the bottom, and she opened my mouth and she tried to climb inside my mouth. The tongue, she said, first tried going down my throat, and she said it was choking her, but it couldn't crawl inside of her. So as it backed away, it left out this horrible, like, shrill sound. She said it was almost like she was cornered in her bed to where she wasn't able to get out of bed, but at this point she had sat up, and it was not letting her, like, get out of her door. And then she said that for some reason it continued backing out of her door. So she ran in a side door. We have a Jack and Jill bathroom, and she was able to escape through the bathroom and come into our room. And she said the eyes were black, but there were definite holes where eyes would belong, but they were just piercing black. Everything about this being was piercing black. And she said she got it first that it wasn't to harm her until the point where it couldn't crawl down her throat. That's when it got angry at her because it couldn't enter her. And so that was the beginning of a couple of months now worth of just terrifying things that have been happening in the home. The one other instance, well, there's several, but another instance that happened immediately after that, I was in my bathroom. I sing, so I was just recording myself singing, and it was a video the recording, and something flashed in my bathroom, but I could tell it wasn't just a flickering light. It went from my right side to my left side, but I was holding my phone recording, so there was no way something could walk in between my phone and my face. I posted that on a sub, and someone said, hey, you can use this app, slow it down so you can see it. And I slowed it down, and there was literally something walking in front of me. And I typically don't get afraid since I have kind of experienced things my entire life, but this frightened me to no end. And at the end of my video, you can kind of see my face just drops of just panic and fear. And I run out of my bathroom, and I was explaining this to the rest of my family. Of course, my husband, he's a naysayer, and he's just like, oh, come on, that's nothing. And even showing him the video as evidence, he's so much a skeptic of it. But after that, we started hearing our names being called. We had a French exchange student living with us from August of last year until March. And COVID, she had to go back home. But she would hear me calling her name quite often, and I would be outside, or sometimes I wouldn't even be at home. I hear my name called quite a bit, and it sounds like it's coming from my husband. So the last time I've heard it was probably about 2 weeks now, and I went out to the living room. My family was out there watching TV, and I said, what do you want? Like, why are you calling me over and over again? I said, I will be out in a second. And they looked at me like, what are you talking about? And I told him, I'm like, you keep calling my name. And he's just like, I have not said your name once. We were watching a movie. So, it's so strange that sometimes my nephew, my daughter, and I can hear them or see them, and then sometimes it's just pinpointed towards one time or one person. We decided to download this a recorder where it just picks up these random words that you can ask the room or whatever a certain question, and it could pop up these words. And this was right before I went and visited my daughter towards the end of June, and it was maybe 2 or 3 days beforehand, and this recorder popped up the word plane, uncle, death, and I deleted it. I was like, nope, I don't even want to get on the plane right now. I am petrified. But I did, and I got up to where my daughter lives in the States. And while I was up there, my uncle suddenly died. He was 60 years old, so it's, it was just complete shock to the entire family. He was totally fine, and he died. And so when I got back down, I live in Florida here, and I got back down to Florida, and I was speaking about this to my daughter and my nephew, and I said, this has to be all in our head. We have to just be going crazy. And in that moment, our entire electricity was shut off. It was down, and we all look at each other, and I was just like, okay, again, could be a coincidence. And then at that point, we heard in our kitchen, it's sounding like very heavy casseroles or pots and pans dropping in the kitchen, as if someone just sat something heavy on top of a pile of dishes. But there were no dishes in the sink. So once we got out to the kitchen and we noticed that, I said, okay, we may not be crazy. This might actually be something targeting us. And in that moment, the electricity comes right back on. We've been experiencing a lot of seeing things out of the corner of our eyes. This just a few days ago, we were sitting in our family room, and if I don't look at it directly, I can fully see something moving peripherally in my vision. And if I turn and I look straight on, it's gone. So I do a really quick turn trying to catch what it is. And my nephew looked over at me and he goes, "You saw that too?" And I said, "I did." And he said, he did too, but he was too afraid. He's 9. He's like, I can't look towards them. They terrify me. And he said, they've been standing in my hallway, in the hallway outside of my door at night, and I can see the shadow coming underneath the door. And he goes, I have to have my door shut so that I can't see any lights or movement in the hallway, because he's at that point where he's just terrified. He has seen things trying to walk into his bedroom at night. And this has been recently, where he hasn't shared a lot in the last, I would say, a couple of months, but he, every once in a while he'll pipe up and say something. And I said to him, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, what are you seeing? Whenever he told me that he's been seeing them too. And he said, they'll just stand there and stare at me. And he goes, and all the hairs on my body just stand up. He's like, I can't move. I'm so scared. I can't move. And he said every once in a while he'll spend the night at a friend's house. And he goes, it comes with me there too. So we know that it's not just something that is just in our home. It's somehow something has attached to us. And whether it be that we're sensitive or empaths or whatever you want to call it, we're picking up on something, and now it knows that we can sense it. So it's like it's toying with us. Living here in Florida, we go away quite a bit. We go out to Orlando and Universal or Disney, whatever. And there have been times like I'll stay back because I don't feel like spending 12 hours at a park. And I look over and something just completely moves off the table, falls on the floor. Sometimes it's like my briefcase. It's something very heavy that has my computer, my grade books, everything in it. And it will just slide off the table and fall on the floor, and everything will just completely fall out of my briefcase. I turn over. I try so hard, especially when I'm alone, to think of these logical reasons as to why something happens. Faucets have turned on while we're away. We stay at a pretty nice resort, so they're not old, and no plumbing issues. But the faucets will turn on in the bathroom while I'm alone. My husband's razor will just turn on, and it's not plugged in or anything like that. I think he's gone through about 7 different beard trimmers because there always seems to be some faulty thing that's happening with them, and his batteries will just be completely drained. But I keep trying to say, okay, there has to be a logical reason. There has to be a logical reason. But then you get to a point where you're saying to yourself, there is no logical reason. And now I need to figure out how I'm going to protect my family. So we're at that point now where we don't even know what to do. We've had a pastor come out, pray over our house. Things calmed down for about 2 months, but then they're back again. And it seems like at first when things happened, it was a slow progression. But once it was cut off after a pastor came to our home and it started back up with the same amount of momentum as it stopped with whenever he came out and prayed over the house. But now it feels like it's even angrier at us. And we're just seeing what some people call shadow people out of the corner of our eyes constantly. Or we get a feeling that we're just being watched. At night, I will wake up to that feeling where you can almost feel somebody standing next to you. Yeah, you just get that feeling. But I do not open my eyes. I started sleeping with earplugs in and a mask over my eyes because I don't want to open up my eyes during the middle of the night. I don't want to hear what's happening around me in the middle of the night because I'm a very light sleeper. And another experience I had was my husband typically doesn't move in the bed. He gets in and he stays in one position and falls asleep uncomfortably because I am such a light sleeper. But one night he was just moving around, and I just didn't roll over, just said, "Can you please stop? You keep waking me up." And it just stopped. And about an hour later, he was doing it again. And finally, I sat up in bed and I turned to him and I was just like, "Okay, this is like the 5th time you've woken me up. Can you please stop moving?" And he just looked at me like, "What are you talking about? I'm just now coming to bed." So whatever it was in bed next to me. And it physically felt like a human body with the amount of pressure to push down on the side of the bed and the movement of an adult behind me. I'm not sleeping again. So I've gone back to earplugs, face mask. Don't want to even look. When I feel something behind me, whether I'm turned, away from the side toward the center, no matter what, there's this feeling that it's either laying right behind me or it's standing behind me on the side of the bed. And it sometimes wakes you up out of the dead of sleep, just feeling that eerie feeling that you're having someone standing there watching you. So it has been quite a bit of sleepless nights over the last several weeks, I would say. And we're just lost. We don't know where to go from here. We'd be open to hearing anybody's suggestions.
Well, can I just say that it sounds absolutely terrifying. That made my hair stand up.
What a way to start the show. Now, I don't know chronologically whether this will be the first interview released, but you are the first guest that we have interviewed, and that is one heck of a story to kick off our time in the pit. What do you think, Ranty?
I think it's awesome. Can you give us more details? I mean, you've said that it happens to just some of your family. Do you think that's because some of you are more empathic, or is it something different? Is it just targeting certain people, or is it targeting everyone?
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that we're all very sensitive to other people's emotions. So some people will say, "Oh, it's a gift if you can really sense someone's hurt or sadness or whatever." So the only thing that we can think of is that maybe we are just very sensitive, and that since we can sense them or see them, it's like a field day for them, because some of these things that they do are so mischievous, just to mess with somebody, just to incite fear in somebody.
You've obviously lived in the same house for a length of time. Did it start up as soon as you moved in, or has it just started up more recently? Something changed? Something happened? Have you brought something into the house?
My niece COVID struck, and she said she brought another friend with her, and she kept telling me, there's something in your bathroom. There's something in your bathroom. I can't take a shower in there. And I was like, what are you talking about? And it's been since then. So I don't know if she brought something along with her. It's just, I don't know. It just gives me for her the heebie-jeebies along with me. This is what she said. And she actually left early. She was supposed to be with us for 2 weeks, and she left about 10 days. That's around the time that it all started. We've lived in that house since 2010. So it's been going up, but nothing in this house.
And have you ever thought about installing cameras in rooms when these strange things happen, and having a look at the footage, a bit like your Paranormal Activity? Is that something you've ever thought of doing?
Yes, there's a sleep recorder that I actually downloaded on my phone, and I was picking up quite a bit unknowns of not movement per se, of sleep movements. It will tell you, if a certain noise in the background was you moving in bed, or, was your husband snoring or whatever like that. It does tell you that. And I was picking up quite a bit unknowns that it was just a very quick sound from maybe like across the room. And it would last maybe 9 or 10 seconds. And then it would be, stop just as suddenly as it started. So we would, when I downloaded this, it was, I want to say at least 5 to 6 times every single night. It had at least that many unknown noises happening in my bedroom. So at that point, I was like, you know what? I don't even want to know. I honestly don't even want to see it, hear it. I don't. It's just such a scary thing to actually, if you see something, you can admit that yes, it's actually there, rather than hearing something or seeing something out of the corner of your eye. You can logic that stuff away.
Well, can I ask a question? If you do get to the bottom of what's going on, would you be happy to come back into the pit and let us all know what you find out?
Absolutely, that would be great. I would love to share with the conclusion on what actually happened. If we find out what it is, I would definitely share that, because I know that I'm not the only person that experiences things like this, and I'm a very sane person. So I'm sure other people, if they're the only ones being targeted, they're probably feeling like they're going crazy too. And I don't want someone else to feel like they're alone.
And you did mention that you took some photography. You were filming in the bathroom at the same time as an entity walked in front of you. Do you still have that video? Do you still have that imagery?
I do.
Would you be able to send it in to us?
I sure will.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes.
That is really cool. I'm sure that the listeners will like to see that. I mean, I'm desperate to have a look at it now that you've told me that. I don't know, actually. I'm kind of 50-50. Do I want to look at it or not?
Oh, tremendous. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for that. It's been a fantastic story. I'd love to hear the conclusion. I'd love to get you back on for that. I really, really would. Thank you so much for your time. Ranty, is there anything else you want to ask before we leave the pit?
Well, whenever we get any other guests in that have a similar story, perhaps if you're not averse to us keeping in contact with one another, we can maybe pass you on to somebody else to share their stories and maybe connect with them that way. There'll be something you'd be interested in, or do you just share your story?
You do need people standing beside you, listening to you at least just being a soundboard to, describe what's going on, or to just be there to support you in any fashion that you can be.
Well, if we can be instrumental in helping you out, we definitely will be. Oh, that's giving me shivers. It's the things with these poltergeists, I mean, you just don't know. You just mess around with those things, and yeah, I had one when I was younger, so I might tell that story one time.
Well, you have to share it with me then too.
Well, my My uncle Clifton brought home my father brought home a totem pole that was carved in an African carving with faces on, and he left it upstairs into my mother and father's bedroom. And it was only in the house for about a month, 6 weeks maybe. Me and my sister were quite young. We were about 6 or 7. And every time they left the house to go to the shops or disappear for a few minutes, these drums would start playing in the bedroom, and we'd hear these very loud drum noises. And one time I took the courage to go and have a look. So I started climbing up the stairs, and the noises were getting louder and louder and louder. And when I turned the corner to see my mother's bedroom door, the door was almost being pulled off its hinges with the noise of this drum. Oh, and I ran downstairs with my sister. We locked ourselves in. We were terrified. And every time that my mother came back home and let herself in with a key, as soon as she put the key in, the drums stopped. So we told my mother this. She got rid of it. She gave it to my uncle Clifton, this totem pole. He was in love with it. So he took it home. And unfortunately, 2 weeks later, he died in a car accident along with his best friend.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, that could have been a story all of its own. That one, Ranty. Could have saved that one.
Exactly.
Right.
Oh, that was a terrifying one.
Wow.
So, Yalon, thank you very much for sharing your story with us. For me personally, I really, really enjoyed it. What about you, Kaz?
It's been fantastic to listen to, and I just want to thank you for giving up your time. We'll say goodbye to you now, though, and me and Ranty will have a little bit of a chat about what we've heard, but very much appreciate your time, and good luck with everything in the future.
Okay.
Good luck, Yalon, and I'll speak to you later.
That's perfect.
Right, well, what a fascinating story. Now, this is the part of the podcast where myself and Ranty give our opinions on what happened, and we ask ourselves, is that story almost unbelievable? Ranty, what's your take on what we've just heard?
Well, yeah. For me personally, I absolutely believe everything that was told me. Coming from a background myself where obviously we have experienced quite a lot of poltergeist activity and alike and supernatural things, everything that she told me, I fully appreciated where she was coming from and fully believed it. The demonic things that happened in the house, the pots, the pans, the laptop, the electrical failing and all that kind of things. And of course the name calling as well. I mean, it's not like it's a wind blowing in the distance where you could mistake a wind for somebody's name. I mean, it's quite clear, when somebody's calling your name, and Yalon was very concise with what she was trying to portray. The shadow demon that attacked her daughter was terrifying, and I have to say, I've seen things too when I was younger, and my sister saw things when she was younger too. And we have stories of seeing things like that. So I absolutely believe that too. Sure, you could argue maybe it was a lucid dream, but for me personally, everything that she said was very consistent. There was nothing that would lead me to believe that what she experienced didn't actually happen. So yeah, for me, what would I do? Well, I would obviously advise her to maybe get another priest in, come back and bless the house. And if that doesn't work, maybe run away. Because I would run away. I would run away. What about you, Kat?
For me, well, listen, I honestly 100% believe that everything she's told us, she believes she's witnessed. I think her family believe they've seen everything they've seen. I think her family believe that they've experienced everything that they feel they've experienced. And I believe that those experiences have felt 100% real. My advice to them would be to read a paper called The Ghost in the Machine that came out of Coventry University, written by Vic Tandy and Tony R. Lawrence. Now, the Ghost in the Machine paper draws a link between infrasound, which is any sound of a frequency too low for us to hear, below 20 hertz, and ghost and poltergeist activity. To cut a long story short, if you're exposed to infrasound of a high enough intensity, it will amplify your emotions. So if you're a little bit anxious, which obviously they are, it makes you incredibly anxious and incredibly nervous. But as well as that, it will also affect your vision and your eyes. And I know she was talking a lot about seeing shadow people out the corner of her eyes, etc. Infrasound has been linked to hallucinations. And if you're exposed to infrasound, one of the symptoms of that is seeing things out of the corner of your eye. Now, even more than that, infrasound at high enough intensity is known to cause things to resonate. So objects may start to shake, they may start to move. There's no piano in the house, for example. It may start to sound like somebody's tapping lightly on the keys, etc. So my advice would be to bring somebody in who can have a look at the windows, have a look at the vents. Are there any old fans in the house, for example, that may be emitting some sort of infrasound? And maybe look at it from that perspective. That would be my advice. And then, if that doesn't work, move house.
Well,
at least you're away from the infrasound.
Well, one thing we can definitely agree on, that we can be open, but we can be skeptical.
I agree. So, how are you going to rank this one, Ranty? What should we explain to the listeners? Our 4 criteria that we like to use.
Obviously, the show is almost unbelievable. For me, personally, this was not just almost unbelievable, it was absolutely believable. Of course, there are different things we can talk about. We can talk about unbelievable, or we can talk about almost unbelievable. We can talk about almost believable, or we can talk about just plain believable. And for me, this was plain believable.
Okay, so in my opinion, I think, like I said before, I would say it's totally believable that those experiences have been had. I totally believe that they've had those experiences. When it comes to the cause of those experiences, I'm unfortunately going to say totally unbelievable for me that it's some sort of supernatural or paranormal event. But you don't have to sit on the fence like I've just done. If you want to check out the links in the description of this podcast, you'll find all the places you can contact us on social media. Please get in touch and please let us know what you thought about that story. Also, if you've got a story of your own and you want to share it with us, please feel free to get in touch with us and we would love to have you on the podcast.
Just following on from what Katz has just said, I would say let's see what happens when we have a look at the video from the bathroom when the entity walks in front of Yalon as she's singing a song. Now that might change your mind there, Katz. But for anybody that wants to see that footage, if they want to head on over to Patreon, all Patreons get to see all the footage and all the photographs that are uploaded. We will be releasing them the same day as the podcast. So if you are interested in that, head on over to Almost Unbelievable over on Patreon.
And for now, I've really enjoyed today. I think it's been a great... now, this might not be the first show people are listening to, but this is the first show we've recorded, isn't it, Ranty?
It is, yes.
So I've really enjoyed it, and it's getting quite hot in this pit, so I'm going to climb out and go home. But I will see you next time.
See you next time.
Bye-bye.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
Welcome to the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Katz and Ranty. I'm Katz. Are you there, Ranty?
I am Katz. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, Ranty, and I've got a question for you. How often do you play the National Lottery?
I've played it quite a lot, probably 1,000 times perhaps since its inception.
And have you ever won the National Lottery? Maybe a strange question.
Unfortunately, no. I'm probably the most unlucky person that you can come across. I've never even won £10, Katz.
But what about if using just the power of your mind alone, you could influence the order the numbers came out of the machine? Would you try that?
If it was going to give me a better chance of winning, absolutely.
So you may be wondering where I'm going with this. Well, you may or may not be familiar with a TV series called The Paranormal World of Paul McKenna, which was shown on terrestrial TV in the United Kingdom in 1997. And one of those episodes was about the lottery, and Paul McKenna urged all his viewers to pick the same 6 lottery numbers for the following week's lottery, and to try just that, to try and use the power of their minds to will those balls into existence, to see if they could influence the lottery results. Now, out of the 6 numbers he told his audience to pick, how many do you think actually came up on the actual lottery?
Well, seeing as you've put me in this situation, I'm going to take a stab at this and say 2 of the numbers.
And you know what? You are going to be right. 2 of the numbers did come up. But not only just 2 of the main 6 numbers, but also the bonus ball as well. So out of the 7 balls that were drawn, he managed to choose 3. Now, what do you think the chances are of choosing 2 balls of the main 6 and a bonus ball?
Probably not that high, actually, because I can recall on the one hand the amount of times that I've ever had two numbers. So probably 1 in 50.
Yeah, you're actually on fire today, Ranty. The actual answer is about 2.8%, so you're not far off. Well done. And although some people might say Paul McKenna's little trick was a failure because he didn't win the lottery, I would say that getting 2 balls and the bonus ball out of those 7 balls was actually quite an interesting result. And our guest today also delves into the world of what some people might call magic. What can you tell us about him?
Well, today we are joined by Ken. Ken is a Wiccan, and he's going to talk about the pagan path, or the path that he's chosen. So with that, let me introduce the guest today, Ken. Ken, are you there?
My name's Ken. I have a YouTube channel called Hellbound Heathen, and I'm on Twitter as Lylocan ACS. People can find links from my YouTube channel.
Absolutely. They'll be in the description. And I'm really looking forward to this conversation because all the things that I do in my other avenues in life tend to be based on science and maths, etc. And this is really kind of out of my field of experience. So for somebody like me who's a complete layperson that doesn't know anything about what you do, can you kind of like fill someone like me in on what it is you do?
Yeah, certainly. So again, my name is Ken. My full name is Lylocan. I have a YouTube channel called Hellbound Heathen. My channel, I pretty much debunk a lot of conspiracies that are focused around people like myself who are an occultist, who practice witchcraft, who follow a pagan path. But as for my personal practice, I am an occultist, so that means that I study, a lot of unusual and kind of bizarre, maybe fringe type beliefs and ideas and superstitions and various things like that. I have been initiated as a witch along the Gardnerian path. If your viewers or your listeners are familiar with that, Gerald Gardner was a person who sort of reintroduced or started, depending upon your point of reference, what we now know as Wicca, which is a form of witchcraft, kind of a modern reinterpretation and a resurgence or a reintroduction of an older path, or what people believe to be a more older path. However, the evidence is kind of sparse. So a lot of stuff kind of like the new age sort of crept in there, and a lot of people started adopting beliefs and practices that may not have actually matched what their ancestors or what our ancestors practiced before Christianity sort of took a foothold in Western Europe. So so the path that I practice is also called a pagan path. There's all kinds of various paths out there, but my particular path, I try to reconnect with my ancient ancestors, what my ancient ancestors believed, but I also try to make it a modern path. I try to make the path fit for me today. Like, what does it mean to connect with nature nowadays? And I mean, I live in a city. It's it's kind of difficult to really connect with nature when you're surrounded by cement and junkies. That's pretty much how I would describe my path.
So Ken, for someone like me who's a bit confused by all this, it all seems very new. Can you please explain to me what the difference between a Wiccan and a witch is, please?
There isn't much of a difference. The two words are etymologically similar. Wicca is pronounced Witcha, and that's an old Anglo. I think it's Old Saxon. I think it's an Old Saxon term for a male witch, and then there was a witchin, which was a female witch. But now, modern English, we've eliminated the genders and we just call it witch. So, you could have male witches, you could have female witches. They're all witches. But Wicca is witchcraft. It's just a different form. Again, like I mentioned earlier, there are people who have various practices, under this large umbrella term of occult or pagan. You have people who practice druidry or modern druids, modern witchcraft, modern paganism, modern magicians, modern ceremonial magicians. You have hermeticists, alchemists, Rosicrucians, Thelemites, even Satanists, Luciferians, and so you have a large, wide range of people who fall under this kind of umbrella term. But for myself in particular, yes, like I had mentioned earlier, I study Wicca, which is a form of witchcraft There are other types of witches out there who don't identify with the particular path of witchcraft that Gardner introduced, and maybe they're a reconstructionist, maybe they're doing their own research and trying to look back in the past as to how people practice witchcraft. There's no real records of it. There was no school of witchcraft that survived for thousands of years since the Middle Ages. At least there's people who believe that there might have been. However, I try to stick to evidence, and there's just no evidence that I've come across saying that there is a tradition that is carried on up until this day.
To class yourself as a witch or a Wiccan, are there certain things that you have to be doing on a regular basis that make you a witch or a Wiccan? Or is it a belief system, not necessarily a set of practices?
There's no real dogma in any of these pagan paths. And when I say pagan path, just so your listeners understand, I'm talking about that broad canopy that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, there is no dogma. You can't do it wrong. If you have a belief that's kind of outside maybe the norm of, let's say, a witch circle, no one's going to treat you differently. No one's going to say that you're not a witch. Just because maybe you have a different belief than other people. But as for myself, yeah, there's a daily devotionals that I do, which is when I meditate on a regular basis. I think meditation is really good for not only calming yourself, it also helps you to focus and to be able to concentrate for a certain period of time, which is very, very important for, I'm sure we'll talk about this later on, but if you're going to be practicing magic, and that's magic spelled MAGICK, to differentiate it from stage magic. So as a Wiccan, you do have a set script or a set liturgy or set rituals that most people follow. It's very much a group-based practice. So I will meet with other witches and we will get together and we will, observe ritual passages of time, or if needed, which is actually rather rare, if we need to do, quote unquote spell work. But most of the time, we get together around seasonal festivals. For example, right now we have upcoming the Yule, which is the winter solstice, which will be around December 21st. And then, we have various festival dates. The big four is Samhain, which is around November 1st. Then we have August 1st, which is Lunasa, May 1st, which is Beltane, and February 1st, which is Imbolc. And then we also observe the solstices and the equinoxes. So that would be the fall equinox and the spring equinox and the summer solstice and the winter solstice. Obviously, in southern hemisphere, they're flipped around. So our winter solstice is the southern hemisphere's summer solstice. So if you live in southern hemisphere, your seasonal festivals are a little different than ours. I think that explains.
So Ken, you've mentioned spell work and you've mentioned that it can be ritualized, especially for yourself. But can you tell us a bit more about that, please? And maybe can you tell us what you could expect to achieve with it?
There are different theories of how magic works. People have different theories. Again, this is stuff that you can't put it in a laboratory. You can't weigh it. You can't measure it. You can't really record it. There's no way to, in my opinion, scientifically prove that magic exists. It's very conceptual. Let's say that you're looking for work, or let's say you have a test coming up. You may do a spell work to give yourself confidence, or to somehow you believe through some sort of action that you take, you will influence the outcome, or you will change the outcome of a particular event. So you would do spell work for that. Let's say to gain confidence, so that when you go out and you look for work, that you show a certain confidence when you're out there looking for work. Or you might do a spell to gain the ability to be able to focus and retain more information, so that when you go in for that test, that you have a better chance of passing that test. Now, there's several different ways you can perceive how that particular form of magic works. One person might say, let's say another witch might say, well, what happens is that you've actually influenced and you've changed a reality, and that caused you to, say, get that job or pass that test. Others, like myself, we believe it's more of an internal working. It's more of a psychological working. So I would say that the spell that I did to get that job or to pass that test was an internal working. It was an internal thing that gave me more confidence. It made me more presentable, or it helped me to retain that information.
Ken, I have a question for you. Are there spells that can actually change reality?
I think when most people hear magic and they think about witches and they think about ceremonial magicians, things come to mind like, say, Merlin or Harry Potter or Hollywood portrayal of magic. So people who aren't familiar with witchcraft and how people like myself perform magic, they may, perceive that we're all around a cauldron and we're tossing toads and various things into this bubbling brew that's green and toxic and smoky. And that's not how it is. We don't change reality. Like somebody doesn't wiggle their nose and suddenly a bunny appears. Everything in reality will be affected through reality. What I mean by that is that, let's say you do a spell to win the lottery. So there's certain numbers that you want to come up in that lottery. So you would do spell work to win the lottery. It doesn't mean that you're going to suddenly get the winning ticket in your hand. That's not going to happen. Stuff is not going to come into reality. But what you hopefully will do through your spell work is that you will influence your luck. You will influence various things that take a route to have you win that lottery. I hope I'm explaining this well. It's a path that has to align to reality for the event to occur. If you are trying to do spell work for something that there is no possible way in reality could ever happen, it's not going to happen. At least I've never experienced it. You have to work within the bounds of reality.
That was going to be my question, actually. I was going to ask, about the scale of this magic. Is there a limit? And I think you've just sort of answered that. So if I ask, could you turn a bar of chocolate into a bar of gold?
Right.
There's no pathway for that in reality. So that would be something that you would say is impossible. Have I got that right?
Yeah, exactly. You have to work within the bounds of reality. Now, there are stories of alchemists. People believe that alchemists could turn lead into gold, or they could manufacture gold. And obviously, with chemistry that we understand today, there was a lot of things that they could change. They could change various components into other components, or make various things happen and things explode or smoke or whatever. And so alchemists were considered to be magicians. Same thing with blacksmiths. Blacksmiths were considered to be magicians because they're able to transform. They're able to take a base substance and transform and change things into other things. But as for being able to change a chocolate bar into a gold bar, no. No.
I guess my next question is going to be, is there a scale of abilities? Is there somebody out there that has more magic with a K on than you? Or is it just available to anybody to harness? Or would you say that some practitioners are more skilled in that?
Yes and no. I think that, for example, let's say that you're into music. There may be some people who are really interested in music, but they're just not that good at it, Maybe they're just not dedicated enough. They don't practice enough. Maybe they just don't have a good sense of rhythm. They just don't have a good ear for music, but they still want to practice music. They can still learn how to play music. They can still practice it. However, there may be some people, like, people who are successful, but they're really into music. They practice a lot. They have a good ear for music. They have a good sense of rhythm. And so they kind of almost have an advantage to playing music. It's the same thing with magic. Anybody can practice it. However, there are some people who are just more in tune with it. They're just better skilled at it. And then there's other people that have to work a little harder at it. They have to put in a little more time. And sometimes what it really comes down to is just a lot of people, they just don't practice. They don't do enough meditation. They don't do daily exercises. They don't perform rituals of concentration or just rituals in general. When you're performing the ceremonies and rituals, there's words and actions that you do. And the very first thing you have to do is you have to memorize that. You have to memorize it so that when you are in the moment, when you're in a ritual, it flows very smoothly. You don't have to sit there and go back and consult like, oh, okay, I have to concentrate, I have to dedicate this, or I have to do this, or I have to do that. You already know it's going to happen. So it's much easier for it to flow for you. And so you're able to divert your attention away from focusing on the ritual, and you can focus your attention on the outcome of what you want to happen. You can concentrate on getting that job that you want or passing that test that you're going to take.
So I suppose a question that everybody listening is going to be screaming out for us to ask is, have you got an example of when you have used magic to achieve something and it's paid off?
Yes, I do. I have several. The one that really sticks out is when I moved back to San Francisco. I was living in a place across the bay called Walnut Creek, and I wanted to move back to San Francisco. And I wanted to get an apartment that had a window that was facing east, and I wanted to have somewhat of a view. Now, in San Francisco, rent is incredibly, incredibly expensive. It's very rare to find a room with a view in San Francisco without paying an arm and a leg. I'm not rich. I'm working class. I don't have a lot of money. So I was very lucky to get an apartment. And when I went in to go and look at the apartment, it had a window that was facing east and it had a view. And I had previously done a ritual to find a place like that. And I believe that that spell that I had somehow influenced the outcome of me finding that apartment. Now, could I have found that apartment without doing the spell? Of course, absolutely. That is a possibility. However, that's not the way that that line of reality worked out for me. The line of reality that worked for me was I did the spell and I got that particular apartment. I don't have an alternate experience to fall back on. That was my experience. So I believe that that was magically influenced. I've had little flashes of insight that aren't necessary. It's not like I went into a ritual to have this outcome happen, but I have had flashes of insights. For example, I was standing on the street with a friend of mine and we were sitting there talking, and for some reason I just thought, oh shit, I hope a pigeon doesn't shit on me, because we were standing under a roof, under a building here in San Francisco. And I moved out of the way, and exactly where I was standing, a pigeon shit and it hit the ground. So that was incredibly lucky. I mean, it could have been a coincidence. So everything that happens to me, I understand, can be explained in different ways. So it's not like I sit there and go, oh, magic did it. I know it did it. I know there's other possibilities, but in my experience, I'm 53 years old. I've been studying witchcraft and the occult since I was 13 years old. And I've stuck with it for as long as I have because it gives me something. I get something out of my practice. Even if we took everything away, even if we took magic completely out of the picture, I enjoy my path. I enjoy concentrating, focusing, meditating, and doing ritual. It is what I enjoy doing.
So, Ken, obviously you've told us some stories there. It's really interesting. If anybody was interested in this particular subject, how would they be able to start researching this? I mean, obviously you've told us where we can find you on YouTube. Perhaps if you want to shout your YouTube channel out again, that would be great. But how would a novice person wanting to get into this, how would they go about finding a way into the pagan side of things?
Well, like I had mentioned earlier, under that umbrella, there's a lot of different practices out there. I think the very first thing to do is look within yourself, like what it is that you believe about the world. What are your kind of beliefs? Do you believe that there's a single monotheistic deity out there that runs everything? Or are you a polytheist? Do you think there's multiple gods out there? Are you a pantheist? Do you believe the universe is alive? Or do you take a more atheistic approach, that you don't believe that there is any deities out there or deity? It really depends upon what you believe, and then finding something that aligns to your beliefs. Now, there's a lot of people who study witchcraft, paganism, who get into it and then they find out, this isn't for me. This is not the path that I enjoy. That's fine. move on to something else. I'm not going to chastise you or think anything different of you just because you change paths or you find out that paganism isn't for you. That's not the point of it. The point of it is to find something that resonates with you. If a certain practice doesn't resonate with you, why do it? It's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. But a good way to do it is to, like, for example, let's say you're interested in witchcraft. Now there are a ton of videos out there on witchcraft. So you could just type in YouTube, say witchcraft, and a lot of stuff is going to come up. I think the majority of it is just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. It doesn't really talk about it from a, I don't want to say rational, but it doesn't fairly describe it. I think it's a good place to start, but the next place to go after that would be to research books. Maybe go to your local library, or if you have a tablet, you could download PDFs of various books and do some research. A good place to start would be with maybe Gerald Gardner. Maybe Wicca isn't the path for you, witchcraft. Maybe you're into the more reconstructionist form of witchcraft. So you could start with the term witchcraft and then from there hone in and maybe find out if you're more of a traditional witch or if you're a Gardnerian witch or an Alexandrian witch. It's kind of like Christianity, where everybody has the base beliefs, like maybe everybody who practices Christianity believes in a deity, but then from there you kind of break it down to Catholicism, Lutheranism, all these other various branches of Christianity. That's kind of how paganism as an umbrella term has evolved to today. There's pagan beliefs, and then under that umbrella, then you can get more specific, more specific, more specific. So you may want to study paganism and then find yourself drawn towards witchcraft, and then from there maybe you're drawn towards Gardnerian witchcraft. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess it does. Thank you very much. Kat?
I just want to say before we let Ken go that I've been fascinated listening to that, and it's certainly opened my eyes and given me a whole better understanding of a topic that I really had zero understanding about, to be honest. I do feel a lot more clued in on that now. So Ken, can I just say thank you so much for coming? But for now, can we say thank you very much and goodbye?
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I really appreciate the opportunity to chat with you. So again, thank you so much. If you're interested, my channel is Hellbound Heathen, and you can find me on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Well, that was an interesting guest there, Kat. What's your opinion on what you've just heard?
Well, first of all, his interpretation of magic was so different to what I was expecting. I mean, I've never spoken to a wizard before, or a witch, or anyone who claims to practice magic. So I came in with a preconceived idea that a magician or a wizard will claim to be able to do things that are literally just impossible, like turn invisible or turn water into wine, that kind of thing, which Ken made very clear wasn't something that his magic was capable to do. The way that Ken sent the message of his magic over to me was that it was more about just psychological well-being. It was a series of practices, whether it would be meditation or ritual or whatever, just to put him in a better frame of mind so he could function in a more confident manner. And I don't class that personally as magic, but I totally understand the thought process behind that, and I totally support it. I think anything that can put you in a more confident mental state is going to result in you performing better. And as a result of you performing better and more confidently, you are going to be more successful. So when it comes to that, I totally believe everything that Ken has said there. We may use different terminology for it. I may use terminology like psychology as opposed to magic, but I totally buy into everything he said there. One of the other things I want to pick up was, for example, the story when he talked about the bird nearly pooing on his head, and did magic play a part in him being able to sense that and move out the way? Well, a really interesting paper that I think will be worth reading is a paper written by Donna J. Bridge on how memory works. And Donna J. Bridge, her work is often linked with the term remembering. She carried out an experiment to show that when people remember something, what they are actually remembering is the last time they remembered something. So what I mean by that is, if I remember going to a football match when I was a child, if I try and remember that now, I'm not actually remembering going to the football match when I was a child. I'm just recalling the last version of that memory I created. So Donna Bridge put forward some very, very strong evidence that every time we remember something, we actually give our brain a little bit of a chance to fill in some gaps that we might have forgotten and to change that memory. And it's that changed memory that we keep remembering. Now, when people hold some very strong significance to a past event like magic and dodging the bird poo, for example, if that story's been remembered over and over and over and over again and maybe changed subtly over and over and over again, we may start to develop a higher significance to something which at the time itself wasn't actually that significant. But because we remember it over and over and over in our own memories, it becomes more significant. So I'd urge people to go and have a look at that paper and see what they think, see if that's relevant to the story at all. But overall, I really enjoyed listening to Ken. I took a lot from it. He's totally changed my mind on what I thought magic was. I thought before he came on, to be honest, it was something that I would never really have any time for. But he really did change my mind on that. So I would say everything Ken has said there is actually very believable, and I really enjoyed having him on. Ranty, what do you think?
Well, for me, Cats, you know me, I'm very open to all this kind of phenomena. So when somebody comes along and talks about magic, then I'm very interested in that. Now, Ken talks about being able to mentally and psychologically perceive things differently, and whether or not you can actually will that into existence or not is open to interpretation. But there was things that were alluded to, particularly things whether or not you could actually change things in reality. Now, I have a belief that back in the olden times, if you go back 500 years or 1,000 years, maybe even further than that, the beliefs back then were more in the realms of being able to change things physically. So they did have people, shamans, things like that. They did have druids that were able to perform magic and maybe manipulate the laws of reality in a way that we haven't been able to experience in the modern age. Now, whether or not that's down to the fact that with this new technology, we don't rely upon this type of magic to enhance our day-to-day existence, but back then they needed to do that. They needed to have an ability to tap into an ability to actually change their reality for the better. Now, I believe that that was possible. I believe that the Druids did have that kind of skill, if you can call it a skill. Whether or not you believe that, Cats, I don't know. But for me personally, I do believe that. I do believe there are still practitioners today that can do this. I have heard stories from other people that have contacted me in the past that have told me that this is a very real thing, that there are people that are able to change things in reality. Now, that's very different to what Ken's saying with his form of Wicca and how he practices it, but that doesn't mean that it still isn't possible. So when the bird tried to poo on him and he moved out of the way, again, I feel that he was in some way tapping into this mystical sixth sense that people have spoken about in the past. Now, you may have experienced this yourself. If you've been walking down the street at night, somebody's walking up behind you, you get this sensation that somebody's walking up behind you. Now, your eyes are pointing forward. Everything that you're doing is looking forward and experiencing things in front of you, but to actually sense somebody behind you, that is something that you just can't explain. But more often than not, you'll turn around and somebody will be there. Now, all of us have this ability as a human species to actually tap into that, but we don't tap into it because we don't need to tap into it anymore. We have grown as a race and we have left that ability behind. But I do believe there are still practitioners that do actually tap into that and do use this. So for me personally, I really, really enjoyed the way Ken does his practicing, let's say, and the fact that he wants to train his mind to think in a better way. But as for the real magic, I believe that it's definitely there.
Well, you've heard what I've had to say, and you've heard what Ranty's had to say. If you want to have your say, if you check out the links in the description to this podcast, you'll see where you can find us on social media. Please come and let us know. And if you've got a story of your own, please let us know there as well, and we would love to have you on. But for now, I'm getting a little bit too hot in this pit, Ranty. I don't know about you, but I'm going to take a break and go home.
Yeah, it's far too hot for me anymore, and I'm exiting too. So Thank you very much, cats, and we'll see you all in the next one.
In a world where anything is possible, in a world where the normal and the paranormal reside, Almost Unbelievable brings to you the stories you want to hear, but fear to hear. Join us in the pit.
You have joined the Almost Unbelievable podcast with Cats and Ranty. I'm Ranty. Are you there, Cats?
I certainly am here, and really looking forward to today's podcast. I've got a feeling it's going to be a real meaty one.
It is, and the thing is, we already had a guest on who talked about a similar thing. It's to do with the occult today. Now then, are you aware of the occultish nature of their Cats?
I'm not an expert on the occult, but I have recently come across the term a tutelary deity. Have you heard that term yourself before?
I can't say I have.
Well, a tutelary deity was something that was taken very, very seriously. When we look back to old Roman times and Greek times, they used to try and, in a military setting, summon tutelary deities. They were seen as demons or entities that would benefit, that would protect, and obviously help you, certainly in a military setting, that would help you succeed. And it was taken so seriously that it was almost an everyday event, you know, when these armies were at war, to try and summon these deities. It wasn't seen as crazy or weird. It was just something that was very much accepted.
Well, today's guest is going to tell a very similar story, from what I can tell at least anyway. He's told me that he has tried to summon some of these, what you could quote as deities. So we shall see. And with that, we're going to introduce today's guest. Today's guest is called Joe. Are you there, Joe?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing good. Cats, are you doing good?
I'm always doing good, mate. Always doing good. And I'm looking forward to hearing these as well.
Me too. Right, okay, so we're going to stick ourselves on mute and we're going to let you take it away there, Joe.
All right. So this is a personal story from the paranormal that I actually lived through. And when I tell you that it's a living nightmare, that's like sort of like an understatement. It's beyond that. Like, all right. So ever since I was a child, I was always interested in the occult. You know, I was the 8-year-old in the library in the occult alien ghost story section, right? And for some reason, I was always followed or I was always given somehow spontaneously these books on like witchcraft and summoning spirits and demons and you know whatnot with these like long mythical enchanting names that I couldn't pronounce, right? So fast forward, I mean, throughout my childhood into my 20s and stuff like that, I continuously read you know, any type of grimoire, even the old English ones. You know, I kind of became proficient in being able to decipher the meanings behind it, and I started realizing that there was a trend that it was sort of set up to throw people off, right? So when I discovered that, I figured that, you know, why should I just keep reading about this stuff? Let me start actually attempting to engage in a ritual. All right. So that debate within myself lasted for years, you know, even though it probably wasn't in reality. But I was really into and still am deep into meditation, and I believe in like psychedelics and expansion of your mind and the capabilities of what you can find within yourself. But anyway, going back to the story of the of one of my stories that I want to tell you now. It started with that, with just the books, a grimoire, right? I'm not sure if I should say the name of it, because I wouldn't recommend on other persons going out there and attempting this, unless you're really spiritually, mentally, even physically ready, and you've prepared yourself in a sense that you have no fear, and you're ready to accept it as a scientific experiment, right? And you're gonna not look at it as you're looking at it as an experiment and not as something to like scare you. This is not like for like spooks and like some little thing. This is serious stuff. All right. So I got the book, and one of the reasons that I wanted to work with this book was because it was in plain English. It was simple. It's modern. It's a modern grimoire, and it was taken from a lot of different source work that I read in the past. So it kind of all made sense to me, but in a way that I understood. I started reading the book. I read it first, and I was debating whether or not to actually proceed with the rituals. But then I started building up the courage, and I said, what, I'm going to look at this from a scientific point of view, and I'm going to see if this is going to work out for me. And if it does, what essentially, like, how far can I go with it? So I got the book. Inside of this book, it's like a ritual that you have to do on a particular day. So I don't want to give out the name of the book again, but so you work out each day, and you're working with a different planetary spirit, and I think they call it spirit or daemon in the book, right? Daemon, whatever, however it's spelled. I don't care, but they it's a spirit, right? The way that they say it. So I got the book. I prepared all of the instruments. You have to get a table of practice. You have to have a wand. You have to have particular blends of incense, and not the crappy incense either. It should be something that is something that's like an offering, right? So you want to get the best of the best that you can. If you're gonna take this serious, then you got to make these sigils. And you have to have like a scrying medium. I use an obsidian mirror, a black obsidian mirror, and you set that up inside of this table of practice, right? The table of practice essentially is a triangle with a certain, let's just say, magical names written around it. So I started. I believe that the way the book is set up, that you start on a Thursday, right? Because Thursday is the day of Jupiter, Jove, right? And it's a powerful opening spirit that will allow you to sort of gain, prosperity, and it's like the master, like a very strong, powerful spirit planet. It's one of the biggest planets, right? So I started the ritual, and one of the things that I didn't realize before starting these rituals, even though it's written and it's there, and any practicing occultist should know this, is you have to know how to banish energies that you invoke, all right, or summon, or whatever, however you want to put it. I know there's two different things there, but I mean, if you really think about it, it's really, really quite similar. So I invoked or summoned or evoked, whatever, the spirit of Jupiter. And while I was doing this ritual, something definitely changed inside of my ritual space. It was something that I can't describe, right? I don't know if it was a warmth, it was it felt like a charge, like a if you rub a balloon against your hair and your hair sticks to it, it felt like that, and it came out of the blue, and sorry, I should have told you this before. What led me into this particular book was that I was doing a lot of meditation, and I figured that with altered states of reality, maybe you have you're drunk, or you smoke some pot, or whatever, you have some type of different state of being, you could meditate and get into like a different level. And I was doing that with alcohol, right? And I was using alcohol as a medium to get me into this sort of zone where I could meditate, and I could like have conversations that were coming from something else, and they say that, I'm not talking crazy nonsense here. It's just the truth. Try for yourself. So in one of these conversations, I heard, I was asking, how can I build a better environment around me, and how can I, get, what I want out of life, and which is more knowledge and understanding of this particular type of subjects, and how much power you could bring about, and what type of power is it? Is it? I'm not here to hurt somebody or want to, do evil things or whatnot. I just want to get myself up on a different level. So I heard Jupiter in my head, and it was clear as day, and it kind of like shocked me out of the meditation that I was in, because it felt like somebody was in a room. So anyway, that led me to do some research, and that's when I found that book. And then fast forward back to where I was at before, the ritual. So I did the Jupiter ritual, and I felt the energy. It's like a static. That's what it felt like, but it was like a strong static. I felt good. I felt good. I felt good. I felt good. That day into the next day, because with this particular book, the manual tells you to do the rituals 1 week at a time, right? So this week I did Thursday, then the following week I was gonna do like a Monday or a Tuesday or something like that. It didn't go in a row. Like it wasn't like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, And they recommend not to do the rituals all in 1 week because it's too much energy. So I was excited because I just discovered that it works, and I started to feel what the energy feels like. It's like you're creating something, but it's like, I guess it's like working out. It's not gonna all happen at once. You have to build it up. So, the following week, I did the next ritual. Maybe I think it was Mars. Tuesday, it was a Mars ritual, and it was just getting more intense. Mars is a battle planet. It's like the spirit is for like protection and it's just a strong spirit. So it made me like those. I remember after doing the ritual. Well, I feel a little funky right now, so the hair is coming out. But after doing these rituals, I felt the need to arm myself. Like I had to have something on me after I did the ritual of Mars. And each planet, after I completed the ritual, I done the scrying, I did everything. I felt the energies and the qualities and the what have you from that, the characteristics from that particular planet, sort of like possess me. I guess that's the best word I could use. And it went on like that. And then I completed the ritual, but I was afraid to do Saturday. All right, Saturday is Saturn, and it's a day of like death, or it could be a day of renewal, depending on how you look at it. But the way the book was written, it was more of like, you shouldn't do this ritual until you're like really been able to sort of control your the first 6 planets, and you understand exactly where you're fitting in, because you have to fit in, and the spirits actually have to get an attachment to you. So you're going to continue doing these rituals, and you're going to continue to offer offerings to them, the best that you can afford. You're not going to give them some gas station incense. You're going to give them like the proper resin, if it's frankincense, or myrrh or copal, whatever type of incense it is. But you have to get the best dragon's blood. You have to get the best that you can get. And then one of the things, going back to I just realized now that I skipped something. One of the things that most occultists should know, especially not dabblers, but people that are actually going into ritual not for flattery or just because, but it's because it's something that you've chosen to do. All right, is you have to know how to banish this energy. I can't repeat that enough. Learn how to banish energy. If you don't learn how to banish energy, you're gonna have a disaster. It's just waiting to explode, and that's what happened with me. I was creating all of this energy, and I wasn't allowing it to leave. I was allowing it to control me, and the banishing part, the aspect of it, I wouldn't do it enough. Like the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram is something that you should really know. You should be able to do that in your mind, astrally, in your temple there, just on command. You should know that you should do this like twice a day, 3 times a day, or any time that you feel something is sort of attached to you. I wasn't doing any of that, and for some, I don't know why, And now that I look back, I'm just like it was like a really foolish thing not to do. So what ended up happening was that I had a lot of power in this room and a lot of energy in this room, and then everybody in my house was afraid of that room. It's like, my significant other would pass by the room and say, she feels the chills every time she goes by the room, and she had to close the door. And it was never like that, our pets wouldn't go in the room anymore. Suddenly, I couldn't even, like, my dog would like sit outside the door and it wouldn't come in. And then I got into like ghost hunting and stuff like that. I was always into ghost hunting anyway, but I took out some of my equipment and I would always get really high EMF readings in there, and I could sort of trace out where the field was. And if you went into that field, you would feel that static. You would feel that it was there. It was a definite something there. I had a ton of occult grimoires, like, or just occult books and stuff like that. I mean, when I say a ton, I say like 40 of them, 50 of them. I had a lot of Aleister Crowley's. I had like this whole library. I had, and everybody in between. A lot of Golden Dawn stuff, So I put all this stuff into a trunk and I put it into my closet, and I put a lot of stuff over it because it started creeping me out. And then out of that closet, many, many, many times I would hear movement. Like there was just movement coming from that closet. Things would be bumping. It would sound like things were falling. And I had it kind of neatly organized because I worked from home. So that was like my office closet, right? Like that's where I had my files at, my paperwork and stuff like that. So I had to know where everything was at. And the trunk was in the bottom. Like I put everything on top of it because I was only working with the one grimoire, the modern one. But even that one I had like in a particular corner, But there was definitely something happening. All right. And then one day it was kind of warm here. I live in the southern United States, so it was warm. It was a warm night, and I remember cleaning. I was mopping, and my old condo had a sliding door, like a sliding glass door. Like when we had a screen patio, and I was outside on the patio, and I was thinking about what's going on with the room. It was starting to really get on me, and I should have been banishing, but I wasn't banishing. The energy just kept building up because I would still continue to do ritual, and then, but it got to a point where it was just too intense and I couldn't deal with it anymore. I used to walk around like a nervous wreck. It started making me very anxious, and I started getting health problems, like suddenly I had like stomach issues all the time. I would feel pains in my chest and my back, and I'm relatively healthy, and then I would start having arguments with my family. I have a daughter, a small. At this period, she was about 2, 3, and she was just starting to speak. And well, anyway, let's move back. Let's go. Let me go here, one step at a time, crossing the stuff off my list. All right, so the patio. After all this energy has been summoned and has been manifesting inside of this ritual room that I created, right, which was my office. I even felt no longer comfortable being inside of that room, but I knew that I had to complete certain rituals. And again, I wasn't banishing. I went out on the patio, and it's a 3-story building. And then I heard like the sliding door from a neighbor above me slam really hard. And it was the night. It was a still night, and it was like humid. It was hot and humid, and there was no breeze. I remember that. I was like, wow, I wish there would be like a nice little breeze or something. Then suddenly, after I heard that door slam, I felt a rush of air go right past me. Like it went through me, and the blinds behind me, because we had these straight vertical blinds, and the curtain, it moved. And when that happened, I knew something. I brought something inside. Like something might have been from the energy that I was creating. Something manifested, and it ended up. That's how it entered my home. It entered my home, and it's basically I allowed it in. I gave her permission to come in. And I think having all of these grimoires as well, with all these sigils and all that, these certain specific spirits, sigils just in your books is also like an open door. Even if you're not reading them, you just have them inside of your home. So I felt that rush come in, and again I heard banging coming from the closet, and that would freak me out. I was walking and living in a nervous wreck, and I didn't want to tell anybody else in my household what was going on. So that night, we had this like a fence where I would keep my dog, like one of the little small wooden gate. I could keep her, like I used to keep her from going into the other rooms where the carpet is, so she wouldn't go on the carpet. If she had to go or whatever, she'd go on the tiles, and it's easy to clean up the tiles. So the gate was like on a hook on a wall, there's no way it could come off, you know. Like, it wouldn't just fall, you know. It was like a proper hook. It's been there. We lived there for a few years. We never had an issue. Suddenly that gate fell, and it fell with force, you know. And I was thinking to myself, how did that gate fall? And it scared my fiance. It scared her. Well, you know, she got up and she was like, what was that? And I was like, it's the gate. I was mopping, you know, and I didn't put on the hook right, which is not true. I was just telling her that so she wouldn't worry. But I knew already that it was something different. So I went into the hallway, the walkway there, the little hallway, and that hallway actually led to my office. And I put the gate back on the wall, and I told the energies in my mind and just forcefully to, you know, not stop the crap, you know, like, just knock it off. But I wasn't banishing, you know, but I was trying to be firm. And then I went into the bedroom, right, and we had an ensuite. So there was ensuites. We had the bathroom in the bedroom, right, and suddenly all of the tooth, like where we kept our like my toothpaste and my toothbrush, the little thing that we keep it in, it all fell into the sink. Like, I heard it fall into the sink, and that was just something too that freaked her out. And I told her again, I was like, don't worry about it, because I know why it fell. It was because I put it, like, it was like sort of precariously, like, dangling over the sink because I was cleaning, you know. And that was just my excuse again for her not to worry, because she doesn't like this type of stuff. And that's one thing that I've kind of always kept to myself as well. I'm like one of the in the closet occultist person, you know. I'm not just out there just telling everybody my business, you know. I do everything on a personal level, you know. I'm not doing it for anybody else. But anyway, so the following weeks, which felt like eternity, right? Many things were happening. My daughter just started walking, so she couldn't open doors, you know. So that was the way that we used to keep her in an area, you know, and with the gates as well that we used for the dog, would keep her, you know, we'd set up the gate so that she doesn't walk out or open up a door or whatever. Suddenly the doors would be opening, you know, like she'd be in front of a door and the door would just open for her, you know, and there was no way that she knew or had the dexterity to turn a knob and push the door or pull the door to open. So that was number one. I started noticing that, and my fiance noticed that too, and she was like, it's really strange that the doors are opening, you know, I don't feel a breeze. And I was like, yeah, but we probably didn't close it, you know. I kept trying to push everything to the side, like, so she wouldn't worry, but I knew that something was going on. And then the next thing that happened was my daughter would start cursing. She would say, like, mommy, daddy, and stuff like that, but then she would say, you know, like the F curse, you know, out of nowhere, or she would say the B curse out of nowhere, you know, stuff like that. And it was crystal clear. And this is like a 2-year-old child, you know what I mean? So I was like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like, this is something that's it's evil. It's not good. Whatever I'd done is not good. It's not right. Or whatever came in because of the energy that I was manifesting without banishing it, it might have been calling it. Like, maybe it felt it, you know, I don't know. But like I said, that room had an energy, like it had a really strong energy, due to the rituals that I was doing, you know. And I was doing the rituals with intent, with will, you know, like I wanted something to change. And it did change. You know, my life did get, it changed in a way that my life did get better. You know, my jobs changed. Like, I ended up getting more money, you know, with the power of Jove, with Jupiter, you know, on Thursdays. I started carrying knives and weapons with me just in case, you know, which actually turned out to be a good thing too, because I had a little situation where I just had to pull out my knife one time and somebody went away. Now, if I didn't have that knife, it wouldn't have happened like that. And then you know, just in general, things were, my love life, you know, with Friday, with Venus was starting to, you know, we were starting to, you know, become more romantic again, you know, like we were starting anew, you know, because we did have some times while prior to this, it was a little bit rocky. After that thing came in though, which felt like for maybe it was about a month and a half or something like that, it was constantly, it felt like it was attacking me. Everywhere I would go, if I was home alone, I mean, it was just like it was like people walking around the house, you know, like people would be walking around, like literally, when, especially if like I mentioned, like if I was by myself. So I, you know, it came to a point where I thought I was literally going crazy. You know, like this was a living nightmare and I'm watching it, or like a horror movie, and it's real. Like This is actually friggin' happening to me right now. My baby's cursing. You know, the doors are opening, things are falling. There's strange smells. There were strange smells, and I wouldn't say there were rotten smells. You know, like you hear like in this. There were more like fruity smells, like just strange smells. You know, like I don't know. I don't want to sit here and say it was some Victorian age perfume or something like this. You know what I mean? But it was something different. But it didn't smell bad. And all of that almost made me go into like a state of what's like a nervous breakdown. I almost had a nervous breakdown because I couldn't control it anymore. And then that's when it started affecting my health. You know, I would start getting stomach aches and back aches and headaches and everything out of the blue. And at one point I felt that, you know, I had some type of illness that you know, maybe chronic or even worse, and that I would have to go to the doctors and get, you know, myself checked out and stuff like that. But you know, I started praying and I brought God into the picture. I brought some light into the picture, and through God, I was able to start banishing the energy, and little by little, it started dissipating. You know, the doors would stop opening on their own. Nothing fell again, and little by little, the tumbling in the closet would stop. I ended up giving all my books away, you know, because at that point I was at a breaking point. You know, it put me basically. It changed my inner workings of myself and my consciousness and the way that I perceive everything. It changed my relationships. It made me see how strong that power is that you can manifest. There is no jokes to this, and dabbling is not a good thing. You know, if you want to read, you can read. If you start dabbling in it, be prepared for what's going to happen. You know, it's good to have a guide. You know, somebody that has experience in this. You know, now I have experience and I understand it, but it took me a long time. Again, this is a few years ago. I still, you know, practice certain aspects of it till today, but there's a balance now. You know, I could balance it because I understand the banishing part of it. But it was a life-changing situation. It just experienced the whole shebang was something that was. It gives me the hair sticks up right now, like on my arms, just thinking about that period of my life. And I would ask my spouse, you know, I would ask her, you know, if she felt or if she noticed anything, like towards the end, towards when things were like sort of going back to normal. And she always said that she never really felt anything. She was just confused about why the doors would open, you know, like that was it. You know, because it would that was just like a daily occurrence, you know, suddenly like and anytime my daughter was in front of the door, it would open, you know. So we started thinking it was her pushing it open, but there was I made sure that the doors were, you know, that she couldn't open them, you know, that they were shut properly. But yeah, I mean, that's basically it. I don't want to keep going on, but yeah, this was something incredible. Something that does did demonstrate to me that this is not, you know, a fairy tale. It's not a fantasy, and it's nothing to play with. And if you don't understand banishing, or you don't understand what you're getting into, it's better that you don't, unless you're really serious, 100% committed to it, and you have somebody that could sort of guide you in and tell you what you're doing, that teach you the steps to do it correctly, right? And that would be, you know, taking everything bit by bit and learning banishing first. You know, I guess it's like earning different belts in martial arts. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys and see what you guys thought.
Yeah, I mean, I've started watching this series actually on Netflix now. I've only just found Netflix, so I'm a bit of a Netflix noob. So I am catching up on a lot of these stories and stuff. And one of the things that I'm watching currently is a program called Once Upon a Time. Now, in that it says, and there's, you know, a guy that practices magic, and all the other people that practice magic too, they always say whenever you use magic always comes with a price. And I think what I've taken away from this, or from your experience at least, is that, okay, on the one hand, you asked to gain this knowledge and power by practicing these rituals, but on the other side of the thing, you were also given a price, and that price was all the other things that came with that knowledge, which was not detrimental especially to you, but maybe to your family, because you felt that you had to lie a lot to cover up the tracks of what had been going on.
Yeah, I did, and it was mostly for her not to be afraid. I mean, the animal. I mean, our dog definitely noticed it, and after all this, when I was able to sort of control everything, she would come back into the room. But yeah, this is yeah.
Well, this is interesting because this is the second time we've had somebody on the podcast who talks about dabbling with magic, and it's a complete contrast to the experience the other guy brought in, and a complete sort of contrast to his take on magic and how it works, etc. So it's really fascinating for me having to listen to one, to listen to the other, and because yours seems to be based around a genuine sort of entity, sinister thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that it may not have been that, but I was just so inexperienced when I thought I was very experienced, because I've read so many of these grimoires and occult books, and I thought I knew what I was doing, but like it did, like the other guy said, it's sort of like it did come with its pros. I did, I got a better job, we got a better living environment. Not that it was all that bad, but it did improve. My relationships improved and stuff like that, but the relationships kind of fluctuate a little bit during that time. But doing the Venus on Friday, that ritual did, I definitely seen a change in that, and I could attribute it to doing these rituals and my wallet as well. But it did come with a price, and that price was it's scary. It taught me that this is something that not to play with. You're playing with fire. And this is real. It's like your soul. It's like it's real. That's the only thing I could say.
So I was just saying, I believe the last guest we had on that was a Wiccan, I believe he was, and he did these practices to, enhance his surroundings, to get a better job, to feel better in his life. But he didn't go and do what you did. It seems to me that you appeal to some books and some deities, let's say, and some very powerful, quote unquote, god-like deities, let's say, and so you went deeper than he did.
Yeah, it's hermetic magic. You're working with ancient spirits, powerful, hard to pronounce names. The more you do it, though, it's like you could hear the name in your head, the way it's supposed to sound, and it's not always like the way it's written, But that's also another thing that I learned as I went along. But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You continue, please.
Well, I was gonna say, after this has all sort of died down, and do you feel safe and distanced from it now, or does it still play on your mind?
I actually learned how to control it. I learned not how to control it, but how to balance it into my life, and into a way that I could live with what I. This is more than This is like it's not a hobby. This is like a something that I really admire. I love the cultish works, the writings. I love the mystery behind it. I love the riddles and how to solve them, and the way that they threw people off. So to just answer your question, I think that after having that experience, it just proved to me what I wanted to know, whether or not this is something that I could actually work, something I would actually work, and the answer is yes.
I think a lot of people that will listen to this podcast are probably going to say, well, why didn't you, at the first sign of something going wrong, immediately stop? And obviously leading on from that, the question is going to be, because this went on for quite some time before you finally decided to banish, that you know, there was a time when you were happy to allow the things to fall in the house, the doors to be open, rushing past you, whatever it was, and the doors slamming upstairs, this wind rushing through you, all that kind of stuff that was going on, all this tricky stuff, where a lot of people would have said, okay, enough now, right, okay, there's a limit to what I can take. But you kept kind of pushing those limits further and further, to the point where, you know, your daughter was starting to swear and stuff like that, and you still carried it on. Was it were you in this kind of obsession sort of thing to fulfill whatever it was that you needed to do? Was it hard to let go of this power that you'd have suddenly got a hold of?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It was incredible to witness the power that is actually there, that is around us, that we're not harnessing. That was number one. Number two was, again, it was working. There was a change in my life for the positive. The only negative was, you know, it scared me because I wasn't prepared for the energy and for the power of what I was working with. You know, this is something that you really have to no amount of reading or studying or anything like that will allow you to really grasp it unless you experience it. You know, I guess like war, you know, you could play war games all you want, or you could read books and history of wars, great wars, but you would never know what it felt like unless you were there, you know. And that being there and experiencing that was enlightening. It was enlightening. It was incredible. It was fascinating. It made me obsessed, even though it scared me. But I think I would say it made me more nervous than scared, and that's the reason why I continued. Because if it did scare me, I probably would have, you know, stopped like from like you mentioned straight away. You know, like I wouldn't wanted to continue something that was scaring me. I was anxious and anxiety. My anxiety was really high. You know, I always felt shaky and stuff like that. But again, maybe I could attribute that to the energy that I was manifesting and not being able to control it. Yeah.
So I'm a believer in the paranormal, and Katz, the co-host, is more a scientific, looking for a scientific answer. So
Okay.
I would say that perhaps you were being very reckless back then. You know, obviously you've learned
Yeah.
from that and you've moved on. But if you was trying to answer it from a scientific perspective and say, well, was there a logical answer to this? Did I actually summon something, or was I actually just thinking that I was? Was there anything that you would say that, okay, I can explain this in normal without it being any kind of paranormal?
Like debunking it?
Yeah, if you had to try and debunk your own story, would there be something that you could try and debunk yourself?
I can't. There's nothing that I could. I wish, you know, I wish I could say that. You know what? The reason that gate fell off the wall, off that hook, was because it was just hanging there. I didn't put it back on right, but that's not the truth. You know, I wish I could say that the stuff that fell in the sink in the bathroom, you know, was because of why I told my spouse, but that's not the reason. You know, everything was set up the you know, as it always is, and our place wasn't, you know, it's not windy where we live at or anything like that. I can't attribute it to anything else. My daughter swearing, I can't debunk that. You know what I mean? Like I can't debunk the doors opening, you know, in front of her, and the noises that I would hear, you know, like because the noises weren't just noises; they had vibration. You know what I mean? So you felt it, like if somebody was hitting the wall, like, you know, you feel the vibration and you hear the sound. So I can't. I wanted to debunk it. You know, I want to say that, look, this is the reason why this is happening is because we live near like an electrical grid, or we have an issue with our electricity or something like that. But I would drag that EMF around the house trying to debunk it. And I always, you know, I used to look at EMF meters as sort of like just a gimmick. You know, like this is something that people are just trying to get money off of. You know, I got more stories for you guys with like ghost boxes and stuff. Maybe we could do it another day. But this stuff was like, you know, in my head it was just like, you know, I'm gonna get it because I want to be cool and have, you know, the latest gadgets, et cetera, but I didn't really. I was skeptical, right? But when I went in this room after all this and I started feeling all this energy in there, I could definitely trace and outline where the energy field was. It was like a portal, maybe, now that I think about it, because it wasn't in the whole room. It was like in the center of the room. and my altar where I was doing my work was in the east side of the room, so it was like in front of it, like where I would sit. You could, damn, now that's scary too. Now that I think about it, because that means that I was generating it, and possibly, who knows? Maybe I opened up a portal. I don't know what happened, and I really wish that I could tell you right now. You know what? The gate fell over because a dog jumped up for some reason. I don't know, but I can't. I don't know how to do it.
I said, I think, to the previous guest earlier today that when you speak to someone who has thought about what the possible explanations could be and is still racking the brain, that's when the story becomes interesting. And you've obviously done that. You've obviously thought, well, what could it have been? And you just can't accept that they're the answers because you've obviously lived through it and they just seem so unreasonable to you. And that's what makes a story fascinating. What could it have been then once you've ruled out those obvious things? And I certainly don't have an answer to it, but I think it's a brilliant story. It's been an absolutely fantastic one.
Oh, great! Thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. It's something that I'll never forget. I'll never forget this, and it's something that I could tell. I haven't told many people because, I don't want to spook people out. And again, like I'm not out here flaunting that I'm loving the occult or anything like that. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it because obviously I had, like you could say, an obsession with it. Like you mentioned, all my life. And it was sort of given to me. That like it was something that was not given to me, but it was like natural. It was like something that I just instinctively just sort of. It like pulled me to it. Nobody showed me, nobody taught me, nobody, I just went to it, and maybe they're right. Some people are just born occultists, and I may be one of those persons, and this is what's piqued my interest, and this is what got me to where I'm at now. Speaking with you, relaying a story that is more hopefully like a warning to people. Yeah,
I would agree with that. A definite warning. My mum, she conducted I think a few, not many, but she conducted a few Ouija boards with friends. But she told me when I was very, very young, when she first told me about this, that you need to know how to open the seance or whatever it is that you do, and then how to close it as well. You have to do that. You can't leave the door open. So it's not like you could just do an Ouija board and walk away from it, because if you don't close that gate, then you are leaving it open for anyone to walk through or any entity to come back through. So you definitely have to know when to say, right, okay, door's shut, door was open for a while, but now it's closed. You can't come in. And she was very clear about that to me. And from what you've said, it seems to me like you left that door open for a very long time.
Yeah, I 100% did, and that's my warning to anybody who wants to do anything similar. The rituals, if you do them correctly with will and intent, something will happen. It could turn into a point where you develop relationships, and that's where I think I'm starting to get into now. You start developing relationships, and then you kind of don't need a book anymore, or you don't need anybody's guidance. They kind of guide you in a way of conducting yourself and conducting these. I guess you call them. I wouldn't even call them rituals anymore. It's like more like just saying hello. It turns into something like that, but. It doesn't happen overnight, like again, my metaphor with working out, you're not going to become, Arnold and, you work out for 1 week. It's not going to work if you're a fat guy or whatever. But you have to, if there's anything that anybody gets from this, including myself, because I have to remind myself a lot too. You have to banish energy. You have to do it. If you don't do it, it's like you're saying, you're just leaving. It's like leaving your door open in the middle of the ghetto, and just inviting whomever in, and you have no protection. You're just there, because basically you if you don't know how to banish, you have no protection. That's your protection. That's your spiritual, your soul, your environment, your everything. You have to banish. Across, in those movies, putting it up against like a vampire or whatever, all this little stereotypical crap. It's just that Hollywood nonsense. You'll know because everybody's unique, and you'll know how to do it for yourself. But there is a basic structure. The lesser banishing ritual with pentagram does work. You have to know that forward and backwards, I would say, before you really attempt anything, and you really have to put that into like use in your daily life. Because people, I'm not the only person that has experienced this, obviously, and there's people that are just inherently just bad natured, and they could use this energy once they create these sort of relationships with certain spirits to do harm. They may be doing more harm to themselves, without realizing it, but they're also sucking they're allowing that spirit to get stronger. Maybe maybe the spirit leached onto him, and whenever he's around people, nobody wants to be around him because it feels negative, because that thing is sucking everybody else's positivity or their life force or whatever it is. Whatever. You got like them psychic vampire people and stuff like that. It's probably not even them. It's something that they summoned, but they never banished, and that's why they're you just don't want to be around. You just feel nasty being around them.
Well, is there anything you want to add to this, Katz?
Well, no, I was just going to say, I mean, it's been a great story. And it sounds as if there are lots of other things that we could even talk about on future podcasts. But what I'd love to do, now is the time of the show where me and Ranty kind of retire to talk about your story. And obviously when you hear our opinions and you listen to the full podcast, we would love to have you back, not only for you to tell us more stories, but for your feedback on what we thought of your story, if you would be happy with that.
Yes, I mean, definitely, most definitely. I'd actually like to hear my story back to myself. Like I want to sit back and like listen to me tell my own story. Because I've told the story to other people, but I'd like to know what it sounds like to hear it. To see if my warnings are clear enough, and if I'm saying things just to make sure that I'm being honest and truthful. Like I'm not sort of trying to embellish anything. I'm not trying to make anything bigger than it is. This is just my experience, and it really happened.
Well, what a wonderful story there. And it's definitely a warning. Absolutely, definitely a warning as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure Katz will have his own explanation later. But for now, I'm going to thank our guest and thank you very much for coming on and telling us of your warning.
No, my pleasure. It was fun. Little, got a little sweaty over here and a little, hairs, just remembering that. But thank you for allowing me to, share my experience.
It's been a pleasure. I'm just going to defer to Katz here to give us his insight into what actually went on there.
Well, what I'm going to do here is different to what I normally do in a podcast. What I normally do in one of these podcasts is try and find a scientific explanation for what has happened. But I'm not going to do that today because today's guest has come here to deliver a warning. And no matter what you believe is the cause for the events that you've just heard, I think it's really, really important to echo that warning that dabbling with things like Ouija boards, dabbling in the occult really does need to be stayed away from. For me, I would say there's a mental health issue there. I would say that if you are dabbling with something that you believe to be dangerous, you believe to be demonic, you believe is capable of doing you harm, then all you are going to be doing is putting yourself constantly on edge. I talked in a previous podcast about chronic anxiety, which has horrendous physical effects that you wouldn't associate with a mental health issue. We're talking about stabbing abdominal pains, diarrhea, headaches, nausea, the inability to sleep, sweaty, clammy hands all the time, real physical manifestations of mental health issues. So I would say for that reason, stay away from anything like that. And obviously, if you believe that the harm is caused by a demonic presence, then that's even more of a reason for me to say stay away from it. So I think they're going to be my closing words, Ranty. What about you?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to echo exactly what you've said there about the ability to actually harness that power, so to speak. So in his case, it seemed that he was already a practitioner of the occult. Now, I'm not going to diss on practitioners of the occult here because we have had guests on before who have told us that when done properly and conducted in the right frame of mind, they were able to actually harness some good from that. Now, whether or not that was to do with some kind of paranormal influence that was helping them, or whether it was just an altered state of mind that was able to give them what they perceived was a better life. So I'm not going to rag on them for that, but what I would say is that if you are going to dabble in the occult, you better be prepared for what's going to come. You better be prepared for what's going to come, and that's psychologically, mentally, all that. Because what was going on in the house, whether or not you believe it was paranormal, the fact that Joe allowed this to continue for a prolonged length of time without informing his close family things that were actually happening to them was, in my opinion, quite distressing. I have to say, listening to that, and I can understand it because I have seen some TV programs. I did allude to that in the chat with Joe about a TV program called Once Upon a Time, and one of the characters in that, he gets great power, and he gets to the point where he will do anything to protect that power. It doesn't care who he crosses, what he does. He just doesn't care. It's all about himself and the power. And it just seemed to me, listening to his story, that was a very similar thing, that once you've grabbed that power, letting go of it is really difficult. And if you're not prepared to take a back step and look at things as a whole and say, well, what's the balance of this power that I seem to be getting in some way against the effect that it's having on my family and my life, etc. If you're not able to weigh those up and say, yeah, the gains don't outweigh the negatives, then you're not practicing the occult properly. Now, I'm not a practitioner of the occult, never have been, but I know people that do it safely, and I just feel that he was untrained, he wasn't doing it safely, and as he said, he was definitely coming here to give a warning to people that unless you're prepared and ready to actually take on whatever comes your way, these things can lead to a very negative situation in your life for not just yourself but for other people that it may be affecting.
And I suppose when we talk about chasing power, we've all heard of what happened to Darth Plagueis the Wise, haven't we?
I haven't.
Well, Darth Plagueis the Wise became so powerful that the only thing he feared was losing power, which of course he did as he became older. But unfortunately, he taught his apprentice everything he knew, who then killed him in his sleep with a lightsaber, and that apprentice went on then to head the Republic, which, sorry, I've got into Star Wars there. Anyone who watches Star Wars, it's a famous scene that they mock from one of the prequels. So you're not a Star Wars fan then, Granty?
I've seen the main 3 films. I haven't really seen them all, but yeah, I can see where you're going with this.
It's a very parodied scene where Emperor Palpatine tells the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise. But on a more serious note, like, we did have a Wiccan on a podcast not so long ago, and he had a very different approach to magic. And at the time, in my summing up then, I kind of give a very different spin on it than what I did today. Maybe I was a little bit harsh. The Wiccan that we had on in the past, he spoke about essentially using his rituals, his everyday rituals, to put him in a better state of mental health. He wasn't trying to summon anything for power. He was just putting in daily meditation practices, and whatever rituals he did, he felt put him in a better mental frame of mind. And it was his better mental frame of mind that made him more successful in life. And I think I remember at the end of that podcast agreeing and saying, well, you know what, there's nothing wrong with that. You do what you do to get your own mojo back. But I think his intentions with what he was doing is very different to what we've heard today. So I don't know, maybe every case should be taken on its merit. Who knows?
Yeah, and just like I say, a stark warning basically that if you're going to mess around with things that you don't fully understand, then, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. Maybe you should look for guidance somewhere. And I think the whole thing that this story reeks of is a guy that's come on to tell a story that's saying, hey, this happened to me. This is the effect that it had on me. Please don't go down the route that I went, because if you do, this thing could happen to you too. But at the end of the day, we don't have to dwell on that because we have plenty of fantastic stories that are coming up soon. And if you want to partake in that, if you want to be a guest on the show, you can always find us on social media. We have all the links in the description. Maybe you want to be a guest, maybe you just want to support us on Patreon, whichever, where we do have videos and photographic footage of some of the stories that have already been told. Now then, Cats, are you getting a bit tired?
I am feeling a bit tired.
Maybe we should go. What do you think?
Let's do that, and we'll see everybody next time.
See you in the next one.